Chapter 971. However, with so many warships, there are always some data that cannot be destroyed in the explosion. We will salvage as much as we can. After Adley joined the war, the progress was much faster. The warships of the Star Sea Alliance were destroyed one by humans. Faced with such a situation, they had no way to fight or escape. They could only watch their fleets become smaller and smaller. There was no need to watch the battle, because the warship where the commander of the Great Fleet was stationed had also been destroyed. Only the human warships, the Dia Civilization warships, and the Adley were left on the battlefield, chasing and killing those people from the Star Sea Alliance who were unwilling to die. With the speed advantage of the Lyra, no warship could escape. The Star Sea Alliance was quite courageous. After pretending to surrender failed, they vowed to fight to the death to defeat the last warship. During this period, even if the Dia Civilization shouted many times, they would not surrender. It stands to reason that surrender is the best choice when the situation is hopeless. But it is only logical that this is a war between the same race. In the interstellar era, the ones we fight are all aliens, and even their life forms are different from ours. It is difficult for surrender to have a good result. The best estimate is that it will become like the Red Flame civilization. The most important thing is that if we are caught by other civilizations, we will definitely be studied. And if we are studied, we may crack the gene lock of our own race. And then we will become accomplices in harming our own race. Even though the gene lock technology is difficult to crack, there is indeed such a risk. As a fifth-level civilization alliance, the Star Ocean Alliance certainly has its own gene lock. They have 10,000 reasons to fight to the end. The enemy may create some kind of mimetic weapon targeting their own race after cracking the gene lock. And then everything will be over. The Dia Civilization and human civilization also know the existence of the gene lock. Advanced civilizations that have some attainments in the genetic level basically know it. So when the Star Sea Alliance said surrender, both civilizations did not believe it. The war is gradually coming to an end. The warships on the battlefield are still making the last resistance. But it is futile after all. Those warships have become remnants of defeated troops. From millions to millions. From millions to hundreds of thousands. When only a few thousand were left, the warships of the Great Alliance of Stars finally lost all their will to resist. But losing the will to resist does not mean that they will surrender. But after sending the last broadcast to humans, they choose to end themselves by self-destruction. The broadcast was all meaningless words. Probably talking about how great the Great Alliance of Stars is. How they would rather die than surrender. And finally shouting long live the Great Alliance of Stars. But there was no harsh words about fighting to the death with humans and Dia Civilization. That is meaningless. Even if reinforcements will come, that is a matter for the future. Besides, reinforcements may not come. After all, the fleet on the Perseus arm only has 70 million ships. If they want to come to support, they must at least destroy the space creatures. When the war between the arms came to an end, the war in the other Perseus arm, which belonged to the Star Ocean Alliance, was just coming to an end. This is a war between the Star Ocean Alliance and space creatures. The space creatures are extremely powerful. They even evolved 2 space creature mother bodies in the battle with the Star Ocean Alliance. As a result, they once had the upper hand, and the Shanghai Alliance almost capsized. Fortunately, they finally completed the deployment of the superfast cannon and killed the last space creature with one shot. Yes, one shot. It seemed like a ray of annihilation light that spanned more than 10 light years. If humans were present, they would definitely be able to detect such a scene. A space creature as huge as a planet was mixed in a team of small space zergs, attacking a fleet of millions of star-class warships in the distance. The endless stream of small zergs were fearless. And the huge space zerg mother was killing everywhere, devouring one warship after another, and then digesting the warship materials with its own body, and then creating more space zergs. Space creatures are the main force in the battle, and the mother of production. The longer the war lasts, the larger their population becomes, as if they are ruthless and endless, and can never be killed. As the Great Fleet was retreating step by step, a beam of light across the sky appeared in the dark starry sky. The beam of light was more than 10 light years long, and its diameter was almost 1 astronomical unit. The beam of light was not emitted from one place, but lit up in the void like a tachyon lightsaber. Obviously, it was not a normal beam of light, but the super tachyon cannon of the Star Sea Alliance. The beam lasted for a full minute, and even during the process, there were signs of sweeping movements. which clearly indicated that the launcher was fine-tuning the angle. However, this super tachyon cannon seemed too heavy, and the angle change was not large. But it had a long range, so the sweeping range at the far end was also large. Its launcher was a star, and the outer space of the star was a piece of huge Dyson sphere structure, which wrapped the star like tiles suspended in the void, wrapping the star in a strange force field. Now, at the moment of its launch, the entire force field was wrapped in white light, which was the phenomenon of the rapid absorption of stellar energy. It was extremely powerful, and the space creature was directly beaten into the most basic hydrogen element under this shot, leaving no slag. It was also this shot that completely established the victory of the Star-Sea Alliance. Obviously, they had killed other space creatures before. Otherwise, they would not have activated this weapon that could blast the opponent into slag. After all, if this thing was used, there would be no corpse to pick up. The result of this shot was that a young star entered middle age. If a star like the Sun was used as the base of the Shanghai Alliance's superfast cannon, it would become a red giant after 4 or 5 shots at most. This super-large weapon is strong, but it also has obvious weaknesses. That is, each attack must be prepared for a long time, and it takes a long time to adjust after firing. It is precisely because of this shortcoming, coupled with the extremely strong combat power of space creatures, that the Shanghai Alliance paid a great price in the battle to eliminate space creatures. So if they were smart, after receiving the call for help from another battlefield, what they should do is not to provide support, but to eliminate the space creatures with all their strength, and then immediately start to study the space creatures, at least to make self-repairing armor first, and at the same time to restore the fleet strength of the Star-Ocean Alliance as soon as possible. 30 million Star-class warships can still fail against millions of ships. This strength gap, the battleship combat power, is not just a simple gap, but a huge gap. The other party must have mastered some ultimate killing means. This is also the fact. In fact, when Adley joined the battle, the Star-Ocean Alliance on the Perseus arm had already received the call for help. But they were at the critical moment of eliminating the space creatures at that time, and could not be separated. Chapter 972. After successfully destroying 5 space creatures, the Shanghai Alliance realized that it was too late to provide support, and they had no more power to provide support, because in the war to destroy space creatures, they lost more than 40 million Star-class warships. Although the IQ of the Space Zerg is not high, its combat effectiveness and specialized reproduction ability are very strong. In other words, the Shanghai Alliance was lucky that this Space Zerg did not continue to evolve into many space creature mother bodies during the war. Otherwise they would have no choice but to run away in the end. But even so, they still underestimated the situation. The Star-Sea Alliance thought they could win both ends, but the fleet chasing the Dia civilization was defeated, and the fleet destroying the Space Zerg suffered heavy losses, and it was impossible to sail across the galactic spiral arm for a while. In addition, the cross-cantilever war is dangerous and risky. In the end, the headquarters of the Star-Sea Alliance chose to be safer. First, to preserve the current results and study the corpses of space creatures. However, humans and Dia civilization did not know all this. After completing the feat of destroying the Star-Sea Alliance fleet, both sides immediately sailed to the black hole. First, replenish the fuel of the warships there to reach the level of sailing across the spiral arm, and then return to the battlefield to start cleaning the battlefield. The war has long since quieted down. Even silent, the lightsabers of the previous battles between tens of millions of warships have become a thing of the past. Those lights have flown several light years away, and may be captured by some civilizations many years later. But the light cone of the war event has definitely not spread to the nearest Perseus arm. The former bustle is now only a cold and broken warship. It is more appropriate to describe them as space junk. But scrap copper and iron also have certain value. The 3,000 warships of mankind are constantly searching in the battlefield, and the remaining more than 1,000 warships of the Dia civilization are doing the same work. Only Adley has nothing to do, floating on the edge of the black hole and sleeping, waiting for humans and Dia civilization to finish cleaning the battlefield. Humans and Dia civilization won, but it was a bitter victory, especially Dia civilization, a glorious 5th-level civilization with tens of millions of star-class warships, now has only 1,000 warships left, and is almost annihilated. The two civilizations are now evenly matched. However, from the perspective of remaining combat power, humans have become the absolutely powerful side, although they were also at the beginning. But Dia civilization didn't know it at that time. Both sides now want to salvage some valuable things from the wreckage of the warships and take them back. Especially for human civilization. The senior officials on the Tianjin are all furious. Humanity is involved in a meaningless war. The fleet that was finally built up is gone. And no one is in a good mood. Perhaps cleaning up the battlefield is the last psychological comfort. Unfortunately, there are too few warships left on both sides. Even if all the detection spacecraft are released, it is still pitiful compared to the massive warship wreckage on the entire vast battlefield. So the battlefield cleaning work is progressing very slowly. After all, battlefield cleaning is not a battle. It requires searching the wreckage of warships one by one. It is not as simple as just scanning it close to the wreckage. It also requires the deployment of a large number of small detectors, and even the use of manned small exploration spacecraft to explore the wreckage of warships. Only in this way can we find the data storage that may be intact on the wreckage of warships. This kind of work should have been left to the subordinate civilizations. But in this battle, all the warships of the subordinate civilizations participating in the battle were wiped out. Fortunately, the Dia civilization was quite sensible. In the process of exploring the wreckage of warships, they took the initiative to share their exploration results with humans, which made everyone feel a little more comfortable. But the bad news is that nothing good was found in the battlefield cleaning. One reason is that humans and the Dia civilization did not want to spend too much time on battlefield cleaning. And the other is that the Star Sea Alliance fleet did a good job in anti-reverse technology. In fact, there must be some data that was not completely destroyed. But there are too many warship wreckages. If you really search one by one, you will definitely find it. But it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. After humans and the Dia civilization filled up the fuel at the black hole, they only searched here for 3 years, and then headed towards the Orion spiral arm with the few gains they had. Everyone knows the directions of the main bodies of the living spacecraft of the two civilizations, and there is no such thing as being unable to meet. Although the harvest from this battlefield cleanup was not great. Humans and the Dia civilization did salvage some scattered scientific and technological information, including some descriptions of related supertachyon cannons. It is said that it is a weapon that uses a Dyson sphere to wrap the entire star, and then quickly absorbs the star's energy to launch a supertachyon cannon. Although humans have not seen the scene of the supertachyon cannon being launched at the Perseus spiral arm, they know the existence of this weapon when salvaging the wreckage of the battleship. According to the scattered data salvaged, it is the masterpiece of 13 civilizations of the Great Alliance of Stars. The core technology of the tachyon cannon is not the Dyson sphere, but the technology of rapidly squeezing stellar energy. The Dyson sphere is only the carrier of the core technology of the tachyon cannon. Each structural component of the Dyson sphere not only functions as a normal Dyson sphere, but also as a special force field generating device, energy recycling system, etc. It is their existence that enables the Great Alliance of Stars to turn ordinary Dyson spheres into tachyon cannons. However, there is not much information about the technology of the tachyon cannon. The information salvaged by humans and Dia civilization from the wreckage is mostly an introduction to it. After seeing these information, even Dia civilization was scared. They did not expect that the Shanghai Alliance actually had such a killer weapon. They originally thought that the other party was just a regular 5th-level civilization alliance. Nothing special. It is hidden deep enough. And every civilization cannot be underestimated. In addition to the information about the tachyon cannon, humans also found some information about element synthesis technology. But it is not complete. In general, this war is a losing war, with no benefits. And the fleet is almost gone. Once it returns to the pre-liberation era, it will be like this. In this case, humans are naturally unwilling to accept it. They did not get a complete technological system from the wreckage of the Star Sea Alliance warships. So the humans on the Tianjin naturally set their sights on the Dia civilization. Although humans were involved in this war because of curiosity at the beginning, it is an indisputable fact that they helped the Dia civilization win the war and successfully preserve the two civilizations. Even if it was not all human-owned credit. Without the Dia civilization, humans would not have to fight this war at all. And without humans, the Dia civilization would have died. The Dia civilization was sensible. After receiving the Yuan's hint, it immediately expressed its willingness to share all the 5th-level civilization technologies it possessed with humans for free, and immediately sent a large list to the Tianjin, including element synthesis technology. This move made the human high-level people feel a lot more comfortable. although it is known that the Dia civilization will definitely not take out all the technologies. Judging from the catalog, the Dia civilization's technology sharing is enough for humans to leap from the primary stage of the 5th level civilization to the ranks of the old 5th level civilization. Chapter 973. 177 years have passed since the battle between the arms. Most of the time, humans and the Dia civilization spent their time sailing. Whether it was the residential spaceship cluster that went ahead or the fleet that returned from the battlefield. When the two fleets met with the residential spaceship cluster of the main civilization, both sides had completed the basic fuel supply, and various factory equipment had basically been laid out in the star systems they occupied. Humans were even one step ahead and had already started the production of warships. This location is quite far from the other side across the spiral arm, so there is no need to worry about being found by the pursuers. Humans and Dia civilizations are not docked in the same star system, but the two sides tacitly maintain communication and build a simple communication relay between star systems. After returning to the main civilization, Yu Yuan's first thing was to find the chief executive of the human civilization and Zhu Pit, who was back as the Minister of Security, mainly to understand the situation within the human civilization during this period. Yu Yuan saw the opposition voices before the war, but he didn't have time to deal with it at that time. Now that the war is over, he naturally wants to solve this matter with the power of victory. Of course, the war was declared a victory. A bitter victory is also a victory. Moreover, in this war, not many humans died. If it weren't for the sudden attack on the spaceship cluster, which killed tens of thousands of people, there would be no loss. This is very rare in the Interstellar War. Everyone knows that the loss of individual lives of the Red Flame civilization on the battlefield has reached tens of billions. Every loss of a manned star-class spaceship will be accompanied by the death of countless lives of the Red Flame civilization. After seeing this situation, no one in the human race questioned Yuan's alien cannon fodder strategy. And no one said that it was an inhumane act of enslaving aliens. Especially after this war. Those in human civilization who said that the new human government did not respect alien life also shut up. Some people always hide behind those who protect them and make sarcastic remarks. No matter what era it is. Soldiers on the front line fought bloody battles, came back disabled, and were ridiculed by some people. They were simply not human. There are also such people in the interstellar era. But there are many angry young people in the human high level who are not used to such behavior. Therefore, there are relevant laws for interstellar humans today. According to the interstellar human law, such people are directly removed from the list of artificial intelligence use rights. This is a very serious punishment, which means that this person will no longer enjoy everything brought by the intelligence of human society, and his survival will no longer enjoy resources. If he wants to survive, he must compete with artificial intelligence. Yu Yuan learned that the initial signs of rebellion had been resolved. Zhu Pit acted decisively and directly concentrated all the participants on a living spaceship for control, allowing them to live a life without artificial intelligence on that living spaceship, without even a smartphone. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. This kind of life that was suddenly thrown back from the interstellar era to the early 20th century was simply torture. The group of guys who shouted slogans at the beginning directly exposed their true colors and staged a battle for survival resources on the spaceship. Soon they formed gangs there and lived a life of landlords exploiting the labor of others. After understanding the situation, Yu Yuan did not comment on such treatment. It was all written in the interstellar law, and he just confirmed some of the results of the treatment. Then, Yu Yuan turned his attention to the current priority. The main thing is to expand the fleet on a large scale and recruit the individual lives of the Red Flame civilization. However, he only paid attention to these things. The interstellar human civilization has relevant departments in charge, so there is no need to do everything personally. Yu Yuan is still concerned about technology. The Dia civilization has fulfilled its promise and shared the 5th level civilization technology tree with humans in its entirety. The public claim to their own civilization is, humans helped the Dia civilization win the war, and these technologies are all rewards. In fact, their new leaders and new leadership know better than anyone else. These technologies must be given, and the Dia civilization has no choice. Now human scientists are working on verifying these technology trees, including element synthesis technology. But unfortunately, they can only synthesize iron. The elements above iron in the periodic table still need to be studied further. Even so, The Daya civilization also shared their research data. They have been doing research in this area for many years, but there has been no progress so far. According to the data, it is necessary to create a force field environment equivalent to a supernova in the laboratory in order to synthesize elements above iron. Everyone knows this. It is indeed difficult for the Daya civilization, but not for humans, because after obtaining these scientific research data, human experimentalists found that humans can actually create such an experimental environment. The reason is that humans have more advanced material technology than the Daya civilization. And the Daya civilization cannot do it because their material technology is not up to standard. Therefore, once the element synthesis technology came into the hands of humans, it immediately broke through the breakthrough that the Daya civilization had been struggling to study for many years without making. But the difficulty of this technological route is not this, but how to control the output elements of synthesis. Humans directly broke through the original bottleneck of Daya civilization with their advanced material technology, but they can't produce any element they want. Judging from the results of recent experiments, humans can indeed produce elements above iron in the laboratory, but they are all messy and more difficult to control than random. It is a pity that it was not accomplished in one go. But even so, it has greatly enhanced the ability of human beings to collect materials. In the past, human beings basically targeted rocky planets for mining. Now with the element synthesis technology, they can directly start with gaseous planets, and the breadth of resource collection has been greatly enhanced. Moreover, although it is impossible to accurately synthesize elements above iron, it is an indisputable fact that they can be synthesized. Human beings can make them as much as possible and then separate the products. It just takes a few more steps and some uncontrollable factors. In fact, humans have already mastered the synthesis technology of elements above iron, but it is not mature. This is manifested in that sometimes, when you want to synthesize gold, you can't find gold in the product, but a lot of other metals. Currently, human experimental scientists, physicists, and experts in superforce fields are trying to solve it. This is definitely a problem with the superforce field. As long as the appropriate parameters and corresponding parameters are found, human scientists believe that they will be able to produce any element they want in the future. Chapter 974. Since it was a mature technology of the Daya civilization, humans took it and understood it and used it directly. So it didn't take much time. So not long after the Tianqin led the fleet of 3,000 consciousness-linked spacecraft back to reunite, human civilization began to extract resources from the gaseous planets in the star system, and at the same time built a new interstellar factory with a star-class spacecraft as the core, namely the element synthesis factory. It is specially used to process hydrogen, helium and other elements extracted from gaseous planets. At the same time, the energy mass conversion project was also put on the agenda soon, because the element synthesis technology is the last piece of the technological puzzle for humans to master energy mass conversion. After obtaining this technology, the energy mass conversion experiment of human civilization started immediately. The general process is to first build a super large high-power material disintegration ray generator, and then irradiate the quark material with material disintegration rays to disintegrate the quark material into the most basic hydrogen element. The next step is element synthesis, synthesizing the hydrogen element into various elements with large atomic mass numbers required, and finally separating the matter. After the whole process, humans can input energy and output matter. Energy mass conversion is mastered by humans. From this moment on, as long as humans are given a star, they will have no shortage of elements. It can also be said that as long as there is energy, humans can survive. Even if humans with this technology are trapped in the small universe of the pioneers, they can survive forever, unless they destroy themselves. In addition, humans also use this time to digest the scientific and technological information obtained from the Daya civilization and the battlefield debris. And based on these scientific and technological information, they began to study force field bombs. On the other hand, when the Daya civilization learned that humans had mastered the energy matter conversion technology before them, they came forward, and their intention was obvious. They wanted humans to share the quark matter material technology. Humans should not be stingy, but some human leaders are not willing to do so. Many things are like this. They are very happy when they get the technology shared by others, but they are not willing to share their own achievements. For this reason, the Daya civilization also sent a lot of information to humans, mainly stating the interests involved. In fact, everyone also understood that what the Daya civilization said was right. Although the two civilizations had some grievances, they got along well overall and shared hardships. And for now, the two civilizations must stay in this star field for a long time, because both sides have their own shipbuilding plans. With the normal size of a level 5 civilization, the new fleet must build at least 10 million ships. This will be a very long process, and the resources of a star system will definitely not be able to meet the resource needs of the two civilizations. Even if there is element synthesis technology, the energy mass conversion technology mastered by humans can further reduce the scope of resource collection. A low resource collection range means a low risk of being discovered by other civilizations, which is currently beneficial to both humans and the Dia civilization. After all, the two civilizations are now very weak. And there is another point. The Dia civilization told humans that this galaxy has little time left for the development of a level 5 civilization. Now the most important thing is not only to restore the fleet, but also to upgrade their civilization level to level 6 as quickly as possible. Because the window period for level 6 civilizations to lick their wounds is about to pass. Of course, the level 6 civilization at that time would definitely not wander around the galaxy as blatantly as before. After all, if they were discovered by the Reapers, they would be greeted by electronic warships. Everyone would definitely hide, but their activities would definitely be more frequent than now. If one was unlucky and encountered an evil level 6 civilization, then they would be doomed. So sharing technology with each other is actually the best solution. Having said that, the human leaders are still unwilling to do so. It probably means that they can sell finished energy matter conversion equipment, but not quark matter material technology. The Dia civilization had no choice but to convince humans and to have armor like the Lyra. The Dia civilization finally made a difficult decision. They planned to share their core technology tree with humans in exchange for humans' quark material technology. After the Dia civilization made such a concession, humans finally agreed to its request and shared the quark material technology. This is actually worth it, because the core technology of the Dia civilization is the technology they used to create the fake Gaia planet. That is, the mature consciousness uploading technology. Humans have always intended to conduct in-depth research on technologies related to spiritual consciousness. But because they have only mastered the theory of everything for a short time, they do not have much foundation in spiritual consciousness. But now it is different, because the technology tree sharing is not just a technology, but the details of the entire technology tree, including the ideas in the research process, scientific notes, experimental development process, discovery process, conclusion summary experience, etc. It is equivalent to humans directly obtaining the countless experience accumulated by the Dia civilization in the technology tree of consciousness uploading technology. Of course, the Dia civilization is not at a disadvantage. The same is true for the quark material technology tree shared with them by humans. As an old 5th level civilization, they can also produce quark materials after obtaining the same detailed technology tree as humans. However, the output is as low as that of humans. Speaking of which, humans are not afraid that the Dia civilization will surpass themselves in combat power after obtaining the quark material technology. The consciousness-linked warship is the most powerful combat power of humans. The Dia civilization is now very clear about the almost unsolvable evasion ability, so they are now behaving unusually well. But after all, after such an exchange, the two sides can be regarded as sharing what they have in the field of science and technology, especially the Dia civilization. After they found that humans did not seem to take advantage of the situation and bully the weak, they became more favorable to human civilization. Moreover, perhaps due to the propaganda of the war between the spiral arms, many Dia people in their civilization also have a great favor for human civilization. While digesting the technology tree of the Dia civilization, humans formulated a millennium plan. But not 1,000 years, but 2,000 years. Humans plan to use 2,000 years to completely digest the technology tree shared by the Dia civilization and turn it into technological creations to strengthen their own strength. At the same time, the plan for 10 million star-class battleships is also included in this Millennium Plan. There are also related life science research plans. The technology tree related to life science is also in the technology tree shared by the Dia civilization. After all, consciousness uploading technology is a branch of life science. On the other hand, the Dia civilization has also formulated its own Millennium Plan, which is similar to that of humans, both of which are shipbuilding and digestion of scientific and technological knowledge. 2,000 years. Perhaps it is true as the Dia civilization said. When the two civilizations complete their plan, the situation in the Milky Way will change again. By then, the level 5 civilization will no longer be as safe as it is now. Those level 6 civilizations that hid because of the war will return to the Milky Way. After all, thousands of years is enough for ordinary level 6 civilizations to recover. In this regard, both civilizations have a sense of urgency and crisis. Even the Dia civilization did not mention continuing to sell fake Gaia planets in the Orion arm. At least, they would not broadcast this all over the map like they did in the Perseus arm. Now, in addition to the Millennium Plan, the two civilizations are thinking about how to reach the 6th level of civilization. The scientific community of the two civilizations has also set off a wave of research on dark matter and dark energy. The Dia civilization has set off a wave again, and humans are the first to appear. Both civilizations know that the iconic technology of the 6th level civilization is related to dark matter, so the direction must be correct. Chapter 975. The Dia civilization has done in-depth research in the field of life sciences. Otherwise, they would not have such advanced technology as counterfeiting the Gaia planet. And they have used this technology to sell fakes for many years. Humans are mentally prepared. But when they get the life science data of the Dia civilization, they are still shocked by the vast amount of research data on various branches. The Dia civilization's war capabilities are indeed inferior to humans. And the same is true for the combat effectiveness of warships. But that is when compared with human consciousness-linked warships. If it is a conventional warship, they are actually not inferior to humans at all, as can be seen from the previous war against the Starsea Great Combined Fleet. However, their progress in exploring life sciences far exceeds that of human civilization. The depth of their research in the field of spiritual consciousness is almost the same as that of humans. But the direction is different. They not only mastered memory enhancement technology, but also memory erasure and memory modification technologies. They have also realized that the memory of intelligent life has two storage locations. One is the biological brain, and the other is the quantum field consciousness body, and thus developed an upgraded version of consciousness uploading technology. That is, consciousness uploading technology for the planetary biosphere, which is their core technology for selling fake Gaia planets. The general consciousness uploading technology uploads objects to technological creations such as robots and computers, which is the legendary mechanical ascension. The Dia civilization has this technology, but they did not mechanize the entire race, but continued to follow the carbon-based route. Their life forms are still soft and sticky. A further step is to upload consciousness to large war machines such as battleships. They have done this in the war, but this technology does not have a reverse download function. After uploading, it cannot be changed back and can only stay in the battleship's onboard computer forever. But it is not to become a computer life. The consciousness uploading technology of Dia civilization in this direction is not mature yet. The uploaded consciousness will slowly disappear over time, which takes about 1,000 years. In other words, as long as the consciousness is uploaded into the mechanical body, the lifespan of this consciousness is only 1,000 years. This may be one of the reasons why Dia civilization has not mechanized the whole tribe. No wonder they chose to use this technology to fight at the last moment. And the leader of the civilization took the lead. It seems that they will never come back. Although the Dia civilization's consciousness uploading technology is not very mature in this regard, they are extremely skilled in manipulating the consciousness of living things. The Dia civilization has already achieved the technology of transferring individual life consciousness from the old body to the new body, which is no different from the legendary soul transfer. They rely on this technology to achieve long-term survival of individual life. According to the Dia civilization's information, there is nothing wrong with their technology. And through this technology, many of their life forms have survived for tens of thousands of years. That's what the information says. But humans don't believe everything and don't dare to apply it directly to their own civilization. After all, many scientists find this technology incredible. It's because they think immortality is too simple. According to human research, it is generally believed that the red gas that Yuan inhaled back then had the effect of planting an anti-entropy factor in the body. The conclusion given by the Academy of Life Sciences is, it is a universal life potion. Until now, Yuan has not shown any signs of aging. You should know that since reaching this conclusion, Yuan has not injected any life potion produced by humans. Logically, he should have died of old age. But now he is still strong and healthy, with no signs of aging. The same is true for another recipient, Lu Xiaofan, Currently, human scientists are still studying the serum samples of Yu Yuan and Liu Xiaofan to try to crack the secret of the anti-entropy factor, and have long regarded this research as the hope of a new life potion for humans. But now the Dia civilization tells humans, you can achieve immortality by using consciousness uploading technology, as long as you keep changing your body. This is difficult for the human scientific community to accept. They always believe that this method has sequelae. But the Dia civilization has not discovered it. Scientists in the field of human spiritual consciousness speculate that it may be related to the weakening of consciousness, because they found that there is no relevant research in the technology tree of the Dia civilization, and they do not have consciousness enhancement technology. After learning about this, Yu Yuan once asked the Dia civilization about the situation of their individual lives that use consciousness transfer technology to live forever. Although the latter's explanation was a bit vague, Yu Yuan keenly captured some information. Many scientists of the Dia civilization survived in this way. But it seems that many scientists who have achieved longevity through this method have gradually become mediocre. After receiving this information, human scientists are more certain that there is a problem. They believe that consciousness has weakened in the process of continuous transfer, or some changes that the Dia civilization does not know have occurred. It will take a long time to know the specific situation through experiments. This technology is not dared to be used for the time being. But many related technologies of the Dia civilization can be used directly by humans. For example, the derivative technologies in the field of spiritual consciousness. That is, the many applications of memory-related technologies. Memory enhancement, memory upload and storage, memory download, memory modification, memory erasure, etc. The Dia civilization uses these technologies to make their subordinate civilization warriors remain absolutely loyal to themselves. From the perspective of the Virgin Mary, the means are very cruel and do not conform to the overall sunny and beautiful vision of the prosperity of various civilizations in the universe. But many things have more than just a bright and majestic side. In this regard, the Dia civilization is similar to the human regulations on the use of thought imprints, and generally does not allow the use of their own race. Some things can make one's own civilization better and more competitive in survival. That's enough. Yu Yuan also plans to use these technologies to better strengthen the combat effectiveness of the Star Alliance fleet. Yes, Yu Yuan looks at many technologies from a different perspective than others. Scientists generally see the prospects of technological development, but Yu Yuan sees their military value. He plans to use those memory-related technologies as a reward mechanism. For example, before the war, the individual lives of the Star Alliance member civilizations can be stored in memory. And after the war, they can be resurrected through memory archiving as appropriate based on their battlefield performance. Although those warriors are willing to fight for the Star Alliance with the technology of thought imprinting, the effect is better with this derivative memory-related technology. There are definitely disadvantages to resurrection through this method, but as long as it does not affect the development potential of human civilization, it will be fine. As for the application of these memory-related technologies within the human body, Yu Yuan does not intend to completely ban it this time, but with the disadvantages clearly stated. It is used conditionally on a voluntary basis. Close monitoring. Chapter 976. In addition to memory technology, the most valuable non-conscious upload and various biosphere experimental data for humans among the life science technologies shared by the Dia civilization are undoubtedly. The former directly allows humans to have the ability to fake the Gaia planet, and it is even easier to turn individual life into a mechanical body. The latter is a variety of valuable research data, which is the Dia civilization's research on the lifespan of carbon-based life. They can make the survival time of individual life in their own civilization as long as 30,000 to 50,000 years. Although it is the result of the accumulation of various types of life, it is long enough. It is more powerful than the few life potions that humans got from the Red Flame civilization. They are all valuable data obtained by the Dia civilization through long-term research on various biospheres. The most powerful life potion comes from their research on the biosphere of their own civilization. When these scientific and technological data were given to humans, the Dia civilization kindly told humans that they could refer to their research and study the biosphere of their home planet, and they would definitely get powerful life potions. But humans have no way to express their suffering. The Earth has long gone. Where can we go to seek justice? In the following scientific exchanges, humans also learned some knowledge of life science from the Dia civilization. The Dia civilization told humans that the lifespan increased by traditional life medicines has a limit. After years of research, they concluded that it is 50,000 years. After 50,000 years, life will inevitably enter the road of death. But it is not impossible to break the limit. After all, the potential of science and technology is endless. And they have already found some ways to break the limit, which is to continue to deepen the field of spiritual consciousness and move forward courageously. Of course, it is not just this field, but also must be combined with the study of entropy in physics. Ultimately, technology will be used to turn individual life into a stable local entropy reduction individual. They call this future vision of life science a universal life extension potion. However, this technology is currently just a fantasy. Scientists from the Gaia civilization speculate that it may require a sixth-level civilization to achieve this, because many theories related to entropy reduction and consciousness still have contradictions that cannot be resolved. This statement made humans realize how powerful the red fog on Callisto was at the time. And at the same time, they couldn't understand why that ship, which was clearly a fourth-level civilization, had something that could only be produced by a sixth-level civilization. There is too little information to investigate, so human scientists can only attribute it to the fourth-level civilization getting it from the remains of a sixth-level civilization. In fact, 50,000 years may not seem short, but it is far from enough for the Great Voyage. If life can only live for 50,000 years, it will definitely not see the day of reaching the destination of the Great Voyage. Of course, the Great Voyage is a matter of an entire civilization. But people who have the dream of the Great Voyage hope that they can see the final answer. Having said that, although humans have lost their home planet, they have accumulated a lot of biosphere resources. Now there is the technological information of the Gaia civilization, and the new life potion can be regarded as seeing hope. The life potion of the Gaia civilization is not universal. Even if they share it with humans, humans still need to do their own research on their own race. This is a very long process. But humans now have time. The human shipbuilding plan lasts for 2,000 years. So there is plenty of time. But if it really takes 2,000 years of research to get a new life potion, I am afraid that many people will die. After all, many elderly people now don't have many years left. Maybe then it's time to use consciousness uploading technology, or memory-related technology. In such an interstellar age of material abundance and free life, no one wants to end their life, whether it is to continue to enjoy life or to pursue the lofty ideal of exploring the universe. Long life support is required. This is also one of the reasons why many civilizations are keen on studying life technology. It is said that a person's longevity is torture, but it is not torture for the entire civilization to achieve it together. And it is a highly developed society. Life should be so beautiful. In a sense, there are actually immortal life forms on our home planet Earth. So I think the 50,000-year limit obtained by the Gaia civilization is not correct. At a science and technology seminar, a biologist who spoke said, "Why are humans and other life forms interesting when they are all information aggregates? But rocks such as carbonates and silicates are not." Many people say that it is because they have no genes. But chemical composition is also a kind of gene. I think it is essentially a way of encoding information. We are discussing genes and consciousness here. But in fact, it is a system of matter, energy, and information. We should look at the problem from a holistic perspective. Our human body itself is a whole. Why should it be divided into various categories, such as body lifespan, gene function, consciousness, etc.? We combine these factors and analyze them as a system. So our goal becomes how to prolong the order of this system. And entropy is used to indicate the degree of order of a system. If we go in this direction, isn't it the field of local entropy reduction? Obviously, this is not a scientific seminar on traditional life medicine, but a scientific seminar on local anti-entropy. Gaian civilization is already ahead of humans in this regard. Naturally, human civilization must catch up on this road while studying traditional life medicine, and catch up with the scientific research progress of the old fifth-level civilization. This seminar seemed a bit empty and pretentious. After all, the research project had just started, and many things had no actual data. On the other hand, the other venue next to it seemed much more down-to-earth, because it was a seminar on traditional life medicine research. In the hall, Ikai, who looked about 50 years old, was talking about the summary of the research results of various scientific research units of the Human Life Sciences Academy in recent times after obtaining the life science data of the Gaia civilization. He talked about the simplest working principles of DNA, RNA, and protein. the physical and energy information of base pairs, gene deception, the working principles of medicines, and finally the most cutting-edge new generation of life medicine research and development ideas. During this period, a lot of research results related to the Gaia civilization were also interspersed. Humanity has lost the Earth's biosphere that is most suitable for itself. So it is extremely difficult to walk on this road. But scientists have been researching tirelessly for thousands of years. After obtaining a whole new life potion technology tree from the Gaia civilization, humans have a deeper understanding of the pain of losing their mother planet. According to Ikai, if the Earth is still there, humans would have been able to research new life potions long ago, instead of having to draw experience from the mature technologies of other civilizations every time. Fortunately, we got the life science technology tree of Gaia civilization. Otherwise humans would really be stuck in the research of life medicine. Because after a period of research and comparison, the School of Life Sciences found that many previous studies and conclusions were wrong. Continuing research based on wrong conclusions will inevitably make mistakes. And it will be too late when it is discovered. The lifespan of individual human beings will inevitably stop at 13,500 years. When this news spread to society, people hated the Tianqing civilization that destroyed the solar system even more. Chapter 977. The Rise and Fall of Cosmic Civilizations. The Great Shanghai Alliance was not destroyed because of a defeat. It is very difficult to completely destroy a cosmic civilization. As long as there is a spark, the civilization may be glorious again. This of course also requires a sufficient population base. Otherwise it will not only fail to recover, but will gradually wither until technology regresses and is buried by the universe with time. Many civilizations that participated in the 6th level civilization war were destroyed in this way. Some civilizations just recovered, but unfortunately encountered electronic warships that were looking for them everywhere. And then, they were wiped out along with the small universe they were in. Somewhere in the deep universe, some inexplicable information is flowing. Strictly speaking, this place does not belong to the normal three-dimensional universe. Of course, it is definitely in the universe, but it is difficult to find it by conventional means. Such an existence is a small universe that can only be created by a level 6 civilization. It is a shelter for many level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way to avoid the sight of the harvesters. It will take another 3,000 years for the galaxy to be repaired. Recently, several of our small universes have been discovered by the harvesters. The electronic warships are looking for small universes all over the Milky Way. New small universes are not safe. The situation is not optimistic. As soon as this communication message fell, another message appeared. It's getting harder and harder. I remember that the Reapers didn't have this technology before. Their computer technology was not that powerful. It should be a level 6 civilization specializing in computers that was harvested. It seems to be true at present. According to our latest observations, it is confirmed that the Reapers have mastered the technology. They can detect new changes in the Milky Way space. Not long ago, our hidden detectors found traces of electronic warships appearing in the Orion spiral arm. It broke open a new small universe there. But later we found that there was no civilization in that small universe. Only a superfield particle collider of a low-level civilization. It's very strange. The galaxy is the flagship of the Galactic Alliance. So this conversation obviously took place in an ancient microcosm of the Galactic Alliance. Information is still being exchanged on the network. Have the Reapers mastered such precise space measurement technology? It seems so at the moment. The new microcosm in the Orion spiral arm is because it cuts off a large area of space, which directly caused 8 stars to disappear in the macrocosm. It is too obvious that the electronic warship is running around in the macrocosm to find those newly open microcosms. It has already found more than a dozen level 6 civilizations. So they should have perished. This is difficult. We have many newly opened shelter micro-universes. We have to find a way to transfer them. It's difficult. But we have to do it. Yes. It seems that we can't open micro-universes between the stars of the Milky Way in the future. Let's go to the outer spiral arm. There is a lot of empty space there without starry sky references. And the space that has been cut out cannot be seen. We can think of it, and other level 6 civilizations can think of it. But there is no other way. The detection technology mentioned by the Galactic Heart Alliance is of course not as obvious as watching the disappearance of stars. Of course, there are such methods, such as the micro-universe they mentioned in the Orion spiral arm. According to them, it is obviously the micro-universe created by the Awakener to help humans avoid the aftermath of the war. The sixth-level civilization does not create a microcosm out of thin air, but cuts out three-dimensional space to create a pocket microcosm that connects to the macrocosm. The phenomenon manifested by this method in the macrocosm is that a large area of space is missing for no reason. If the space between two stars is cut, the two stars will be closer to each other for no reason. The so-called detection technology mentioned by the Silver Heart Alliance is the technology that can detect where such changes occur in space through the big data of the Milky Way. This detection method not only requires a huge amount of galaxy operation data, but also powerful computer technology support. Now that the Reapers have such technology, it is easier to find the hidden Level 6 civilization. Communication information appeared in the ancient microcosm again. Level 6 civilizations are being dealt with by the Reapers one by one, and it will be more difficult to deal with the Reapers in the future. Those ordinary Level 6 civilizations are destroyed, and the electronic warships have such a powerful range-killing ability. It makes no difference whether they have them or not. I am afraid that the Silicon-based Federation and the Awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy are also so stupid. The Silicon-based Federation is also a veteran. It shouldn't be like this. I'm afraid the Awakener doesn't know. The Awakener is a good helper, but he is too self-righteous. Indeed, if we can get the Awakener to turn to conventional forces to deal with the Reapers, we may have a chance next time. But the electronic warship is a big problem. All because of that damn Gaia life. Next time? There is no way to deal with the electronic warship, and it is useless to gather more Level 6 civilizations. The legacy is dead, and Gaia life is too cunning, so it can't be implemented at all. There will be a next time, but it won't be to defeat the Reapers. We shouldn't have had hope of destroying the electronic warships at that time. You mean? Yes. We will leave when the war starts. Leave? The long voyage requires a lot of supplies. Without long-term preparation, we can't leave the Milky Way at all. But to prepare enough supplies, the movement must be very large, and the Reapers will definitely find it. If we can leave, why would we wait until now? We found the Stargate when the Awakener came to the Milky Way. We can go to the Triangulum Galaxy first, and then collect materials on a large scale from the Triangulum Galaxy, and set off on the long voyage. According to our astronomical department's long-term observations, there is a thin dark matter belt from the Triangulum Galaxy to the Andromeda Galaxy. We can take that road. It's a bit far, but it's better than hiding in the Milky Way. This is a serious matter, and we need to plan for the long term. Plan for the long term? It's time to plan now. We found an Awakener in the ruler arm. Now tell them that the Harvester can detect the newly opened microcosm. Let's sell it first. That hateful Gaia life seems to be there too. Our Galaxy Observation Network has found some signs of Gaia life activities. It is the key to the plan. At present, only it can contain the electronic warship. It's better to arrange it in advance. The communication information in the microcosm gradually disappeared, and finally returned to calm. Only a large warship with no damage on the outside was quietly lying in the dock. Inside the warship, there were countless small robots coming and going. One by one, creatures with obvious alien appearances were busy in the warship, doing repair work that only they knew for this huge warship. This is the Galaxy. Now it no longer has the starry appearance of that time. It looks like an ordinary warship. In that battle, it escaped through three-dimensional shuttle, and was destroyed by the electronic warship. A part of the ship body that did not complete the shuttle was destroyed. Now it is undergoing a major repair. It is the product of the unique technology of the Silver Heart Alliance. Chapter 978. Thousands of years of ups and downs. It has been 1,000 years since humans and Gaia civilization developed somewhere in the Orion Arm. The 1,000 years of peaceful development have restored both civilizations to their former strengths. Humans are even stronger than before. The number of star-class fleets has reached a record high of more than 6 million. And they are still being built. The industrial capacity of the 5th-level civilization is extremely strong. Many star systems in this star field have been hollowed out by humans and Gaia civilization. If there is no technology to quickly absorb star energy, it is estimated that no star will be spared. However, in this case, even if they have that ability, humans and Gaia civilization will not do it, because both civilizations know that attacking stars is the easiest way to attract the attention of other civilizations. However, even if they do not destroy stars or exploit the resources of stars themselves, at the beginning of the next millennium, the two civilizations have already decided to leave this star field, having stayed in one place for 1,000 years and hollowing out many planets. This will change the optical phenomena of these stars. Many civilizations can judge the abnormal phenomenon of the disappearance of planets based on this optical change, and thus know that there are signs of civilization activities here. For example, if the periodic change of the brightness of a star is observed through the planetary transit method at the beginning, but suddenly this periodic change disappears, then the planet must have suddenly disappeared. The more advanced the technology, the easier it is to observe such changes. Relatively speaking, advanced civilizations will always pay attention to the impact of their behavior on the universe, and whether these impacts may expose themselves. As an old fifth-level civilization, the Dia civilization naturally knows this. And human civilization has developed by hiding all the way, and is also well aware of this. Therefore, the two civilizations hit it off and moved their positions in a tacit understanding. During these millennia, humans, as a primary fifth-level civilization, have actually been catching up with the Dia civilization in the field of science and technology. After thousands of years of development, humans have made great progress in every field. And in many fields they have caught up with the Dia civilization, an old fifth-level civilization. In some special fields, such as the microscopic field, they are even ahead by a lot. However, biotechnology is still a weakness of humans. Humans didn't discover it before, but now it is easy to discover it with the Dia civilization, an old fifth-level civilization. As a comparison, some biotechnologies that should have been available long ago have not been realized by humans. And the body enhancement technology that humans are proud of is, in the eyes of the Dia civilization, the technology of the fourth-level civilization, which is completely behind the version. Originally, when communicating with the Dia civilization about technology, human scientists did not believe it, until the Dia civilization introduced their own biological enhancement technology. Then human scientists suddenly understood what a tenacious alien life form is, because some data of the individual life of the Dia civilization is too powerful. Although their individual life looks soft and sticky, it is extremely powerful. Yes, after so many years of getting along, humans and Dia civilization have achieved a great deal of mutual trust. Both sides already know what each other's individual life looks like. And in further biotechnology exchanges, they have learned some basic biological data of each other. The individual life of Dia civilization belongs to the soft-bodied biological type, carbon-based. They have no bones in their bodies and are extremely tough. If they follow the gravity environment of the Earth, they can jump directly from the plane and not die. At most, they will break into several sticky pieces, put them together again, and their cells will quickly stick together according to memory. They look like super rubber and have strong self-healing ability. Even if they are pierced and split, they can recover. Their resistance to high G-shock is several times that of humans in overclock state. If their brains are blown up, as long as they are given enough energy, their cells can regenerate a new brain. They only need to reset their consciousness, and the individual life with a blown-up brain can be resurrected. They can even survive for a long time in space without relying on any equipment. After knowing this situation, humans understood why the Dia civilization always stayed on the wreckage of some of their own warships for a long time when cleaning up the battlefield. It turned out that they were rescuing survivors. What surprised humans was that the warships or spaceships of the Dia civilization did not create an environment that simulated the gravity of their home planet like humans did. Their advanced biotechnology had allowed them to fully adapt to various gravity environments. Although humans were stronger than the Dia civilization in terms of combat power, the Dia civilization was indeed an old fifth-level civilization. Their technology was far superior to that of humans. Over the past 1,000 years, humans have been developing, and so has the Dia civilization. It is not only humans that are making progress. It's just that many technological accumulations are not directly reflected in combat power. After all, the progress of a civilization is not only in terms of war capabilities. Perhaps inspired by the biotechnology of the Dia civilization, humans are lucky this time. At the end of the first millennium, the new life potion was successfully developed. Unlike before, it was not developed until everyone was almost dead of old age. The effect of this life potion is 30,000 years. Humans have become accustomed to the fact that technological progress has greatly increased lifespan. But when the results were announced, it still sparked great discussion in society. At this moment, hundreds of billions of humans who long for longevity were grateful to those tireless life scientists from the bottom of their hearts. Except for the living spaceship that gathered a bunch of rebellious humans. At the moment the potion was successfully announced, the Interstellar government had clearly informed the majority of humans that those people were not qualified to use it, now and in the future. The firm attitude of the Interstellar government made everyone understand that there was a price to pay for inciting unrest among humans. Those people would never be able to leave the spaceship until they died of old age. At this moment, inequality finally appeared in the face of death. But society applauded, and many people even thought that the punishment was too light and should be sentenced to death. Time will dilute everything. When half of the second millennium passed, many people had forgotten that such a group of people existed, and they didn't even know that some of them had died of natural causes. The people on the spaceship found that they had white hair without realizing it, which was something they had never thought about for thousands of years. When they saw the people around them becoming old and frail, they finally shouted to the sky. That is, to the Interstellar government. But just like 1,500 years ago, no voice responded to them. This year, the new flagship of the Dia civilization was also born. Like the Tion sheet of humans, the entire ship looks watery and flowing like liquid. It is undoubtedly a quark material armor. The Dia civilization spent 1,500 years and used all its industrial strength to build such a flagship. They named it the Dia. In the year of the completion and trial voyage, they drove the Dia to the star system where humans live for a stroll, feeling like showing off. However, after discovering that the Lyra passed by at 130 times the speed of light, the Dia returned to its dock without a word, as if it was hit. After so many years of getting along, humans and the Dia civilization have established a considerable degree of strategic mutual trust. The two civilization groups are now actually very friendly. If nothing unexpected happens, the two civilizations may continue to travel together. Chapter 979. Although the Dia civilization is a level 5 civilization, they don't have time to travel around the huge Milky Way. They spend most of their time in the Perseus Arm, so they are not very familiar with the Orion Arm. And naturally they dare not run around like they did in the Perseus Arm. So they did not take the initiative to leave like before, but instead began to discuss future matters with humans before the completion of the second millennium plan. According to the Dia civilization, humans and them are actually two civilizations that get along very well now. On this basis, they propose to go a step further and form a military alliance with humans. The military alliance between the Perseus Trade Federation and the Star Alliance. This military alliance is defensive in nature. That is, when one party is attacked by an unknown civilization, the other party is obliged to send a support fleet to participate in the joint defense. The two sides are diplomatically independent and do not interfere in the internal affairs of each other's organizations. However, for friendly cooperation, the two sides need to share diplomatic information to a certain extent. When facing unknown civilizations, the two sides should maintain internal communication. On this basis, the two sides keep in touch with each other and maintain close communication in the field of science and technology, especially in the scientific research of level 6 civilization. Both sides should be transparent enough to each other so that each other can know the progress of the other scientific research related to level 6 civilization, and ensure that both civilizations complete the promotion to level 6 civilization at the same time on the main technology tree. This technological transparency is very important. The Dia civilization has listed many articles for this, which basically stipulate the things related to scientific research of level 6 civilization by both parties. Humans are also reading carefully and adding many treaty contents based on their own interests. In fact, humans also have the intention to form a military alliance with the Dia civilization. After all, in this dangerous universe, one more friend always means one more way. It is rare for a civilization to develop such a friendly relationship with oneself. It is very rare in this universe full of deception and danger. The Dia civilization must think so. Moreover, once this military alliance is established, it means that the two civilizations will inevitably come together. It will be a huge group with much greater survival power than a single civilization. Just like the Great Alliance of Stars. If it was just one civilization, it would have been killed by the Dia civilization long ago. Moreover, in the military alliance between humans and Dia civilization, although on the surface they have equal voice, in reality, whoever has stronger military power will have a more effective voice. In terms of military, humans are obviously stronger. Other than that, the 3,000 consciousness-linked warships can fight the entire Dia civilization fleet alone. The Dia civilization, which also experienced the previous war, must be aware of this. They knew this and took the initiative to propose a military alliance with humans. They must have known the temper of humans during this time together. They must also think that a military alliance can improve their civilization's ability to survive in the universe. In fact, they also have the intention of clinging to the thigh. Because the Dia civilization has confirmed that the unsolvable evasion ability of human warships comes from the Awakeners. Although humans did not explain too much, the people of the Dia civilization still made a lot of brainstorming about this matter, and finally concluded that humans and Awakeners have a close relationship. And it was a positive relationship. Based on this, the Dia civilization believed that the Awakeners were not completely extinct in that war, and that they met humans somewhere afterwards. That was a true top-level, sixth-level civilization. Although the Dia civilization saw the Awakeners being slaughtered by electronic warships, it did not affect the powerful image of the Awakeners in their minds. Because in that war, the Awakeners showed extremely strong combat power. If it were not for the electronic warships, the Awakeners might be able to sweep the Harvesters. The performance of human warships in previous wars has deepened their impression. They believe that if human warships have a large-scale killing capability, then war is not a big deal. Various factors led the Dia civilization to make such a decision. So much so that in the treaty negotiations for the establishment of a military alliance between the two sides, the representatives of human civilization inserted many treaties that were beneficial to them, and they had no objection. Those treaties were intentional by the human representatives. The Dia civilization had no objection, which indirectly recognized the status of human civilization as the big brother in the military alliance. As for the treaty on the transparency of the scientific research progress of the sixth-level civilization, it is to ensure that both civilizations can enter the ranks of the sixth-level civilization at the same time, which is very important. Both parties sign the cooperation readily, because whether it is human civilization or Dia civilization, both sides are actually worried that the other party's scientific research capabilities are stronger than their own. If they do not maintain relative transparency in the research direction of the sixth-level civilization, what if the other party suddenly creates a sixth-level civilization warship one day? What if the other party secretly steps into the sixth-level civilization first? By then, it will be too late. Although both civilizations think that they will not be able to do anything to each other even if they enter the sixth-level civilization first. What if the other party masters that level of technology first? Who knows if the other party will suddenly attack after gaining absolute strength? The cost is small, and the benefits are great. It is easy to breed thoughts that should not be there. There is an old saying that goes, "You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others." Both sides are hiding and increasing suspicion. When the suspicion chain comes together, it will be a tragedy. Why is it difficult for cosmic civilizations to live in peace? Suspicion is a big factor. It is better for everyone to be open and honest, so that they can live in the long run. Finally, the Dia civilization did not forget their old business. But this time they did not propose that humans broadcast their fake Gaia planet everywhere as before, but proposed that humans also pull a civilization from the Star Alliance to be a trade agent. And humans will be the boss behind them, just supplying goods. And then, the cats will harvest the fruits of trade in the dark. The risk is minimized. This time, the Dia civilization did not choose the Gurgi civilization, which had slightly offended humans, as its agent, but other member civilizations of the Persian Trade Federation, and equipped that civilization with many Level 5 civilization spacecrafts, which was intended to deceive the Level 5 civilization. Gaia life is the key to the Level 5 civilization's research in the field of spiritual consciousness, and is also the best research sample for consciousness uploading technology. The Dia civilization is not worried at all that their fake Gaia planet cannot be sold. Moreover, with the participation of humans, they think that the business will be smoother because there is military protection. It must be said that this is indeed a good way to accelerate the development of science and technology. Different civilizations may go to different depths under the same scientific and technological theory. Humans who have just benefited from the shared technology tree from the Dia civilization know the benefits. Now the impact of the sixth-level civilization war is coming to an end. The days of peace and stability of the fifth-level civilization are numbered. Stepping onto the sixth-level civilization level as soon as possible is the real basis for peace of mind. Chapter 980. The humans themselves did not show up, but let the dog-headed people do this. But not in the name of the Star Alliance, but in the name of the Perseus Trade Federation. It must be said that the Dia civilization is still very concerned about the sale of fake Gaia planets. After humans agreed to this matter, They immediately started to work as agents. At the same time, they also sent humans a lot of planet transformation-related technologies, saying that it is to prevent humans from making fake Gaia planets with flaws. As expected of those who sell fakes all year round, their professional qualities are online. Humans are not hypocritical. Now is not the time to tie themselves up with the morality of the Earth era. The most important thing now is to improve the level of civilization. That is, to master the technology related to dark matter. Only in this way can human civilization be relatively safe. At least there is no need to worry about being suddenly recruited or killed by the evil 6th level civilization. In the current situation of the universe, the 6th level civilization is already the top civilization on the surface. The Awakener once told humans that cosmic civilization does exist, but even they have not really encountered it. But there are many civilization relics. Judging from the situation of the Great Universe and the Great Voyage, perhaps all civilizations above level May 6 have gone to a certain place in the universe for some reason. If the Great Voyage is true, if the Great Voyage can really upgrade the level 6 civilization to level 7, then every level 7 civilization must have survived from the Great Void in the universe, and their disappearance must be related to the Great Void. Perhaps it is true, as some level 6 civilizations have guessed, that those level 7 civilizations that have mastered vacuum zero-point energy may have gone to find ways to resolve the energy debt of returning vacuum zero-point energy. All these secrets can only be known after reaching the 7th level of civilization. But one thing is certain, that is, the 6th level of civilization is the core of the Great Voyage. After reaching the 6th level of civilization, a civilization is relatively safe. However, it is not easy to climb the ladder of the 6th level of civilization. At least humans have no clue now. They only know that it is related to dark matter technology, and may need to improve superstring theory. But these are all possibilities. They are just conclusions deduced by humans based on the words of awakeners and pioneers long ago. It is unknown what they actually are. However, what human civilization did not expect was that, after completing military alliance negotiations with the promised civilization, as well as cooperation in trade and transparency of the research and development progress of the main technology tree of the 6th level civilization, the Dia civilization told humans an unexpected news. The Dia civilization said that the key to upgrading to the 6th level civilization is indeed dark matter related technology, and superstring theory must be improved. But according to their years of exploration, they found that there is actually more than that. Many other branches of science need to go hand in hand, and cosmological theory must also keep up. The phenomenon of dark matter must be fully included in the cosmological explanation. And at the same time, the theory of everything must be used to explain dark matter. The last point is surprising, but also reasonable. The theory of everything includes the 4 fundamental forces. From a certain perspective, it is the theory of everything. It should be able to explain any phenomenon in the universe. It cannot be explained now, because this theory has some variants that the 5th level civilization has not mastered. This is just like the many variants of Maxwell's equations. Among the keywords mentioned by the Dia civilization, the one that interests human scientists the most is dark stars. The Dia civilization told humans that after they learned of the existence of dark stars, they have been looking for them because they are likely to be the best research carrier for the 5th level civilization to discover the theoretical laws related to dark matter. They have been searching for more than 100,000 years, but still haven't found it. This statement reminds human scientists of the experience of human civilization in searching for natural wormholes. It is so similar, but different. Dark stars are planets formed by dark matter. Or more precisely, stars powered by dark matter. In human stellar evolution, this type of star did exist in the early universe. Ordinary stars are powered by nuclear fusion of ordinary matter, which makes them glow and heat, while dark stars are powered by some reaction of dark matter inside them. In the human cosmological evolution theory, dark stars also emit weak light, so they are called dark stars. But the Dia civilization told humans that it was a matter of the early universe. Now the dark stars in the universe do not emit light, and are not visible to optics. Only with dark matter detection technology can dark stars be detected in the starry sky. The dark matter reaction phenomenon in the dark star is the best practical reference for the 5th level civilization to master the dark matter related technology. The cosmological theory of the Dia civilization says that dark stars do exist in the early universe, and because of some reaction of the dark matter inside them, they can be observed by civilizations without dark matter technology. It is precisely because the reaction of dark matter blocks the nuclear fusion reaction that should have occurred in the dark star matter. However, as time goes by, that type of dark star either ends because the dark matter reaction ends, and the energy source becomes a nuclear fusion reaction, and the dark star becomes a regular star, or because the dark stars with millions of solar masses in the early universe eventually collapse into supermassive black holes. And now there may still be some special dark stars in the universe, which are composed entirely of dark matter at the beginning. And dark matter annihilation reactions occur under huge pressure, and they emit many hot dark matter rays into the universe. If we can find them, it will be easier to master dark matter-related technologies. Dark matter annihilation reaction. As a veteran 5th level civilization, its research progress in dark matter technology is really unmatched by humans. The Dia civilization has already obtained the phenomenon of dark matter annihilation reaction through observations of distant galaxies. That is, the light of the early universe. However, humans are still in the initial stage in this regard, and there is no such conclusion based on long-term observations of the universe. However, after the two sides established a transparent agreement on the development of science and technology for the 6th level civilization, the Dia civilization finally took out their research progress, which benefited mankind infinitely. It seems that the Dia civilization is not hypocritical in this regard. According to the Dia civilization, dark matter has annihilation reactions, which means that there is more than one type of dark matter. It should have many types. And there are dark matter and dark antimatter. Otherwise, there will be no annihilation reactions. However, the Dia civilization only made a conclusion based on long-term observation of the universe, and they actually have no way to determine whether dark matter annihilation reactions really exist. As for finding dark stars, it is even more difficult. Neither the Dia civilization nor humans have dark matter detection technology. But the prerequisite for finding dark stars is to master dark matter detection technology. Okay. Another perfect closed loop. And the Milky Way is so big. Who knows where those special dark stars that still exist are? Chapter 981. The Dia civilization has been telling humans about the dark star for 500 years. But they just keep saying it over and over again, like a madman, saying that they will definitely find the dark star and master the technology related to dark matter. But they have never found any trace of the dark star. 500 years of wind and rain describes the planetary environment. The residents of the Dia civilization have returned to live on the planet, so they have experienced 500 years of wind and rain. Humans have long been accustomed to living on spaceships. At most, they can simulate the waxing and waning of the sun and the moon on a star-class spaceship. But there has never been rain. But no matter what, 500 years passed in a hurry. There were no surprises. Both civilizations completed the shipbuilding plan according to the previous plan, and they returned to their heyday. Humans were even better than before, because humans had never had so many warships. With enough fleets, the two civilizations felt that their existence was safer, and they extended their probes into the depths of the universe. This is a universe without advanced civilizations to make rules and uphold justice. The relationship between civilizations is full of uncertainty. Even if you are a civilization with lofty ideals, you have to survive first, because all civilizations are stuck at the level of level 6 civilization. Most level 6 civilizations seem advanced, but they are not necessarily noble. Perhaps they still have noble pursuits, but before they can complete their noble pursuits, they have to survive first. The pioneers said that they once spent hundreds of millions of years exploring the possibility of upgrading to level 7 civilization in this galaxy, but failed. But level 7 civilization has been proven to exist, so they finally had to embark on the journey of great voyage. According to the pioneers, many secrets of this universe can only be known by the 7th level civilization, such as why real-time communication based on quantum entanglement fails, where the 7th level civilization goes, and why the universe is observed to have two completely different ages. Before this, many civilizations fought and killed each other, but it was just for survival. Improving the level of technology may not be the goal, but it is a necessary step to find the truth. This universe is not peaceful. Not long after the human civilization and the Dia civilization completed their plan, a conversation in a hidden microcosm somewhere in the Milky Way made the Milky Way even more chaotic. More than 2,000 years ago, a level 5 civilization war broke out in the Perseus and Orion arms. It was detected by our Milky Way network system a few days ago. This scale of war has occurred in the middle of the Rhombus arm, the second half of the Carina arm. and the outer arm of the Milky Way. It has all occurred since our battle with the Reapers. All those previously hidden level 5 civilizations have emerged. Yes, they must want to take advantage of this period of time to join the ranks of level 6 civilizations. The wars in several places have been noticed by the Reapers. 300 years ago, a civilization of the former Perseus community was located in a small universe in the outer arm of the Milky Way. It was discovered by electronic warships and was wiped out. The electronic warships are in the outer arm. The level 6 civilizations that participated in the war have almost recovered. But the electronic warships are more rampant than ever before. Whoever shows up will die. The noise caused by those level 5 civilizations is still too small to interfere with the Reaper's judgment. As a result, any level 6 civilization activities are easily found by the Reapers. This small universe is obviously an ancient hidden small universe of the Galaxy Heart Alliance. You can tell it is them by looking at the huge warship with stars on its surface again. The information exchange in this small universe is still continuing. Then let the Milky Way become more chaotic. There is only one electronic warship, so let them run around for their lives. How to do it? Let go of those subordinate civilizations that have no talent. Let the Milky Way become chaotic. And then we can take advantage of the chaos when the time comes. That's fine. There are too few races with special talents, and those civilizations are of little value. It's time to let them play their remaining heat. Release them all? Release them all. We have their race information, so there's no problem. Just in case, we have also kept a database of all their race characteristics. Besides, if they really have the talent to develop special technology, they should have seen it long ago. Okay, then release them. By the way, there is one more thing. We have contacted the Awakener in the outer arm of the Milky Way. He is now trying to find his lost companions. The abominable Gaia life is also with him. Oh, by the way, the Awakener is called the Awakener Illusion. They got together? That's a bit difficult. Not sure. According to the Awakener, they met by chance. But who would believe that? There's another thing. We found a destroyed micro-universe there. It belonged to the Reapers. Oh, who did it? So brave at this critical moment? The Awakener won. He admitted it himself, saying that he found a Reaper patrol fleet while searching for his lost companions. And after following them, he found a Reaper micro-universe. So he destroyed that micro-universe single-handedly. The Awakener's unique technology is really powerful. One warship destroyed all the power of a small universe of the Harvester. Is this the reason why the electronic warship appeared there? Yes. The Awakeners acted faster than us. But this time, they did not confront the electronic warship head-on. After destroying this small universe, the Awakeners ran away, and the electronic warship was empty-handed. This happened many years ago. The electronic warship wandered around the galaxy to find the remaining Awakeners. Several Awakeners were killed by the electronic warship because they did not know that the newly opened small universe was easy to be discovered. The two sides are now at loggerheads. Our original plan is half successful. I guess so. Then again, the size of a level 5 civilization is still too small, and releasing it won't have much impact on the Milky Way. It's better to let them learn to create things like a level 6 civilization and release them as a level 6 civilization. It takes time to train them. It doesn't matter. It just so happens that we also need time to repair the galaxy. By the way, I heard that there is a race called Kuntai in the subordinate civilization. They seem to have a talent for magnetic fields that is different from other races. Do they have the potential to develop into special technology? No. That was a case of plagiarism of scientific papers. What about the Dark Star? The fake Dark Star, after tens of thousands of years, finally attracted some level 5 civilizations that came from afar. All of which were level 5 civilizations that were trying to survive. Over the past few thousand years, they have trapped 3 level 5 civilizations and have incorporated them into the 377th microcosm shelter. Are they still letting them go? No. Let them study the Dark Star and observe whether there are any racial talents first. Chapter 982. If the Dia civilization knew that the Dark Stars they had been dreaming of were fake, and that they were released by the Galaxy Heart Alliance as bait, I wonder what they would think. In fact, the Dia civilization's guess was correct. Dark stars are as important to level 5 civilizations as natural wormholes are to level 4 civilizations. Many other civilizations have come to the same conclusion after years of research. So they are also like the Dia civilization, looking for dark stars all over the Milky Way. However, Level 5 civilizations know about this. And Level 6 civilizations, like the Galaxy Heart Alliance, naturally know about it. So there is the fake dark star to trap Level 5 civilizations. From this perspective, the Silver Heart Alliance is essentially no different from the Reapers. But from their perspective, they have created so many low-level civilizations over the years, all because of electronic warships. They also want to have a special technology that can compete with electronic warships. So they do this. It must be said that although the Silver Heart Alliance's approach is shameful, it is undoubtedly effective. The three-dimensional space shuttle ability of their galaxy, which is like a short-distance portal, is a special technology developed from the racial talent of a civilization that they have collected. Not every special technology is the same as the Awakener's special technology. Only races with corresponding talents can use their technological creations. This is a special technology. As for technological products, many can be used without knowing their principles. Just like someone who does not understand electromagnetic theory presses a light switch, the light will still turn on. The galaxy of the Galactic Heart Alliance is such a technology. The Galactic Heart Alliance, which has tasted the sweetness, has naturally been implementing this strategy. This is actually one of the sources of the dangers in the Milky Way. Many unfortunate civilizations have been taken away by them before they have developed. Many ordinary Level 6 civilizations, who know the inside story of the Galaxy Heart Alliance, will follow suit. But unfortunately, the Galaxy Heart Alliance has already taken the first mover advantage. And they obviously have stronger detection capabilities than other Level 6 civilizations. After a long period of accumulation, they have become the current Galaxy Heart Alliance. Several major civilizations or organizations in the Milky Way have their own unique technologies. The Silicon-based Federation certainly has its own transformation technology. Except for the collapsed Perseus community. They are just a group of ordinary Level 6 civilizations huddling together for warmth. The collapse of the Perseus community allowed countless civilizations that were originally part of it to gain true freedom. The universe is always in constant conflict. Some for survival, some for ideals, and some for escape. There are all kinds of civilizations. And now, humans and Dia civilizations sailing in the dark starry sky have encountered another civilization. At that time, humans and Dia civilization were sailing towards a certain starry sky position marked by humans at the beginning, which was the location of the flashing hydrogen molecular cloud that humans encountered at the beginning. Since we have returned to the Orion Arm, humans naturally want to go back and take a look. As a result, before we reached the location, we encountered a strange space-time fluctuation halfway. Both civilizations are familiar with that kind of fluctuation, especially the human civilization that has entered the microcosm many times. When the probe sent the detection results back to Tianjin, human scientists immediately determined that the location of the probe was an entrance to a microcosm. However, before the detection spacecraft sent back further information, the two civilizations simultaneously discovered that the stars in their direction had turned into streams of light. It's a microcosm. The Dia civilization immediately sent a message to humans. They were once a member of the immortal community, so this phenomenon was naturally common. After sending this message, the Dia civilization also realized that humans must have experienced this kind of thing. So they added nervously, "This is unusual. We can't take the initiative to enter the microcosm. It must be the owner of the microcosm that opened the door for us. We have never encountered such a large microcosm door. This must be a huge microcosm. We are done with human civilization. We have encountered a Level 6 civilization. Don't be nervous. Maybe it's a friendly Level 6 civilization." Yu Yuan on the Tianjin replied, as if he was talking to the Dia civilization, but also to everyone. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. The door of this small universe directly included the fleets of humans and Dia civilization, which was much larger than the small universe created by the Awakener. And the transmission time was extremely short. As soon as the information was sent to the Dia civilization, the people on the Tianjin found that the scene in front of them had changed. The bright stars of the Milky Way have disappeared, and it is obvious that we have reached the interior of the microcosm. Various detectors are still working, and soon the interior of the microcosm appears on the display screens of various ships. The intelligent system generates a star map of the microcosm based on various detection information. However, the situation is obviously different from what humans imagine, because the detector did not detect the light source inside this microcosm, and the entire space inside the microcosm is dark. Just as humans and Dia civilization were about to conduct further detection, A tachyon information appeared out of thin air and was received by the detectors of the two civilizations. The tachyon signal is definitely not a natural signal, which means that there is indeed civilization here. However, after receiving this tachyon signal, neither humans nor Dia civilization could decipher it. The Dia civilization, as an old 5th level civilization, was smart. After finding that it could not be deciphered, humans just wanted to ask them what was going on. But they directly sent a lot of tachyon signals to the dark space in front as a response. At the same time, they explained to humans. Only then did humans know that Dia civilization was broadcasting its own civilization's communication code and dictionary to this space. The tachyon signal from the microcosm was a message sent by the 6th level civilization without knowing the language of the other civilization. The Dia civilization had come into contact with this kind of thing in the immortal community, so it reacted immediately and sent its own communication dictionary to the other party. Sure enough, just a few seconds after the Dia civilization sent it out, a tachyon signal appeared in the void again. This time the tachyon signal was obviously the same as the signal sent by the Dia civilization just now. This was because the other party quickly identified the signal of the Dia civilization and cracked the language of the Dia civilization in just a few seconds. The speed is staggering. A level 5 civilization certainly can't do this. A joint fleet of 2 level 5 civilizations? You two little guys are just wandering around. But why are you running to the door of our small universe? Don't you know that electronic warships are wandering all over the Milky Way? Look at your warp speed track, making such a big noise. Are you trying to attract the Reapers? Such a large-scale fleet will not erase the warp speed track. You are really tired of living. If you are not afraid of too much noise, well, forget it. You should not be a subordinate civilization of the stupid civilization of the Galactic Heart Alliance. That's good. That's good. Dia civilization? You have the identification information of the Persis community, so you should be a member of them. You are lucky. Okay. Don't wander around. Stay here for a while. We have cleared your warp track for you. We will let you go after we find out the location of the electronic warship. Another one is called human civilization. I haven't heard of it. No matter what civilization you are, stay here for now. The Orion arm is very dangerous now. We are doing this for your own good. Don't wander around. Huh? It turns out that you are the ones who started the war between the Persis arm and the Orion arm more than 2,000 years ago. You are lucky. Not long after you left, the Galactic Center Alliance probe arrived there. The message was not long, and there seemed to be no blame in the words, but it made everyone feel a chill in fear. Chapter 983. According to this unknown civilization, if humans and Dia civilization had continued to stay there, they would have encountered the Galactic Alliance. With the Galactic Alliance's approach, humans and Dia civilization would definitely not have a good ending. That would be the end. At that time, Dia civilization said that low-level civilizations still had a last period of development time, and level 5 civilizations could still be arrogant for a while. But they didn't expect that some level 6 civilizations had already returned to the universe. But they didn't know it. I don't know if this universe is just like this, or if this unknown has used some kind of arrangement. But the small universe detected by humans is still dark, and nothing can be seen. There is not even a faint starlight, as if entering a pocket. I'm really sorry. We really didn't know that the 6th level civilization would come out so soon. And we apologize for passing by the door of your small universe. We really didn't mean to do it. And we can't do anything about the warp track. We don't have the technology to erase the warp track. The Dia civilization, which maintained communication with humans, responded to the unknown civilization on behalf of both civilizations and honestly told the reason why their two civilizations came here. The humans also added with the same signal. The Dia civilization is right. Our two civilizations were passing through this star field. Just after detecting the space fluctuations, they were pulled into the small universe. We really don't know that the electronic warships are wandering around the Milky Way. We deeply apologize for the impact on your safety. This unknown civilization does not seem to be like the Silver Heart Alliance, recruiting low-level civilizations everywhere. Otherwise they would not say, "Wait until we find out the location of the electronic warships before letting you out." That's it. It was also because of this kind of expression that humans and Dia civilization were relieved. This unknown 6th level civilization did not seem to be a vicious person, and it also erased the warp track for the two civilizations. In this regard, Yu Yuan and the leaders of the new Dia civilization said they were lucky. especially the Dia civilization that had stayed in the Immortal Community Organization. They had a natural psychological shadow on some 6th-level civilizations. The unknown 6th-level civilization was unknown, but their replies could be transmitted to humans and Dia civilization in time. Okay. Stop saying these useless words. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. We are not an organization like the Silver Heart Alliance. Our race is not as bad as the main civilization race of the Silver Heart Alliance. We don't need to use you. Don't think that the 6th-level civilization will definitely destroy you. Although it is easy for us. We are not that idle. You 2 civilizations stay here. If we still can't find the electronic warship after we are done, we will let you go. But if we were you, we would choose to stay here. Our small universe is very hidden. Even if the harvesters come here, they can't find it through gravitational detection. Humans and Dia civilization certainly know what it means. It sounds like the Milky Way is about to enter the next turbulent stage. If you don't reach the 6th-level civilization, you can't come to the stage at all. You may also be hijacked by other 6th-level civilizations. It is indeed a good choice to have a small universe to hide. But neither Dia civilization nor humans want to hide. Even if the risk is great, both civilizations have their own reasons. The former is naturally obsessed with the Dark Star Project, and the latter also has this plan, and also wants to find the Celestial Star civilization and explore the hydrogen molecular cloud that they encountered at the beginning. However, it seems that it is not the right time now. Exploring the unknown is important, but it is not as important as the safety of the entire civilization. Living in such a turbulent galaxy, the first priority is to keep civilization going, and then consider other additional things. When humans and Dia civilization heard this proposal, they confirmed that this is a civilization with good intentions towards lower civilizations. Finally, the Dia civilization, unwilling to give up, asked some questions, including the current situation in the Milky Way and the impact of the Dark Star and the Level 6 civilization war. During this period, the Dia civilization also told this unknown civilization a lot of things about its participation in that war. From how it was pulled by the Perseus community to work on the periphery of the battlefield, to some battlefield information it witnessed, and finally to the collapse of the Perseus community, which allowed it to leave the organization. While asking questions, the Dia civilization was also introducing itself so that the unknown civilization could understand itself, which was a manifestation of respect for the advanced civilization. As an old 5th-level civilization that has been in the Persian community for so long, the Dia civilization is naturally very clear about these things. At the end, they did not forget to tell the story of how they met human civilization, how they finally shared hardships with human civilization when encountering microscopic demons, and how they fought side by side against the Star Sea Alliance. However, they also knew the limits of some details and did not tell them, such as the secrets of the relationship between the 3,000 human warships and the Awakeners. After telling the story, the people of human civilization felt that I have learned something. After the Dia civilization finished speaking, humans clearly felt that their favorability towards the unknown civilization had improved a lot in the following words. It is rare for your 2 civilizations to come together. Well, you can call us the Shinju civilization. Well, we haven't been active in the Milky Way for many years. I wonder if there are still civilizations that remember us. The second message was a few seconds apart. The current situation in the Milky Way is that the Reapers are still relying on the electronic warships to dominate and harvest other civilizations' technologies everywhere. After so many years, the Reapers are still the same. They still don't believe that they can't upgrade to a level 7 civilization in the Milky Way. No, maybe they have already believed it. But they just think they can harvest the entire Milky Way with electronic warships. Maybe they just want to concentrate the 6th level civilization characteristic technology of the Milky Way on their own civilization, and then embark on a long voyage. But they are still too arrogant, thinking that no civilization can punish them with electronic warships. Little do they know that the mysteries of the universe are endless. Other civilizations don't understand their characteristic technology, and they don't understand the characteristic technology of other civilizations. They just happen to master the characteristic technology related to war, which is nothing great, because of the limitations of physical rules. Technological civilization really has no way to find technology to replace electronic applications. But all technological equipment requires electronic activities. From this perspective, electronic warships are indeed unsolvable. But as long as we don't let electronic warships have the opportunity to destroy our electronic equipment, It will be fine. This is said as if he has a solution. Seeing what the Shinju civilization said, the Dia civilization cooperated and asked, "Do you, the Shinju civilization, have a way to deal with electronic warships? It seems that they have stayed in this small universe for too long." The Shinju civilization is very happy to communicate with outsiders. They immediately reply, "Ha ha ha. It's not just them. The Reapers, who have special technology. As for what it is, you will know when you come and see it." Chapter 984. This message was followed by a star map. Since this small universe was completely dark, humans and Dia civilization had no reference at all. So the star map information was thoughtfully marked by the Shinju civilization with the coordinate center as the location of the two civilizations. And the star map told the two civilizations how to navigate. After discussing it, humans and Dia civilization decided to follow the guidance of Shinju civilization to take a look. Sure enough, after sailing for a while according to the guidance of Shinju civilization, different scenes appeared on the spacecraft displays of the two civilizations. First of all, there is light. The microcosm of the Shinju civilization does have light, but because of some spatial layout, it does not shine on the previous location of humans and Dia civilization. The light is very dim, but it can also allow humans and Dia civilization to distinguish what it is. It is a star that is completely wrapped. Not many. Only 22. Of course, it is also possible that there are stars in the interlayer of other spaces in the microcosm. From the previous scene, we know that the Shinju civilization is capable of doing this. The stars were covered with a layer of something that was almost opaque. Neither humans nor the Dia civilization knew what it was. It did not look like the Dyson sphere we know, but more like something advanced that humans had seen in the Pioneer universe. The reason why these stars only had a faint glow was because of these things. And soon humans and the Dia civilization discovered something different. The space-time curvature detectors of both civilizations did not detect the gravitational phenomena exhibited by those stars. Gravity. If there is mass, there must be curvature of space-time. So the space-time curvature detector must be able to detect it. But now the 22 stars do not show any gravitational phenomenon. How can this not surprise the two civilizations? Is this the reason why the Shinju civilization is confident that the small universe will not be detected? The scientific officer on the Tianqin seemed to have thought of something. And when he saw the person next to him looking at him, he continued, "It should be the gravitational shielding technology. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the failure to detect gravitational phenomena." Gravitational shielding technology? It seems that everyone is looking at the feedback data from the detector without any response. And they are already 90% sure in their hearts. But it is not only the 22 stars that surprise them. Because as the distance gets closer, other things appear on the holographic screen. They are huge spaceships. Or more appropriately, warships. They are very large. With a length of more than 2,000 kilometers. A width and height of nearly 2,000 kilometers. And they look not much smaller than the moon. There are tens of thousands of such warships, just quietly hovering around the 22 stars. And behind them, that is, between the 22 stars, there is a white planet hovering. There were also a group of spaceships of different sizes coming and going around the planet and in that area, as if they were busy doing something. The Shinju civilization did not block the human and Dia civilizations at all, allowing the two civilizations' probes to approach and observe. As the exploration deepened, humans and Dia civilization also obtained data about the planet. The diameter of the planet was only more than 4,000 kilometers, only slightly larger than the moon. It was inconspicuous among many large warships and more than 20 stars. But it was obvious that the planet was the target of the Shinju civilization's busy work. The detection data was quickly transmitted to the command center of humans and the Dia civilization. The planet has a diameter of 4,485.65 kilometers. And its apparent color is white. It has a very low brightness. But its temperature and density are also very high. It also has a strong magnetic field. But like those stars, it also has no long-range gravitational force. Apart from this, it has all the characteristics of a white dwarf. And it is obviously a white dwarf. A white dwarf is a star in the red giant stage. Due to the exhaustion of helium fuel, the radiation pressure cannot balance the gravity. The external matter expands outward and continues to cool, while the internal helium core is continuously contracted and collapsed by gravity. The compressed matter is constantly colliding and getting hot due to the compression. And eventually the core exceeds the temperature of helium nuclear fusion. At this point, the star begins to enter the helium nuclear fusion stage. After millions of years, the helium is consumed. At this time, the outer ring of the star is still dominated by hydrogen and helium, but it has become the world of oxygen. Therefore, the energy of oxygen nuclear fusion begins to become the main force for the star to resist gravitational collapse. After a long time, the products of oxygen nuclear fusion begin to accumulate, and the core of the star begins to appear a mixture of carbon, oxygen, neon, magnesium, etc. Eventually, because the mass of the star is not large enough, the collision temperature of the matter produced by gravitational compression can no longer reach the nuclear fusion conditions of these heavy elements. And finally, the stellar fusion stops, and gravity becomes dominant. As a result, countless stellar matter collapses inward at nearly the speed of light due to gravity. And eventually countless matter collides with each other to burst out huge energy. At this point, after a burst of strong light, the star ends its life. The remaining core after the explosion does not exceed the Chandrasekhar limit, so a white dwarf is born. If the sun is not destroyed by the Tianqing civilization, it will eventually become a white dwarf. However, the white dwarf that humans and the Daya civilization see now is obviously different. It has no gravitational performance. And after continuous observation, the two civilizations were surprised to find that the Shinju civilization was dropping matter on this white dwarf. Those busy ships coming and going are material transporters. They get materials from interstellar factories, and then run to the orbit of the white dwarf to drop them. Humans and the Daya civilization saw that the materials dropped out were floating around the white dwarf without any gravitational performance at first. But as the materials gradually increased, there was a force that sucked all the materials onto the white dwarf. The two civilizations observed for a while, and happened to observe this process. When the matter that looked like space dust increased, the white dwarf was like a vacuum cleaner, sweeping them away. After completing this action, the busy spacecraft began to return to their previous state and continue to transport matter from factories to the vicinity of the white dwarf. After careful observation on Monday, humans and Daya civilization also discovered a magical phenomenon. That is, after the white dwarf absorbed those, its diameter did not increase, but became a little smaller. Although it is very small, it is easy for humans and Daya civilizations, as fifth-level civilizations, to detect it. This is obviously operated by Shinju civilization. Great Shinju civilization. What are you doing? Are you building a white dwarf? Seeing this, Daya civilization couldn't help asking. This time, humans and Daya civilization obviously detected the source of the information, which is the direction of the warships. White dwarf. I guess so. As you can see, it is a white dwarf at this stage, but we prefer to call it a white dwarf battle star. Of course, it's not called this now, because it's still under construction. It be soon. When it's finished, our Shinju civilization can operate openly in the Milky Way. Hee hee. Even at this stage, it's not afraid of electronic warships in theory. White dwarf matter is a dense material formed by the electron degeneracy force to counteract gravity to maintain balance. Electronic warships are no more powerful than electrons. Theoretically, it can't pass through such thick electron degeneracy force matter, but we still think it's not safe enough. Besides, our special technology also supports us to continue construction and let the electronic warships jump around for a little longer. Chapter 985. Do you want to continue building? Seeing the Shinju civilization say this, combined with the observed situation, humans and Daya civilization immediately thought of a possibility. Shinju civilization is building a neutron star. In theory, neutron stars are the product of supernova explosions of massive stars. But they are neutron stars formed under natural conditions. But no one has stipulated that neutron stars can only be produced under natural conditions. Right? So can scientific and technological power build a neutron star? The answer is yes. As long as the technology is advanced enough. It is not difficult to build a planet. The formation of a rocky planet only requires the accumulation of enough matter. Gravity, angular momentum, and other physical quantities will need the matter into a sphere, which is why all planets in the universe are spherical. And now, the Shinju civilization is still adding matter to the white dwarf in front of it. As the matter increases, the mass will inevitably increase. But the size of the planet is getting smaller. This shows that the Shinju civilization is using some technology to compress matter, or compressing matter with the gravity of the white dwarf itself. The ability to suddenly sweep away matter should be the shielding of gravity being opened. And the Shinju civilization obviously has a unique technology. Perhaps a technology related to gravity. Although humans and Dia civilization are not sure what it is. It is definitely related to their construction of the war star. The Shinju civilization itself also said that now they are hiding in this small universe just to build the war star. Excuse me, are you making a neutron star? The Dia civilization asked the question that humans wanted to ask. It seems that they are just sitting around doing nothing. Perhaps no other civilization has come to this small universe for many years. The Shinju civilization introduced it to humans and Dia civilization. Perhaps because they are proud of their creation. Ha! Of course it is a neutron star. But neutron stars are natural celestial bodies. What we created is not a natural celestial body, but our own war star. We can just get natural planets directly from the universe. The most abundant thing in the universe is planets. As for this planet, as you can see, we are building a warship with a celestial body as the hull. We have named this unfinished warship after our civilization, Shinju. But we prefer to call it a neutron battle star. Neutron battle star. It really is a neutron battle star. At this stage, it is a white dwarf. And the next stage is a neutron star. As long as the mass is large enough, the white dwarf will be further compressed by gravity and become a neutron star. Now this battle star is still in the construction stage, and the Shinju civilization is still adding mass to it. But since they have the gravitational shielding technology, why not just move the star to the white dwarf and let the white dwarf gravity absorb matter? Instead, they used spacecraft to transport materials and then deployed such an old and inefficient method? Humans and Dia civilization asked this question naively. Shinju civilization did not answer directly, but asked humans and Dia civilization to observe for a while and think about it first. Is it because of the existence of large space electronic warships? Dia civilization tentatively answered. Shinju civilization did not respond. It should be that the construction of war stars has special technical requirements and natural planets cannot be used. Humans also tried to answer. At this time, the Shinju civilization finally responded. It is partially correct. A war star is not a planet equipped with an engine. It is a special warship with special technology. An ordinary planet equipped with an engine is just a bulky planet. A planet that can only be hit cannot be called a war star. As for the reason for not using natural planets, hey, the Shinju civilization couldn't help but sigh here, with a sense of helplessness. Sure enough, the next moment, humans and Dia civilization received tachyon information again. That's because it's impossible. A natural neutron star is a three-dimensional sphere. We don't have the technology of four-dimensional space. So how can we operate a neutron star? Could it be that the characteristic technology of Shinju civilization is not four-dimensional related technology? Yu Yuan on the Tianqin and the scientific officer next to him looked at each other. They thought that Shinju civilization had two characteristic technologies, one related to gravity, and the other related to four-dimensional space. Otherwise, how could they build a neutron battle star? But the Shinju civilization said that they had never mastered the four-dimensional space technology. Doesn't that mean? Sure enough, the next moment, the Shinju civilization sent another message. Yes, as you can see, we built it bit by bit from scratch. Now it has become a white dwarf. All kinds of control equipment operating systems have been completed after the stage. And the next stage is coming soon. You are lucky to be here to see its next stage. And you are also a witness to the birth of the war star. Take a good look at this battleship that will change the future of the Milky Way. The words of the Shinju civilization are full of pride. They are very proud of the battleship they are building. And this warship is just as they said. It is not a natural planet at all, because they don't have four-dimensional space technology. So they can't directly hollow out the interior of a planet. Shinju civilization doesn't have four-dimensional technology. So they use the dumbest method. First build a war star core, and then pile up matter on the core. The more matter is piled up, it becomes a planet. Simple and crude but feasible method. However, this pile of mass cannot be piled up mindlessly. Regarding this point, Shinju civilization did not say it clearly, but just let humans and Dia civilization see for themselves if they are interested. The leaders of the two civilizations were not hypocritical, and the scientists were even more unwilling to miss this opportunity. That was a creation of a sixth-level civilization, and it was a creation being built with a special technology core. Although they certainly couldn't understand the real special technology. They couldn't make gunpowder, but they could at least hear the sound of the cannon. So, humans and Dia civilization saw some details of the warship under construction. The construction of a war star is indeed not a mindless pile of mass. After a period of observation, the two civilizations found that the amount of matter absorbed by a white dwarf each time was not fixed. But there was a certain pattern, and the distribution of matter falling on the white dwarf also had a certain pattern, including the materials that the spacecraft transported each time were not all hydrogen, but various elements. There were also some things on the white dwarf that looked like something unknown, but they were like spider webs crawling all over the surface of the planet. Seeing this situation, humans and Dia civilization finally realized that this operation might be related to the war star control and operating system mentioned by the Shinju civilization. And at this stage, they accumulated the mass of the planet so slowly, which was also related to this arrangement. Humans and Dia civilization couldn't understand it, but they knew that this was the reason why the construction of the war star was so slow. However, as the Shinju civilization said, it's almost time. This stage is coming to an end, and the war star is about to usher in its next construction stage. This time is 360 years after the arrival of humans and Dia civilization. Chapter 986. A white dwarf is an extreme celestial body with super strong gravity. The Shinju civilization can actually arrange various functional facilities in such an environment. Scientists from the human and Dia civilizations feel a tingling sensation on their scalps when seeing this situation. If it is said that it is active on a white dwarf, the Tianqin with quark material can completely land on the surface of a white dwarf. But being able to land and being able to arrange equipment on a planet are two different things. A white dwarf is an environment with electron degeneracy. God knows how the Shinju civilization can arrange various control systems on it. Humans and Dia civilizations are only level 5 civilizations, so they definitely don't understand it. Even if a level 6 civilization comes, they can understand what's going on. Even if the Shinju civilization explains it, they can't understand the scientific knowledge and principles involved. The most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is understandable. So it stands to reason that all knowledge in the universe is understandable. The problem is that it is indeed understandable, but not all intelligent life can understand it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many civilizations trapped and killed under the technological barriers. Special technology is such a thing. Some civilizations can easily understand it with their own racial talents, but it is extremely difficult for another intelligent creature to understand it, or even impossible to understand it forever. The path of technological development has commonality, but different branches of technology will also appear due to the different understanding abilities of intelligent life. Looking at the amazing engineering of the Shinju civilization, humans and Dia civilization can only see the appearance. And this year, the two civilizations saw the Shinju civilization's war star engineering enter the next stage. All the engineering ships that used to come and go were withdrawn. They all returned to the fleet of Shinju civilization and stopped transporting materials to the white dwarf. For more than 300 years, humans and Dia civilization have been researching technology, but they have never stopped observing the war star engineering of Shinju civilization. Two civilizations are not two people. One civilization can do many things at the same time. Observing war star engineering, studying dark matter related technology, perfecting superstring theory, studying microscopic technology, doing various scientific experiments, etc. Everything can be done simultaneously. This may be the advantage of scientific and technological civilization. When humans and Dia civilization discovered that the war star project of Shinju civilization had entered a new stage, the leaders of the two civilizations and many scientists once again focused their attention on the white dwarf. Humans were not polite at all and directly observed it by connecting their consciousness to the warship. When Shinju civilization asked the two civilizations to observe on their own, humans did so and gained a lot. Through the third-person driving observation of the consciousness-connected warship, humans discovered that the white dwarf of Shinju civilization actually showed the strength of consciousness. Of course, it does not mean that white dwarfs have consciousness, but that there are individual lives of the Shinju civilization on white dwarfs. To be precise, it is not on white dwarfs, but inside white dwarfs. Humans are right. The way Shinju civilization makes war stars is to make a war star core first, and the personnel have entered the war star core long before entering the material filling stage. In other words, after the war star enters the material filling stage, the people of Shinju civilization in the war star core will never come out. Of course, it is not ruled out that Shinju civilization has other ways. But in the absence of four-dimensional space technology, humans can only think of one way. That is, to disperse all the matter again. But that also means that if the war star wants to become a war star again, it must gather matter again, and go through the construction stage of the white dwarf again. From the introduction of the Shinju civilization, humans and Daya civilization know that it is an extremely long process. So if it is not necessary, the people of the Shinju civilization in the war star will never come out. Humans and Daya civilization do not know how the Shinju civilization drives the war star. The two civilizations did ask this question, but the Shinju civilization did not explain too much, only saying that it was a special technology. Now, humans and Daya civilization finally saw one of the applications of the unique technology of Shinju civilization. The 22 stars that were originally suspended in the void and wrapped changed. The translucent material wrapped around the stars faded like a tide. Only then did humans and Daya civilization discover that the thing was not a substance, but more like a force field structure of some form. After exiting the outer shell, the 22 stars finally revealed their true colors, but still had no gravitational performance. Of course, it doesn't mean that they have no gravity. If they have no gravity, they will not look like stars, but will disintegrate due to the radiation pressure generated by nuclear fusion. The 22 stars were obviously tampered with by the Shinju civilization, and their gravitational performance was limited to the surface of their spheres. The next moment, humans and Daya civilization saw the 22 stars move, without any signs. A slope appeared in the space, and the 22 stars moved along the space slope created by gravity technology, moving relative to each other, like a ball of light floating in the dark night. They soon came near the white dwarf. Then they arranged in a ring, rotating around the white dwarf like a string of stars. At the same time, the white dwarf began to exert its strength, and a strong gravitational force came out from the white dwarf, sucking out molecular tails from the 22 stars. That was a stellar wonder. Obviously, natural stars would definitely not have such strangeness. And it would not be just the white dwarf absorbing stellar matter. It is even more impossible for the white dwarf to be motionless in the middle of the string of stars as we see now, because the total mass of the 22 stars is definitely many times greater than that of the white dwarf. However, such a scene actually appeared. The Shinju civilization used their amazing gravity technology to play with the planets, and countless people from the human civilization and the Daya civilization were shocked. The so-called picking stars and taking the moon. The so-called holding the sun and the moon in your hands and picking the stars. Is this seen? Both humans and the Daya civilization are level 5 civilizations, which can drive planets with planetary warp engines. But they cannot move huge stars, let alone play with stars like beads like the Shinju civilization. The power of science and technology is so strong and so delicate. The white dwarf sucked away a lot of stellar matter, but it was not violently absorbed, but absorbed at a constant rate. Those materials drew tongues of fire in the void and finally fell on the white dwarf. At the same time, the white dwarf also slowly rotated. This scene is like refining an elixir. The white dwarf is like an elixir bathed in flames, being roasted by the flames of 22 stars. As time goes by, the luminosity of the white dwarf becomes brighter and brighter, and its mass becomes larger and larger, but its volume becomes smaller and smaller. From the initial diameter of more than 4,000 kilometers, it gradually becomes 4,000 kilometers, 3,899 kilometers, 3,786 kilometers, 3,333 kilometers, 2,759 kilometers. The volume of the white dwarf keeps getting smaller, but the mass is getting larger. Countless substances are compressed and compressed again in this process. Gradually, as the mass gets larger and the volume gets smaller, the first pair of shared electrons finally can't bear the pressure, breaking through the strong degeneracy force, breaking the poly-incompatible repulsion, and the first electron is forced to merge with a proton in the nucleus to become a neutron. When the first electron shows this physical phenomenon, there will be a second and a third one. At this moment, a force called neutron degeneracy force appears for the first time. The appearance of this phenomenon means that the war star construction project of the Shinju civilization has entered the final stage. Chapter 987. Degeneracy force refers to the mutual repulsion generated by certain particles such as electrons, neutrons, protons, and other fermions that cannot occupy the same position in space due to the Pauli exclusion principle in quantum mechanics. Neutron degeneracy force specifically refers to this repulsive force between neutrons. When neutrons are compressed to very close, since they cannot occupy the same quantum state, this repulsive force that resists further compression will be generated. And the only thing that can cause this force between neutrons is basically the strong compression of gravity. Neutron degeneracy force is the symbol of neutron stars, and the force that maintains the volume and density of neutron stars. Without this force, neutron stars will collapse directly into black holes. Therefore, neutron stars have a mass upper limit, namely the Oppenheimer limit. When the mass of a neutron star exceeds the Oppenheimer limit, the gravity generated by its mass will exceed the maximum limit of the neutron degeneracy force, and the neutrons will be squeezed together to form a black hole. From the perspective of quantum mechanics and quantum field theory, this process is the superposition of the wave peaks of two Fermi-excited states in the quantum field. After the superposition, it exceeds the force of stable spacetime. So spacetime is like a hole pierced by matter and leaks. Of course, the Shinju civilization created a neutron battle star, and they certainly did not allow the mass of the neutron star to exceed the Oppenheimer limit. The 22 stars in the void were still rotating around the neutron star that was being formed. Their matter was pulled by the gravity of the planet between the neutron star and the white dwarf, pulling out a long tongue of fire. And the rotation gave the tongue of fire its own shape. From the perspective of humans, it was like a big turntable of fire, and the surging flames of the stars were rotating. Very beautiful and very even. As the neutron star gradually formed, its rotation gradually became faster, and this kind of fire refining the golden elixir phenomenon became more and more intense. The 22 surrounding flames still gushed out like the divine fire of refining the elixir. But on the equator of the transformed planet, it has changed its appearance. The 22 surrounding star flames have become a hot rotating flat disk here. Flat from the neutron star to the surroundings, like a spinning top with two pointed ends. Because of the temperature of the star, the 22 flames are yellow. But the closer to the center of the rotating planet, the whiter it is. And the rotating planet in the middle is even whiter and hotter, like a golden elixir being condensed. Gradually, the planet became smaller. Humans made some measurements and found that it had shrunk to less than 100 kilometers in diameter. It had become a veritable neutron star. But it was not enough. Its mass was still increasing, and its volume was still shrinking. At this time, the prototype of the accretion disk appeared. But there were no jets at both ends. It must have been intentional by the divine matrix civilization. This phenomenon would not occur in the natural environment. Sure enough, it didn't take long for humans observing in the third-person state to discover new changes. A magnetic field appeared. A very strong magnetic field. Even the very distant human and Dia civilization fleets could detect the extremely strong magnetic field. Adley and the human fleet was even more agitated. And all this was felt most deeply by the humans in the third-person perspective. All the previous operations of the Shinju civilization seemed to be for this moment. Perhaps this war planet itself was designed in this way. At this moment, the planet has shrunk to a diameter of only 30 kilometers. And it has become a proper neutron star. Its shrinking trend has also begun to slow down. But it has not stopped. With the emergence of the magnetic field, the 22 stellar flames that were originally rotating also changed their appearance. The stellar flames, affected by the strong magnetic field of the neutron star, turned into circles of light surrounding the neutron star. From a distance, it looked like a series of glowing brackets were put on the neutron star. That is the direction of the magnetic flux lines. The strong magnetic field of the neutron star actually magnetized the stellar flames and arranged them according to its own magnetic flux lines. But humans know that these are all illusions. In fact, the stellar flames are still burning the neutron star. But because the neutron star has become very fast, its rotation naturally drives its strong magnetic field to rotate. So those stellar flames will look like glowing brackets. It is a bit like a mock ring. Very beautiful. But this state did not last long, because the neutron star in the center disappeared. It disappeared in the visible light field. If observed from a normal optical telescope, you will only see 22 stars rotating around a circle of light rings distributed according to magnetic lines of force. But that power tells humans and Dia civilization that there is a neutron star with brilliant light in that invisible place. From the perspective of X-ray, the brightness of the neutron star overshadows all technological creations in the void. Other warships, spaceships, fleets, and other creations pale in comparison to him. 150 years later, the neutron star finally stopped shrinking, and its diameter was fixed at 15 kilometers. It was at this moment that the brilliant neutron star jumped out of the Donlu, radiating X-rays. The extremely high temperature brought waves of heat radiation to the surroundings as it rotated at high speed, and the eyes of the entire small universe were focused on it. It's done. It should not be called a neutron star now, but a neutron battle star. It just hovered in the void. Compared to the huge warships, it was so petite, but any intelligent life that was looking at it had a feeling from the depths of its soul that it had nothing to do with the word petite. Instead, it was extremely domineering. It was just turning rapidly and radiating heat all around. But the warships in front of it were like facing a stormy sea, with a feeling of surging waves crashing against the shore, coupled with the powerful gravity that the neutron war star exuded at this time. The humans far away in the void felt like they were being pulled over. It should be able to continue to shrink. But the Shinju civilization did not continue to shrink its size, probably to reserve mass for the Oppenheimer limit. Suddenly, the space-time in front of the hovering neutron battle star seemed to collapse. And then it was seen to instantly enter the state of 213.75 times the speed of light and disappear in the optical field of view. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in the void between humans and the Dia civilization fleet. At this moment, it seemed that wherever the neutron battle star went, it became the center of the small universe. When it exited the warp speed, the two civilizations found that its size was much smaller, which was caused by its sudden stop of high-speed rotation. It was at this time that its ridiculously strong gravitational performance disappeared. From the appearance, the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization was like a harmless and light bright spot. At this moment, the humans and the Dia civilization, who thought they had finally finished, found that the neutron war star that had switched states actually moved again. But this time it did not warp like before, but suddenly flashed forward for several astronomical units, as if it jumped in space, and it felt like a checker jumping on the ground. At the same time, a super strong gravitational wave came from the place where it disappeared, causing the warships of the humans and the Dia civilization to trigger the real shield. It seemed to be a light jump, but it was heavy. Chapter 988. Then, the neutron star, which had no gravitational performance and no rotation, disappeared from its original location again, and then appeared in a farther place. The second, third, and fourth times, each time farther than the last. And finally the farthest jump distance was fixed at 1 light-year. As the neutron battle star jumped like a marble, waves of strong gravitational waves echoed in space, causing the real shields of the human and Dia civilization fleets to rise and fall. Seeing this, Dia civilization sent a communication message to Tianqin, human civilization. The neutron battle star seems to be testing its performance. It is constantly switching between gravitational performance and non-gravitational performance, rotation and non-rotation, and constantly changing its position. Can you tell what kind of movement this is? Our scientists analyzed that it is a bit like the movement of an electronic warship. What is the movement of an electronic warship? A tachyon message was sent from the Tianqin. Replying, the human scientists, who have always paid attention to electronic warships, also looked at the communication information display screen. For so long, the Dia civilization has never mentioned the movement of electronic warships. They are all very curious, but they didn't expect that the Dia civilization even knew this. The Dia civilization seemed eager to know the results of human detection of the movement of the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization, because after experiencing the war between spiral arms, they always felt that humans had some extraordinary detection methods. For this reason, the Dia civilization also combined the fact that humans reminded them of the distance of microscopic demons. The combination of the two made their scientists and scholars believe that humans have some unknown detection methods. For this reason, after being with human civilization all the way, the Dia civilization always habitually asked humans for their opinions on detection and observation, even if they had already detected it for sure. They would ask. The answers given by humans often surprised them. So the Dia civilization is more certain that humans have some kind of detection method that they don't know about. Scientists of the civilization speculate that it may be related to the 3,000 warships with Awakener technology. It must be said that the Dia civilization has a keen sense of smell. Therefore, they are almost open about such questions from humans. We haven't detected it directly, but in the 6th level civilization war that year, we got some war data from the Persis community. And the data included the Persis community's conclusion on the movement of electronic warships. They said that in addition to conventional movement, The electronic battleship also has a form of position exchange movement based on quantum entanglement interaction. Oh! The electronic battleship is not actually a battleship, but a pair of battleships. One large and one small. One macroscopic and one microscopic. From the surface, the movement of the electronic battleship is like teleportation. But it is not. It is actually a kind of interconnected movement developed on the basis of Pauli's incompatible shared electron pairs. In essence, it is the position exchange between two electrons. The electronic warship is actually a pair of warships. Not just one. When the humans heard this, they couldn't help but exclaimed in their hearts. They all thought that the electronic warship was a warship. Let's not talk about the movement of the neutron battle star. How much do you have to say about the electronic warship? Tell us all. The humans took the opportunity to ask. Ah? You don't know? The Dia civilization was also surprised. Not pretending. Well, the killing range of the electronic warship is 4 light years. Any warship that approaches it within 4 light years will have all its instruments and equipment destroyed. It is inevitable. No matter how many warships there are, it will be useless. At the beginning, many level 6 civilizations of the Perseus community were wiped out by electronic warships. Well, this is all the information we know about electronic warships. And I have sent it to you. Okay. Can you see how this neutron star moves? Of course I can. A group of human drivers, who are driving in the third person, said in their hearts. It must be said that the Awakener's special technology is not only almost perfect in advanced prediction and avoidance, but also very powerful in observation. Even the movement of the neutron star with the 6th level civilization special technology can be seen clearly by human drivers. And the key is that the other party does not know that they are being observed by humans. The drivers will soon report everything they see in the third-person driving mode to the command center, which will then reply to the Dia civilization. We don't know what the principle is, but we can tell you very clearly that the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization is indeed being tested. And its way of moving is a form of space elastic jump. What? What is space elastic jump? The scientists of the Dia civilization were puzzled. Literally, the translation systems of humans and Dia civilization have basically achieved the goal of not mistranslating. The information said by humans will be appropriately converted into their text according to the cultural characteristics of Dia civilization. Is space elastic? The Dia civilization captured the key words. We don't know the details. We don't have any relevant theories about space elasticity. But our intuition tells us that the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization uses space elasticity to drive movement in that state. This statement of humans made Dia civilization speechless. What is intuition? You actually say that scientific observations are intuition. If humans didn't say this often and accurately, I believe the Dia civilization would be furious. Humans are also puzzled. Isn't it intuition? We don't know how to explain the third-person observation method. If we describe it seriously, it will involve third-person dreams. Individual lives in the Dia civilization don't have this talent. Then we have to explain a lot of things, which is very troublesome. It's better to use intuition to summarize the matter. In fact, this is exactly what human pilots saw. They saw that every time the neutron star jumped forward, there was a feeling of space collapse. It wasn't really a feeling. The pilots saw this shocking scene. Every time the neutron star jumped, the space where it was originally located suddenly sank, reaching the edge of the planetary black hole. But it didn't appear, because the next moment, the space immediately bounced the neutron star forward like a rebound. In their adjectives, both trampoline and wormhole phenomenon appeared. Trampoline is used to describe the movement of neutron war stars, while wormhole phenomenon is achieved by using temporary wormholes when neutron war stars are bounced up and heading to the landing point. This phenomenon makes humans believe that space is indeed elastic, according to the information provided by Dia civilization. If the movement of electronic warships around is like light steps, then the movement of neutron war stars of Shinju civilization is like a miracle with great force, using violent technology to jump like a grasshopper. And each step carries the momentum of thunder, and the space trembles wherever it steps. A sense of violent aesthetics comes to the face. Chapter 989. The depth of Shinju civilization's understanding of gravity is completely incomparable to that of humans and Dia civilization. They can not only create neutron battle stars, but also equip neutron battle stars with such a powerful way of movement. Of course, this way of movement is not mysterious. In the third-person driving state, humans can easily see clearly that it is indeed a way of movement based on gravity technology and space technology. But the foundation lies in gravity technology. The driver in the third-person driving state described that space is like a trampoline that bounces the neutron battlestar up and stretches it to move, which is indeed very vivid. Even if scientists were to observe it, they could only get the same adjective. It was just that after the neutron star jumped up, its movement, which seemed faster than the fastest warp speed, was essentially completed through a short-distance wormhole, which was certain. However, that wormhole was a temporary wormhole. After the neutron star jumped in, its entrance disappeared with the neutron stars and the speed of disappearance was too fast. So the Dia civilization could not understand the reason using conventional detection methods. Obviously, this short-distance movement method has its characteristics. In terms of performance and reality, it is indeed faster than the highest warp speed of the 6th-level civilization. But it is obviously not suitable for long-distance travel. Energy consumption and sustainability are a big problem. But it is very suitable for use on the battlefield. It gives the neutron battlestar another flexible way of movement. In addition, it is a neutron star itself. And civilizations without special technology have no way to deal with it. In addition to the way of movement, the neutron battlestar must have many attack and defense methods. But it is not shown here. After jumping around for a while, it returned to the space between the human and Dia civilization fleets. Then, the two civilizations found that the neutron battlestar trembled, and then detected a clear signal emanating from the space where it was. Human civilization. Dia civilization. Our Shinju, the neutron battlestar, has been completed. Although we still haven't found the location of the electronic battleship during this period, it doesn't matter anymore. Next, we will leave this small universe and look for the harvesters. The days when the harvesters of the Milky Way dominated the world will become history. You are lucky. If you want to go out, we can send you out now, but we still say that you'd better stay here now. Thank you very much. Great Shinju civilization. We do have important things to do in the big universe. We need to find dark stars. And through the observation of dark stars, find dark matter-related technology and advance to the 6th level of civilization. The Dia civilization answered first, and it was obvious that they wanted to go out. But they could not represent humans. Humans thought that the Dia civilization was stupid. So they sent a different message. Thank you very much. Great Shinju civilization. We human civilization think your proposal is very good. We heard that we need to reach at least the 6th level of civilization to qualify for a real long-distance voyage. Our goal is to make a long-distance voyage. And we believe that even without dark stars as observation objects, we can be promoted to the 6th level of civilization. So please allow us to continue to stay in your small universe until we reach the 6th level of civilization. That's quite interesting. The signal from the Shinju civilization was sent from the neutron battlestar. You also know about the Great Voyage. And you also aim for the Great Voyage. It seems that you know a lot. As far as we know, the Great Voyage basically needs to be known by the 6th level civilization. I guess you got the news from the Persis community. Those guys are useless. But they know a lot of fragmentary news. It's a pity that they are unlucky. Otherwise, after we start the Great Voyage, we wouldn't mind having a few more civilizations like them. The Shinju civilization thought that the human news came from the Persis community. For this misunderstanding, the human side did not explain much. After all, there is no need. In fact, most of the level 5 civilizations know about the Great Voyage. But there is no level 6 civilization to explain it in detail. So we don't know the specific details. It just so happens that the Shinju civilization mentioned this matter. And humans took the opportunity to ask, "Excuse me, Great Shinju civilization, do you know the specific reason for the Great Voyage?" In fact, humans have already received the answer from the pioneers. But they just want to hear what other opinions this Great Shinju civilization, which can even create neutron battle stars, has. However, the Shinju civilization did not directly answer humans, but first mentioned the dark stars mentioned by the Dia civilization. Regarding the dark stars, we think that your Dia civilization is not as bold as your partner, the human civilization next to you. Dark stars are indeed a good thing to help the 5th level civilization master dark matter technology. But it is actually possible without dark stars. But it is more difficult. And let me tell you this. In fact, in the Milky Way, as far as we know, there should not be many natural dark stars. Those dark stars are either packed into their own small universes by the sixth-level civilizations, or have long disappeared in the universe, received into your own small universe. Why? The Dia civilization asked anxiously. They had been looking for dark stars for many years, but had heard nothing. They had also never heard that the Perseus community's microcosm had collected dark stars. The Shinju civilization seemed to know the key to the Dia civilization's question. They patiently said. The Perseus community was established much later than the Galactic Center Alliance. By the time they realized this, many of the remaining dark stars in the Milky Way had already been collected by the Galactic Center Alliance. The remaining ones were basically difficult to find, or had already disappeared. Naturally, the Perseus community did not have any. As for what the Galactic Heart Alliance is doing with so many dark stars, do we need to explain it? Seeing the Divine Principle civilization say this, the Dia people who were participating in the civilization dialogue in the Dia civilization also reacted. Is it to cultivate those low-level civilizations they have collected? You are not stupid. Although we do not agree with the practice of the Galactic Heart Alliance, they have used more than 100,000 years to prove one thing, directly telling the fifth-level civilization the scientific principles and technologies related to dark matter that are the symbol of the sixth-level civilization, and letting them reach the sixth-level civilization level will not allow that race to give birth to unique technologies. Of course, maybe it's because that civilization doesn't have talent. Who knows? Anyway, after the Silver Heart Alliance came to this conclusion, they began to search for dark stars in the Milky Way. Now the dark stars in the Milky Way are basically in their hands. Through the dark stars, they let the fifth-level civilization under their organization observe and upgrade to the sixth-level civilization, trying to cultivate a race with unique technological talents. So now the dark stars that appear in the Milky Way, we want to remind you here, 9 out of 10 are baits of the Silver Heart Alliance. The words of the Shinju civilization instantly poured cold water on the Dia civilization. It turned out that the things they had worked so hard to find had been taken away by others. Fortunately, they didn't find it. Otherwise, they would have become a member of the Silver Heart Alliance gloriously. Chapter 990. Thank you very much. Let's stay here, Dia civilization said immediately. Very good. With the Cancer of the Galaxy Alliance and the Reapers in the Milky Way, it is very difficult for civilization to survive. We just hope that when we embark on the long voyage, there will be more level 6 civilizations to go with us. You should work hard. I hope that when we leave, you can meet the qualifications for the long voyage. Shinju civilization's words are an explanation to them, suggesting that humans and Dia civilization stay. In the face of this statement, the reactions of humans and Dia civilization are different. Humans have long known that the road to the Great Voyage is not peaceful. The Awakeners also said similar things at the beginning. It was the second time to hear such a statement, and there was no ripple. Dia civilization was deeply moved. They did not expect that such a great civilization of Shinju would be so optimistic about them, and invite them to embark on the Great Voyage together. Based on this, they also asked questions about the Great Voyage. The neutron battlestar of Shinju civilization showed other actions again. It still accelerated its rotation on different axes. At the same time, they also explained it to humans and Dia civilization. After we destroy the Reaper's electronic warship, we will start the Great Voyage to the galaxy. But leaving the galaxy is not an easy thing. As far as we know, there are 2 ways. One is the Stargate ruins left by the cosmic civilization, and the other is the conventional warp speed. The Stargate exists, but we haven't found it. If we can't find it, we can only leave directly. No matter which method is used, sufficient preparation is required. By then, the 6th level civilization in the galaxy will definitely know about it. So the obstacle now is the Reaper. As for why we need to make a great voyage, it's actually not a big secret. You will know it when you really master the technology related to dark matter. But it doesn't hurt to tell you that according to our years of exploration, the so-called vacuum zero-point energy is actually very huge. Only by truly mastering it can we pry open the laws of physics. And the vacuum zero-point energy phenomenon we detected in the Milky Way, according to our discovery, is likely just a trace of energy leaked from the real vacuum zero-point energy. Energy leaked from the gaps in dark matter. It's like a fire suddenly ignited in the water. We know that fire exists, but we who live in the water can never master the energy of fire. The only way is to go ashore, to the place where the influence of dark matter is the least. Only there is a possibility. Hey, you should know that we actually live in dark matter. Every galaxy in the universe is filled with dark matter. So the big void becomes the destination of the long-distance voyage. The dark matter between galaxies is indeed thinner than that inside the galaxy. And even most places do not have dark matter. But the absence of dark matter does not mean that the space is not affected by dark matter. As long as the space is affected by some characteristics of dark matter, the answer to the vacuum zero-point energy cannot be obtained. It is precisely because there is so much dark matter that only the 6th-level civilization that masters dark matter technology is qualified to sail. For the same reason, the long voyage must go through galaxies one by one. Only in this way can we collect dark matter as energy. However, what makes all level 6 civilizations despair is that although the center of the void may not be affected by dark matter in theory, it is indeed possible to find a way to master vacuum zero-point energy there. But similarly, we who rely on dark matter technology to travel far cannot reach there, because there is no dark matter there at all. Maybe after we reach our destination, we will never get out again. But that is the only hope for civilization. The universe is so vast. There must be many secrets that we all want to know. But we can't travel the universe with the technology of level 6 civilization alone. We must move forward, even if we fall on the road. Of course, not every civilization has the ideal of long-distance voyages. Such civilizations have lost their motivation. They only see a small piece of land in the galaxy in front of them. Even if such civilizations flourish for a while, one day, they will inevitably disappear in the universe due to internal problems. It may not be an internal problem. We once got a message from a ruin of an unknown level of civilization. Vacuum decay may have occurred in the universe now, and it is spreading to the entire universe. Perhaps this is the reason for the disappearance of cosmic civilizations. Perhaps it is not just vacuum decay. There are some irreversible traces based on physical rules everywhere in this universe. They are spreading to the entire universe. At that time, civilizations that do not have the ability to modify physical rules will inevitably perish. Level 6 civilizations seem powerful, and long-distance voyages seem great. But in fact, we are just trying to survive. What happened in this universe? We can tell you clearly that the Milky Way was able to achieve quantum entanglement communication before. So why did it fail? The most likely possibility is that the rules were modified. But this is not the point. Because now you should think about it. If it is not quantum entanglement communication that fails, but other physical laws, or even some rules that are changing the environment of the universe, then it is not as simple as quantum entanglement communication failing. But the entire Milky Way, and even the surrounding galaxies may not exist because of this. Seemingly optimistic about the future of human beings and Dia civilization, the Shinju civilization patiently explained to the two civilizations a lot of things about the Great Voyage, including some cosmic secrets they knew. There was encouragement in the words, but also a sense of helplessness. The technology of the Shinju civilization can easily pick stars and moons, and travel across the starry sea. But when it comes to the Great Voyage, just like the Awakener, there is a strong sense of helplessness everywhere. Of course, their words also reveal the hope for the Great Voyage. After a lot of talk, the neutron battle star that was being tested by the Shinju civilization returned to calm again. And they also continued to tell humans and Dia civilization some secrets of the Great Voyage and their own speculations. Billions of years ago, there was a civilization called pioneers in the Milky Way. They have been walking for billions of years. Logically, if they succeeded, they should return to the Milky Way to build a stargate. After all, they themselves hope that more civilizations can land. But there is no trace of a conspicuous stargate in our Milky Way. So we guess that they may have failed. But we don't know where they have gone. At this point, the Shinju civilization told humans and Dia civilization about what they knew about the pioneers. However, after speaking out, humans discovered that a lot of information was not as comprehensive as they knew. For example, the Shinju civilization did not know about the pioneers' special technology, and humans did not mention this to the Dia civilization. So the Dia civilization naturally had no way to tell the Shinju civilization. Speaking of the pioneers, the Shinju civilization sighed with emotion, and also showed strong confidence in the special technology of its own civilization. The pioneers are indeed great. They have opened the precedent of the Great Voyage of the Milky Way. Unfortunately, they are an ordinary 6th-level civilization after all, without special technology to escort them. They can't go far on the dangerous road of the Great Voyage. But we are different. The neutron battle star will smash any civilization that hinders our progress. The Reaper will be the first, but not the last. After commenting on the pioneers, the Shinju civilization then introduced its own small universe to humans and Dia civilization, and said, "You stay well and work hard. When we go out to defeat the Reaper, we will organize the second great voyage of the Milky Way." Chapter 991. After such a speech, the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization jumped away again, as if it was still doing some tests. It kept jumping in the small universe like a bouncing ball, and finally returned to the vicinity of the 22 stars and stopped. Although the Shinju civilization said that they would defeat the electronic warships of the Reapers and start the long voyage across the Milky Way, they did not take direct action. The neutron battle star did not run out of the small universe directly to look for the electronic warships, probably because they did not know where the electronic warships were now. The neutron battle star did not go out, but many large conventional warships stepped out of the small universe in groups. They should have gone out to investigate the situation first. The neutron battle star had just been completed, and the Shinju civilization should have hidden something to give the harvester a surprise. This is also true. Those fleets that went out actually went to find the Ancient Alliance. Although the Shinju civilization always said that the Ancient Alliance was nothing, they still had real skills. For example, the broadcast with its own intelligent program was exclusive to the Ancient Alliance. Other level 6 civilizations did not have that technology. In addition, the Galactic Alliance is very well informed, and they have the most spies in the Milky Way. If we find them, we can find many of the level 6 civilizations we want to find, including traces of electronic warships. Of course, the Shinju civilization knows all about it. Seeing that the Shinju civilization was taking action on its own, the Dia civilization asked again, "Excuse me, is there dark matter in your small universe? If there are no dark stars, then there must be dark matter. Otherwise, how can we study dark matter technology? Do you even need to ask this? Dark matter is everywhere. It seems that your two civilizations have been stuck at the 5th level for a long time. But the technological barriers cannot be broken in a hurry. And not every civilization has the ability to step onto the 6th level. Over the past millions of years, we have encountered many civilizations that have stopped at the 5th level. They have tried their best but still cannot explore dark matter. And they are even unable to understand the theories and technologies related to dark matter. In the end, they lost their motivation to move forward and became a 5th level civilization that just eats and waits for death. We also call such civilizations degenerate civilizations. The Shinju civilization responded to the information of the Dia civilization like a mentor, and also faced human civilization. Degenerate civilizations have no future. Their civilization accumulation will only gradually disappear in the luxurious internal environment, and eventually the civilization will regress and perish. We don't like that kind of civilization. We think they are wasting cosmic resources. So generally when we find a level 5 degenerate civilization, we will destroy them directly. There is no need for the termites of the universe to survive. Their existence will only waste resources. It is better to eliminate them and leave the resources of the Milky Way to those low-level civilizations that are full of vitality and move forward courageously. I hope that your two civilizations will not become that kind of existence. Otherwise, we don't mind erasing you from the universe. We are only friendly to low-level civilizations that have ideals and are constantly striving for self-improvement. We believe that degenerate civilizations can no longer be called civilizations. Civilization is used to describe a group of people who are positive and brave enough to climb to the top. Without such pursuits, they can only be said to be a group of termites. No different from the Zerg. Ah? What's going on? Is this advice from the concept? Suddenly hearing such remarks, the humans and Dia on the Tianqin and Dia looked at each other, and everyone was examining in their hearts whether their civilizations were likely to degenerate. At the same time, the leaders of the two civilizations also secretly made up their minds. But at this time, the Shinju civilization said again, the fact that the Dia civilization actively searched for dark stars after leaving the Perseus community is enough to prove that they will not fall into depravity at this stage. We also know something about their history. So what about you? Human civilization? What's going on? Why are you suddenly asking about this? The people on the Tianqin were listening to the Shinju civilization answering the Dia civilization like eating melons, and they wanted to learn more from it. Then they all looked at Yu Yuan. As if you are the leader? What do you say? Yu Yuan also frowned. The question from Shinju civilization made his brain think quickly. At this moment, Yu Yuan considered several aspects. One of them was that Shinju civilization recognized their qualifications as peer civilizations after they started the long voyage. Because Daya civilization had told Shinju civilization about their civilization history long ago. Its actions or experiences seem to have been recognized by Shinju civilization. But humans did not do that at that time. When Daya civilization introduced humans to Shinju civilization, it was only during that period of time that they got along with each other. Humans also believe that less trouble is worse than more trouble. So they never said anything, which resulted in Shinju civilization knowing very little about humans. Originally, it was nothing. But the Shinju civilization seemed to have this rule. And it sounded like they were not good people. As they said, they had destroyed countless fallen civilizations. And they were friendly to low-level civilizations because they saw that they were ambitious. Sure enough, every civilization has its own philosophy. Second, the Shinju civilization did not directly read the data from the human database like the Awakener did at the beginning. Otherwise they would not ask. This is very important. Maybe they are more martial. But Yuan thinks it should be a technical factor. Although the 5th level civilization is crushed by the 6th level civilization in terms of military strength, the latter can no longer read the data of the former at will. It must be said that Yuan is right. In fact, at the 4th level civilization level, the 6th level civilization can no longer read the data of its civilization database at will. But if there is a physical connection, it is another matter. Of course, this problem is not too harsh. And everyone has no complaints about it. So after getting Yuan's approval, he sent some landmark events in the history of human civilization to the Shinju civilization. For example, the destruction of the solar system. How humans set foot on the starry sky before reaching the 1st level civilization. For example, the Silver Mist incident. Such as the discovery of the Grand Unified Theory after the entire civilization built an astronomical particle collider. And the hardships of breaking through the technological barriers from the 1st level civilization to the 5th level civilization. Humans didn't say everything. But they basically said those things that they worked hard to finally succeed. After all, the Shinju civilization said that they don't like degenerate civilizations. However, when humans roughly told the development process of their own civilization to the divine element civilization, they did not get a nod, but a rhetorical question, which was full of distrust. According to what you said, it took only 10,000 years for your human civilization to reach the 5th level civilization from the destruction of the mother planet? Do you think this is possible? Any technological barrier to improve the level of civilization requires countless crystallizations of wisdom to advance, which takes 10,000 years. But you said that you only took 10,000 years to reach the peak of the 5th level civilization. Are you kidding? Chapter 992. We are really not kidding. The human side confirmed. The call information sent by the Shinju civilization was for the human and Daya civilizations. And during the call, the 3 parties kept the communication transparent. So when the human told the Shinju civilization about their civilization history, the Daya civilization also knew it. It was also at this moment that the Daya civilization knew why the human wanted to inquire about the Tianqing civilization that blew up the solar system. At the same time, their reaction was more exaggerated than that of the Shinju civilization. And they even opened a real-time video call with the human and cast a scrutinizing eye on the human. In addition to thinking that humans were talking nonsense, they also warned humans through private communication channels not to lie when facing a great and advanced civilization like the Shinju civilization. Humans were exaggerating. And the Daya civilization was indeed a little scared. And humans actually said that their home planet had been bombed long ago. Under such circumstances, they could still develop into a level 5 civilization. The leader of the Daya civilization confirmed this with humans 3 times. The Shinju civilization was knowledgeable and performed better, but still confirmed it with some disbelief. Moreover, this confirmation was not sent in a series of messages like before, but a real-time video message was sent directly to humans to ask questions face to face. Naturally, humans dared not refuse to answer. As soon as the video was connected, a voice came out. Are you sure what you said is true? The language information is translated, and the words spoken by humans will also be translated into the language of the Shinju civilization, and their text will be displayed on their display screens, if they have a display screen. We are sure, Yuan said seriously to the human figure that appeared on the display screen. At the same time, he was also looking at the human that appeared in the video call. In the Tianqing command center, other people were also curiously looking at the people of the Shinju civilization on the screen. It was the first time they had seen a level 6 civilization individual life. The shape of the individual life of the Shinju civilization was very different from everyone's impression. If it hadn't appeared in the video, everyone might not think it was a life form, but a ghost. Because those white individuals floating in the air were a bit like ghosts in human movies and TV dramas. They looked like a ghost wearing a cloak floating in the air. Their bodies were very soft and seemed to be floating in the wind. Yu Yuan did not see their hands and feet, but he saw some individual lives floating behind the video camera, surrounded by groups of translucent screens floating with them. They did not see any operation, but those screens showed signs of being operated. However, what surprised humans was still to come. At this time, the individual of the Shinju civilization floating in front of the camera suddenly split out of its body an identical small individual, a piao, which seemed to be its hand. The overall performance of the individual of the Shinju civilization looked a bit like some kind of energy body. Is the individual life of the Shinju civilization like this? Or have they completed the energization of individual life? Seeing this, Yu Yuan said in his heart, when the human was looking at the Shinju people, there were more individuals of the Shinju people gathered on the screen. Then one of them muttered to the human on the screen, ordinary carbon-based life. Very fragile. Nothing special. It seems to have retained the original body form, and has not made any changes to the appearance. Is that what they said, that they have reached the 5th level of civilization in 10,000 years? Did we make the wrong choice? Is the development of natural forms really better than technological transformation? This is impossible. Genes must be selfish. We have abandoned genes and replaced them with energy structures to carry our thoughts. That is the advanced evolutionary route. I am afraid that there is something wrong with human civilization. The Shinju man in the middle of the camera turned around and said to the muttering Shinju man, the magic of life is indeed difficult to guess. They should be fine. This alone cannot prove that our route is wrong. It's puzzling. The muttering Shinju turned to the screen and said to the humans, send us the scientific theories from your primitive civilization period. Don't add any scientific theories after you reach the 1st level of civilization. Although the humans found it strange, they had no choice but to follow the request and send the scientific sprouts of human thought from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, as well as the scientific theories that appeared in the modern century. The Shinju civilization read very quickly, and they finished reading in a short while. However, after watching, they said to the humans on the screen, you said that these theories appeared in those hundreds of years? Yes. After receiving the affirmative answer from the humans, the individual lives of the Shinju civilization began to mutter again. Although many theories are very imperfect and seem to be true to the correct theories, they are too strange. Microscopic dimension theory. You know, we all had such theories at that stage. This human civilization is very strange. Actually, it's okay. Their theoretical achievements in the primitive civilization stage are indeed better than many civilizations at the same level. But I don't think it's strange. After all, there are also a lot of wrong theories. Well, that being said, their potential is indeed undeniable. In my opinion, they are likely to develop their own unique technology, which seems to be much more likely than the Dia civilization. Who knows? Racial talent involves the ultimate question of the essence of life. Anyway, they are indeed good enough. Do you think it has something to do with the bombing of their mother planet? I heard that there was such a civilization 30 million years ago. Their mother planet was also bombed. It was also when the primitive civilization entered the 1st level civilization stage. Later, they developed to the 6th level civilization in just 20 million years, and also developed unique technology, which seems to be a unique technology about matter waves. Unfortunately, they were too stupid and were used as guns by the Galactic Heart Alliance and finally destroyed by electronic battleships. Why don't we give it a try? Find a primitive civilization that is about to enter the 1st level of civilization and blow up their home planet. Yes, you can give it a try. But let's wait. Consciousness and civilization are very mysterious. Experiments on the true meaning of life should be done after we embark on a long voyage. Moreover, this thing is probably just a coincidence. The most urgent task is to solve the problem of electronic warships and provide a relatively peaceful environment for the civilization of the Milky Way. Okay. After muttering to himself, the god of motion said to humans again, okay. We got it. Don't worry. You are very good and qualified to embark on a long voyage with us. But you have to reach the level of 6th level civilization. Our Shinju civilization is not a pioneer civilization. and we don't need a fifth-level civilization burden. After that, the video communication was turned off. For a moment, everyone on the Tianjin felt sympathetic, and at the same time, they were relieved. The muttering words of the Shinju civilization just now were said during the video call, without any concealment at all, and the humans naturally heard them clearly. Those words made everyone sweat. You can just grumble if you want. But why do you have to grumble in front of the camera? The Shinju civilization is indeed a benevolent civilization. But their kindness is only for civilizations that are actively striving to improve themselves. If it were a fallen level 5 civilization, it would probably be doomed. From this perspective, for fallen civilizations, the Shinju civilization is a malicious civilization. Chapter 993. Humanity has read a lot of information from the action of the Shinju civilization. First, there are many possibilities for the diversity of life in the universe. Second, even if individual life undergoes alienation evolution, the potential of the race can be maintained, but the technology must be strong enough. Third, the Shinju civilization is an ancient 6th-level civilization. The first point is very important. At the beginning, humans were still hesitant about whether to quantize if they mastered the quantization technology. Now it seems that there is no need to worry too much, and they only need to do a good job of post-processing. But so far, humans have not discovered it. After the Shinju civilization hung up the communication, it went about its own business. The neutron battlestar also left the site of humans and Dia civilization in a few leaps, and the group of warships also left, leaving only 22 stars burning quietly there. The Shinju civilization may have already gone to the big universe, or maybe just went to a space layer in this small universe. But these are not what humans and Dia civilization are considering now. The only thing the two civilizations need to do now is to strive to be promoted to level 6 civilization. Thanks to the technology tree of the Dia civilization, humans have made great progress in many fields of science and technology. The level of various branches of science and technology is no different from that of the old level 5 civilization. After all, humans are like copying homework and reviewing it many times until they master the knowledge. But even so, they have not been able to fully master the details of all branches of science and technology. Many technologies that theoretically level 5 civilizations can master have not been realized by humans, such as the quantum life technology in the evolutionary path of life. And humans have been stagnant. After all, the Dia civilization does not have all the technologies. They know a lot, but they don't know even more. This is the case with any civilization. At least so far, humans have not encountered a civilization that is proficient in all branches of technology. The two civilizations just stayed in the microcosm. When introducing the microcosm, the Shinju civilization told humans and the Dia civilization that they could move around in the microcosm at will, and the 22 stars could be used at will. After hearing about the dark star, the Dia civilization naturally did not leave. But now, after hearing about the human race, they were more curious than the Shinju civilization. After the Shinju civilization fleet and the neutron star left, they kept sending messages to humans to ask about these things. Some asked about the bombing of the mother planet. Some asked about the mental state of the human group after the bombing of the mother planet. And some asked about revenge, with an expression of, "I am very curious." At the same time, they also said that they would help humans to eliminate the Tianjin civilization. This was a clear statement made by the Dia civilization after hearing about the human race's experience. No matter what the reason, humans regarded it as a gesture of goodwill to themselves. Sure enough, after the matter was raised, the Dia civilization has been actively contacting humans, all about the cooperation on the scientific research progress of the 6th-level civilization technology tree. The Dia civilization's behavior is easy to understand. After all, they have also heard the Shinju civilization's scrutiny of humans. After an internal discussion, they all agreed that human civilization is not simple, and has great potential, and they must hold on to this thigh. Yes, after experiencing the words of the Shinju civilization, the Dia civilization is more certain that humans have many secrets, and the leaders of its civilization have unanimously agreed that humans have the potential to develop special technologies. Therefore, in the following period, the Dia civilization was very progressive. Not only did it actively contact humans to jointly study dark matter, but it also mobilized various scientific and technological developments within its own civilization. There were billboards everywhere in the civilization that called for the development of its own unique technology with united efforts. This was to hope that more intelligent life would study hard and join the army of scientists who developed civilization. At the same time, relevant scientific research organizations were also established in the Persis Trade Federation, which they managed, and those who were invited were all the best of various races. After hearing what the divine Jew civilization said, the Dia civilization is now under great pressure. They have two concerns. First, they are afraid that humans will reach the 6th level of civilization first, so they have to contact humans every now and then to hold communication meetings on related scientific research. Second, they are afraid that their own race will not be able to develop special technologies. By then, humans and the divine Jew civilization will have special technologies, and they will not have them. Wouldn't they be inferior? Even if they embark on a long voyage, they probably won't dare to speak loudly. Now they have no way to retreat, and must move forward bravely. And the same goes for humans. But the technology that marks the 6th level civilization cannot be mastered just by saying so. Theoretically, if there are dark stars, it is easier for the 5th level civilization to master dark matter technology. However, the Shinju civilization also said that the dark stars in the Milky Way have basically been taken away by the Ancient Alliance. And there are no dark stars in the small universe of the Shinju civilization. This is a bit of a trap. The Ancient Alliance's approach is like crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. After crossing the river, they demolish the bridge back to their own home. The more likely way is no longer hopeful. Besides, the two civilizations cannot return to the big universe before reaching the 6th level civilization, so they can only bite the bullet and go ahead. If you can make it, the Divine Matrix civilization will definitely look at you with new eyes. With the Divine Matrix civilization's philosophy, you might be able to become a partner recognized by them by then. That's a civilization that can build neutron battle stars. Maybe they can really solve the electronic battleship problem. It would be more secure to embark on a long voyage with such a powerful civilization. There was the Awakener before, and now there is the Divine Matrix civilization. The human interstellar government is under great pressure, and also hopes that humans can master dark matter-related technologies during this period. Although the Shinju civilization has some temper, it is indeed very good to humans and Dia civilization. Humans can feel that feeling, just like some low-level civilizations they encountered in the past. And now such an environment is really rare. The resources of the Shinju civilization's microcosm are very rich, enough for humans and Dia civilization to live for a long time. And they don't need to be as nervous as in the big universe. They can fully devote the power of the entire civilization to development. Dia civilization has already done this, so humans naturally cannot fall behind. Many relevant policies and measures were quickly introduced. And for a time, human civilization felt like the first fleet was trapped in the pioneer microcosm. But there are some differences. At that time, the purpose was clear and there was a focus. But now facing dark matter technology, the two civilizations feel that they have no idea where to start. The Shinju civilization did not tell the two civilizations any knowledge about dark matter technology. In their words, we can give you technology, and even give you the entire 6th level civilization technology tree. But if that happens, you will not be far from degeneration. The Shinju civilization did not say that there are more possibilities for the civilizations they want to see, like the Awakeners did. They just said that they look down on civilizations without creativity and are simple and crude. So it is impossible to give scientific and technological theories. The Shinju civilization believes that as long as you accept their scientific and technological knowledge, you will become their experimental civilization. Chapter 994. Humanity and Dia civilization have been in this small universe for more than 300 years. It is also during these 300 years that the two civilizations witnessed the birth of the neutron battle star. Of course, they not only witnessed the birth of the neutron battle star, but also worked hard on scientific research during the resurgence, with a focus on dark matter-related technology. But this technological barrier leading to the strongest civilization on the surface is not easy to break through. And the two civilizations can even be said to have made no practical progress. The dark matter theory has been full of mystery since it was proposed. And over the past so many years, human civilization, which has reached the 5th level of civilization, has not gained much knowledge about dark matter. Of course, knowledge has certainly increased, but it is only knowledge at a broad level. When it comes to rigorous science, progress in mathematics has almost stagnated. In terms of broad knowledge, humans have already measured the proportion of dark matter in the universe in the Earth era. But with the improvement of civilization, humans have found that their speculation is not too accurate. In fact, even at this stage, they can only speculate an approximate 100%. And the answer range must be limited to the visible universe. That is, the diameter range of 93 billion light-years. Observational data from the Earth era tells us that dark matter accounts for 25% of the mass of the universe. Dark energy accounts for 70% of the total mass of the universe. And the remaining 5% is visible matter, which is the bright stars in the sky. But with the advancement of science and technology, countless observational evidences have told us that this conclusion is wrong. After completing the theory of everything, scientists discovered that dark energy cannot actually be calculated in this way, because dark energy is not actually a real energy. It is a bit like the saying that gravity is not a force. So what exactly is dark energy? Scientists from both humans and Gaia civilization have come to the conclusion that dark energy is a type of energy that permeates the entire universe. But it is somewhat different from the energy in the traditional sense. It has spatial properties, and is a strange energy that is infinitely averaged. It is also the culprit for the expansion of the universe. Some theoretical scientists even believe that the so-called dark energy is actually the universe itself, and that it is theoretical errors that lead to such a large proportion of dark energy mass. In fact, dark energy should not be counted in the total mass of the universe, because that is equivalent to treating the universe as material mass. This statement is too absolute and has very few supporters. However, the two views that dark energy should not account for that large a proportion, and that dark energy has certain spatial properties are recognized by the scientific community. Compared with dark energy, the cognition of dark matter is much more unified. Scientists from both human and Gaia civilizations agree on the following viewpoints. First, dark matter is mass, and in long-range forces, it only manifests itself in gravitational interactions, and only gravitational-related technologies can discover dark matter. Second, dark matter is not a substance. Like matter, it is composed of dark matter with different properties. So far, humans and Gaia civilization have also summarized the third characteristic of dark matter. But this characteristic has not been recognized by the majority of scientists because it has no credible theoretical support. That is to say, dark matter is not composed of various fermions like matter, and they are not bosons, but a kind of matter that cannot be described by the concept of particles. Regarding this point, human scientists gave Gaia civilization scientists a word to describe it, Hunyuan Ichi. As a result, the scientists who proposed such a word were pointed at the forehead by Gaia civilization scientists and accused of superstition. But in fact, the human scientists just wanted to express the concept of dark matter being one and the same. Because of their different races, the two civilizations often have similar misunderstandings, which has led to many jokes. But scientists on both sides don't care much. For example, after the concept of Hunyuan Ichi was explained as being one and the same, the scientists of Gaia civilization understood it, and he also agreed with this view. After decades of research, he even co-published several papers on the unity of dark matter with the scientist who proposed this concept. In general, dark matter has zero friction with the material world and does not have any particle properties. It is a completely integrated substance. Like neutrinos, it is in contact with all intelligent life composed of bright matter at all times. Although dark matter is completely integrated, it has different types, and different types have different properties. Dark matter is also divided into dark matter and dark antimatter, both of which satisfy the law of annihilation and release of energy. For creatures in the bright material world, it is an invisible transparent substance. Gravitational technology can detect dark matter. A dark matter probe technology based on gravitational technology is now being jointly developed by humans and Gaia civilization. The theoretical basis is the theory of everything, while the data basis is still the omnipotent superforce field. Based on the few words said by the Shinju civilization, humans and Gaia civilization have also determined that dark matter also has a certain radiation-like emission mechanism. It is this mechanism that makes it impossible for the environment within the galaxy to understand the vacuum zero-point energy-related technology and principles. There are actually two reasons why a level 6 civilization can make long voyages. First, a level 6 civilization has a higher warp speed. Second, dark matter is more widely distributed than matter, and a level 6 civilization can use dark matter to obtain the energy needed for navigation. For example, the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are 2.54 million light-years apart, which is the distance between the outermost matter of the two galaxies. Dark matter covers a larger area, and it is possible that from the perspective of dark matter, the two galaxies are closer. There are even dark matter islands between some extragalactic galaxies. A lucky level 6 civilization can use these dark matter to replenish energy to support its voyage. But even a level 6 civilization cannot predict the existence of such an island. The reason why the Awakeners are so persistent in finding traces of the Pioneers is that they want to follow the Pioneers' long voyage route. After all, the path taken by predecessors is always safer than exploring by themselves. Of course, the existence of this dark matter island is only an inference based on the proportion of dark matter in the universe. Now, let alone humans, even many level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way do not know whether it exists. That is why whether it is the Awakeners, the Pioneers, or the current Shinju civilization, they all say that only the 6th level civilization is qualified for the long-distance voyage. It is just a qualification. It seems that the 6th level civilization with the ability to penetrate the sky and the Earth can also move forward with difficulty in the face of the vast universe, while the rest can only sigh in despair. Time passed year after year, and another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Dark Matter Probe scientific research project jointly carried out by humans and Dia civilization was quite effective in the first 100 years, but then stagnated. However, theories about dark matter and dark energy have emerged in an endless stream, which is quite a prelude to the technological blowout, giving both civilizations a glimmer of hope. For this reason, many scientists from both civilizations have made bold statements, saying that it only takes 5,000 years for the two civilizations to master dark matter-related technologies. This is a bit like what scientists in the Earth era said, that controlled nuclear fusion will only take another 50 years to achieve. Forever 50 years. Chapter 995. Although superstring theory is a beautiful mathematical formula that seems to fit some strongly interacting data, this model has frustrating difficulties. On this day, Yu Yuan came to the Institute of Physics again and happened to meet Yu Nafeng and Lu Mian, as well as a group of scientists who are committed to perfecting superstring theory. They were discussing the topic of superstring. The speaker was Lu Mian, who is a particle physicist, but that doesn't mean he can only study particle physics. Nowadays, human life expectancy is very long, and it is normal for some scientists to be proficient in several disciplines. Of course, their main focus is still in the areas they are best at and have studied for the longest time. Because there are too many branches of science and scientists' energy is limited. Just like Lu Mian. Although he is involved in the improvement project of superstring theory, he mainly looks at and analyzes problems from the perspective of his professional particle physics. At this moment, he is gathering with others to discuss casually. It is not a meeting, but more like a few casual chats after work. When Yu Yuan entered the institute, Lu Mian was talking, and Yu Nafeng had his back to the door, operating something on the holographic screen in his hand, which seemed to be a structural model. There are three other people, Dao Heike, Jin Yafei, and Shi Lifen. The first two are important scientists who perfected superstring theory, and Shi Lifen is participating in the project here as a representative of life science. Of course, there are definitely more than just these few scientists in the entire project. They are just a few scientists in one of the scientific research teams. Humans have invested a lot in the entire large scientific research project, and one team has more than 100,000 scientists and researchers. On weekdays, they are all in their respective jobs, contributing their wisdom to scientific progress. Human civilization is a collective technological civilization. The development of science and technology cannot be achieved without the wisdom of millions of people. There are scientists leading the way, countless scientific researchers assisting, and the interstellar government controlling the direction of progress. Seeing Yu Yuan coming in, the few people did not mean to stop. Lu Mian continued to talk. While he was talking, he called Dao Heike and Jin Yafei to Yu Nafeng's side and pointed to the complex model floating in the air in the form of a holographic screen in front. First of all, the theory predicts too many particles, many of which have been proven to be wrong, and some are specious. It's a bit like a graviton. Well, string theory scientists prefer to call it a quantum packet of gravity. In fact, the lowest vibration of a closed string corresponds to gravity, and the lowest vibration of an open string corresponds to a photon. This has been confirmed, and the theory of everything proves that it is correct. Look here. This is the special value and corresponding deformation formula taken by the theory of everything when describing the grand unified theory. This is a model that describes strong interactions rather than gravity or electromagnetic force. So it is actually a wrong statement. Wrong from the beginning. Because we are studying dark matter, we must have a gravitational factor. Several people nodded, and they all understood what he meant. But the problem is that although this research must use the factor of gravity, it cannot ignore the other four fundamental forces and talk about gravity alone. This is the disadvantage of analyzing the problem from the perspective of particle physics. In fact, what they need to do is to change this model into a model that describes phase transition. Because in string theory, the interaction between gravity and light is necessary to form a unified field theory. Secondly, since the existence of superluminal particles has been confirmed, this model is desirable, and is indeed a research direction. Lu Mian's resonant voice echoed in the institute. Our speculation is correct. The theory of everything is actually all-encompassing. The theory of everything we have obtained is just a range solution we have obtained to solve the problem of negative matter and negative energy. In fact, it could also be used to explain dark matter and dark energy. The original theory believed that the theory related to dark matter is only self-consistent in 26 dimensions. But the theory of everything tells us that this is not the case. After 26 dimensions are introduced to explain dark matter and dark energy, the model collapses. We found that 10 dimensions are self-consistent instead. This fact proves that the universe should be 10-dimensional. If we can really master the technology related to dark matter through it, well, at least this is the case. This is something we humans have known for a long time. Lu Mian, who opened the conversation, signaled Yunnan phone to add a few parameters he provided, and then continued, for us back then, 10 dimensions were too many, because our thinking was only used to considering 4 dimensions, 3 spatial dimensions plus a time dimension based on particle changes. But now it's different. Many of us have mastered the ability to observe microscopic high dimensions, and gradually understand some microscopic high-dimensional phenomena. So the situation is different. We find that there seems to be another path to the answer, although no civilization has walked this path. Oh no! The Awakener may have walked it, because the third-person perspective of human beings connects the observation equipment from the Awakener, which is something that all human scientists know. Lu Mian did not explain too much. At this time, Dao Heike saw that Yunnan Feng had finished modifying the model in front of him. So he pointed to the data representing dark matter in the model, and took over the conversation and said, as we all know, space has 3 dimensions: length, depth and breadth. Any object in the universe, from insects to the sun, can be described by these 3 dimensions. But if we want to describe the age of insects or the sun, we need to add an extra dimension, time. In ancient times, we always thought that we could use these 4 physical quantities to describe the entire universe and everything in the universe. But in fact, this is not the case. This has been confirmed. And now we are going to study dark matter. At first glance, it is a macroscopic substance like matter. So according to common sense, we should study it from 3 macroscopic spatial dimensions. This is correct. But we have observation methods that other civilizations do not have. We can interpret it from a microscopic perspective. And the most critical point of this interpretation, I have always believed, is the time dimension. Dao Heike's meaning is very clear. Matter is macroscopic at first glance. But macroscopic matter also has microscopic structure. So theoretically, matter actually has more than 3 spatial dimensions. But the other dimensions are curled up. And the boundary between micro and macro is very vague. The same is true for dark matter. So humans can observe and study it from the perspective of microscopic high dimensions. Dao Heike raised his hand and touched the holographic screen a few times, turning the whole picture into a 3-dimensional projection of various spatial dimensions. And then continued, I always think that the theory that the time dimension runs through the 10 spatial dimensions is correct. But there is one point in this theory that should be modified. That is, the performance of the time dimension in each spatial dimension. Chapter 996. Seeing that there was still some time before the end of the get-off work, Yu Yuan also went over to continue listening. In 3-dimensional space, we equate the manifestation of time with the change of matter. In physics, it is the result of particle change. If there is no particle change, we can say that the relative time of this particle has stopped. Hearing Dao Heike say this, Xin Yafei tilted her head and said, Director Dao wants to say that the manifestation of time at the dark matter level will no longer be described by particle changes? It seems like something is going on. Do we need to establish another way of expressing the time dimension for this? That makes sense. We have used the traditional concept of time dimension to study dark matter before. But our most cutting-edge theory believes that dark matter has no particle concept. So, we did go in the wrong direction before. Dalheike nodded. That's right. Dark matter has no particle concept. It only interacts with gravity. According to our theoretical description, gravity and electromagnetic force are two long-range forces among the four fundamental forces. Their natural range can be extended infinitely. But in fact there are differences. For example, electromagnetic force cannot ignore the isolation of space and extend. But gravity can. It is the only force that can extend in high and low latitudes. Similar to this is time. The universe has 10 spatial dimensions. And time is consistent, which is 11th dimension. Its dimensional performance is very similar to gravity. Similarly, our human civilization has proved that the speed of time change is related to gravity as early as the Earth era. There must be some kind of internal connection between the two. We can't directly observe dark matter now. But we can first assume the performance of the time dimension in a dark matter through the performance of the time dimension in the gravitational field. And then through the difference in the performance of the time dimension of the two. Because dark matter only is gravity. We can explore step by step, and finally get the correct expression of the time dimension of dark matter. With this relationship, we can link it with the gravitational manifestation in the theory of everything. And eventually create a dark matter probe. With a dark matter probe, we can truly observe dark matter. But this involves a huge number of subjects. And it is impossible for our team alone to complete it. Speaking of this, Dalheike sighed in his heart. Then turned to Yu Nanfeng beside him, and said, by the way, Academician Yu, what is the research path of the Dia civilization? Why do they seem to have less active communication in recent years? Have they discovered that we have concealed the third-person microscopic high-dimensional observation method of consciousness connection? During these 500 years, the chief scientist of mankind was Yu Nanfeng, and he was the one who presided over the scientific exchanges with the Dia civilization. Not really. Yu Nanfeng shook his head and spread his hands, saying, it's just that they didn't have much success. So naturally the number of exchanges was less. As for their approach, it is indeed different from ours. They have been conducting research from black holes in recent years. At this time, Lu Mian turned his head to look at Yu Yuan, but did not say any polite words. Instead, he turned his head and looked directly at the holographic screen in front of Yu Nanfeng, and expressed his own point of view. It is also a normal scientific research approach. If we don't have the ability to observe microscopic high dimensions, we will probably be the same as them. Because it was still working hours. Several people were still discussing. Yu Yuan did not interrupt. He originally came to Suzhini to find out if there were any new developments in quark materials. He passed by here and heard several people discussing topics related to dark matter. So he walked in to listen. Humans have indeed mastered quark materials. But it does not mean that quark materials do not need to be studied. Materials technology will always need research. Because the quark materials mastered by humans obviously only use the quark confinement principle. And it still has great room for improvement. This is true for every scientific and technological innovation, which requires countless scientists to continue to devote their wisdom. The universe is so dangerous. And the Milky Way is even more dangerous. Science is the only means to protect mankind. And mankind cannot stop moving forward no matter what. In fact, not only quark materials, but even nuclear fusion, which has been mastered by the first-level civilization, is still being studied by relevant research institutes within the human race. Controlled nuclear fusion is a technology. But the physical laws hidden in nuclear fusion are not limited to controlled nuclear fusion. It actually involves many physical rules. Zhuangzi once said, Tao is in shit and urine. This is the truth. Tao is everywhere. This is also one of the reasons why there are more and more branches of science and technology. In the Research Institute, the voices of several people continue to float to Yu Yuan's ears. Superstring theory once predicted that high-mass subatomic vibrations are the main candidates for dark matter. 300 years ago, a scientific team designed a superconducting super collider experiment based on this hypothesis, intending to explore dark matter from the perspective of physics beyond the standard model. Well, I've heard of this. It seems that academician Suzhini also worked in that team. But in the end, they failed. The prediction was wrong. They did not explore the essence of superstrings. In fact, in my opinion, their direction was wrong. Not entirely. At least they ruled out a wrong answer. It is their efforts that make us more convinced that dark matter is not composed of particles. There is no such thing as dark matter particles. Science always advances through trial and error. Right? That makes sense. Perhaps our current direction is just one of the wrong routes. After all, the theory of supergravity. Not necessarily. Although supergravity is only a small part of superstrings, it is very important in itself. In a sense, it represents a midway station between Einstein's theory of gravity and superstring theory. I remember what Director Dow said. Look at this. This is a set of formulas I saw on a mathematician's website. It is the hyperspace expression of Lie group theory, which is related to supergravity and supersymmetry. Their mathematical expression seems to be able to describe some characteristics of dark matter. For example, if dark matter also has supersymmetry, it can be described. Does that mean that dark matter also has supersymmetry? But the concept of supersymmetry is originally used to describe particles, and dark matter does not have the concept of particles. We can't say that matter and matter are supersymmetric. Why not? We can just extend the concept and express it in words. Several people were discussing there as if no one was around. From standard particles to the concept of supergravity, and then jump to group theory in mathematics, and even deride the process of using group theory to describe supersymmetry on the holographic screen. Among them, gravity and time dimension. Time dimension runs through microscopic dimension, macroscopic dimension, and other issues are the focus of their discussion. Of course, they are not only discussing, but also modifying the scientific model of their research team during the discussion. This process ends at the end of get off work. Nowadays, human lifespan is very long, so people pay more attention to the combination of work and rest. After all, if we encourage people to work hard, their lives will only become more and more boring. So no matter what position they're in, they should work and rest on time. However, scientists actually have most free time. Of course. In fact, in today's interstellar era, human jobs are not actually heavy. Most of them are hobby jobs, and strong artificial intelligence can completely replace them. But there are many people who can't sit still. Therefore, the heaviest tasks are actually scientists. Chapter 997. Human scientists try to find the characteristics of dark matter indirectly through gravity, time dimension, and microscopic high-dimensional connections, so that they can see dark matter. Such research is undoubtedly huge and long. Hundreds of billions of human groups know that human civilization is moving forward, and millions of scientific research teams are actively exploring. Of course, it did not start after the interstellar government issued an order, but after the interstellar government made efforts. Everyone was more ambitious to do big things. Humans are working hard, and the Dia civilization, which has formed a military alliance with humans, is also working hard. Both civilizations are well aware that time is running out, and the attitude of the Shinju civilization is very clear. According to the philosophy of the Shinju civilization, if they really defeat the Reapers, they will definitely be disappointed if the human and Dia civilizations have not yet transformed into a level 6 civilization. If they fail, the time for the human and Dia civilizations will be even more urgent, and this small universe may become the target of the Reapers. The neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization has left the small universe, along with a large fleet, but they still have some residents in this small universe. The Shinju civilization is also a technological civilization composed of individual intelligent life, and they also have ordinary individual life. So since there is a hidden microcosm, it is normal for the people to stay in the base camp. From this point of view, the structure of the Awakener civilization is even more strange, because they almost don't have the people, and each Awakener is mostly a warship driver and a soldier. This is what humans know, and I don't know if they are also scientists. However, no one pays attention to this kind of thing now, because hundreds of years have passed, and the research progress of humans and Dia civilization is still very slow. It can't be said to be stagnant, but every bit of progress consumes a lot of time. Sometimes a scientific research path seems to have a bright future, but it is only discovered after more than 100 years of research that it is a wrong path. Both civilizations have invested a lot of manpower, resources, and time costs, just trial and error, and various experiments are done over and over again. It must be said that the small universe of Shinju civilization is a good place. First, it is safe enough. Second, it is large enough. And third, it is rich in resources. Humans and Dia civilization have been here for hundreds of years. and they don't need to worry about energy at all. The small universe of Shinju civilization has more than 22 stars. In another space layer, they also have another star warehouse, where the residents of Shinju civilization live. The location of humans and Dia civilization is actually the testing ground of the microcosm of Shinju civilization. Let's talk about the exploration of dark matter technology by humans and Dia civilization. The two civilizations have the same purpose, but different methods. Humans rely on the third-person driving mode of consciousness to observe microscopic high dimensions, and use this as a starting point to study the characteristics of dark matter. Dia civilization does not have this technology. They explore through the study of black holes and stellar gravity. There are obviously no black holes in the microcosm of Shinju civilization, but it is not difficult for Dia civilization. After all, it is an old fifth-level civilization. They can create micro-black holes in the laboratory, which is very simple. In addition, the 22 stars left by the Shinju civilization are what the Dia civilization has observed the most in recent years. They observe their gravitational shielding phenomenon, and the Dia civilization is very concerned about it. In this way, another 100 years have passed quietly. During this period, although humans deliberately concealed it, the Dia civilization finally noticed the difference between humans and their own scientific research methods in the discussion of scientific research progress with humans. They found that humans always said some very profound but inexplicable views in the seminars on dark matter research between the two sides. When they went back to analyze these things carefully, they found that those things that they thought were inexplicable seemed to be many descriptions of high-dimensional structures. In this regard, scientists from the Dia civilization said that it was difficult to understand. They found that their thinking could not keep up with human expression. In other words, they could not understand. This scared the scientific community of the Dia civilization. You have to know how long it has been since humans reached the fifth level of civilization. Even with their own technology tree, they can't surpass them by much. Not to mention that humans are actually studying something that even their best scientists can't understand. They are all fifth-level civilizations. Why can't we understand? Many scientists of the Dia civilization ask themselves, although it has not reached the point where it is completely incomprehensible. But many descriptions of humans are difficult for the thinking of Dia civilization scientists to keep up, especially when human scientists talk about specific microscopic high-dimensional structures. They simply cannot imagine what the structure is. So what is it that civilizations of the same level cannot understand? Dian civilization scientists thought of special technology. Could it be that humans have already developed special technology? Countless Dia civilization scientists thought so, but they quickly denied it. It is impossible for special technology to appear at the fifth level of civilization, unless humans have mastered the dark matter of the cosmic matter puzzle and reached the sixth level of civilization. But how to explain this? In the end, Dia civilization scientists couldn't help it and directly exposed their cards at a bilateral scientific seminar, saying that they couldn't understand the descriptions of humans, and hoped that humans would not be so out of touch and share the research process. In exchange, Dia civilization is also willing to share its own scientific research process and results. This was originally part of the scientific research cooperation between the two sides on the sixth level civilization level. So humans did not refuse and readily told the Dia civilization the scientific research method they used. However, after knowing the scientific research method of humans, the scientists of Dia civilization could not sit still anymore. And at the same time, they also solved the doubts they had in their hearts for many years, which were doubts about the super-evasive ability of human warships and the predictive evasive ability of awakeners. Yes, humans told them directly, we use the third-person perspective observation mode based on the consciousness connection device. What is the third-person perspective observation mode of consciousness connection? When they first heard the human description, almost all the scientists of the Dia civilization were confused. They were very clear about consciousness connection. After all, the Dia civilization had made great achievements in the field of spiritual consciousness. But what was the third-person perspective observation mode? After humans gave a detailed explanation, they finally understood what it was. So for a period of time afterwards, the most common sentence that the Dia civilization scientific community and even society said to the people around them was, when you were dreaming last time, did you dream that you were in the third-person perspective? The answer is of course no. For this reason, the Dia civilization even conducted a large-scale statistics of the member civilizations of the Persian Trade Federation under its jurisdiction, just to see if there were any individual lives with third-person dreams. and the results made them extremely frustrated. Is this the racial talent of humans? Why is this universe so unfair? Why don't we have this talent? Then what is the racial talent of us Dia people? For a time, countless Dia people fell into psychological imbalance. And some Dia people even felt that they were born inferior to humans. Chapter 998. Fortunately, this sentiment did not last long in the Dia civilization. Their government only took a few decades to reverse this civilization's racial inferiority complex. The method was simple, which was to announce that the Dia people also had their own racial talents. That is, the soul combined biosphere technology, which is more advanced than the general consciousness uploading technology. The Dia civilization declared internally that this is the pre-technology of the Dia civilization's unique technology. As long as research continues in this direction, the Dia civilization will sooner or later have its own unique technology. As for the fact that the Dia people learned that the third-person observation mode was almost broken, humans actually knew about it, but did not make any statement. After all, this matter was an internal matter of the Dia civilization. It was just that the people of the Dia civilization almost broke through the defense because of this matter, which did have a certain impact on their research. While the Dia civilization was busy rectifying the emotions of the people inside, humans made progress in the research of microscopic high-dimensional fields. In the process of observing microscopic high dimensions with the third-person perspective of consciousness connection, humans discovered a Calabi-Yau space that conforms to the gravity algorithm in four-dimensional spacetime. After a long period of information collection, scientists suddenly discovered that the parameters of the curled microscopic high-dimensional space were consistent with the superstring dimension calculations made by mathematicians. This discovery made scientists realize that human mathematics was once again at the forefront of theoretical physics, because that mathematical expression was actually written by human mathematicians as early as the fourth-level civilization. But those mathematicians didn't know what they were writing at the time, because after multiple verifications at the time, everyone thought it was a meaningless mathematical solution. But they didn't expect it to be related to microscopic high dimensions and superstrings. Calabi-Yau space, also known as Calabi-Yau space, is a miracle of 20th century mathematics. It is a very small space with a scale of only 10 to the negative 36 power. It is undoubtedly a world in the microscopic field. If it were not for the third-person observation mode connected by consciousness, humans could only understand it through mathematical expressions at best. However, it is different now. Humans can intuitively feel its existence, and even its structural details. It is precisely because of this ability that humans can quickly understand what type of Calabi-Yau space they observe is, and whether it is the type they are looking for. Yes, Calabi-Yau space is a general term for a microscopic six-dimensional space. And theoretically it has infinite structures. If humans want to study superstrings through microscopic high dimensions, and then master dark matter technology through the interrelated time dimensions and various manifestations of dimensional gravity, they need to find a suitable microscopic high-dimensional structure. And this achievement, or research progress, is precisely that human scientists have found a Calabi-Yau space with a suitable structure. This type of Calabi-Yau space has similar spatial properties to most microscopic six-dimensional spaces of the same type. Simply put, if someone really enters a room formed by a Calabi-Yau current, he will find that there are no straight lines here at all. It is a highly distorted space. If you look forward, you may see your own back. And if you reach out to the shoulders of the person in front of you, you may reach your own shoulders from behind. It is not a space folding, but it is a magical phenomenon like a space folding. Human scientists enter the six-dimensional Calabi-Yau space with consciousness, and then look down at the macroscopic four-dimensional spacetime. That is, the three-dimensional universe, from the Calabi-Yau space. In this way, they find the macroscopic space corresponding to the microscopic dimension, and the corresponding coordinates of the macroscopic object curled up in the microscopic part. In the latest perfect superstring theory model, there is a calculation method that can theoretically support humans to produce high-dimensional gravitational waves by fiddling with the gravity that penetrates the dimension. This gravitational wave will spread and radiate from the curled microscopic six-dimensional to the macroscopic dimension in a bird's-eye view, thus forming a way of transmitting information from high dimension to low dimension. However, it is only theoretically supported at present. Humans do not know how to operate it specifically, nor do they know what effect the string corresponds to. And they do not know what the relationship is between the curled microscopic six-dimensional Calabi-Yau space and the macroscopic dimension. Therefore, This seemingly advanced high-dimensional communication method has only just been discovered by scientists in human civilization, and there are no other research results. However, since this theoretically seems feasible, we must give it a try anyway. Thus, human civilization has one more branch of science to study. This research is incredible. The Interstellar government found that it is a bottomless pit. The 3,000 consciousness-connected warships have become observation tools for scientists for a long time. And they are not enough. Every time a scientific seminar is held, scientists complain that the number of consciousness-connected warships is too small, and they have to queue up every time they observe the microscopic world, which has become an obstacle to the progress of human science and technology. They say that humans must learn to make consciousness-connected equipment themselves. Of course, we know about this interstellar government, but human civilization cannot currently produce consciousness connection equipment such as the Awakener. Otherwise, there would not be only 3,000 ships after so many years. In short, in the future, human civilization has fallen into a predicament of insufficient scientific research resources, and scientists wish to treat the 3,000 consciousness connection warships as their home. Because those scientists who are committed to studying microscopic high dimensions have realized that this path is feasible for human civilization, and the future is theoretically very bright. The most important thing is that they can understand those microscopic high-dimensional structures. Although it is a little difficult, scientists with deep knowledge in this area can basically understand it after a long period of hard work. This makes many scientists realize that this direction is most likely the route for humans to master special technologies. When it comes to special technologies, people like Yuan and many military personnel are even more interested. Special technologies. Humans are also well informed, and of course, know what special technologies mean. Pioneers, Awakeners, Silver Heart Alliance, Silicon-based Consortium, and the Shinju civilization that created the neutron battlestar. Each of them is a civilization with powerful military force because of special technologies. And powerful military force is the guarantee of a civilization's survival. Human civilization has been displaced for countless years, and naturally it is urgent to have powerful military force. So people like Yuan and many military personnel naturally think about what kind of weapons the characteristic technology of human civilization will create. This thought has given human civilization hundreds of branch scientific research projects, all of which are about research topics such as Calabi-Yau popular correlation, the relationship between superstring and microscopic 6 dimensions, the relationship between microscopic 6 dimensions and macroscopic, and the boundary between micro and macro. Chapter 999. Since humans and Dia civilization came to the Shinju civilization microcosm, the greatest success they have achieved is believed to be proving the relationship between dark matter and dark antimatter in mathematical models. There is indeed an annihilation reaction law between them, and the energy released is an order of magnitude stronger than that of bright matter. Although the two civilizations are still unable to build a dark matter probe to detect dark matter, mathematical proof is undoubtedly a great progress. Mathematics once again magically walks ahead of physics and shines a searchlight on the progress of basic physics. What is exciting is that based on the knowledge of humans and Dia civilization about the information of level 6 civilization, we can basically know that this mathematical model is correct. Because both civilizations have come into contact with level 6 civilization, especially Dia civilization. They know a lot about level 6 civilization, including some scientific knowledge. Then the next thing is much simpler. As long as the dark matter probe is made, and then both civilizations can detect dark matter, then various subsequent scientific research will have something to rely on. In subsequent research, scientists from the two civilizations also realized that the technology required for dark matter probes involves superstring theory. So in the future, both civilizations have invested heavily in perfecting superstring theory. Of course, sometimes a huge investment in theory does not produce results. But like many things, hard work does not necessarily lead to success. But no effort will definitely lead to failure. The same is true for the perfection of superstring theory. The scientific teams of the two civilizations almost come to an exchange meeting every now and then to share their ideas and thoughts. Humans, Dia people, and different intelligent races have generated many sparks of wisdom in this exchange. As the exchange deepens, especially after they are open to each other in scientific research, the intelligent individuals of the two civilizations also realize the importance of the collision of ideas. This kind of exchange is very rare. It is different from the exchange between human civilization and scientists of its own Star Alliance civilization. And it is also different from the exchange between Dia civilization and its subordinate Persis Trade Federation civilization. It is more comprehensive, and the collision of ideas is more intense. The reason is that there are too few scientists in those member civilizations who can reach the level of human and Dia civilizations. Many civilizations are even forced to grow, which is completely different. What makes humans feel deeply is the scientists of the Red Flame civilization. They are now almost unable to keep up with the cutting-edge research of humans. This makes humans realize that if there were no humans in the Red Flame civilization, they might have been stuck at the 4th level civilization level. But now it is almost the same. All the high-tech in the Red Flame civilization is just bought with the benefits of the Star Alliance. From this point of view, the Qian civilization that escaped at the beginning is probably still at the 4th level of civilization. If they are still alive, the Dia civilization is different. They have reached the 5th level of civilization purely through their own efforts. They are a genuine old-fashioned 5th level civilization. Under time pressure, the two civilizations did not hold back in the exchange of the main dark matter technology tree. Under such circumstances, the two civilizations also ushered in a wave of scientific thinking collisions, which brought vitality to the scientific communities of the two civilizations. Technological explosions are often hidden in this context. Time goes by year after year. Finally, after 30 years of hard work, the two civilizations have once again taken a step forward in the field of string theory, or more precisely, the achievements of mankind. In the superstring theory of the Dial civilization, because the size of the string is less than 10 to the negative 19 times of a proton, and it is vibrating. Each vibration mode represents a unique resonance or particle. The string is so small that the resonance of the string and the particle cannot be distinguished from a distance. Therefore, the Dia civilization has always believed that this is actually the duality of strings and particles. Their state is just like the wave-particle duality, which is the physical characteristic of the microscopic universe. However, humans use observations that the Dia civilization cannot observe to tell them that the two can be distinguished, and that particles in the microscopic field are not a point, but a string vibrating in a certain pattern. Humans have also found many unique resonances corresponding to subatomic particles, and recorded their vibrations at a specific frequency. The process involves microscopic high-dimensional knowledge in models, because humans observe through the third-person mode of the consciousness-linked device. The Dia civilization directly uses human achievements to explain some of their superstring experimental phenomena, which is indeed perfectly consistent. Such things exist on both sides, but after directly sharing the results, both sides will explore the process of such results, and then try to achieve it in their own way. With the continuous efforts of the two civilizations, the original superstring theories of both sides have been gradually improved, and many loopholes and contradictions have been gradually repaired, and it seems to be approaching success step by step. String theory can explain the properties of particles and spacetime. Many physical phenomena predicted by string theory are gradually revealed to scientists from both civilizations, either indirectly observed from experiments or directly seen by humans from the third-person mode of consciousness connection. In their exploration of the microscopic field, the human scientist team discovered that when a string moves in spacetime, it performs a set of complex movements. In turn, the string can be decomposed into smaller strings or merged with other strings into longer strings. And the key point is that all these quantum corrections or loop diagrams are finite and computable. This gives humans the possibility to use mathematics to figure out their various laws and corresponding combination functions. As a result, human civilization has dozens of related scientific research projects. After sharing the progress of scientific research, a top scientific research team of the Dia civilization pointed out that they successfully calculated some of the string merging patterns using supercomputers. It was also pointed out that in order to perform these complex movements, the strings must follow a large set of self-consistent conditions. Their self-consistent conditions are so strict that their restrictions on space and time are also very strict. After completing these studies, the Dia civilization told humans that they had confirmed that strings could not travel in any space and time in a self-consistent manner, like point particles. In the process of calculating the constraints of strings on space and time shared by the Dia civilization, human scientists were surprised to find that Einstein's equations appeared from string theory. This is very surprising, because humans did not make any assumptions before. But Einstein's equations appeared from string theory calculations like magic. So humans came to a conclusion: Einstein's equations are indeed not basic. They can be derived from string theory. At this point, string theory can derive particles that can be seen as resonating on strings. and can also derive Einstein's equations by requiring strings to move in a self-consistent manner in space and time. In this way, a comprehensive theory of matter, energy, space, and time is obtained. It is finally becoming more and more perfect. And after the addition of superstring theory, it has finally become a guidebook for humans and Dia civilization to step into the world of dark matter. Chapter 1000. In the Earth era, we knew that building matter from geometry is, in a sense, a problem that string theory must solve. And now, we have solved what scientists in the Earth era said in a sense. The Black Knight who talked with his colleagues in the Institute of Physics came to the virtual world more than 100 years later. He was speaking on the podium. And there were scientists participating in the exchange conference below. Most of them were scientists from human civilization and Dia civilization. And there were also some scientists from the civilizations of the Star Alliance and the Perseus Trade Federation, such as the Nair civilization, the Gurgi civilization, the Tengu civilization, etc. But they were very few. Because it is in the virtual world, everyone can face each other like this. This is also the only way for different races to face each other. The other is holographic projection technology. Each race participates in its own form. And there is no body modification option, which creates a scene of intelligent life in various shapes in a hall. It is worth mentioning that because aliens do not all have hands and feet, and even use the ground to move, like the Dia civilization, they are a kind of mollusk, which looks soft and sticky. But in the hall, there was no discrimination due to different body shapes. Maybe there was, but no intelligent life dared to show it. Such meetings are usually broadcast live simultaneously among the member civilizations. And most people in those civilizations are proud of it. Whenever they see scientists of their own race in it, it will cause widespread discussion. Some people talk about the achievements of that scientist. And some people say that that scientist is treated so well that he can be respected by human civilization and Dia civilization. For the member civilizations of the Star Alliance or the Perseus Trade Federation, it is a supreme honor. Many member civilization individuals even dream that one day they can join the main civilization through consciousness uploading technology and become a member of the main civilization individuals. In other words, it is impossible for Daohiki to be the only one speaking at such a scientific research results exchange meeting. Many representatives of the scientific research groups of humans and Dia civilization have expressed their views before him. After Daohiki, there will also be many representatives who will share their research results. Daohiki looked up at the strange alien intelligent life under the stage and continued to talk about his team's exploration of superstrings and dark matter in recent years. It can be considered that in a theory like four-dimensional hybrid strings, it is originally a theory of gravity, in which material particles and other natural forces appear in the same way as gravity appears from geometry. In fact, gravitons or quantum gravity appear as the smallest vibration of closed strings. Our previous grand unified theory tried hard to avoid mentioning Einstein's theory of gravity. But the theory of everything is not like that. The theory of everything includes it. As long as we start from the requirement of self-consistency in calculations, we can map gravity out of superstring theory, which is also one of the research results under the framework of the theory of everything. After a pause, Daohiki continued to speak loudly. After he spoke, his words were immediately translated into a language that could be understood by individual lives in various civilizations by the preset translation system. We are about to succeed. The mapping formula of gravity in superstrings has left us with only one step to complete the final puzzle of the manufacturing method of dark matter probes. This is a victory after the perfection of superstring theory and the result of our joint efforts. And we have found the direction of the last puzzle, which is superstring field theory. As early as the primitive civilization of our human race, scientists in our human civilization proposed such a theory. They believed that elementary particles might be pulsating spots of matter, rather than points. This is a conclusion based on string field theory. But no matter how hard the predecessors of our human civilization tried, they could not solve the problem that the field theory of spots always violated causality. The reason is that if you shake the spot at a point, the interaction will propagate faster than the speed of light through the spot, which violates the special theory of relativity and creates a time paradox. But now our research team has solved this problem. The observation results tell us that it is actually a form of superstring vibration, and the seemingly superluminal propagation phenomenon is actually the manifestation of the string propagating its vibration in the microscopic low-dimensional space, which is a dimensional information transmission. It is very magical. Unfortunately, I can't describe the magic to you, because its observation involves our human race talent. But I can responsibly tell everyone here that the microscopic world of the universe does have such physical rules. Dao Heike looked at the aliens present with pride. Based on this, we calculated many strings vibrating in space and time and obtained many possible configuration solutions for them. I have uploaded the process and results of the solution to the meeting minutes folder, and colleagues can download it to calculate and verify it by themselves. Our superstring field theory correctly reflects all the information of the string configuration, although it still needs to be improved. It is sufficient for now because its topological structure perfectly solves the last difficulty in the manufacture of our dark matter probe. In the primitive civilization stage of our human race, our scientists once said that there was no one smart enough to solve the superstring field theory, and that there was no non-perturbative method to deal with superstring theory. Yes, at that time, this was an unsolvable problem, because the technology required to solve the superstring field was beyond the ability of any physicist at that time. So that our physicists at that time regretted that what was in front of them was a perfectly defined superstring theory. But there were unsolvable microscopic high-dimensional problems. And now we have solved all these problems. Dao Heike's words caused the aliens present to whisper. And they were all talking or sighing. Humans actually had such profound theories in the primitive civilization era. Although most of them were wrong, they undoubtedly proved the greatness of the human race. The discussion of alien scientists did not make the hall noisy, because in this virtual world hall, private discussions would have functions like the game private chat channel. This meeting is very important because the Dao Heike team has completed the last piece of the dark matter probe puzzle, which means that humans and Dia civilization will have the ability to manufacture dark matter probes from now on. Both civilizations will be able to directly see the existence of dark matter. This is undoubtedly a turning point. If we can see it and operate it, then all the experiments previously envisioned can be officially launched. It can be said with certainty that the emergence of dark matter probes means that human civilization and Dia civilization have already stepped on the 6th level of civilization. Because the so-called dark matter probe is not just a probe for detection. It is also a tool that can operate dark matter in theory. Chapter 1001. While the human civilization and the Dia civilization were working hard on scientific research in the Shinju civilization microcosm, something was happening somewhere at the end of the outer arm of the Milky Way. The stars here are sparse, and it is rarely visited by people on weekdays. There is a very low probability that life will be born in such a place. There is no other reason. It is simply that there are too few stars, and the environment is very bad. Unfortunately, the base number cannot keep up. But at this moment, a fleet appeared in this quiet starry sky. The fleet is not large. Only 3 ships. And it looks like an exploration team of a certain civilization. But if the civilizations that participated in the war against the Reapers saw them, they would definitely recognize that they were not an exploration team, but 3 warships with extremely strong combat capabilities, because their appearance is square and looks very pleasing to the eye. They are 3 rectangular blocks with a golden ratio. This form is obviously the warships of the Awakeners. Opposite them, there is a void. Nothing. But the 3 Awakener warships stopped here. You all came here, hiding quite deeply. Are you scared by the electronic warships? Yes. For mechanical life forms like you, electrons are your blood and also information transmission messengers. You really have no way to deal with things like electronic warships. But are you really not going to do anything else? This is a gravitational wave message, which appeared out of thin air in the space in front of the 3 Awakener warships, and then spread in a certain direction. If someone can see gravitational wave transmission, then they must have seen this gravitational wave message pass through the barrier of 3-dimensional space and reach the small universe in the void in front. The owner of the microcosm, according to the Awakener, seems to be a mechanical civilization. But the real owner does not think so. The gravitational wave information from the microcosm quickly responded to the Awakener. Mechanical life form? Silicon-based is the best life form in the universe. We can live freely in the universe. But you can't. Haha. I thought you had a lot of knowledge from the extragalactic galaxy. But it's just like this. Forget it. The strongest civilization in the extragalactic galaxy has become a mouthpiece for the Galactic Heart Alliance. Don't you know that the last war against the Reapers was their calculation? You are really stupid. Or have you been recruited by the Galactic Heart Alliance? If so, you can leave now. We are not interested in your purpose. The Awakeners on the 3 Awakener civilization warships did not show anger at such words. They sent out gravitational wave information again. It doesn't matter whether you leave or not. We and the Galactic Heart Alliance just take what we need. They help us find our lost companions. We are passing by here and just want to bring you a message. The Awakener divided the gravitational wave signal into 2 sections. The first message: the Reapers have mastered the ability to detect newly created microcosms. The electronic warships are currently in the Persis arm. Many Persis community microcosms have been destroyed, and the Persis community has completely collapsed. At the same time, a large number of Reaper regular fleets appeared there. According to the Galactic Heart Alliance, there were signs of microscopic demonic activity where the Reaper fleet appeared. The second message: the Persis arm is suspected to have the remains of a level 7 civilization. According to the Galactic Heart Alliance, that level 7 civilization is likely to be a silicon-based civilization, located in the star field where microscopic demons are active. Finally, we think it is necessary to inform you that the Great Voyage must be carried out and a united front against the Reapers must be formed. If you do not join, we think the Silver Heart Alliance will be happy to disclose your hidden microcosm. That's all. After saying this, the 3 Awakener warships turned and sank into the deep void, and no one knew where they went. After a long time, communication information appeared somewhere inside this microcosm. Leader, it seems that the Awakener has reached some kind of agreement with the Silver Heart Alliance. The claim of the 7th level civilization ruins is probably a conspiracy. Maybe the claim of the silicon-based civilization ruins is just to trick us. Of course I know. But although the Silver Heart Alliance is treacherous, there is no need for them to lie about such things. And with the shamelessness of the Silver Heart Alliance, they will definitely do something to disclose the location of our microcosm. Then it seems that this place is not safe either. It is really haunted. Let's go and see the situation. This microcosm cannot be taken anymore. Let's move to the microcosm on the other side of the ruler arm. The Silver Heart Alliance has become more and more evil recently. They may have mastered some special technology. They were well informed before, but not as well informed as they are now. It's possible. They are superior to other civilizations in communication. We still don't understand how they achieve their intelligent broadcasting. Galaxy is a special technology for 3-dimensional space travel. How can there be another one? As long as the Galactic Heart Alliance is not destroyed, the Milky Way will never be at peace. Let's take it one step at a time. After so many years of development, our fleet has almost recovered. But as long as the electronic warships are not destroyed, our numerical advantage will not be able to be exerted. Last time they killed the survivors. Let's see which civilization they're going to drag in this time. That guy alive? That guy isn't that stupid. Who knows? But if it's really a level 7 silicon-based civilization relic, maybe there are really ways to deal with electronic warships. I always feel it's unreliable. What's the probability that the so-called level 7 civilization relic has been known by the Reapers? Otherwise the Silver Heart Alliance wouldn't be so kind to inform us. I guess they want us to show up and attract the Reapers' attention for them. You know, the Reapers have always coveted our special transformation technology. That being said, we actually have no choice. The hateful Galactic Alliance has gone too far. When the electronic warships are gone, we must destroy them. We can only endure it now. We have endured it for millions of years. There is no point in saying more. Notify those mechanical bodies, and we will leave here too. The communication within the microcosm also stopped, and the huge warships in the microcosm immediately began to wriggle in the next moment, turning into a huge warp engine in an instant and quickly disappearing in this star field. It has been a long time since the last level 6 civilization war. After years of development, many level 6 civilizations that escaped the catastrophe have recovered some of their combat power. Now, they have begun to move in the universe again. There are old level 6 civilization organizations, like the Silicon-based Federation. And there are also ancient level 6 civilizations, like the Shinju civilization. There are more ordinary level 6 civilizations. There are countless level 6 civilizations lurking in the deep stars of the Milky Way. The Reapers are even more active. And electronic warships appear in this spiral arm, and then in that spiral arm. The Reapers are more rampant than before. Many level 6 civilizations hiding in the small universe were found by them. And then, they were killed indiscriminately. Since the Reapers mastered more advanced small universe exploration technology, the entire Milky Way has become more turbulent than before. Chapter 1002. In such a big situation, The Silver Heart Alliance relied on its well-informed information and mobilized its forces in the small universes in various parts of the Milky Way to run all over the Milky Way. However, their actions this time were good for many Level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, because the Silver Heart Alliance was broadcasting everywhere, saying that the Reapers had mastered more advanced small universe exploration technology. Many Level 6 civilizations that received the broadcast believed them, and fled from the small universe in advance, thus avoiding the sweep of the Reapers' electronic warships. However, since many Level 6 civilizations knew the nature of the Galaxy Heart Alliance, some civilizations also regarded it as some kind of fake news. And then they were in tragedy. When the electronic warship jumped into their small universe, the entire civilization had nowhere to escape. Those large fleets that the Level 6 civilizations were proud of had no power to resist the electronic warships. Whenever they approached the electronic warships within 4 light years, all the warships were grounded because of the destruction of electronic equipment, and all the cultural and technological data that the entire civilization did not have time to destroy fell into the hands of the harvesters. If the harvesters think that the surviving individuals of these civilizations are valuable, they will be captured and their genetic locks will be deciphered. The harvesters harvest not only technology. The harvesters are not unaware of the Great Voyage, nor do they want to go on the Great Voyage. On the contrary, they know very well that it is impossible to advance to the 7th level civilization if they stay in the Milky Way, and they will eventually perish. They just want to harvest all the civilizations with unique technologies in the Milky Way, and then embark on the Great Voyage themselves. The electronic warships gave the harvesters infinite confidence. They always believed that there would be no substitute for electrons in this universe. As long as there was electronic activity, the electronic warships could interfere with it, or even destroy it. They did not need civilizations of the same kind. They only needed to harvest galaxies one by one. The 6th-level civilizations in the Milky Way had always lived under the shadow of the electronic warships. All ancient 6th-level civilizations knew how to hide themselves, and the method was to build a small universe to hide. For the 6th-level civilizations, building a small universe was something they could do almost everything. For millions of years, everyone has been doing this. But now the situation has changed. I don't know which damn 6th-level civilization technology was harvested by the Reapers. Or maybe the Reapers themselves developed it, and they have mastered more advanced microcosm exploration technology. The microcosms of countless 6th-level civilizations are no longer so safe. The member civilizations of the Perseus community that survived the last war are now destroyed one by one, which is enough to explain the problem. After mastering that kind of microcosm exploration technology, the Reapers will not even allow the existence of the Perseus community. After receiving this news, those level 6 civilizations that had been hiding in the past also knew that if they continued hiding, the Reapers might come to them one day. The small universe is no longer safe. But the big universe is not peaceful either. If you are active in the big universe, you may not have to wait until one day before you directly collide with an electronic warship. For a time, the entire Milky Way was in a state of panic. Many ordinary level 6 civilizations were even more worried. They certainly didn't dare to attack the Reapers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been hiding for so many years. I want to run away, but I can't, because the Milky Way seems to be free to go anywhere. But in fact it is not easy to leave. Even a level 6 civilization needs to make long-term preparations, and the collection of various visible and dark matter is essential. Because the road after leaving the Milky Way, material energy is a problem. And such a big movement will inevitably be discovered by the harvester. And then, the electronic warship will come and kill them all. If it were possible, those ordinary level 6 civilizations with self-awareness would have run away long ago. In fact, it's not that there haven't been any level 6 civilizations who have tried. There was once a level 6 civilization that wanted to run towards the Large Magellanic Cloud, but was destroyed by an electronic warship that suddenly came while collecting various materials to prepare for the journey. So from the perspective of these ordinary level 6 civilizations, the Galactic Heart Alliance is the light of the Milky Way, because they have been organizing forces to fight against the Reapers, although they have failed in the end. However, there are also ordinary level 6 civilizations who are in the dark and blame the Galactic Heart Alliance for the reason why the Reapers have been wreaking havoc in the Milky Way, because they think that it is because the Galactic Heart Alliance has been fighting against the Reapers that the Reapers cannot obtain their special technology, which is why the Reapers have been staying in the Milky Way. The Silicon-based Federation is also there, and now the Awakener is also there. Those level 6 civilizations who originally planned to stay until the Harvesters finished the Milky Way's special technology copy and then leave the Milky Way. All thought so. But they didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. The harvesters actually had such advanced microcosm exploration technology. Now they can't stay alive. Those level 6 civilizations even suspected that it was the Silver Heart Alliance. Because they all knew that the Silver Heart Alliance seemed to have some powerful detection technology. They were so well informed in the Milky Way. One of the reasons was that they had many microcosms distributed throughout the Milky Way. And the other was some kind of magical information collection ability. However, what surprised many level 6 civilizations who left their own small universes was that under such circumstances, they actually received an arrogant broadcast message. As a level 6 civilization, they still have the ability to receive broadcasts from the Milky Way. However, such broadcast messages are usually sent by the Galactic Heart Alliance. But this time it is obviously not. This time the broadcast came from some advanced gravitational technology, claiming to be a divine civilization. The content is probably to tell the vast number of level 6 civilizations that good days are coming soon. When they defeat the harvesters, they will bring qualified and pleasing level 6 civilizations to start the second great voyage to the Milky Way. At the same time, he also called out to the Silver Heart Alliance in the form of a broadcast, asking them to quickly tell him the location of the electronic warship. It didn't matter if they didn't know. Just tell the Reaper where the microcosm was. He looked like he was going to fight the Reaper alone. Many ancient level 6 civilizations knew about the Shinju civilization, such as the Silver Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation. But in their impression, although the Shinju civilization was considered an ancient level 6 civilization, it was just a civilization that escaped after losing a war against the Reapers, and then survived. Such a civilization actually jumped out at this time, and even clamored so arrogantly to defeat the Reapers. Did they stay away for too long and their brains were damaged? Or were they driven crazy by the Reapers' mastery of the technology of exploring the small universe? For a time, many level 6 civilizations were curious, even those awakeners who were scattered in various corners of the Milky Way to avoid the pursuit of electronic warships. They all tried to find out what the Shinju civilization was. Some level 6 civilizations were also certain that the Shinju civilization had mastered some special technology after receiving the Shinju civilization broadcast. They were also curious about what special technology made the Shinju civilization so confident. Driven by curiosity, the activities of countless level 6 civilizations became more frequent, and the Milky Way was undercurrent again. Chapter 1003. If we look at the broadcast of Shinju civilization from the perspective of the science of the Earth era, it must violate the theory that information cannot exceed the speed of light. Because the gravitational broadcast of Shinju civilization obviously exceeds the speed of light, and it exceeds it by a lot. Their broadcast information appears in various places in the Milky Way. Of course, it is not that you can shout in one place, and the whole Milky Way can hear it. Although Shinju civilization is powerful, it cannot do this. They arranged a team of exploration spacecraft to go to various spiral arms of the Milky Way in advance. There are many information anchor points in each spiral arm, and then use them as anchor points to broadcast to the Milky Way. Gravitational waves spread out from the star fields where the anchor points are located in all directions like raindrops, and also penetrated hidden small universes. After reaching the 6th level of civilization, due to the existence of special technologies, many civilizations have some communication methods different from ordinary civilizations, such as the Ancient Alliance and the Shinju civilization. Quantum entanglement communication has failed, but these civilizations can find some extraordinary technological paths with their own wisdom. Of course, no matter how powerful a civilization like the Shinju civilization is, it is only a 6th level civilization after all. They may be able to use the laws of cosmic physics, but they must not change them. Gravitational waves are ripples in space, and Shinju civilization certainly cannot allow them to exceed the speed of light in the three-dimensional universe. Therefore, the so-called information superluminal speed is actually the Shinju civilization using the characteristic of gravity-penetrating dimensions, relying on its own profound research on gravity, to create this wide-area information transmission method that seems to be dimensional gravitational broadcasting. And the amazing thing is that after the gravitational wave vibration of Shinju civilization appeared, it did not spread far, but disappeared in the process of generating spacetime ripples, and turned into a tachyon signal that spread in the three-dimensional universe. This kind of broadcast is equivalent to pressing a button on the Earth, and then a wave of gravitational waves will appear in the void tens of light years away. And then the energy of the gravitational waves will be transformed into tachyon signals, and spread to the universe in the intertwined waves. Convenient and convenient. Obviously, this is a derivative technology of the characteristic technology of the Shinju civilization. The existence of this technology allows their broadcasts to be received by other civilizations in a very short time. Various civilizations also looked at the content of the broadcast. In the broadcast, the Shinju civilization directly shouted the slogan of the Great Voyage without any disguise. Harvesters, we, the Shinju civilization, have already chosen a graveyard for your electronic warships. We will use the destruction of electronic warships here as a sacrifice to start the second great voyage of civilization in the Milky Way. The harvesters have seriously hindered the development of the Milky Way. But the sixth-level civilizations in the Milky Way, we don't need your assistance. You just need to wait. The sixth-level civilizations in the Milky Way. The great voyage will start after the destruction of the harvesters. At that time, we, the Shinju civilization, will lead you out of the cage of the Milky Way and lead you to a higher level to appreciate the more beautiful scenery of the universe and pursue more mysteries of the universe. The Shinju civilization seems to be broadcasting everywhere. But in fact, they already know where the harvesters' electronic warships are. The news naturally comes from the Silver Heart Alliance. They are indeed crazy. But who wouldn't be crazy after creating a creation like the neutron battle star? The Shinju civilization marked the coordinates in the broadcast. They knew very well that the Reapers would definitely come back. And they would come back soon. The six-level civilizations that hid in the Milky Way also understood this. Because this kind of open broadcast to provoke the Reapers was the second time in the Milky Way. The Awakener only said it to several six-level civilization organizations such as the Silver Heart Alliance, and did not broadcast it publicly. As for the first time, it was the Silver Heart Alliance. Yes, the Galactic Alliance was also very brave at the beginning. After they built the galaxy, there was a galactic broadcast, claiming to kill the Reapers. But in the end, they were obviously crushed by the electronic warships. The galaxy, which escaped by chance, also underwent a major overhaul for tens of thousands of years. Since then, no civilization in the Milky Way dared to openly challenge the Reapers. It was also from that time that many level 6 civilizations that knew they had no special technology began to live in misery. The Perseus community was also created at that time. But since it was just a group of ordinary level 6 civilizations huddling together for warmth, the Reapers at that time may have been for reasons such as watch and see if there is any future, and did not take ruthless action against them. So the Perseus community gradually developed into one of the top level 6 civilization organizations in the Milky Way. Perhaps the Reapers gave them an illusion. And over time, the Perseus community actually had a feeling that they are very capable, and frequently active in the universe, and openly had intersections with the Galactic Center Alliance, the Reapers, and the Silicon-based Federation, until the Awakener arrived in the Milky Way and the war broke out. In fact, that feeling was just an illusion of the Perseus community. The two civilization organizations with unique technologies, the Galactic Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation, looked down on them at all. And the reason why they could exist for so long was entirely because the three parties needed them. It was considered to exist as a force floating between the three forces. But unfortunately, the arrival of the Awakener broke this situation. And now, there is finally a second civilization that dares to openly challenge the Reaper. And it is a civilization that most level 6 civilizations know. The Shinju civilization was also a level 6 civilization that failed in the fight against the Reapers and then hid. Such a civilization jumped out to speak. And the level 6 civilizations that hid together in the past were very curious. It turned out that they were hiding while others were holding back their big moves. However, due to the great power of the electronic warships and the precedent of the Silver Heart Alliance, many level 6 civilizations did not hold much hope for the Shinju civilization. Even if there were many civilizations that heard the broadcast information and went to detect the situation, they only sent out a detection team. In short, wait and see. If the two civilizations go to war and the Shinju civilization wins, and the electronic warships are destroyed, then they will attack the Reapers. If it is another situation, then they will just pray for the best. Those who need to hide will continue to hide. And those who need to hide will continue to hide. Unless one day their own civilization can also develop special technology. They will never take the initiative to provoke the Reapers. It is because the electronic warships are too unsolvable. Before there are technological equipment to replace electronic equipment, there is no chance of winning. At least this is what the 6th level civilizations in the Milky Way think. Therefore, after receiving the broadcast from the Shinju civilization, Some civilizations noticed that the Shinju civilization had special attainments in gravity. So they speculated that the Shinju civilization might have mastered some special technology related to gravity. They were of course very curious about what kind of technology that could make the Shinju civilization so confident. Will the Shinju civilization use gravity to replace electrons and replace all the electronic equipment of the entire civilization with gravity equipment? Is there really such a thing as a gravitational computer? With all kinds of curiosity, a group of level 6 civilizations dispatched batches of detectors to the location where the Shinju civilization broadcast. Chapter 1004. Any civilization that reaches level 6 will reach a speed of 213.75 times the speed of light. The Milky Way is indeed vast. But a few hundred years is enough for them to reach any position in the Milky Way. The coordinates mentioned in the broadcast of the Shinju civilization are not a specific point, but a star field, located at the end of the Southern Cross Arm. The end of the Southern Cross Arm is in the direction of the center of the Milky Way, which is the middle section of the Perseus Arm, about 70,000 light-years away from the solar system. In the days when humans and Dia civilizations were developing attentively, the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization had already run to the Southern Cross Arm, and designated it as a battlefield, broadcasting to the entire Milky Way. After the Shinju civilization finished broadcasting, they waited in the Southern Cross Arm. But they did not wait without doing anything. While waiting, they also set up detection stations in various places in the starry sky. Those were gravitational anchor points developed based on their unique technology, which were used to detect fleets appearing in this star field. The Milky Way has not been so lively for tens of millions of years. The broadcast was like a huge rock falling on a river, attracting groups of fleets from all over the Milky Way, all running to the end of the Southern Cross Arm. These fleets came from various civilizations, but none of them were main fleets, and there weren't even many main battleships. They had only one purpose for this trip, which was to investigate the true and false of the Shinju civilization and observe the upcoming war between the Shinju civilization and the Harvesters. However, when they arrived at the target star field, they almost thought they had gone the wrong way, because these large and small level 6 civilization detection ships did not find any traces of the Shinju civilization fleet at all. They specially expanded the search range for this reason, but still found nothing. The Reaper was not seen either. This was a bit embarrassing. Could it be that I arrived before the Reaper? That's not right. Didn't the Galactic Heart Alliance say that they found traces of the Reaper in the Perseus Arm? They should have arrived long ago. Could it be a problem with the timing of the broadcast? The level 6 civilizations that sent out detection spacecraft to detect the situation were all puzzled. The coordinate range given by the Shinju civilization was not large, but after their detection, they did not find any warships, except for a galaxy in the center of the star field within the coordinate range. There seemed to be nothing else. The most informed Galaxy Alliance also came, but they also did not send out the main fleet. After arriving here, they even explored the vicinity of the galaxy and found nothing unusual. They just felt a little strange, because the central celestial body of the galaxy is a neutron star, and there is nothing else. They estimated that the planets in the original galaxy had been blown away by the supernova explosion, leaving only a lonely neutron star. Other 6th level civilization exploration ships also explored the vicinity of the neutron star, but did not find anything unusual. Well, not all of them were discovered. Some individuals on the 6th level civilization exploration spacecraft felt that this neutron star had some indescribable feeling. They even compared the data with the Milky Way star map. It was found that there seemed to be no record of supernova explosions at the end of the Southern Cross Arm, but all the data of this neutron star looked normal. So these civilizations did not think it had any problems, since the location of the Shinju civilization broadcast was here. Many of the 6th level civilization exploration spacecraft that arrived had already noticed the neutron star. They basically went to explore it, and the conclusions they got were all normal neutron stars. But they always felt a little strange. Then the Shinju civilization is not bluffing, right? We haven't seen their fleet. What's going on? Is this a scam? Fortunately, we have detection ships coming. After waiting for decades, these level 6 civilization detection ships still haven't found any traces of the Shinju civilization fleet. So some detection ships can't help but start communicating with other civilizations around them in the form of tachyon broadcasting. That's right. Is it a trap set by the Reaper? But this trick is too cheap. Only fools will fall for it. Our memories have been stored long ago. So if we die, we die. And the Harvesters will get nothing. Hey, not really. We recognize the Shinju civilization, and their broadcasts must be correct. Let's wait and see. Maybe the Shinju civilization is hidden in this void. But they are too hidden. So we didn't find it. Then you should have analyzed their broadcast form. So we won't explain it in detail. Well, special technologies related to gravity. Then they may really be hidden in this void. Maybe they have made a small universe here in advance. But we can't detect it. Oh! If only we had such concealment technology. A group of exploration spacecraft from different civilizations exchanged views in the void. Only the exploration spacecraft team of the Galactic Center Alliance remained silent. They have been pointing the most sensitive detector at the neutron star, because they have a detailed map of the Milky Way stars. And through comparison, they found that there is no neutron star here at all. It's just that this neutron star is too normal. Its diameter is only about 15 kilometers. But it has a huge mass. This neutron star also has a strong magnetic field. And its rotation speed is close to 1,000 times per second. The exploration spacecraft of the Galactic Center Alliance also measured the surface temperature and gravity of this neutron star. It was exactly like a natural neutron star, which made the exploration team of the Galaxy Heart Alliance doubt whether their galaxy star map was wrong. Our star map can't be wrong. Could it be that the Shinju civilization used this neutron star as bait to set up some kind of gravity trap, and then use some special gravity technology to detonate, attract this neutron star, and then turn this area into a black hole? Finally, suck the electronic warship into the black hole and destroy it? On the exploration spacecraft of the Galaxy Heart Alliance, the captain who was comparing the star map couldn't help but guess what he thought was possible. But he really couldn't figure out what kind of gravitational technology could do this. So after a brainstorm, he thought of a possibility. Could this neutron star be a warship of the Shinju civilization? As soon as this idea came up, he felt it was impossible. That was a neutron star. How could it be transformed into a warship? The Shinju civilization obviously had a special technology in gravity, not a special technology in four-dimensional space. So it was impossible to transform a neutron star. Just thinking about it, the intelligent life of the Ancient Alliance felt that everything was possible. After all, the products of special technologies always have existences that are difficult for him to understand. Gravity-featured technology neutron stars have strong gravity. Can't it be true? Thinking of this, the exploration team of the Galactic Heart Alliance sent a tachyon broadcast to the neutron star. Shinju civilization. This neutron star is your masterpiece. Right? However, the message did not receive a response, because a different message suddenly appeared. It diverted the attention of all civilizations. Heh! It's quite lively. But it's a pity that all the scumbags came. It's rare that you scumbags came out by yourselves. So we don't have to look for you one by one. The Divine Element Civilization? We are defeated. We didn't kill you last time. But now you are coming out to die. Have you come up with a special technology? It's a good opportunity to see what special technology makes you so confident that you are eager to give it to us. As soon as this message appeared, all the beings on the Level 6 Civilization Exploration spacecraft realized that the Reapers are coming. Chapter 1005. Before seeing the person, you hear his voice first. The signal of the Reaper's call appeared first. And then a group of 6th level Civilization Exploration ships detected that a hazy spherical warship appeared from the deep void. It first sailed at warp speed, and after approaching the target star field, it performed several shared electron calls to the unknown. It looked like the hazy big ball moved step by step in an instant, and its body was very graceful. Seeing this, a group of 6th level Civilization Exploration ships hurriedly pulled the warp lever to the maximum speed and scattered around at the highest warp speed, fearing that the electronic warship would get within their 4 light-year range, and they would not know how they would die. Even a powerful awakener was taken away by the electronic warships, not to mention their own exploration ships. However, they were too suspicious this time. The electronic warships must have no interest in them. Those exploration ships that reacted slower found that they were already within 4 light years of the electronic warships. But they were not destroyed. It seems that the Reapers have no interest in destroying these exploration ships. Even the exploration ships of the Galactic Heart Alliance were not destroyed. Only the electronic warships? The 6th level Civilization Exploration ships that hurriedly withdrew from the safe range found that there was no harvester fleet following the electronic warship. The detection range of the 6th level civilization is far beyond the 5th level civilization. especially the civilization with special detection means. However, the large detection range does not mean that it can scan a star system from a distance of 100 light-years to see if there are life planets inside. That is impossible. First, the star system has light pollution, and if the distance is too far, interference fog will appear. Second, the detection of the sixth-level civilization is based on the phenomena caused by technological creations such as warships, such as warp traces, space-time ripples, etc. Therefore, it was easy for them to detect that the Reapers did not have a large fleet coming. Yes, the Reapers were not stupid. The Shinju civilization broadcast so openly. They must have something to rely on. Sending out a large number of conventional fleets without knowing their cards is tantamount to sending heads. After the war that year, the Reapers suffered heavy losses in conventional combat power. So they naturally have to be more cautious now. Especially after encountering an existence like the Awakener. The Reapers dared not to openly send out a large conventional fleet. Therefore, during this period of time, the Reapers have been letting the electronic warships wander around the Milky Way. The main job of the conventional fleet is to cooperate and assist the electronic warships to find the nests of those level 6 civilizations. As long as we find the nests of those level 6 civilizations, we can kill them all with electronic warships. The Reaper is very confident in the power of electronic warships. So this time, only electronic warships came. However, when the electronic warship flashed to the target star field, it also appeared in a trance, like other level 6 civilization detection ships before. What's going on? Where is the fleet of Shinju civilization? Not finding the fleet of Shinju civilization. The Reaper's first reaction is that there is a hidden small universe here, and Shinju civilization is hiding in this small universe and preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. However, after a detection scan, it was found that the space and time here were normal, except for the neutron star in the void, which was a little strange. Neutron star? Is this the reliance of your Shinju civilization? Is it to transform a neutron star from four-dimensional space? Is this your special technological product? The harvester turned his attention to the neutron star and sent out a broadcast signal again. Under normal circumstances, the harvesters rarely broadcast and chat after arriving at the battlefield like now. They would never talk nonsense if they could take action. But now they are very curious. Of course, the harvesters also received the Milky Way broadcast of the Shinju civilization, and therefore judged that the Shinju civilization might have mastered the special technology of gravity. However, when they saw this neutron star, they were still surprised, because like the Milky Way alliance, they first thought of the Shinju civilization transforming the neutron star, rather than building a neutron star from scratch. So naturally they thought of four-dimensional space technology, because only four-dimensional space can directly process and operate the interior of three-dimensional objects. It's related to gravity and four-dimensional space. That's not a special technology. Thinking of this, the harvester was extremely curious and excited. Yes, it was curiosity and excitement. Not because he felt that the other party had too many special technologies and felt uneasy. Hee. You are worthy of being a harvester. Those mediocre people didn't see it after watching it for several years. But you saw it through at a glance. That's right. This is the creation of our Shinju civilization. The Shinju battleship. You can also call it a neutron battle star. Neutron battle star. Remember this name well? And take a few more glances while you can still see it. Because electronic battleships will become history from now on. And the days of you Reapers dominating the galaxy are over. Without electronic battleships, you Reapers are nothing. We said? A broadcast based on gravity technology appeared to respond to the Reapers. And a group of 6th-level civilization exploration spacecraft launched more than 10 light-years away. Heard. The truth? That was the broadcast of the Shinju civilization. Neutron battle star? Shinju civilization actually transformed the neutron star into a battleship? Incredible. It turns out that the neutron star is a technological creation. My God. Can this really be created by a level 6 civilization? A group of level 6 civilization exploration spacecraft were amazed there. They didn't expect that the neutron star was a warship. But the Shinju civilization had already admitted it. So they couldn't help but believe it. Just as this group of viewers were amazed, the Shinju civilization, which had sent a radio reply, finally took action. The neutron star that was originally rotating thousands of times per second suddenly stopped rotating. And the speed of stopping was astonishing. As if it was completely unaffected by the inertia of rotation. Of course, It was just as if the inertia of rotation and mass inertia were physical phenomena, and mass was bound to exist. This situation was just what the Shinju civilization had already done with their ultimate gravity technology. Just based on this move, the 6th-level civilization exploration ships that came to detect the reality shouted that the trip was worthwhile. Some exploration ship teams had already recorded this scene and let the exploration ships in their team directly carry the news to the depths of the starry sky, because they were afraid that after the two beings fought, they would be accidentally injured and killed. And then, the news would not be able to be transmitted back. After the neutron star suddenly stopped rotating, its diameter also shrank a little. Then, the neutron star slightly adjusted its posture, so that its original rotation axis was facing up and down. Of course, there is no up and down in the universe. The up and down here refers to the relative direction after the equator of the seed star is aligned with the electronic warship. The two spheres were about 9 light-years apart, staring at each other's actions, like two swordsmen ready to go. For a moment, the silent starry sky seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. Chapter 1006. Maybe there is hope. The exploration team of the Silver Heart Alliance was the first to see the clues, and they immediately sent a message to the exploration spacecraft of other Level 6 civilizations that were also observing in the distant starry sky. Just a few words, but it gave great confidence to a group of Level 6 civilizations. This situation is indeed unprecedented. The Silver Heart Alliance noticed that in the past, no matter when the electronic warship arrived, it would start fighting without saying anything, and it would destroy its enemies with overwhelming force. This time, the electronic warship actually stopped and looked at the neutron battle star from a distance. It felt like they had encountered an opponent that they had paid enough attention to. Seeing this situation, the intelligent life on the Galaxy Heart Alliance's detection spacecraft was also surprised, and they couldn't help but think secretly in their hearts, the neutron battlestar is a special technological product of the Shinju civilization, and the electronic warship of the Reaper actually showed such a movement. Could it be that the electronic warship is not a product of the 7th-level civilization, but a special technological product of the Reaper? In fact, when the electronic warship first appeared, the Silver Heart Alliance actually thought that it was a special technological product of the Reapers. But as the confrontation continued and the war continued to fail, they felt that such a powerful thing could not be a special technological product, but should be a creation of the 7th-level civilization, because long before that time, the Reapers did explore a 7th-level civilization relic. As for the claim of a 7th-level civilization creation, the Reapers have never denied it. So over time, a wave of the 7th-level civilization creation is invincible has also risen in the Silver Heart Alliance mentality. But now it seems that the electronic warships seem to be wary of the neutron war star. Of course, it could also be a show, just like the battle with the remnants in that war. This is a special contest, because neither side sent out conventional fleets, but directly used the trump cards, which was a king team against the king. The large sphere has a hazy appearance, and no boundaries can be seen. It looks about the size of the moon, while the other sphere is obviously much smaller, with a diameter of only 14 or 15 kilometers, and looks small and exquisite. Electrons originally existed as microscopic particles, which were extremely small point particles. However, after being transformed into battleships, they were larger than neutron stars. This contrast gave people a wonderful feeling. The starry sky was silent, and two balls, one large and one small, were suspended in the universe, neither advancing nor retreating. No one knew what they were doing. This state was not broken until 2.5 months later by a broadcast message. Shinju Civilization. Neutron Battle Star. It seems that it is not easy for you to build such a battleship. I am afraid that you have exhausted all the wisdom of civilization. Unfortunately, there is only one, and you just got it, and are about to lose it. Humph. You are so arrogant. After 2 short broadcast exchanges, the two civilizations finally took action. The Shinju civilization knew that as long as the electronic warships were destroyed, the Reapers would have nothing to rely on, and the great voyage to the galaxy would definitely be launched without any civilization daring to make trouble. And the Reapers also knew that the Shinju civilization had already clamored to start the great voyage. If they could not destroy the neutron battle star that they relied on, the pattern of the Milky Way would change from then on. So no matter what, this battle must be fought. We need to let all level 6 civilizations know that we, the harvesters, still have the final say in this galaxy. You can only wait for us to come and harvest you. There is no other way. The electronic warship flashed and disappeared on the spot. Its macroscopic existence and its microscopic existence were replaced. It completed a movement that looked like teleportation. Then the second, third, fourth, and fifth electronic warship flashed, as if the silk stockings were dusty, and lightly touched the void. After several flashes and movements, the electronic warship kept getting closer to the neutron battle star. The neutron war star at the other end of the starry sky was not to be outdone. But its performance was in stark contrast to its size. The neutron war star's silhouette blurred, and then disappeared on the spot. And then a powerful gravitational wave vibration appeared out of thin air from the place where it disappeared. It was like jumping up from the ground with violent force, causing thunder and sonic booms. The difference is that this is the universe, and the strong power that exploded out of thin air is gravitational waves. This force that can bounce the neutron war star like a pinball trampoline is obviously unusual. It is the product of the elastic spacetime theory technology under the pinnacle of gravitational technology, and is the main way of movement of the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization when fighting. The gravitational waves generated by the jumping and hopping movement are also very different from the gravitational waves in the ordinary sense. The sixth-level civilization exploration spacecraft watching the battle soon discovered the difference. The gravitational waves formed after the neutron battlestar exploded and jumped up have a vortex rotation vibration mode. Just like the neutron battlestar jumping and accumulating power is rotating and compressing the space in some form. Bang! Bang! Snap! Waves of silent and violent gravitational waves exploded in the starry sky. And the quiet starry sky seemed to explode with gravitational explosions again and again, accompanied by the ripples of space. And the neutron battlestar stepped through the void and went all the way to meet it. The wild movement of the neutron battlestar brought an indescribable spiritual shock to the sixth-level civilizations watching the battle. They had never seen such a wild movement. Not even the special life form left behind had such a performance. Domineering. This was the intuitive feeling of the sixth-level civilizations watching the battle about the movement of the neutron. It was in sharp contrast with the electronic battleship. It was like a brute force, clanging and leaping thousands of miles, rolling up countless smoke and dust, sweeping the fields. A dragonfly skimmed the water and floated thousands of miles away. A light cloud covered the moon, and the wind turned the snow. The electronic warship and the neutron war star were getting closer and closer to each other, and both were ready to go in the process. For 0.3 light years, one more jump, and it would be within the attack range of the electronic warship. The wild jump of the neutron war star paused for a moment at this moment, and it tilted its rotation axis towards the direction of the electronic warship. The whole star seemed to be stuck in space, making a posture of accumulating strength and stretching forward. Then the neutron star suddenly increased its rotation speed clockwise from 0 speed. When the speed reached the extreme, it braked instantly, and then suddenly rotated counterclockwise. This is not a move that a natural planet can make. The neutron star completed the clockwise accumulation in just a moment and jumped out counterclockwise. With its movement, a reverse magnetic field was instantly born from the star body. The magnetic field was extremely strong and seemed to be real. This magnetic field, which seemed to be real, also expanded rapidly in all directions with the neutron star's jump, like a magnetic net, dyeing the space around the equatorial island of the neutron star into the color of the magnetic field. The real magnetic field grid was also thrown out by the space change caused by the rapid forward and reverse rotation of the neutron war star. Because it was surging with the curved space, it broke the speed limit of light. This was a space strangulation with a surging extreme magnetic field. The stars in the distant background were also twisted into the stars in Van Gogh's paintings by the rapid forward and reverse rotation of the neutron war star. The stars in the background starry sky were also pulled into an uneven drop canvas under this blow. The main body of the neutron war star also jumped towards the flashing and moving landing point of the electronic warship and crashed into it wildly. Domineering. Chapter 1007. The battle is imminent. The range attack carrying a very strong magnetic field is emitted by the neutron star, and it expands to the surrounding area in an instant, like a rapidly expanding balloon. The Shinju civilization gave this attack a mighty and domineering name, called the star magnetic storm, when its carrier is a neutron star. The intensity of the magnetic storm is so strong that it can magnetize a planet in an instant. This is a byproduct of the Shinju civilization when it was developing a neutron battle star. Because of the characteristics of the neutron magnetar, it was powerful, but it was only one of the attack methods of the neutron war star. Shinju civilization knew that the electronic warship was an electron. So they thought that the magnetic field attack was the most effective. So they launched a magnetic field-related attack right away. However, the characteristic technology of Shinju civilization was not magnetic field technology. This attack mainly relied on the characteristics of neutron stars. Of course, the magnetic storm in nature could not achieve such intensity and effect. The expanding magnetic field was like a sharp blade, rolling towards the hazy electronic warship. However, the electronic warship that has dominated the galaxy for tens of millions of years is not a pushover. It was seen that its body, which is hundreds of times larger than the neutron star, just flashed and crossed the expanding magnetic storm by exchanging positions. It easily avoided the blow that could destroy countless warships. Naturally, it also avoided the subsequent neutron star impact in the same way. Humph! After failing to hit, a contemptuous broadcast message was sent from the neutron war star. It seemed to say that the electronic warship was just like this. It could only dodge, and did not dare to confront it head-on. The neutron battle star is now within 4 light years of the electronic battleship. But the Shinju civilization is not afraid at all, because they are very confident in the defense capabilities of the neutron star. If it were a conventional battleship, it would have been paralyzed at this moment. But the neutron star is wrapped in thick neutron degenerate matter, like a heavy turtle. And the Shinju civilization did not notice that there was a problem with its control system. Because of this, the Shinju civilization has increased its confidence. If the first attack fails, the second attack will come. The neutron battle star used the same trick again, rotating clockwise and counterclockwise in an instant, and once again erupted a strong star magnetic storm. In an instant, with the neutron battle star as the center, it was like a tornado was born and rolled into the void. At the same time, the neutron battle star did not dance in place. It danced several star magnetic storms here, then jumped into the void and went to another starry sky to continue dancing. In a cup of tea, the entire starry sky was rolled up by it as if it was wailing. The entire star field was filled with constantly intertwined and scattered violent magnetic storms. At this moment, the space had magnetic field properties. Seeing this, many level 6 civilization exploration spacecrafts watching the battle quickly retreated a long distance. The neutron battle star was so powerful that even a fleet of a level 6 civilization was wiped out by it. In the face of such a powerful attack, the electronic battleship still dodged as before, constantly exchanging positions with another electron to avoid the attack. From a distance, the electronic battleship was like a small paper boat in the stormy waves, and there was a risk of being swallowed up at any time. For a while, many level 6 civilizations watching the battle were not sure what was going on, and even the Silver Heart Alliance, which had been dealing with electronic battleships for many years, remained silent. They felt that the electronic warship was not that simple. But they didn't know why it was not simple. Because from the moment they found out that the Reapers had electronic warships, they were suppressed and beaten. And the electronic warships only showed one way of attack from beginning to end. That is, to unreasonably destroy their warship's electronic equipment, central computers, etc. And now seeing the neutron battle star jumping around, the electronic warship's attack method seems to be ineffective? Hey, instant teleportation. That's it. Just when the Ancient Alliance was puzzled, the neutron star of the Shinju civilization sent out another information broadcast. The Shinju civilization did not expect that this attack could destroy the electronic warship, but just wanted to test the bottom of the electronic warship in this way. And now they have indeed discovered it. The electronic warship's position exchange, which seems to be teleportation, is not very accurate. It can only move to an approximate position, which depends on the position of its companion electron. And there are signs before it exchanges positions with its companion electron. A ray of light will appear at the position of its companion electron. The Shinju civilization detected it. It was the light that appeared due to the electron transition based on the photoelectric effect. And that was the trace of the existence of the electron battleship's companion electron. The movement of its companion electrons was also discovered by the Shinju civilization during these movements. It should be an electron orbital transition effect. Like the Ancient Alliance, the Shinju civilization has long known that the electronic battleship is not one electron, but two. One is an electron in a microscopic state, and the other is an electron in a macroscopic state. They are a pair of shared electrons that obey the Pauli exclusion principle. When the position of the electron at the microscopic level is determined, the position of the electron at the macroscopic level becomes uncertain, which is the principle of its flickering transition and changing position. Since the electron orbit in the microscopic state is not a real orbit, but an electron cloud, the electron in the microscopic state cannot be fixed in an accurate and unchanging spatial position. So there will be position deviation in the teleportation of the electronic warship. However, this deviation is not large, and it can only be regarded as an error for the vast starry sky. When the electronic warship flickered and moved over, its moving path was like a flicker, which is the reason. It is precisely because of the uncertainty of this deviation that the electronic warship's dodge is not so accurate. So after a period of time, it was finally swept by the star magnetic storm emitted by the neutron war star. However, to the surprise of the Shinju civilization, the electronic warship swept by the star magnetic storm just rolled for a while with the chaotic magnetic flux lines of the violent magnetic field. And its shape was also pulled into various shapes in the magnetic field, looking like dough that was kneaded into various shapes. But it never fell apart. After the star magnetic storm swept through, the electronic warship regained its hazy spherical appearance. In the process of chasing and colliding again and again, the neutron war star also obviously hit the electronic warship, but not the macroscopic electronic warship, but its microscopic part, when it completed the position exchange. But this collision gave the Shinju civilization a feeling of lightness. The Shinju civilization felt that its neutron war star seemed to have hit nothing, and the microscopic electrons were like a cloud. When the neutron war star hit it, it was like hitting a falling feather, without any sense of force. A punch hits cotton. If it hadn't noticed the photoelectric effect, the Shinju civilization wouldn't even know that its neutron battle star had hit the electron. When a planet hits a microscopic particle, the force can be imagined. Then the microscopic electron disappeared from the vicinity of the neutron battle star. And at the same time, the haziness of the appearance of the macroscopic electronic battleship became a little heavier. The microscopic electron returned to the vicinity of the macroscopic electron, and it formed an electron cloud around the macroscopic electron. Seeing this situation, the Shinju civilization immediately judged what was going on. Chapter 1008. The Shinju civilization noticed the situation of the electronic warships. That is, from the beginning to now, the electronic warships have not carried out the previous attacks to destroy electronic equipment. Perhaps the Reapers know that it is useless. Or perhaps the Reapers are also testing the neutron battle star. The Shinju civilization is more inclined to the latter. They guess correctly that the electronic warships are indeed still collecting combat data from the neutron battle star. The reason is that the Reapers believe that the Shinju civilization has four-dimensional space technology, and they want to see if the neutron battle star has any performance in that aspect. But the result disappointed them. The neutron battle star was constantly repeating the same attack method of the star magnetic storm from beginning to end. Making a neutron star into a battle star was something the Reapers had never seen before, so they certainly needed to treat it with caution. After all, only they themselves knew that the electronic battleship was not a creation of the 7th level civilization, but a product of their own unique technology. Of course, there was indeed 7th level civilization technology in it, or to be more precise, a 7th level civilization creation, that companion electron. At the beginning, the Reapers only got an electron, a microscopic electron, in the ruins of the 7th level civilization. The unknown 7th level civilization used some unknown means to bind an electron with a functional link in the ruins. After the Reapers got it, they complemented it with their own unique technology according to their racial talents, turning it into a complete electronic warship. Therefore, in theory, the electronic warship of the Reapers is half a creation of the 7th level civilization and half a product of their own unique technology. The attack method of the electronic warship from its appearance in the Milky Way to now is also a capability that makes many Milky Way civilizations tremble with fear, which comes from that microscopic electron. In this process, the macroelectron mainly played the role of the control room. Of course, when using the microscopic companion electron to attack, it does not mean that the macroelectron of the electronic warship only has the function of the control room. After all, it is a special technological product of the Reaper. The Reaper naturally knew that it would not be possible to force the neutron battle star to use other attack methods by simply dodging. So after fighting for a while, they decided to make it more difficult for the neutron battle star. So in the next moment, the Shinju civilization and many 6th level civilizations watching the battle saw the attack methods that the electronic warship had never shown before. After the macroelectron returned to its spherical shape, it suddenly stopped in the void. Then the electronic warship began to tremble like a beating light ball. Up and down, left and right. As the macroelectronic warship jumped, rounds of light balls, like the scorching sun, emerged from the void. Some light balls appeared around the electronic warship. Some appeared 0.6, 0.9, 1.7 light years away from the electronic warship, or other locations. Its appearance was as uncertain as the location of the electron cloud. But they were all within a range of 4 light years centered on the macroelectronic warship. However, that kind of light is actually invisible to optical detectors, because optical detectors rely on photon propagation and need to be received by the detector. The ability to see its appearance is entirely dependent on superluminal strange tachyon detection. And those rounds of light balls that look like the scorching sun do not actually emit light, because they are actually rounds of photons. They appear from the deep void around the electronic warship, like a bright moon in the void, and then expand in all directions at the speed of light. But the main direction is the neutron battle star. Each round of light was as big as a star, and it spread out from the place where it appeared, spreading towards the neutron battle star in a trumpet-like manner. The speed of light certainly could not catch up with the neutron battle star, but the speed of the electronic battleship was faster than the speed of light. As the electronic battleship trembled up and down, left and right, it was also constantly changing its position. As its position kept changing, the light in the starry sky became more and more, until the entire star field was connected into a large area, and the neutron battle star was surrounded by light. As we all know, electron transitions produce photons, which is the well-known photoelectric effect. And photovoltaic panels use the photoelectric effect to convert sunlight into electrical energy. Modern physics tells us that light and electricity can be converted into each other. But now the Harvester tells the Shinju civilization, and a group of 6th-level civilizations watching the battle, that macro-electron transitions will also produce macrophotons. These civilizations naturally saw that scene. But the Harvester did not tell them what the purpose of these macrophotons that appeared in this way is. The neutron battle star was already within the 4 light-year range of the electronic battleship. Even if it jumped faster, it was not as fast as the electron cloud that appeared at all positions in a range at the same time. So, the neutron battle star was surrounded by the macrophotons born in the void. Bluffing. The people of the Shinju civilization in the neutron battle star snorted contemptuously when they saw this. But they did not despise the behavior of the electronic battleship. Photons are obviously wave-particle duality, but the Harvesters use some technology to make them into photons with only particle performance. And they are macrophotons. Unknown things are the most dangerous, and the Shinju civilization certainly does not dare to underestimate them. Under their control, the neutron war star immediately jumped heavily in space, and made several leaps to avoid the dense macrophotons. At the same time, the neutron war star also opened another way of attack. Perhaps a defensive posture. The neutron war star quickly rotated, and its rotation speed was faster than any neutron star in nature. It stands to reason that at such a rotation speed, the neutron star can no longer remain stable. But under the blessing of the Shinju civilization's pinnacle gravity technology, the neutron star is still stable, and even its rotation speed continues to increase. Finally, when the rotation speed reached the peak, the rotation axis and magnetic axis of the neutron battle star began to deviate. This was not an accident, but a deliberate act of the Shinju civilization. In nature, those neutron stars that rotate rapidly and have an angle between their rotation axis and magnetic axis are generally called pulsars. In the starry sky, most neutron stars are pulsars. The way they emit pulses is because of the existence of this angle, which causes them to periodically sweep across a certain area of the starry sky during their crazy rotation. If there happens to be a civilization in that area and related detection equipment, they will receive periodic pulse signals. So neutron stars are also called pulsars. But that is a neutron star in nature. The behavior of the neutron star of the Shinju civilization at this moment is more intense than the rotation of the neutron star in nature. And the radiation emitted by the violent rotation of its rotation axis and magnetic axis is not ordinary radiation, but a magical space fluctuation. How magical! It is essentially a gravitational wave. A specific gravitational wave emitted by the neutron star in that state. They expand outward layer by layer like water ripples. And they are endless. As if a layer of black fog is put on the neutron star, giving the people of the civilization watching the battle a sticky feeling. But the detection signal told them that it was not. After the gravitational wave appeared, the space and time around the neutron battlestar became sluggish, and it seemed to have become a quagmire created by the gravitational field. In fact, if the neutron battlestar faced other civilizations, it could solve the problem by brute force collision and stellar magnetic storms. But now its opponent is the electronic warship. That is the existence that dominated the galaxy for tens of millions of years. The Shinju civilization knew its strength, so it also made sufficient preparations before daring to challenge it. So their neutron battlestar must have more than these attack methods. After all, gravitational technology is their characteristic technology. Chapter 1009. This is true. After discovering that the electronic warship used an unprecedented attack method, the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization also made corresponding countermeasures. It is unknown what the macrophoton is. Even if the neutron war star has a thick layer of neutron degenerate matter as a natural armor, it dare not touch it easily. The electronic warship is famous. Now that it has been forced to use a new attack method, it is natural to be careful to deal with it. If it can't be touched, try not to touch it. If there is really no other way, the Shinju civilization is not worried. They are still very confident in their neutron war star. Otherwise, they would not dare to challenge the harvester so ostentatiously. I saw that the photons after macroscopicization turned into particles, and the light balls that looked like stars connected into one, surrounded the neutron battle star, and then kept getting closer at the speed of light, constantly compressing the activity space of the neutron battle star. Those photons are amazing, because they are photons themselves. And photons are bosons. The characteristic of bosons is that many bosons can be in the same quantum state. They do not obey the Pauli exclusion principle. So if we use the concept of human seeing, we can actually not see them in the starry sky, because they are photons. All light passes through them without any reflection or refraction, and only strange tachyons can detect their existence. So the battle between the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship, if viewed from an optical perspective, from the beginning to now, they have only been constantly changing their positions and movements, just like two stars taking a walk. That's all. But in fact, the two have already fought many rounds. And now the macroscopic photons made by the electronic battleship are one of the means of attack, the main purpose of which is to force out the ability of the neutron battle star. The harvester also wants to know where the Shinju civilization got the confidence to challenge him, and even more to know whether the Shinju civilization has four-dimensional space technology. And the current macrophoton range attack is the best way to test it. After all, the neutron battle star is now surrounded by macrophotons. If the Shinju civilization has four-dimensional technology, then the neutron battle star will most likely show the ability to jump in four-dimensional space and jump out of the weapon attack circle. If the neutron battle star chooses to resist, then the Shinju civilization is likely to have no four-dimensional technology. In other words, their neutron battle star was not transformed from a natural neutron star, but was built up bit by themselves. The reason for guessing its manufacturing method is to spy on the technological strength of the Shinju civilization. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. The performance of the neutron battle star was beyond the harvester's expectations. It did not perform a four-dimensional jump to jump out of the macrophoton encirclement, but instead spun wildly there to create a strange gravitational field. It was a gravitational field similar to the environment near a black hole, but it was different because it was not a black hole, but a neutron star. Soon, the macrophotons came into contact with the quagmire created by gravity. At the moment of contact, the harvesters and all the civilizations watching the battle immediately knew what was going on, because they saw that the speed of the star-like macrophotons was slowing down. That space seemed to have turned into a sticky glue, and all the photons that entered it were stagnant. The speed of light slowed down there, and it seemed to have become another space-time. But the speed of light is still the speed of light. Even if it slows down, it is still the fastest existence in the gravitational quagmire area. However, the story is not over yet. As the macrophotons continue to pour in, their speed will drop significantly after entering. Therefore, from the perspective of the sixth-level detection spacecraft watching the battle, it is like a pile of photons piled up in the gravitational quagmire created by the neutron battle star. And the periphery of the entire starry sky is inlaid into a light ball that does not emit light. The macrophotons that surrounded them from all sides fell into the gravitational field quagmire and could not move forward. However, if it was just like this, the neutron battlestar still could not jump out of the macro-photon encirclement. So, the next moment, all civilizations saw that circle of macrophotons began to move sideways, and then began to rotate around the neutron star. It was not the macrophotons themselves that were moving, but the neutron star was pulling the surrounding space to rotate, and the macrophotons that relied on the space to exist naturally had to rotate with it. In an instant, they were like small boats on the edge of a whirlpool, constantly rotating around the neutron star in the center, and getting closer and closer to the center. Now the macrophotons looked a bit like they were being pulled by the magic wave. However, the neutron battlestar would not pull them towards itself. After all, it did not want to contact these macrophotons. So many sixth-level civilization exploration spacecraft and harvesters saw that the neutron battlestar also moved during the rotation, and it moved outside the encirclement. In this process, the macrophoton was rolled into a spiral shape by the neutron battlestar along with the space, compressed into a mosquito coil shape, and the space behind it was also rolled up. The neutron battlestar pulled the outer space in by distorting the space to make a channel, and then it was seen to accumulate power and jump, and the space bounced it out like a trampoline. As the neutron battlestar jumped out, the dewound space no longer had its power to support it, so it stretched out like a tightened spring, ejecting the group of macrophotons outward, causing the peripheral sixth-level civilization exploration spacecraft to move to avoid it. No four-dimensional technology, but the technology in gravity is amazing. Even our macrophoton attack can be avoided. It seems that the guys watching the battle will not be able to see the beautiful scene of the neutron star turning into light. It's a pity. Seeing this scene, the harvester immediately made a judgment. There was no obvious pressure in his words, and I think he was full of confidence in the electronic warship. The neutron war star that jumped out of the macrophoton range did not stop to say more harsh words, but directly made two more space-elastic jumps to hit the electronic warship. Of course, it was not a simple physical collision, because the Shinju civilization had tried it before, and a simple collision could not hurt the electronic warship at all. So during the jumping process, the neutron war star used several star magnetic storms, and when it hit the electronic warship, it burst out that strange gravitational field again. The space was twisted into a vortex by the neutron war star. However, the electrons were not so easy to be caught. The two sides fought back and forth, using their own methods in the empty starry sky. Each attack of the neutron war star was full of explosive power. Sometimes it was a starry sky magnetic storm. Sometimes it was a gravity-tearing space vortex. Sometimes it jumped up and rammed. And sometimes it used its own rotating magnetic poles to shoot at the electronic warship like a searchlight. The electronic warship on the other side was not to be outdone. It also made a lot of responses while constantly flashing and moving. But so far, the only counterattack against the neutron war star was the macrophoton attack. The two sides fought back and forth, causing chaos in the entire starry sky. Chapter 1010. Just when the Shinju civilization thought that the electronic warship was just like that, the first collision between the neutron war star and the electronic warship occurred. As usual, after several stellar magnetic storms, the neutron war star violently crashed into the macro-electron. Obviously, after a period of fighting, the Shinju civilization also knew that the macro-electron was the key to defeating the electronic warship. However, this time the electronic warship did not dodge. It directly collided with the neutron star head-on. If something is abnormal, it must be a demon. As expected, the Shinju civilization did not smash the macroelectronics warship, and it did not even fly away. Macroelectronics is also an electron, and it is reasonable that the neutron battlestar should be able to knock it away. But what shocked all the level 6 civilizations watching the battle was that the electronic warship was hit by a dent on its spherical surface. But then the dent was immediately restored, and the electronic warship and the neutron battlestar separated at the first touch. And then it was seen that the electronic warship seemed to become a satellite of the neutron battlestar, and began to rotate around the neutron battlestar. In fact, it was not that the electronic warship was actively rotating around the neutron war star, but that the Shinju civilization immediately activated the anti-gravity ability of the neutron war star after discovering that the electronic warship was actually colliding head-on, and bounced the electronic warship away for a distance, and then quickly activated the gravity-tearing attack of the neutron war star, stirring the nearby space into vortex-shaped fragments, trying to crush the electronic warship and the space together. The Shinju civilization has noticed some of the effects of the macroelectrons of the electronic warship. So they believe that as long as the macroelectrons are torn apart, the electronic warship can be destroyed. The powerful space-tearing ability of the neutron battle star is their most effective means of attack. In fact, as long as they can destroy the macroelectrons of the electronic battleship, they will win. After all, the electronic battleship is essentially an electron. The microelectrons in the point particle state cannot be divided anymore, so they can only attack the macroelectrons. Because after the macro transformation, it does occupy the space. Since it occupies the space, tear the space apart. Many level 6 civilizations have space-cutting weapons. As a civilization with gravity-related special technologies, the Shinju civilization can even build neutron battle stars. Not to mention space-cutting. The neutron star suddenly started to rotate again, and its rotation speed was even 100 times faster than that of a natural neutron star. That was a very terrifying number. If a normal neutron star had this rotation speed, the centrifugal force would have long since enlarged the star. But the neutron star did not. Because the divine moment civilization made the neutron star rotate violently. It also opened up another means of attack for the neutron star. Supergravitational strangulation. The surging gravitational tides that far exceeded those of a medium-sized black hole burst out from the neutron star. As the neutron star rotated, they seemed to turn into rotating black blades, madly cutting all the space around the neutron star. Rotating black lines intertwined around the neutron battle star, like a rotating compost turner, stirring the void into a deadly hell. This attack was so powerful that even the electronic battleship that took the initiative to attack the neutron battle star was caught off guard. The macroelectron was directly flattened by space and was constantly pulled, looking like it would be crushed at any time. However, the 6th level civilizations familiar with the electronic battleship knew that the electronic battleship had appeared in this state before. That is, when fighting with the remnants. But this time it seemed different. The electronic battleship seemed to be really caught by the neutron battle star. For a while, a group of level 6 civilizations were communicating with other civilizations and whispering to each other. Only the Silver Heart Alliance remained silent, because they knew that the electronic warship was indeed caught by the sudden counterattack of the neutron war star. But it must be fine. The current pulling is just an appearance, and it will soon return to its original state, because the microscopic electron returned to the surface of the macroelectron before the macroelectron warship was pulled and coated it with a layer of electron cloud. Just at that moment, the hazy state of the electronic warship became a little thicker, and the exploration spacecraft of the Silver Heart Alliance noticed it. As expected by the Galactic Center Alliance, the stretched macroelectrons were quickly pushed back by the electron cloud of microelectrons, just like pushing a deformed dough bit by bit. It was the interaction between two electrons, which was the Pauli-incompatible force. It was a pity that in such a battlefield state, none of the civilizations watching the battle dared to approach, because they were all exploration ships. Of course, even if the fleet came, it could not participate, because the attacks launched by the two warships were almost all range attacks, and the conventional fleet rushing over was no different from sending itself to death, without special technology. Don't even think about it. Now, all the 6th level civilizations, except the Silver Heart Alliance, look at the two spheres, one large and one small, entangled with each other in the battlefield, as if they are watching the big guys fighting. It's a pity that the galaxy has not been repaired yet. Otherwise it would be a good opportunity now. If we fire a shot at the electronic warship at this time, maybe it will really succeed. The leader of the Silver Heart Alliance exploration spacecraft sighed. It was the first time they saw the electronic warship being restrained. However, as soon as the voice fell, the electronic warship that was constantly being pulled and deformed was seen to be restored to a sphere in an instant. At the same time, the neutron war star seemed to tremble. And then it was found that the rotation speed of the neutron war star was reduced a little bit. And then another hydrogen molecule cloud appeared out of thin air from the outer void of the neutron war star. After this phenomenon occurred, the macroelectrons of the electronic battleship were immediately stretched into long strips, and more violently than before. It felt like it was about to be pulled apart, but in the next femtosecond, the stretched macroelectronic battleship was covered with a hazy electron cloud again. And then it was pushed into a complete sphere while constantly deforming like a water ball. At the moment when the electronic battleship became a complete sphere again, a hydrogen molecule cloud appeared around the neutron battle star again. At the same time, the neutron battle star seemed to tremble as before. And then the rotation speed slowed down a little. This situation seemed to be repeating. As soon as the hydrogen molecular cloud appeared, the macroelectronic warship was stretched into a long strip again. Then the process was repeated again. After repeating this several times, the six-level civilizations watching the battle found that there were more and more hydrogen molecular clouds above the starry battlefield. And at the same time, the mass of the neutron battle star seemed to have decreased a little. The reason why the electronic warship was stretched each time was that at that time its hazy appearance suddenly became thinner. And when it returned to a spherical shape, the hazy layer became thicker again. After detecting this cleanup, the level 6 civilizations finally understood what was happening. The electronic warship was really bound by the neutron war star, and it seemed that it was still difficult to run away. However, in this process, the electronic warship was also fighting back, as evidenced by the reduction in the mass of the neutron war star and the sudden appearance of the hydrogen molecular clouds in the starry sky. The microscopic companion electrons of the electronic warship seemed to be able to lift the matter of the neutron war star into the void in some unknown way. However, it seemed that due to the pull of the macroelectron, each attack of the electron in the microscopic state could not lift too much neutron war star matter, although the actions of the microscopic electron could not be observed. The level 6 civilizations watching the battle could still judge from the performance of the macroscopic electron and the neutron battle star that every time the microscopic electron left the macroscopic electron, it had to quickly return. And when the microscopic electron left the macroscopic electron, it was also the time for the electronic battleship to attack. Chapter 1011. When electrons jump from high energy level to low energy level, they emit photons. And when they jump from low energy level to high energy level, they absorb photons. The microscopic world is so mysterious that they always interact with each other. This is how the macro photons of the electronic warships are produced. But their attacks did not hit the neutron war star, so the effects could not be seen by the 6th level civilizations watching the battle. In the current situation, it seems that these two war weapons from different civilizations have really entered a stalemate, and the electronic warships have a slight advantage. After all, the clouds of hydrogen molecules that were blown into space could be seen clearly, and the observers on the scene also knew what was going on. It must be that the neutron star matter had become the most basic matter in the universe after escaping from the strong gravitational range of the neutron star. In theory, neutron stars are neutron degenerate matter. In that state, each neutron is firmly locked to each other by the strong interaction force. Without a force stronger than that force, it is impossible to break the neutron star matter apart. However, the microscopic electron of the electronic battleship used some unknown principle to scatter the neutron star matter into the starry sky like ash. It was simply unprecedented. It can even break apart neutron star matter. So in the past wars, it can actually turn the warships of many civilizations into dust? If so, what are the wars over the years? What are the wars of countless civilizations against the Reapers over the years? Are the Reapers playing with all the level 6 civilizations? Thinking of this possibility, the observers of the level 6 civilizations felt mixed emotions. It turns out that the electronic warships have only used that one method for so many years, just to better harvest the technology of a group of level 6 civilizations. It turns out that the electronic warships have never been serious. No wonder the harvesters are so arrogant. No wonder they act this way. Maybe this is one of the reasons. Perhaps for thousands of years, in the eyes of the harvesters, their group of level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way are just leeks in their back garden. They grow a little bit of special technology and are harvested by them with a sickle called electronic warship. Neutron war star. Shinju civilization. You must hold on. In order to get this possibility, a group of level 6 civilizations prayed that Shinju civilization could hold on for a while longer. At the same time, their exploration spacecraft fleets were divided into small teams, which were going back to report to their main civilization. The electronic warships are constantly reducing the mass of the neutron warship, but it doesn't seem to be much. The neutron warship should be able to last for a long time, which is enough for the fleet to come here to help the neutron warships attack the electronic warships. Many level 6 civilizations think so, but more civilizations choose to stay put, especially those civilizations that are familiar with the situation of the electronic warships fighting the survivors in the war that year. They always feel that things are not that simple, and always feel that this is another play by the electronic warships. Those level 6 civilizations were wiped out by the sudden electronic warships because of that. If this is a play, when a large number of fleets come, it will be a repeat of history. In fact, The reason why some civilizations took action was basically because the Silver Heart Alliance analyzed the results of the current stalemate between the neutron battlestar and the electronic battleship, and told them that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Silver Heart Alliance also first stated that it would pass the news back to the nearby small universe and send an elite fleet to help the neutron battlestar. That being said, given the nature of the Silver Heart Alliance, who knows what conspiracy they are secretly plotting? Anyway, as long as the galaxy does not come, some civilizations will definitely not believe the Silver Heart Alliance. Galactic Heart Alliance? You are well informed. Do you know what kind of technology that electronic warships use to cut neutron star matter? One of the hesitant observers of the 6th-level Civilization Exploration spacecraft sent a message to the Galactic Heart Alliance. He came from a 6th-level civilization that had been living in the microcosm for millions of years. Usually, they rarely went out to the macrocosm for activities, and had not participated in many macrocosm wars. Therefore, they did not know much about the war between the Awakeners and the Harvesters. So seeing this situation, they turned their attention to the Galactic Heart Alliance, which also had unique technology. The electronic warship has no other means. As far as we know, that ability may come from some means created by the 7th-level civilization. The microscopic electron should be a 7th-level civilization creation, and the macro electron should be the special technological product of the Reaper. At least it seems so at present. So this is our best chance. As long as the macro electron is destroyed, the electronic warship will be destroyed. All the 6th-level civilization observers quickly send the news back to the main civilization. Perhaps one of your decisions will rewrite the future development of the Milky Way. It must be said that the Silver Heart Alliance still knows a lot. After seeing the current performance of the electronic warship, combined with their previous understanding of the origin of the electronic warship, they actually guessed the correct answer. Then, they analyzed the battlefield situation to the 6th-level civilization present in the form of local broadcast, and finally encouraged, to be honest. We have reached a cooperation agreement with the Awakeners. The Awakeners may have been inactive for too long, and you don't know. They are the strongest civilization from the Triangulum Galaxy. They came to our Milky Way through a long voyage. The Galaxy Alliance Exploration Spacecraft team continued to send local broadcasts to explain the Awakeners and their unique technological combat capabilities to the 6th-level civilizations. We can't hesitate any longer. The electronic warship has never performed like this before, and has used many attack methods that we have never seen before. But it still can't do anything to the neutron battlestar, which means that it is really bitten by the neutron battlestar. Opportunities are rare, and will never come back. That's all I have to say. You must understand that as long as the Reapers are in the Milky Way, we will never be able to embark on a great voyage. If we don't go on a great voyage, we will inevitably stagnate at the level of 6th-level civilization until one day we will destroy ourselves. Look at the scene now to see which ancient level 6 civilizations have not come. They may have lost their motivation and self-destructed. If we don't fight again, we will eventually disappear. The broadcast range of the Silver Heart Alliance is limited to the periphery of the battlefield. The neutron battlestar and electronic warship in the middle of the battle cannot receive it. But at this time, the electronic warship of the Reaper issued a broadcast that seemed to be in line with the words of the Silver Heart Alliance, Shinju Civilization. I have to say that you are indeed qualified to challenge us. You are the most powerful level 6 civilization we have seen so far, and the neutron battlestar is worthy of being a special technological product. If it weren't for us, you would definitely be the first in the Milky Way. We acknowledge your strength, but you are still one step behind us. You have seen the current situation. You can't do anything to our electronic warships, but we can slowly wear you down until your neutron battlestar is turned into a white dwarf battlestar. By then, the quantum standing waves formed by the electron degenerate state matter will not be able to withstand our microscopic electron transitions. So how about we cooperate? Chapter 10-12. The Reapers rarely talk nonsense during a battle, but this time, they did something out of character. This made the level 6 civilizations watching the battle a little dazed. They felt that the Reapers had really met an opponent, but the psychological shadow brought by the electronic warships for thousands of years made them feel that the Reapers were acting. After all, if you want to talk nonsense, then you can talk nonsense. Why do you need to use such a big speaker to let all the level 6 civilizations present know? You can just use the local broadcast to say no to the Shinju civilization. For a moment, it was difficult for all the level 6 civilizations to tell the truth. Some level 6 civilizations believed that the Reapers had indeed encountered an opponent, and were bluffing to make themselves suspicious and afraid to dispatch a large fleet to help. Another part believed that it was the Reapers who were acting to tell their level 6 civilization spies, "The electronic warship has been trapped. You should quickly dispatch a large fleet to help." The Reapers didn't care what the level 6 civilization frontline intelligence officers thought. They were still relying on the level 7 civilization creations to reduce the mass of the neutron star, and continue to broadcast to the entire starry sky, Shinju civilization. The Milky Way has 4 spiral arms. We have 2. You have 2. Let's eliminate that mob together. Harvest their technology. And then embark on a long voyage together. By then, you will have neutron battle stars, and we will have electronic battleships. With the power of our 2 civilizations' unique technologies, we will definitely be able to easily kill our way through the Great Voyage. And these rabble are not worthy of embarking on the Great Voyage, because with their wisdom, they will also perish on the Great Voyage. We harvest their technology, which is actually helping them, because at least we will write in our history, a certain technology comes from a certain 6th level civilization. The traces of their civilization should have disappeared in the long river of time. After a long time, there will be no traces of them in the universe. But there are still records of them in our civilization. It is extremely difficult for a civilization to leave traces in the universe forever. They would have become dust in the history of the universe long ago. So they should be grateful for our harvest. But your Shinju civilization is different. You have unparalleled talents. Only civilizations like you are worthy of embarking on a great voyage with us. How about considering it? There is no need for us to waste time here. As the Reaper said, the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization does have other attack capabilities, such as supernova attack, neutron pulse attack and direct collision, which are related to the nature of the neutron star itself. But these attack methods do not pose a threat to electronic warships. Now it seems that only the supergravity stranglehold formed by the combination of the Shinju civilization's own unique technology and the characteristics of the neutron star itself is effective. The Shinju civilization couldn't help but think of the fact that the electronic warship was a creation of the 7th level civilization. But after this confrontation, they also had a different view on this. The Shinju civilization is different from those 6th level civilizations that simply stay out of the world. They have also heard a lot of news about the electronic warship, which is why they were so confident at the beginning. The result of the battle also proved the correctness of the guess. But it was only half right. The macro electrons of the electronic warship can be destroyed, and the neutron battle star can indeed destroy it. But it also has a microelectron. And now it seems that the microelectron is the real core of the electronic warship, which is the legendary creation of the 7th level civilization. Now the mass of the neutron battle star is constantly decreasing, which is achieved by the microscopic electron in some unknown way. Shinju civilization does not believe that the 6th level civilization creation can have such power. And facing the harvester's uncharacteristic statement, Shinju civilization was obviously stunned for a moment. But they quickly refused. The harvester has a bad reputation in the Milky Way. Cooperating with them is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Moreover, this is the first time they have said such a thing in tens of millions of years. If you really believe it at the first time, you are really stupid. That seems to be a promising prospect. And it does not conflict with the ideas of the Shinju civilization. But why should we listen to you? Ha! What a joke. Why does my Shinju civilization need your approval to start the Great Voyage? On the contrary, the existence of you harvesters has hindered the development of the Milky Way. You think every civilization is you. We must start the Great Voyage. And do you really think that electronic warships have the upper hand? Yes. The electron degenerate state may not be able to stop your electron transition destruction. But you have to have that ability. Ha! The 7th level civilization creation is just like this. The Shinju civilization was talking about the speed at which the electronic warships reduced the mass of the neutron star. At this speed, it would not be a problem to wait for their large fleet to arrive. As long as their neutron war star trapped the electronic warships, the large fleet of the Reapers would not dare to come, because there were too many civilizations that hated the Reapers. If nothing else, as long as a batch of Awakener warships came, the conventional fleet of the Reapers would not be able to stop them. Seeing that the Shinju civilization refused, the Reapers did not say anything. They just worked harder to reduce the mass of the neutron star. Haha. The Reaper is anxious. Seeing this situation, the Silverheart Alliance was overjoyed and immediately sent several exploration ships back to inform the main civilization. However, they were still a little worried. So they sent several exploration ships to wander around the electronic warship and mock the Reaper. They probably wanted to get closer to detect the real situation of the electronic warship. However, that kind of battlefield environment was no longer suitable for several exploration ships to survive. Before they could get close, they were torn to pieces by the aftermath of the battle between the two war weapons. After further exploration failed, the Silver Heart Alliance had no choice but to continue to deceive those Level 6 civilizations, especially those ancient Level 6 civilizations that had been hiding for many years, and asked them to quickly send out fleets to help. They said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and as long as the electronic warships were destroyed, everyone could embark on a long voyage with the Shinju civilization. They also said that their own Silver Heart Alliance would also go on a long voyage with a large force at that time, and defeating the Reapers would create a bright future for all galactic civilizations. After a speech and the situation on the scene, many Level 6 civilizations were indeed moved and sent some exploration spacecraft back to the small universe where their main civilization was to pass on the news. What was even more gratifying was that a starfield call from the neutron battle star suddenly appeared. The electronic battleship has been suppressed by us, but the mass of our neutron battle star may not last that long. So now we would like to ask you to do us a favor and move the nearest star to us. We are useful. We know you have the ability to move stars. Galactic Heart Alliance. Now is not the time to intrigue. We need to destroy the electronic warships in one fell swoop. We don't ask for much. Just push the stars to our neutron battle stars. Our small universe is too far away. And it's too late. The future of the Milky Way depends on you. When the Shinju civilization said this, those hesitant and unbelieving 6th-level civilization observers of the Galactic Heart Alliance also brightened up. In the current situation, no civilization understands the electronic warships better than the Shinju civilization. It seems that the electronic warships are really trapped. It's just a star. That's easy to deal with. Our small universe is not far away, and we can quickly send out engineering ships to push a few stars to you. Chapter 1013. For the first time, the Reapers encountered an opponent that the electronic warship could not penetrate. The Shinju civilization was right. The neutron degenerate matter of the neutron star could indeed resist the penetration of the microscopic electron of the electronic warship. But the electron degenerate state was not necessarily the case. So after discovering that the electronic warship had somehow reduced their matter, they also hurriedly called for help. The Shinju civilization felt that the biggest mistake of the Reapers was that they had no friends, or that they stood against all civilizations in the galaxy. So that at this critical moment, even if they did not seek help, those Level 6 civilizations should know what to do. However, the Shinju civilization has not completely let down its guard. From the perspective of other Level 6 civilizations, especially the Ancient Alliance, they definitely do not want to see the electronic battleship destroy the neutron battle star. Nor do they want to see the neutron battle star destroy the electronic battleship. Because in tens of millions of years, there has only been an existence that can hold its own against the electronic battleship. If the electronic battleship is really destroyed with their help, then the Shinju civilization will have the final say in the Milky Way. The Ancient Alliance can see the power of the neutron battle star, although the oppression it brings to them is not as terrifying as the electronic battleship. It is undoubtedly difficult to deal with. So for them, the best outcome is that both sides are destroyed. In that case, the Reapers will have no minions. And although the Shinju civilization can create neutron battle stars again with its own unique technology, it is impossible to complete it in a short period of time, as they have survived for so many years. In the era without neutron battle stars, the Milky Way will be ruled by their Galactic Center Alliance. They will also lead the opening of the Great Voyage, and there will definitely be many Level 6 civilizations following them. As the civilization that presides over the Great Voyage, those civilizations can still be fabricated at will. The Galactic Heart Alliance wanted to escape from the Triangulum Galaxy at that time, but they didn't expect that a Divine Moment civilization would suddenly appear. As for the Awakeners, their combat power is indeed strong, but the Galactic Heart Alliance knows that there are not many of them left, and it is difficult for them to find out how to increase the number of civilization individuals in the process of contacting the Awakeners. So the Galactic Heart Alliance thinks it is not a big problem. Maybe after embarking on the long voyage, the remaining individuals of the Awakeners can be absorbed into the Galactic Heart Alliance. The Galactic Heart Alliance has a beautiful idea. Although they were full of bad intentions, At this time, they also knew what was important. On the one hand, the Silver Heart Alliance sent a probe spacecraft back to their own microcosm to pass on information. And on the other hand, they were secretly actively looking for the Harvester's microcosm. If they found the Harvester's microcosm base camp, they planned to tell the Awakener the news. If the electronic warship was really trapped, they would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Before this, the Silver Heart Alliance did not fully believe in the current state of the electronic warship. It is normal to be suspicious after being abused so much. But in fact, the Reaper did launch an electronic interference attack on the neutron battle star. But because the neutron degenerate matter was too dense, the microscopic electrons could not penetrate it. The electronic battleship's attack method of destroying electronic equipment actually uses the microscopic electron to jump into the enemy battleship to destroy it. In theory, electron jump is also a kind of quantum tunneling, which can pass through the obstacles of three-dimensional objects and run into the inside of the battleship. But the property of quantum tunneling is not that it can penetrate everywhere. That is a matter of probability. Electronic warships can indeed jump into the armor and shields of normal warships at will, because the wave crests formed by their matter in the quantum field are not very obstructive. But the neutron battlestar is different. It has dense and thick neutron degenerate matter. That is equivalent to building high walls in the quantum field world. And the top of the high wall is the black hole. Because no matter how dense the matter in that state is, the quantum world will be pierced. Just like the superposition of the wave crests of the matter wave will pierce the spacetime. And then a hole will appear. That is, a black hole. Quantum tunneling has a chance to pass through those high walls. But the probability is too small. Just like from the perspective of quantum tunneling, the human body theoretically has the ability to pass through walls. Because the macroscopic human body is composed of microscopic particles. As long as all the microscopic particles complete the tunneling. But in fact this has never happened at all. Because the probability is too small to be zero. The same is true for the microscopic electrons of the electronic warship that cannot hit the inside of the neutron war star. Even if it is a 7th level civilization creation, there is no way. Of course, maybe the microscopic particle did not have the ability to change the law when it was created. After all, the Harvester just got it. The Shinju civilization must have noticed this. However, the truth is not that simple. They still underestimated the famous electronic warship. They did not expect that the electronic warship could actually reduce the mass of the neutron war star. Time passed little by little, year after year, and the two sides were deadlocked, repeating the previous process, and the mass of the neutron star gradually decreased. If the conventional fleets of both sides were present at this time, it would be a competition of conventional forces. But both sides tacitly came only with the king. The Shinju civilization was unwilling to gamble its entire civilization. And the Reapers naturally did not dare to openly send out a large fleet before understanding the opponent. So it became what it is now. The duel between the two most powerful warships in the galaxy actually needed the help of those level 6 civilizations watching the battle. Finally, the first star was surrounded by a fleet of engineering spacecraft from a level 6 civilization and arrived at the battlefield. Seeing this, the Shinju civilization was overjoyed and immediately broadcasted to have them deliver it to their side. The engineering spaceship fleet of that civilization was also not ambiguous. And they did have such technology. The star they transported first exited the warp state. And then the group of engineering spaceships ran to the other side of the star, forming a fleet array there. To move a star from a far distance in the starry sky, it must be transported in the form of warp. But warp navigation has a characteristic that as long as the engine stops working, it will stop. And there is no inertia like conventional motion. Therefore, they must also apply a conventional thrust to the star to push it towards the neutron battle star. Stars are gaseous planets, so naturally engines cannot be installed on them. But this is not a problem for this unknown level 6 civilization. Their fleet array of engineering spacecraft was arranged on one side of the star like a semicircular lid. And then a huge force field invisible to the naked eye appeared in front of it. At the same time, the engineering spacecraft fleet suddenly started conventional thrust and began to push the star. However, before the engineering fleet could increase its power to push the star, the potlid-shaped force field suddenly disappeared. And then the engineering fleet also lost power and became silent. At this time, the 6th level civilization exploration ships noticed that the distance was within 4 light years of the electronic warship. And at the moment when the engineering fleet was destroyed, the matter cut out of the neutron star suddenly stopped for a while. The electronic warship still had enough power to attack targets within a 4 light-year range. This scene once again made the 6th level civilization people who were watching the battle silent. Chapter 1014. And the star that was transported here can only float alone in the void. The strength of gravity decreases as the distance increases, and its magnitude is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. This is the basic physical law of the universe. No matter how advanced the gravity technology of the Shinju civilization is, it must abide by this basic law. So they need to rely on external assistance to drop stars, and cannot rely solely on neutron battle stars to attract stars dozens of light years away. Drop it 4 light years away. The Shinju civilization quickly reminded them in the form of broadcast information. Even if they didn't say it, the subsequent level 6 civilizations that transported stars here also knew what to do. The Reaper stopped them, which meant that the Reaper's electronic warship was really trapped. And the action of dropping stars on the neutron battle star would definitely allow the neutron battle star to last longer. The Reaper was afraid. Otherwise they would not have hurried to stop it. Thinking of this, many level 6 civilizations seemed to see hope and worked harder. Even the Galactic Heart Alliance thought it was feasible. After all, the longer the neutron battle star could hold the electronic warship, the more beneficial it would be for them. Finally, a star transported by the Galactic Center Alliance was pushed into the battlefield from 4 light years away, and smashed over at a speed of more than 90% of the relative speed of light to the neutron battle star. When it was dropped, the Galactic Center Alliance kindly reminded them, "Catch it." In fact, they were very conflicted. They wanted to see the neutron battle star catch it, but they also wanted to see the neutron battle star smashed into a black hole, and then suck the electronic battleship into the black hole. That would be the perfect ending. But they still underestimated the power of the neutron battle star. More than 4 years later, the star finally came to the location of the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship. Only more than 4 years, which is not a long time for interstellar war. Before that, the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship had been in a stalemate for decades. Before the first star reached the target, the second star had already entered the 4 light-year range. And there were also the third and fourth stars. The Galactic Center Alliance was extremely efficient in dropping stars to the neutron battle star. Together with other level 6 civilizations, there were no less than dozens of stars drifting towards the neutron battle star. Even when the Divine Matrix civilization said that it was enough, the Galactic Center Alliance turned a deaf ear and continued to move dozens of stars into it. Those who didn't know would think that they really didn't hear it because of their diligent appearance. Only they themselves knew that they wanted these 2 killer weapons to perish together. Of course, it would be best to take advantage of the opportunity when these 2 powerful creatures were holding each other and unable to move, and throw a large number of stars into it at once, turning it into a big black hole. They were looking forward to it, but they saw an answer different from what they expected. When the high-speed moving star approached, the neutron battle star did not remain in its original state and let it hit it, but changed the form of its gravitational field. So the Galactic Center Alliance saw that the star that was originally rushing straight towards it suddenly changed its trajectory and became a spiral orbit. At the same time, the originally surging star was torn from a spherical shape into a comma with a long tail. Its matter rotated and collided, turning into a flame corridor spanning a light year, rushing madly onto the neutron battle star. That appearance was very similar to the process of a black hole sucking a star. During this process, the stellar matter that was pulled out continued to expand, rub, heat, and spun wildly around the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship. If it was a natural phenomenon, then this phenomenon would last for thousands of years. But in front of the pinnacle of gravity technology of the Divine Moment civilization, this process was accelerated countless times, and the stellar matter quickly turned into a spiral vortex, following the route of gravity, and poured onto the neutron battle star. The accretion disk soon appeared. The lost mass was quickly made up by the neutron battle star, and there was even some left. Therefore, in the process of absorbing stellar matter, the neutron battle star tried a new way of attack. It aimed the high-speed jet generated by the accretion disk at the location of the electronic battleship, and used the jet as a means of attack. At the same time, the supergravity stranglehold of the neutron battle star continued. As the Shinju civilization saw, the jets at both ends formed by the accretion disk could not do anything to the electronic battleship. And the electronic battleship did not even need to use the electron cloud formed by microscopic electrons to resist. A star was quickly absorbed by the neutron battle star. If it were a normal neutron star, it would have collapsed into a black hole at this time. After all, its mass at this moment has completely exceeded the Oppenheimer limit. But the Shinju civilization can rely on its ultimate gravitational technology to generate some anti-gravitational fields and accelerate the rotation speed to form a strong centrifugal force to maintain its large mass. However, this maintenance is obviously not sustainable. So the next moment, the sixth-level civilizations watching the battle saw another attack method of the neutron battle star. The rotation speed of the neutron battle star suddenly dropped a lot. And at the same time, its body, which had become bloated due to absorbing the mass of the star, suddenly shrank at this moment. Just when the sixth-level civilizations watching the battle thought that the neutron battle star was hit by some unknown attack from the electronic battleship, a blazing white light burst out from the shrinking neutron battle star. Supernova. All level 6 civilizations know what it is. But the supernova explosion performed by the neutron battle star is not comparable to the explosion of a regular star, although it only absorbs the mass of a star, and part of it is used to fill its own mass. It is controlled by the Divine Moment civilization. It is a sudden material ejection explosion based on the principle of supernova and the anti-gravity field technology. Seeing this, a group of level 6 civilization spaceships that were not afraid of supernova explosions also hurriedly raised their shields in advance. Even the electronic warships no longer consume the mass of the neutron battle star, but instead call back microscopic electrons to form an electron cloud to protect the macroelectrons. It stands to reason that such a violent explosion will inevitably blow away the electronic warships. And the Shinju civilization attempted a supernova attack for this purpose, because a stalemate is really disadvantageous to them, and they don't want the neutron battle star to continue to reduce its mass. However, the electronic warships are like a thorn in the flesh, and no matter how violent the supernova attack is, they still stick to the neutron battle star. This made the Shinju civilization doubt whether they had really contained the electronic warship. This discovery made the highest commander in the neutron battle star feel for the first time whether his original decision was wrong, and whether he was too arrogant. Is the electronic warship really acting? In a trance? Such a thought popped up in the commander's thinking organ in the neutron battle star. But he quickly denied it. Acting? There is no reason for the Reaper to act. There is no other civilization participating in this battle. What's the point of acting? Moreover, it is true that the macroscopic electrons of the electronic warships need the microscopic help to recover. This is certain, although it seems impossible. After this supernova attack, the Shinju civilization always feels that things are not simple, because they also noticed that the electronic warships had freed up their hands to attack the engineering spacecraft fleets that entered the 4 light-year range. Chapter 10:15. After fighting for who knows how many years, and how many moves in the starry sky, the two most powerful warships of the 2-year civilization seem to be stuck together, just like two masters entering the stage of internal strength competition. This state will last for a long time, and many level 6 civilizations watching the battle have also seen it. Each star must be launched 4 light-years away, and no matter how hard you push a mass object, it cannot be pushed to the speed of light. The supernova attack has failed. During this process, the electronic warship will continue to reduce the mass of the neutron battle star, and when the next star arrives, the neutron battle star will replenish its mass. This cycle repeats itself, judging from the current situation. As long as the number of stars continues to increase, the situation seems to be able to continue. From the perspective of the Galactic Heart Alliance, this is the best result. Therefore, after noticing this factor, the Galactic Heart Alliance began to deliberately control the number of stars deployed and persuade other civilizations, saying that investing more stars would be a waste and might even undermine the stability of the quality of the neutron battle star. The level 6 civilizations that hope that the neutron battle star will win naturally do not want to see such an ending. Besides, the Galactic Heart Alliance is not a good person, so they still have to listen to their words. Otherwise there will be no good results. The Silver Heart Alliance is well informed and has powerful detection technology. If they really hold a grudge against them, it is estimated that hiding in this small universe will not work. In the past, the Silver Heart Alliance did not dare to send out a large fleet with too much fanfare because of the electronic warships. Now that the electronic warships have been dragged down, these ordinary level 6 civilizations really dare not provoke them. So even if it can be seen that the Silver Heart Alliance did this on purpose, those level 6 civilizations who psychologically stood on the side of the Shinju civilization had to do the same. As time went on, the Silver Heart Alliance felt very good, because the situation seemed to be the same as they thought, and the war weapons of the two civilizations were in a stalemate. The electronic warship failed to destroy the neutron war star in one go, and the neutron war star seemed unable to hurt the electronic warship, and even needed external support. The Shinju civilization was still too confident. But no matter what, as long as the two war weapons can continue. When the message was relayed to the headquarters of the Silver Heart Alliance through the tachyons of various stations, the Silver Heart Alliance finally couldn't help but make a decision. They accelerated the process of helping the Awakeners find their companions, and also told the Awakeners this news, and at the same time mobilized the power of many small universes in the Milky Way to find the headquarters of the Harvesters. In addition, they also did one thing, which was to openly send a large fleet to the Perseus Arm to explore the place that might be the remains of the 7th level civilization. It must be said that a large force like the Silicon-based Federation has small universes in many places in the Milky Way, and they can communicate with each other through tachyon-based stations. Even after years of sweeping by the Reapers, they still have many detection eyes. Therefore, the Galaxy Heart Alliance's fanfare could not be concealed. The Silicon-based Federation, which had already planned to explore, naturally did not want to fall behind, and then sent a large fleet to the Perseus Arm. Their actions also completely exposed their original microcosm, and were recorded by a certain exploration team. It was a team of exploration spacecraft with a black paint appearance, and the construction style of the spacecraft was obviously characteristic of the Harvester civilization during the stalemate between the electronic warship and the neutron war star. In fact, not only the ancient hidden microcosm of the Silicon-based Federation was discovered by the Harvesters, but also the ancient hidden microcosms of other 6th-level civilizations, and even the Milky Way Alliance that rarely moved were also discovered. Obviously, that was arranged by the Reapers in advance. They are not stupid and even think that this is a good opportunity to harvest. In fact, the reason why the Reapers came so late after the Shinju civilization broadcast the Milky Way is because they were arranging these things. They want to catch all the hidden level 6 civilizations, including the Shinju civilization that has been hidden for many years. Therefore, during this period of time, as long as the civilization rushed to the battlefield to watch the battle, as long as they had contact with their main civilization, there would be Reaper detection spacecraft secretly tracking them. Over the past tens of millions of years, the Reapers have thought more than once to harvest those level 6 civilizations that have been hiding deep inside. For this reason, they deliberately left ordinary level 6 civilization organizations like the Perseus community alone. In fact, they wanted to lure those level 6 civilizations out and make them operate openly in the Milky Way. Unfortunately, this fishing method was destroyed by the Awakeners from the Triangulum Galaxy, and the Reapers had to give up the bait and wipe out the Perseus community. If the Perseus community existed in name only after the War of the Awakeners, then after the many years of sweeping by the Reapers, they are now only left with a name. Those former level 6 civilizations of the Perseus community that were operating openly in the Milky Way have been wiped out by the Reapers. Obviously, the development achievements, scientific and technological data, etc. of the Perseus community over the years, as long as they were not destroyed in time, were basically harvested by the Reapers, and became part of the Reapers' vast scientific and technological database. The Reapers are also collecting the technologies of various level 6 civilizations to expand their own technology tree. Many level 6 civilizations are doing this, but the methods are different. The Reapers are simple and brutal. They just destroy the other side to harvest technology. The Galactic Heart Alliance is more tactful. They take the path of winning over, controlling and cultivating. And the original Perseus community takes the route of alliance. The Silicon-based Federation was completely frightened by the electronic warships, and under the influence of the external environment, a group of Silicon-based civilizations had to come together. And this situation in the galaxy has existed for tens of millions of years. Now with the appearance of the Shinju civilization driving the neutron battle star, everyone feels that the situation has changed, and the Milky Way has finally produced an existence that can at least contain the Reapers. That is the Shinju civilization. The civilizations with unique technologies such as the Silver Heart Alliance and the Silicon-based Federation did not think it was anything special. But many level 6 civilizations that had survived for millions of years saw hope. They began to inquire about the Shinju civilization. After learning that the Shinju civilization did not seem to be as evil as the Reapers, they began to think about going on a long voyage. provided that they could get on the good side of the Shinju civilization. So, they began to frequently come out of the small universe and wander around the Milky Way. In this way, the Milky Way seemed to have returned to the era of Level 6 civilization overnight. But what those Level 6 civilizations don't know is that this is exactly what the Reapers want. After hundreds of years of stalemate between the electronic warships and the neutron war stars, this situation became more and more obvious. And even the originally cautious Level 6 civilizations ran out of the ancient small universe they had created for many years. During this process, the Reapers seemed to be unable to get the electronic warships out. And there was no movement. They seemed to be really afraid of being beaten up by many Level 6 civilizations without electronic warships. Chapter 10:16. In this way, another 100 years passed. 100 years later, another 100 years. Under the deliberate manipulation of the Galactic Alliance, the neutron battle star gained the mass of a star every once in a while, so as to maintain the confrontation with the electronic battleship. And the electronic battleship seemed to have only that much ability. For many years, it had never shown any other attack methods, but just cooperated to reduce the mass of the neutron star. As a result, after hundreds of years, this originally empty starry sky was almost turned into an area with dense hydrogen molecular clouds. According to this situation, if the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship left directly, these substances would inevitably gather together gradually due to gravity under the blessing of time, and finally be reignited to become a new star. As time went by, the Level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way gradually became bolder, and some large fleets of Level 6 civilizations even came to the battlefield for observation. The Milky Way seemed to have entered the era of Level 6 civilizations. Many previously hidden Level 6 civilizations were galloping in the vast Milky Way, and the Milky Way seemed to present a picture of civilization prosperity and harmony. However, some civilizations still discovered the undercurrent behind this false prosperity. They noticed that those who came out to move seemed to be those ancient Level 6 civilizations, and even many Level 6 civilizations were about to decay. It is the kind of civilization that has lived in the microcosm for too long and has no progress in technology. Well, to put it nicely, it is comfort. To put it bluntly, it is a degenerate civilization. However, even in the degenerate Level 6 civilization, there are always some sober individuals who hope that their civilization can be revived. So they will take advantage of this period of time to return to the macrocosm to try to revive the civilization that is already full of decay by communicating with other civilizations. Communicate, interact, and then embark on a long voyage, so that the civilization can break through the existing technological limitations and reach a higher level. Such propaganda often appears in those decadent 6th level civilizations, but they have already fallen, and the propaganda and appeal of benevolent people have little effect. Those individual lives who have spent their lives enjoying the 6th level civilization technology no longer want to struggle. They think that staying in the small universe until death is the best destination of life. Anyway, they have lived long enough. What's the point of going on a long voyage to improve the level of civilization? On the contrary, they may perish faster than staying in the small universe. They even no longer believed in the existence of the 7th level civilization, believing that the pinnacle of all civilizations was the 6th level civilization. They would all perish in the end anyway, so they might as well enjoy themselves while they were still alive. However, something unexpected happened to those fallen 6th level civilizations. After the people of their civilization took the initiative to return to the universe to make progress, the harvesters did not come to them, but the awakeners did. The funny thing is that it was their people of their civilization who brought the awakeners in, because after contacting other civilizations, they heard that the awakener had the technology to awaken the fallen civilization, and after some contact, they also received a positive response from the awakener. Originally, the people of the fallen civilization were afraid that bringing the awakener over would bring danger to their own civilization, but after hearing that the awakener was only a ship following them, they gave up the idea. After all, it was just a ship. Although their civilization had fallen, they still had the fleet strength. However, what they don't know is that the fighting power of the awakeners is far beyond their imagination, and the awakeners are not awakening them to help them, but to expand their own civilization. The war that year caused heavy losses to the awakeners. Until now, they have not been able to gather together again, but it does not affect their expansion of their individual lives. And then let the awakener civilization live again. Originally, many surviving awakeners wanted to find human civilization directly, But at that time, humans were only illusion. Knowing that for these awakeners scattered in the Milky Way, Juan does not know where they are now. So he can only use this method to expand his civilization members. What they think of the awakener, Juan can certainly think of. In fact, after the awakener Juan learned about the situation of the electronic battleship, he went to the Orion cantilever with a Gaia life that was connected to him to look for humans. Juan also wanted to expand the awakener's civilization members through humans. However, he is still a little different from other awakeners. Juan. It is believed that only after humans agree to join the awakeners can the awakener life transformation be carried out on human individuals, turning them into awakeners and becoming members of the awakener's civilization. In fact, the reason why many awakener individuals silently took care of humans was because of this idea. It is too difficult to awaken those individual lives from other fallen civilizations, and the probability is pitifully small. But humans are different. Every individual human life has the ability of third-person dreams, and can completely serve as the source of new awakeners of the awakener's civilization. However, the awakener, Juan, searched all over the Orion spiral arm, but could not find humans. However, he did detect some traces of human civilization, and learned some things about human civilization from some low-level civilizations. For example, the war between the spiral arms. Since then, the awakener, Juan, also knew that humans had reached the 5th level of civilization, but they didn't know where they had gone. It must be said that the small universe of the Shinju civilization is still very powerful. As long as the Shinju civilization does not actively enter and exit the small universe, almost no one can detect the existence of their small universe through gravitational cross-dimensional detection. In the process of stalemate with the electronic warship, the Shinju civilization seemed to have discovered something. They did not move in the Milky Way as vigorously as other civilizations, and even did not send out large fleets. As a result, for hundreds of years, it was other level 6 civilizations that dropped mass on the neutron battle star. This is a bit weird. The Shinju civilization and the Reapers did not move in a large-scale manner, as if the two powerful weapons in the stalemate of the Juche arm were not theirs. On the contrary, other civilizations were very enthusiastic about this. In the past hundreds of years, countless civilization fleets have come here to watch, and they even went in to attack the electronic warships. However, after a large number of them were destroyed by the electronic warships, the subsequent fleets did not dare to get within 4 light-years of the battlefield. The Silver Heart Alliance, who always thought they had the overall situation under control, also noticed this strange atmosphere. So after they repaired the galaxy, they did not send it to the battlefield, but went to participate in the exploration of the remains of the Level 7 civilization in the Perseus arm. The galaxy also had some conflicts with the Silicon-based Federation that came to explore together, and other Level 6 civilizations that received the news, and had a small fight. That's it. The fleets of the Reaper and the Divine Principle civilization have not appeared yet. According to the previous style of the Harvesters, they would have come here long ago. This made the Silver Heart Alliance believe that the electronic warship was really trapped. After all, so many Level 6 civilizations came out to breathe and nothing happened. So they gradually became bolder and began to move frequently in the universe. In order to verify their ideas, the Silver Heart Alliance even advertised that they were going to sail far away and even made a gesture of collecting supplies. However, the Harvesters still did not move. The atmosphere was very strange. The Silver Heart Alliance was also a little confused. They even thought about trying not to add materials to the neutron battle star. After all, at this time, the fleet of the Shinju civilization did not come. Chapter 1017. The more the Silver Heart Alliance pondered and discussed, the more strange it felt. In the end, they decided not to mess around on the battlefield. Instead, they took advantage of the stalemate between the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship to increase their efforts to explore the unknown 7th-level civilization ruins in the Perseus arm. Ruins exploration is not simple. It is definitely a dangerous exploration. The 7th-level civilization ruins are very old, unless they are specially left for low-level civilizations. Like the Pioneer microcosm, there will be some tests. If not, it might have been abandoned by someone, but they were too lazy to destroy it after they left. In that case, the danger of such a relic is extremely great. Why did the Silver Heart Alliance give the news of the relic to the Silicon-based Federation? First, to win them over and let them become part of the next fight against the Reapers. Second, The danger of the relic. Third, the Silver Heart Alliance has been exploring alone for a while after discovering the relic, but suffered heavy losses. After all, it is a relic suspected to be left by a silicon-based civilization. It is very likely that there are some judgments based on life information. It is just right to let the silicon-based civilization try it. As for whether the silicon-based consortium will benefit from the ruins, it depends on luck. The Galactic Center Alliance shifted its focus, but many level 6 civilizations were still enjoying themselves on the neutron battlestar. Under the request of the Divine Hour civilization and the promise of the Great Voyage, they actively added mass to the neutron battlestar to counter the electronic battleships. As time went on, the exchange between the neutron battlestar and the electronic battleships became known to the whole galaxy. Even the Awakeners came here many times, and they also regarded this place as a silent gathering place. The broadcast of the Shinju civilization is very wide, and many cats in the 6th level civilizations in various parts of the Milky Way can receive it, and the Awakeners scattered in various locations in the Milky Way are no exception. So during this period of time, in addition to some individuals going to other fallen civilizations to awaken in order to increase the individual life of their own civilization, the Awakeners came to the battlefield between the Shinju civilization and the Harvesters to try their luck. This encounter really brought many of their Awakeners together. In less than 1,000 years, most of the Awakeners found each other again. The situation in the Milky Way seems to have really changed because the electronic warship was dragged down. However, what almost all level 6 civilizations could not have imagined was that the turning point of the situation appeared in the 1250th year of the stalemate between the neutron battlestar and the electronic warship. During this period, the two civilizations' big killers were repeatedly reducing and filling the mass, and it seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. And when that year came, the occupation finally had new changes. That year, more than a dozen level 6 civilizations gathered on the edge of the battlefield. Not only a cluster of engineering ships, but also large fleets of various civilizations. They seemed to be discussing something to help the neutron battlestar deal with the electronic warship. It was also the year they gathered that the situation changed. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but this year was also the year when the Reapers found out where those level 6 civilization microcosms were. They gathered the information and sent the news back to the headquarters. Then a Reaper fleet set out from their headquarters microcosm and arrived at the scene. So the deadlock between the electronic warships and the neutron warships was broken. It also happened that this year, the headquarters microcosm of the Reapers was found by the Silver Heart Alliance because the Reapers' exploration fleet that came to the battlefield was discovered by them. That year, after discussing together, the group of level 6 civilizations all felt that they should do something for the Milky Way. And the result of their discussion was to create a large black hole in the starry sky near the neutron battlestar and the electronic battleship, which was a black hole created by the collision of stars. They tried to use a large number of black holes to turn the starry sky of this battlefield into a large black hole, and then let the neutron battlestar and the electronic battleship, which had been in a stalemate, perish together. The black hole generated by the merger of stars is different from the gravitational bomb. It is a real black hole, and as long as it is properly manipulated, those black holes will merge with each other and eventually form a huge black hole. With the technology of the 6th level civilization, they can indeed do this. Since they cannot get close to the 4 light-year range, they will turn this starry sky into a big black hole. This is obviously a way to destroy the neutron battlestar and the electronic battleship together. It is definitely not the instruction of the Shinju civilization, but the result of the discussion of the 6th level civilization. However, before they can take action to transport more stars here, a broadcast appeared on the battlefield. Haha. You are really patient. But in the end, no one can escape. You, a group of 6th level civilizations, are really not worthy of embarking on a long voyage. In this case, let us help you keep your technology. And as for you, just become the history of the universe. That was a broadcast from the battlefield. Obviously from the Reaper. After more than 1,000 years, the Reaper finally spoke again. But this seemingly peaceful broadcast scared all the level 6 civilizations present. What's going on? Could it be that the electronic warship has been camouflaged all along? Could it be that the electronic warship has other means to suppress the neutron battlestar? That shouldn't be the case. Before the neutron battlestar appeared, all the level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, including the Galactic Heart Alliance, which still only had a detection fleet watching the battlefield, had only seen the electronic warship use one attack method. After the neutron battlestar appeared, the electronic battleship showed other ways of attacking. And now the Reaper shouting really made them feel that the electronic battleship had not yet exhausted all its means. But what is it? In the past 1,000 years, the neutron battlestar has used all its means. But it still can't do anything to the electronic battleship. Doesn't it mean that the neutron battlestar will fail? Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be stopped. The 6th-level civilizations who came to their senses found that everything in this contest seemed to be full of weird atmosphere, such as the change in the attitude of the Silver Heart Alliance, such as the large fleet of the Shinju civilization has not come, and the Reaper only has many exploration ships active in the Milky Way. All these things made them wonder, could it be that the Reapers really did it on purpose? What was their purpose? Could it be that they combined all the unusual places together? These level 6 civilizations finally thought of a possibility. That is, the Reapers have been secretly collecting information about their activities. It's over. Our microcosm is exposed. The Shinju civilization must have known all this a long time ago. Otherwise they would not have had a large fleet coming. And their large fleet has not been seen operating in the macrocosm. Could it be that they have reached some kind of agreement with the Reapers? Have they really joined forces? It seems possible. We have all been deceived by the Shinju civilization. It shouldn't be. They may just be cautious. We just fooled them. A group of level 6 civilizations were communicating quickly. But before they could make up their minds to do anything, they found that new changes had appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 10:18. The state of the electronic warship being pulled and deformed by the neutron war star suddenly disappeared. It seems that the level 6 civilizations that have been in a stalemate for thousands of years all know that it is not that the neutron war star is not good, but that the microscopic electrons of the electronic warship no longer hit the neutron war star. Sure enough, after the macroscopic electrons of the electronic warship were no longer pulled and deformed, the mass of the neutron war star was not reduced again. However, they saw that at that moment, the rapid rotation of the neutron war star seemed to pause for a short time. But they were keenly aware of it. And then the broadcast of the Shinju civilization appeared in the starry sky. What are you still standing there for? Come and help us. The electronic warship is about to run away. We got the news that the Silver Heart Alliance found their harvester's headquarters, Microcosm, and is now heading to annihilate it with the Silicon-based Federation and some Awakeners. The electronic warship is getting anxious and wants to leave the battlefield and return to support. We must continue to hold it back and not let it run away. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. If we let the electronic warship run back, then the Silver Heart Alliance's plan will definitely fail. The Silicon-based Federation will also fail. And the Awakeners will also fail. And they will die under the attack of the electronic warship. Now we are the only ones in the Milky Way who can hold back the electronic warship. But the electronic warship is more powerful than we can imagine. It is trying to get rid of our supergravity. We need help. Level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. Our Milky Way has been suppressed by the electronic warship for tens of millions of years. The harvesters must be eliminated. It is time to unite. The broadcast of the Shinju civilization was not long, but the meaning was clear. After more than 1,000 years of stalemate, the Shinju civilization had to admit that they underestimated the electronic warship. However, the content of this broadcast was full of weirdness in the eyes of some level 6 civilizations, like the Silver Heart Alliance, Silicon-based Federation, and Awakener mentioned in the broadcast. On the battlefield, except for the Silicon-based Federation that did not send a detection ship because of fear of the electronic warship, the Silver Heart Alliance had a detection ship team present, and the Awakener had many individuals here because of the gathering. Their first reaction after hearing the broadcast was a little confused. The captain of the Silver Heart Alliance's detection ship, what's going on? Did our main civilization really take action? Why didn't we receive any notification? Some Awakeners, huh? Did other individuals of our civilization really cooperate with the Silver Heart Alliance fleet to encircle and suppress the Harvester headquarters microcosm? How come I don't know? Where did the Shinju civilization get the news? Many commanders of the 6th level civilization fleets present were also somewhat doubtful. They could not judge whether the words of the Shinju civilization were true or false. But some commanders of other civilizations seemed very enthusiastic. They quickly replied, "Help. How can we help?" The Shinju civilization responded to the broadcast message almost immediately. They seemed to be really anxious. But they still introduced the situation in the reply. Just now, the microscopic electrons of the electronic battleship tried to break through our neutron degenerate matter layer. But obviously they have failed. Now its microscopic electrons are being pressed into the neutron to generate matter of the neutron battle star by our powerful gravitational technology. And it will not come out for a while. You just need to come over and give this macroscopic electronic battleship a few void strike. The macroelectrons of the electronic battleship are not protected by microelectrons. When our neutron battle star cooperates with the attack, it will definitely destroy the electronic battleship. Speaking of destruction, the Shinju civilization added, even if we can't destroy it, we can severely damage it. The words of the Shinju civilization attracted a clear laugh, which was the message from the Reaper. Haha. Ridiculous. When you are about to die, do you think those idiots will save you? The message was also sent in the form of broadcast, which made the 6th-level civilizations who were originally ready to move a little bit more cautious. They really didn't know what was going on. What the Shinju civilization said made sense. Electrons and neutron to generate matter must be pressed by a strong force and unable to move, because the neutron degenerate state is formed by the electrons being pressed into the protons by the powerful Pauli incompatibility force. The interaction between neutron degenerate matter is the Pauli incompatibility force between neutrons counteracting the gravitational collapse formed by the large mass. But the Harvester seemed to be confident, and I don't know if it was an act. For a while, including the Galactic Heart Alliance detection team and some Awakeners, they were a little skeptical, and they couldn't judge the situation of these two killer weapons in a hurry. Hurry! If we delay any longer, the electronic warship will run away, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. Seemingly noticing the hesitation of this group of level 6 civilizations, the Shinju civilization continued to broadcast a message. We still need time. The Ancient Alliance has already told us the location of the microcosm of the Harvester's headquarters. Our Shinju civilization fleet has also taken action. When we destroy the microcosm of the Harvester's headquarters, the Harvester will only have the electronic warship as a commander. Even if the Harvesters go wild because their civilization headquarters has been destroyed, we still have our neutron battle star to block their electronic warships. By then, even if we cannot destroy the electronic warships, the Harvesters will not be able to stop our great voyage. When the commanders of the level 6 civilization fleet heard this, most of them thought it made sense. After all, 3 years ago, a Shinju civilization exploration ship team really came to the scene. They thought it was that exploration ship team that brought the news to the neutron battle star. But why didn't the Shinju civilization say anything at that time? Hee hee. Keep making up stories. Those guys are just a bunch of cowards and a mob. You actually put your hope of saving yourself on them. It's simply the biggest joke in the galaxy. That's right. Your Shinju civilization was originally one of them. A mocking message from the Reaper appeared immediately, which made the 6th level civilizations fall into confusion. What is going on? Who has the upper hand? Whose words are true? For the future of the Milky Way. While hesitating, I don't know which 6th level civilization made a broadcast. This was the first time they had broadcast loudly and happily since returning to the universe. It was really refreshing. After the broadcast, their large fleet took action. The leading fleet rushed to the electronic warship first and began to launch a void attack on it. They chose to believe in the Shinju civilization and the neutron battle star. This civilization broke the silence, and the other hesitant level 6 fleet commanders also became angry and decided to take a chance and choose to believe in the Shinju civilization. Of course, not all of them. For example, the Awakener individuals and the Silver Heart Alliance exploration spacecraft were still in a daze. What's going on? What happened to the Shinju civilization? What happened between the neutron battle star and the electronic warship? Chapter 1019. So what happened to the neutron warship and the electronic warship at this moment? The Shinju civilization actually didn't know much. They just found that the electronic warship seemed to be using some kind of attack method. The most intuitive point is that the electronic warship no longer reduces the mass of its own neutron war star. This is good news. But the Shinju civilization doesn't think so. Years of confrontation have made them have a great understanding of the power of the electronic warship. So this change is definitely not the electronic warship's effort. As for why the electronic warships had been in a stalemate with their own neutron war stars, the Shinju civilization believed that there were 2 reasons. One was that in that state, the neutron war stars could indeed restrain the electronic warships, and the other was that the Harvesters were acting. It was precisely because of this judgment that the Shinju civilization did not blatantly let its main civilization go out to the Milky Way to carry out activities, like other level 6 civilizations for many years. In fact, The judgment of the Shinju civilization was basically correct. They just underestimated the power of the electronic warships. Just like what is happening now. The Shinju civilization really doesn't know what the electronic warship is doing. They only know that the electronic warship has taken back the microscopic electrons and turned them into a protective electron cloud for macroscopic electrons. It is for this reason that the electronic warship can withstand the supergravity strangling power of the neutron battle star. The personnel of the Shinju civilization on the neutron battle star instinctively felt the danger. So they broadcasted for help to the 6th level civilization in this star field. As the saying goes, a friend dies, but the poor Taoist dies. The Shinju civilization thought that maybe those level 6 civilization fleets could help them block a wave of unknown attacks from the electronic warships. Of course, it would be even better if the neutron battle star could get out of the battle at this time. The neutron battle star was a creation that the entire Shinju civilization had worked hard for tens of thousands of years to create. Although the second one could be created after the first one was created. It would be best if there was no loss. After all, it was too difficult to create a neutron battle star, and the cost was too high. Originally, special technologies should not be mastered by civilizations at the same level. Even if a race has talent, it is very difficult to realize its special technology creation. This is why many level 6 civilizations have special technologies. But only one flagship has special technologies. Of course, some special civilizations are excluded, such as the Awakener and the Silicon-based Consortium. On the battlefield, seeing that many level 6 civilization fleets have rushed over, the Shinju civilization is still very pleased. After all, facing electronic warships, they dare to rush into the 4 light-year range, which is also a kind of courage. However, what the Shinju civilization and a group of level 6 civilizations were worried about did not happen. The fleets that rushed into the 4 light-year range of the electronic warships did not have their electronic systems instantly attacked by the electronic warships as before. Seeing this, the Shinju civilization quickly shouted another broadcast, which roughly meant that we have delayed the electronic warships, and now it can no longer attack your warship systems. Shouting is very useful. After all, the facts are in front of us. Those fleets that entered the 4 light-year range of the electronic warships are indeed fine. This made the hesitant fleet of the 6th level civilization no longer hesitate. As for the call of the Shinju civilization, the harvesters did not refute it this time. And they did not even say a word. Perhaps they wanted to see those fleets enter the attack range of the electronic warships. However, the electronic warships of the harvesters are really incapable of dealing with those fleets of the 6th level civilizations now, because they are concentrating on attacking the neutron battle star and have no time to take care of other things. As the harvesters issued the attack order, the electronic warships quickly changed their status. The hazy appearance of the electronic warship became more and more hazy, as if the moon was covered with a layer of fog, making it difficult to see clearly. The electronic warship's attack method still relies on its microscopic electrons. But this time, the way it attacked was not to destroy the internal equipment of the warship as usual, because from the appearance of its macroscopic electrons, it can be seen that the microscopic electron has been wrapping it in the form of an electron cloud. This appearance does not look like it is launching an attack, but in a place that no civilization can see. Incredible changes have occurred. The Shinju civilization couldn't see it, and the fleet of the 6th level civilization couldn't see it either. In fact, even the Reapers themselves couldn't see it, because the Reapers didn't actually know the principle. They just activated this attack method according to the instructions of the microscopic electron. However, the Reapers had the relevant information about the microscopic electron. Otherwise, they couldn't build an electronic warship. That's why they named this attack method the identical spin attack. Identical means identical particles, which means particles with exactly the same intrinsic properties. These particles can be elementary particles, such as photons, electrons, etc., or composite particles, such as protons, neutrons, etc. The characteristic of identical particles is that their intrinsic properties are exactly the same, including mass, charge, spin, magnetic moment, lifespan, etc. And it is precisely because these properties are exactly the same that some great civilizations have been able to achieve the pinnacle of technological operations and turn them into a form of attack. Identical spin attack is the ability given to the microscopic electron by the 7th level civilization that created the electronic battleship with its technological power. There are many properties that are exactly the same for identical particles, and this kind of strike is called an identical spin strike. which is obviously related to the spin of the particle. Spin is not rotation, although it can be compared to rotation for the sake of convenience in general. It is actually very different from rotation. It is one of the intrinsic properties of particles. As early as the Earth era, humans have a lot of knowledge about it. And particles with half-integer spin are called fermions, which obey Fermi-Dirac statistics, such as electrons, protons, neutrons, and all other particles that make up the material world. They obey the Pauli exclusion principle. Particles with non-negative spin are called bosons, which obey Bose-Einstein statistics, such as photons, bosons, gluons, etc. They generally exist as propagators of force. Then it is obvious that the microscopic electrons of the electronic battleship are also electrons in essence. So they must have the intrinsic properties that natural electrons should have. It's just that its spin intrinsic properties have now been transformed into a means of attack by some kind of pinnacle technology. And this attack began the moment the Reaper issued the order, in the microscopic world that all civilizations present could not observe. The first thing was that the microscopic particle of the electronic battleship made a move. It spun in the electron cloud state as if it existed in nature. But at this moment, its spin was given an extra piece of information. A piece of information linked to the macroscopic electron. This kind of information is like an invisible gear established between the microscopic electron and the macroscopic electron. It is a linkage gear established through the quantum entanglement channel. Chapter 1020. This quantum entanglement-based linkage gear meshes through the Pauli exclusion principle. With this connection, microscopic electrons begin to link their own unique spin properties that have been transformed by technology to macroscopic electrons. The electronic battleship is a battleship, which is composed of a macroscopic electron and a microscopic electron. The spins of these two electrons satisfy the shared electron pair relationship. Their spin properties are one upward and one downward, and they seem to be meshing with each other in the quantum world. Based on this, the peculiar spin characteristics of microscopic electrons gradually appear in macroscopic electrons. After all, macroscopic electrons are already macroscopic. So this method of leading the big with the small is slow and inevitable. They are like two gears, one large and one small, meshing with each other. Microscopic electrons are small gears, and macroscopic electrons are large gears. It can be imagined that the small gear needs to turn many times before the large gear will turn once. Although spin is not rotation, this method of leading the big with the small is also suitable for current electronic warships. The microscopic electrons are actually fully wound, but the macroscopic electrons still react very slowly. It is conceivable that this kind of attack requires preparation time, which is also the time to accumulate power. The process of the microscopic electrons transmitting that kind of strange spin information to the macroscopic electrons is the accumulation time of the identical spin attack. As we all know, only microscopic particles have the spin property. And although the macroscopic electrons of the electronic battleship are transformed from electrons, they are obviously macroscopic. So the moment it was created by the Harvester civilization, its spin property was hidden, just like a recessive gene. And now, with the activation of the identical spin strike, the macroscopic electrons are slowly showing their spin properties. The spin properties of a macroscopic object are simply against the rules of physics. But on today's electronic warships, it suddenly appears. The changes in microscopic electrons are difficult for the Shinju civilization to detect. But the changes in macroscopic electrons are obvious to all. Not only the Shinju civilization, but even those level 6 civilizations that rushed into the battlefield have discovered it. Their detectors sent them feedback. And they actually detected the macro electron spin digit half. They did detect it. But all the level 6 civilizations present, including the Shinju civilization, didn't know what it meant. In previous observations, the macro electrons of the electronic warships were either static or rotating. But they didn't have spin properties. Shinju civilization and a group of level 6 civilizations were still wondering why the macro electron suddenly had spin properties. But no one told them why. Because the Harvesters themselves didn't know. Except for the Reapers. Other civilizations at this moment did not know what it meant when the macro electrons revealed their spin properties. It was actually a sign that the identical spin strike had completed its power accumulation. During the power accumulation stage, the microelectrons had been winding up the macro electrons. And when the springs were wound up to a certain extent, all the level 6 civilizations that were paying attention to the changes in the macro electrons found that the spin properties were revealed. It was just that they had just detected that the spin properties that suddenly appeared suddenly disappeared in the next moment. It seemed to appear from nothing, slowly emerging from the macroelectron of the electronic battleship. But it disappeared in an instant. At this moment, in the microscopic particle spin field unknown to all the civilizations present, some earth-shaking changes occurred. At the moment when the spin property of the macroelectron that had completed the accumulation of power disappeared again, it was like a taut spring suddenly released. And with a dong, all the information obtained from the microelectron was released in its identical particle field. Suddenly, countless invisible gears based on quantum entanglement appeared in the void. And they were closely meshed together like a precision instrument. They were gears called spin. The largest gear was born from the macroscopic electrons. It was like a large gear that filled the void. And meshed on its teeth were countless densely packed small gears. It was exactly the opposite of the previous electronic battleship, where the microscopic electrons drove the macroscopic electrons. And this time it was the large gear that drove countless small gears. And those small gears are undoubtedly the targets of the identical spin strike. The electrons of the targets. The connection between them and the electronic warships is established by the microscopic electronic creators through some quantum entanglement technology that links the properties of identical particles. As the saying goes, one shot moves the whole body. At this moment, the taut spring is loosened. Just like this. At the moment when the strike was completed and the power was charged, the neutron war star suddenly froze, as if it was hit by a wake-up call from the microscopic field. And then the entire neutron star began to boil. The group of electrons that were originally bound in the proton by a powerful force and had become neutrons began to struggle frantically. They were the small gears linked by the big gears. At this moment, they passively accepted the peculiar spin properties given by the microelectron of the electronic battleship. As a result, one of the electrons that first received the spin strike information from the electronic battleship was the first to change. Its spin property did not change. Still half. But its spin direction inexplicably changed from left-handed to right-handed. Of course, the claim that the spin direction has changed is based on the right-hand rule, as is the left-hand and right-hand rotation of the intrinsic properties of particles. In the human scientific system, any claim that the electron spin direction has changed is contrary to mainstream physical knowledge. But at this moment, it happened to the electron in the proton inside the neutron degenerate state of the neutron battle star. And this change in the electron spin direction means that its physical performance has also changed. According to the right-hand rule, the electron spin direction is left, and the positron spin direction is right. So this change means that the electron becomes a positron. However, not all electrons are affected. The attack transmission method of the electronic battleship seems to be set. It only makes the spin of a part of the electrons in its attack range turn right. Why this is so is self-evident. Positrons are the antimatter of electrons. Positrons and antimatter must annihilate together. Although the neutron battle star is a battleship with an extreme star as its hull, its defense is impeccable. But it cannot withstand the traitors in the material that makes up itself. 1 electron, 2 electrons, 3 electrons, countless electrons turned into positrons at the moment of the explosion of the identical particle collision. The matter of the neutron star is extremely dense, and all the matter is completely stuck together. So the moment the first positron appeared, it annihilated with the electron. In an instant, countless electrons annihilated with the positrons next to them. 100% energy conversion suddenly broke out, and countless violent energies exploded from the surface and subsurface of the neutron battle star. At this moment, the neutron star seemed to be ignited, and its luminosity increased exponentially. The endless annihilation of positive and negative electrons turned it into a powder keg, and the incandescent light suddenly burst out from it. The brightness of the explosion in an instant overshadowed all the stars, and it looked like the neutron star was about to melt itself, because they didn't know that the identical spin strike required a charging process. This situation seemed to appear suddenly in the eyes of the 6th-level civilizations. They were all confused. They didn't know why the neutron star suddenly became like this. Chapter 1021. Not knowing what was going on. Of course, they didn't understand what the state of the neutron battle star meant. Some level 6 civilizations even thought that the neutron battle star was carrying out some new attack method. But there were also civilizations with a keen sense of crisis, such as the Galactic Heart Alliance and the Awakeners present. The former keenly sensed the danger, and the latter keenly perceived some physical phenomena occurring on the neutron battle star. So, when some other civilizations still thought that the neutron battlestar was using a big move. Several Awakener rectangular warships immediately turned around and pushed the warp lever to the maximum. The Galactic Heart Alliance's exploration spacecraft fleet hesitated for a moment. But after discovering the Awakener's actions, their commanders instantly cleared their minds and hurried away. At this time, the neutron battlestar did not send any more broadcast information, because the battlestar that the Shinju civilization was proud of was in a very bad situation. They did not know what attack methods the electronic warship used, but they knew clearly the situation of the neutron battlestar. After all, it was their masterpiece. However, the clearer the situation of the neutron battlestar was, the more frightened the Shinju civilization was. They could not imagine what kind of attack could make the electrons inside the neutron battlestar suddenly turn into positrons. Now, because the large number of electrons compressed in the protons of the neutron battlestar have turned into positrons, they are madly reacting with electrons to annihilate. This huge energy explosion cannot be stopped, even if the gravity technology of the Shinju civilization is advanced. Is our neutron battlestar really going to be buried here? The commander of the Shinju civilization looked a little depressed. But it was only for a moment, and he and his comrades were still trying to save the neutron battlestar. After detecting the situation on the neutron battlestar, the people of the Shinju civilization in the operating space of the battlestar were busy all the time, and their supercomputers were running frantically. These efforts were reflected in the battlefield of the universe. That is, the neutron battlestar was still not instantly destroyed by the crazy energy. The neutron battlestar seems to be brewing some big move. We have to help it attack the electronic warships quickly. Among the fleets of the 6th-level civilizations that rushed into the battlefield, a 6th-level civilization that misjudged the situation sent a message to the fleets of other civilizations. Something is wrong. The fleet of that civilization withdrew from the state of warp forward. It's wrong. Did you notice that the actions of those Awakener warships seem to have retreated? Another civilization fleet also replied. The Galactic Heart Alliance only has a fleet of exploration spacecraft here, and they are not paying attention to it. But they are quite concerned about the Awakeners from the Triangulum Galaxy. After all, after returning to the Milky Way, these level 6 civilizations have also heard about the combat power of the Awakeners. So when the Awakeners moved, they woke up from their desire to destroy the electronic warships. In a flash, just as the level 6 civilizations were hesitating, they saw new changes in the neutron battlestar on the battlefield. The gravity in the void suddenly increased, and the neutron battlestar began to spin wildly again. It seemed that the Divine Hour civilization was using the centrifugal force of its rotation to offset part of the increased gravity. This operation allowed them to increase the gravity to a very high level. This is why the neutron battlestar's supergravity stranglehold made it spin rapidly. But this time it was very different, since the positron-electron annihilation reaction had already occurred inside the neutron battlestar. His actions of increasing gravity and spinning wildly were undoubtedly accelerating the annihilation reaction, because it was equivalent to shaking the positrons that were originally unevenly distributed evenly. This is indeed the case. After the neutron star made this move, the light on its surface became more and more incandescent, and the brightness was no different from a supernova explosion. If it were a normal neutron star, it would have collapsed due to the uneven internal force structure caused by the energy explosion. But the neutron star did not immediately experience this. In fact, at the moment when the identical spin strike was launched, the neutron star did have an uneven internal force structure, which also caused some of the neutron star's instruments to be damaged. But the Shinju civilization is indeed a civilization with the pinnacle of gravitational technology. They created the neutron battlestar with their gravitational technology, which is their real strength. So at that moment, their computer quickly gave them the only feasible solution at present, which was to use rapid rotation to balance the force field structure, and then burn their boats. Neutron stars are indeed extreme celestial bodies in the universe except black holes. If they were normal planets, they would have been blown up by the same spin strike, and the entire planet would have undergone electronic mutations. But the neutron battlestar was not destroyed instantly. This is of course not only because of the neutron star, but also because of the technology of the Shinju civilization. However, the identical spin strike did act on the neutron battlestar, but it did not penetrate the entire planet at once, because fermions have quantum waves, and the interior of the neutron battlestar is compressed by dense fermions. If it goes any further, it will break through the universe and become a black hole. Therefore, It is not easy for the identical spin strike to cross the crests of the layers of fermion quantum standing waves. After all, such a strike also requires huge energy. And the electronic warship's charged strike actually only acts at a depth of 6 or 7 kilometers below the surface of the neutron battlestar. 6 or 7 kilometers is already very deep. After all, the diameter of a neutron star is only a dozen kilometers. A normal neutron star would definitely be destroyed by such a shot. However, the moment the neutron battlestar was discovered, the Shinju civilization acted decisively and initiated emergency measures in an instant. And their method of making the neutron battlestar rotate quickly also made the annihilation reaction closer to the center of the neutron battlestar. However, this was not suicide, but self-rescue. In an instant, the rotation of the neutron battlestar broke through the new limit. Then the Shinju civilization did not make the neutron battlestar stop suddenly and then reverse as usual, but reversed the gravitational field into a repulsive field. At the same time, at this point in time, there is also elastic deformation of space on the boundary between the core of the neutron battlestar and its external space. The Shinju civilization, which is gravity-specific technology, has this technology. Gravity technology has indeed been studied to an extremely advanced level by them. Otherwise, they would not be able to create a neutron battlestar at all. Relying on the pinnacle of gravity-specific technology, the Shinju civilization used an extremely rotating repulsive field to throw out the area where electron annihilation occurred on the neutron battlestar. And in the process of throwing it out, they could also control the direction so that the bursts of matter and energy will be ejected along the rotation tangent of the battlestar. Rather than a random explosion, the direction is where the electronic warship is. The action of the neutron battlestar is like a warrior spinning his cloak and throwing it at the enemy's face during a fight. The difference is that the neutron battlestar uses its own mass. After this wave of mass is thrown out, it is no longer a neutron battlestar. It is like a person who has lost his flesh and only has bones left. The Shinju civilization has no other choice but to burn its boats. Chapter 1022. But their desperate move was not a prelude to attack, but an attempt to escape from the battlefield and take the opportunity to escape. The neutron battlestar was the painstaking creation of the Shinju civilization. If they could escape, they certainly would not want it to be destroyed. From this perspective, the neutron battlestar's move was more like using the blood-burning secret method to escape. The Shinju civilization knew that it had already failed. If it did not find a way to escape, even the neutron battlestar would be destroyed. They did not know whether the electronic warship's attack could be continuous, but they knew that if there was another attack like this, the neutron battlestar would definitely be reduced to ashes. In fact, there is no need to conduct another identical spin strike, because after the neutron battlestar made this explosion, it is no longer a neutron battlestar. The Shinju civilization used the gravitational technology that other civilizations could not match to throw out a large circle of matter from the neutron star, showing the civilizations present what it means to cut off the tail and run away. From the identical spin strike to the neutron battlestar relying on the gravitational field technology to eject a large amount of matter. This process was completed in an instant. At this moment, the Awakener had just completed the acceleration, and some of the 6th-level civilization fleets that rushed into the battlefield did not even have time to stop the fleet. The changes were too fast to cope with. Only those who sensed something was wrong in advance, or the Shinju civilization, which was the party involved, could respond in time. After the neutron battlestar completed this wave of self-mutilation, its volume expanded rapidly, hundreds of times larger than before, and it had become a white dwarf. But it was not a true white dwarf, but more like a mass of matter bound by the Shinju civilization with special technology. If there was no gravitational special technology of the Shinju civilization, this white dwarf-like star would not even exist. Under such fusion conditions, the Shinju civilization has tried its best to maintain the force field balance of the planet, but many instruments are still damaged, so that after the self-damage explosion, its matter is still leaking out. Fortunately, the power system is still intact. After the explosion, the neutron battlestar, which has become a white dwarf, suddenly made a space-elastic jump and jumped into the short-distance wormhole with the help of gravity technology to escape far away. If the fleets of the 6th-level civilization who saw this change still don't know what happened, they should also perish. For a moment, the commanders of the level 6 civilization fleets were filled with fear and could not help but curse the Shinju civilization in their hearts. The electronic warships were all fake. And everything was just an excuse for the Shinju civilization to drag them to the rear before running away. The neutron warships were defeated. And they ran away. Can't see me? Can't see us? Can't see us. The commanders of the Level 6 civilization prayed in their hearts, hoping that the electronic warships could not see their actions, and immediately ordered the fleet to stop, turn, and speed away. Now everyone is within 4 light years of the electronic warship, and life and death are just a matter of thought. However, the electronic warship really seemed to not see them, and just let them complete the emergency stop, turn, accelerate and run away, and did not even chase the neutron war star. This group of Level 6 civilizations also knew the reason, but the ones who saw it most clearly were the Awakener warships that were running away. They saw that when the neutron war star was self-harming, a layer of gray stuff appeared on the macroelectron surface of the electronic warship. It was undoubtedly the electron cloud formed by the microscopic electrons distributed there. The electron cloud formed by the microscopic electrons used the characteristics of fermions to block this wave of neutron war star explosions for the macroelectrons. They also noticed that after the electronic warships completed the unknown attack, their macroscopic electrons seemed to enter a strange state. The hazy state on its surface became extremely thin, and it was motionless, as if it had entered a state of exhaustion after exerting too much force. If it were in the past, the Awakeners would have rushed over to test it. But after that war, they did not dare to approach the electronic warships easily. And these Awakeners were still rational. They wanted to share the whole process of this battle with all Awakeners. In addition to the ability of electronic equipment, the electronic warship also demonstrated many attack and defense capabilities in this war. More importantly, its macroelectrons seemed to be the key to destroying it. Such important news must be brought back. The commander of the Galaxy Heart Alliance's exploration spacecraft fleet also thought so. For tens of millions of years, the electronic warship has never shown so many attack and defense methods like this time. Although the Shinju civilization failed, they are also the first civilization in tens of millions of years to put pressure on the electronic warship. Otherwise, the electronic warship would not be able to show these attack methods. As for the Awakeners, although they saw the failure of the Shinju civilization, they felt that there was still hope, because the main civilization of the Shinju civilization had not been exposed. Even if the neutron battle star was directly destroyed, they could create a second neutron battle star. It was just a matter of time. But time is also a problem. The harvesters must also know this situation. One neutron battle star has already put pressure on the electronic warships. So what about two? It is conceivable that from now on, the harvesters will frantically search for the location of the Shinju civilization in the Milky Way and then destroy them. Haha. Run. Run. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Watching the group of Level 6 civilizations fleeing in all directions. Watching the broken and deformed neutron war stars running desperately through space elastic jumps. A murmur of information came from the macroelectronics of the electronic warship. Over the years, they have mastered the location of the micro-universes of these Level 6 civilizations. The next step will be easy. The electronic warships will just kill them one by one. The Shinju civilization is a threat. Another message appeared in the electronic warship. It can't run away. Wait a little longer. When the microscopic electrons cancel out the quantum tide, it won't be too late for us to chase it. Besides, if we chase it too fast, the neutron battle star may not run back to the base camp. The source of the previous whispering information responded. After a while, the macroelectrons of the electronic warship gradually returned to a hazy state. It was obvious that the quantum tide was completely eliminated by the microscopic electrons, as they said. The identical spin strike is indeed the killer move of the electronic warship. But after it is used, there will be a strange quantum tidal torrent from the microscopic world. The microscopic electrons were previously helping to cancel out the quantum tide to prevent the macroelectronic warship from being affected. But the time was not long. The reason why they watched the neutron battle star jump out was, firstly, because they needed to resist the final explosion of the neutron battle star. And secondly, because the Reapers did not want to move so fast. They wanted to follow the neutron battle star to find the headquarters of the Shinju civilization. The reason why they held out for so many years before launching the identical spin attack was actually to find out the location of the headquarters of the Shinju civilization. Unfortunately, the Shinju civilization was too cautious. And now was a good opportunity. After tens of millions of years, the 6th level civilization in the Milky Way finally understood the electronic warship better, and also deeply felt its invincible posture. Chapter 1023. The challenge of the Shinju civilization ended in failure. After the final self-harm attack, their neutron battle star launched an elastic space jump into a short-distance wormhole and ran away. The neutron battle star could no longer withstand a single identical spin attack, and could not even approach the electronic battleship within 4 light years. It had to run. No matter how many lofty words were spoken before, they could not stop the cruelty of reality. If you can't win, you can't win. The Shinju civilization has the courage to admit defeat, but they are unwilling to admit defeat. Even at this point, they still have to find ways to defeat the Reapers. It is true that the Shinju civilization cannot defeat the electronic warship with just one neutron war star, but they are sure that their neutron war stars can indeed contain electronic warships. If one neutron war star is not enough, then 2 or 3 will do. Although it is extremely difficult to build a neutron war star with special technology, the Shinju civilization believes that as long as they are given another 1,000,000 years, they can still build it. Of course, this neutron war star cannot be destroyed. It is only partially damaged. As long as it can be driven back to the civilization headquarters for repairs, it will be restored to its original state in thousands of years. As for the long voyage promised before, we can only think about it in the long run. As for those level 6 civilizations, they can only hope for the best. The neutron battle star that has become a white dwarf is jumping forward in the void. In this way, its speed is very fast, faster than the normal speed of level 6 civilization. But there is a disadvantage. It cannot last long. So after several jumps, it entered the warp speed state. After a period of warp speed, its jumping system completed the buffering, and it continued to jump. The hopping movement of the neutron battle star caused a lot of noise, and civilizations with over-the-horizon gravitational wave detection technology could easily detect it. And the wake it left behind was extremely obvious. In the past, the neutron battle star had some functional spacecraft following it to help it deal with these traces. But now it was time to escape, so it could only run away. In this way, the electronic warship had the possibility of chasing. The Reaper was unwilling to let the neutron battle star go. So for a long time afterwards, the 2 warships started a chase in the Milky Way. The neutron battle star naturally dared not stop. But it did not run blindly. Instead, it took advantage of the cover of many extreme celestial bodies in the starry sky, turned around and around, and occasionally arranged with gravity-specific technology to leave some false signals for the pursuing harvesters. When passing by a neutron star, the Shinju civilization would perform simple operations on it, changing its gravitational performance to the form of their neutron battle star to confuse the audience. When passing near a black hole, they also operated on it, causing the gravitational fluctuations of the black hole to temporarily fluctuate greatly, thereby affecting the judgment of the harvester detector. The Shinju civilization is not stupid. They know that the Reapers will definitely chase them. So after running away, they did not run directly to the civilization headquarters in the Orion spiral arm, but ran around everywhere. They planned to run for a few hundred years, then find a place to disguise themselves as an ordinary planet, and then quietly return to the civilization headquarters after the storm is over. In this process, they can also add mass to the neutron battle star through gravitational absorption to disguise it. It must be said that the Shinju civilization, which has mastered the gravitational characteristic technology, has done a good job in using gravitational wave interference and hiding. After running for more than 100 years, the neutron battle star relied on gravitational shielding to hide in the space interlayer and escape the electronic warships that were chasing it. In the days that followed, the neutron battle star quietly pretended to stay in an unknown star field, pretending to be a white dwarf, and spent hundreds of years. It was not until they encountered a 6th-level civilization fleet from the depths of the starry sky while they were pretending to be a white dwarf, and learned about the electronic warship from them, that they dared to set off again and embark on the star journey back to the civilization headquarters. It is worth mentioning that the one who provided them with the news was also a fleeing fleet. The small universe where their main civilization was located had been destroyed by the electronic warship. At that time, they happened to be active in the Milky Way, so they escaped. However, after encountering the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization, which had become a white dwarf, they thought that the neutron war star in this state could be easily controlled. So they had a crooked idea and wanted to threaten the neutron war star with the location of the broadcast neutron war star, so that the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization would either take them to its small universe for refuge or hand over the technology of hiding the small universe. In these years, many small universes of level 6 civilizations have been attacked by electronic warships. But they have never heard of the situation of the small universe of the Shinju civilization. So this level 6 civilization guessed that the Shinju civilization had some technology to hide the small universe. In fact, if they had made such a bold request, the Shinju civilization might have agreed to take them to their own small universe for refuge. They should never have used this as a threat. So, after the Shinju civilization received the news of the electronic warship, it crushed this 6th level civilization fleet without saying a word. The fleet of more than 3 million warships was directly annihilated by the neutron battle star with a crushing force. Even if it was severely damaged and turned into a white dwarf, the neutron battle star was still a neutron battle star. It was too easy to deal with these ordinary 6th level civilization fleets. After destroying this fleet, Neutron Battlestar did not dare to stay here for long, and embarked on the return journey at warp speed. At this time, the Milky Way was already in chaos. Those level 6 civilizations that came out to move were slaughtered one by the Reapers, harvesting their technology. Some fleets were lucky enough to escape, while those with bad luck were directly wiped out. In this situation, even the Galactic Heart Alliance, which had been very active in confronting the Reapers in the past, stopped fighting, because many of their branches in the Milky Way were also hit by electronic warships. They did detect the location of the Harvester headquarters, but the Neutron Battlestar failed, and they didn't even have time to hide. So how could they dare to attack the Harvester headquarters? Because the Neutron Battlestar failed. The exploration activities of the civilization ruins of the Silicon Base Federation and the Galactic Center Alliance in the Perseus Arm were hastily ended. As soon as they learned the news, the two civilizations ran away in a hurry. The fleet of the Silicon Base Federation found some things in the civilization ruins, and ran a little slower due to greed. So they were directly killed by the electronic warships that lost track of the Neutron Battlestar. During this period, many of the Awakeners who had gathered were also found by the electronic warships. And then, their warships were destroyed with overwhelming force in an attempt to capture their individual lives. The Reaper's move was obviously to obtain the special technology of the Awakeners. Fortunately, the Awakeners were very resolute. After those individual lives found that their vehicles were destroyed by the electronic warships, and the electronic systems were paralyzed, they directly chose to kill themselves. As the Reapers exerted their strength, the Milky Way seemed to have entered the Dark Ages. Chapter 1024. The appearance of the Neutron Battlestar made the Reapers feel a sense of crisis. They no longer supported a certain force, and then harvested it as usual. After defeating the Neutron Battlestar, the entire Reaper civilization became active. Not only the electronic warships, but also their regular fleets searched the Milky Way. Whenever they found a hidden microcosm or a hidden level 6 civilization, they would ruthlessly destroy and harvest their technology. However, this behavior also caused the Reapers' combat power to be more dispersed. Their regular fleets were fine when encountering ordinary level 6 civilizations, but they could not win if they encountered a civilization with special technology. Some unlucky fleets were directly destroyed if they encountered the Awakeners. However, once the Awakeners or the Silver Heart Alliance or the microcosm of the Silicon Base Federation are discovered, the Harvesters usually let the fleet hold them back and wait for the electronic warships. For 2,000 years, the Milky Way has been turned into a dark forest by the Harvesters. But not all civilizations in this dark forest are hunters. Instead, there are only Harvesters, and other level 6 civilizations are prey. Whenever the spearhead is discovered by the Harvesters, they will be greeted by electronic warships. However, the Harvesters have no interest in low-level civilizations. Their target is always level 6 civilization, even if they find level 5 civilizations during the search. In most cases, the Harvesters will ignore them, which is very different from the Silver Heart Alliance. For this reason, since the Battle of Neutron Battlestar, the living environment of civilizations below level 6 has improved a lot. The reason is that the Galactic Heart Alliance was suppressed, and many of their small universes were destroyed by the Reapers, which greatly curbed their behavior of gathering low-level civilizations. The 6-level civilizations in the Milky Way hid in such an environment. But what made them desperate was that, at some point, a warship that could transform appeared in the regular fleet of the Reapers. Its transformed form is exactly the same as the warship of the Silicon Base Federation. If it had not appeared with the regular fleet of the Reapers, it would definitely be mistaken for the Silicon Base Federation. The level 6 civilizations that encountered this fleet were terrified. They thought that the Reapers had successfully harvested the Silicon-based Federation. The Reapers could even harvest the special technologies of other civilizations. The level 6 civilizations that received this news were even more desperate. They wanted to beg the Reapers to let them go. And even just ask the Reapers to shout, "Let's go on a long voyage together." They would definitely follow without saying anything. But the Harvesters would not. They could neither fight nor run away. They could hide in the past. But now they can only hide from place to place. Maybe one day, they will be discovered by the Harvesters. And then the whole civilization will perish in the long river of time. In such an environment, 2 civilizations have been promoted to the 6th level of civilization, which also means that they have encountered the worst environment in the Milky Way for millions of years. These 2 civilizations are human civilization and Dia civilization. After 2,000 years of hard work and cooperation, the 2 civilizations finally perfected the superstring theory, understood the dark matter technology, and successfully linked the dark matter-related theories to the theory of everything. That key experiment took place in the laboratory of human civilization. When the experiment was successful, humans received a message from the Shinju civilization. After all, humans and Dia civilization have always been in the small universe of Shinju civilization. So their every move naturally cannot be hidden from Shinju civilization. And there is no need to hide it. Congratulations. Especially to you human civilization. You are truly amazing. You have successfully completed this experiment in such a short time without a dark star as an observation object. It seems that the civilization whose mother star was destroyed really has some kind of magical will. There is more than one kind of dark matter. You have successfully completed the annihilation reaction of dark matter and dark antimatter. I believe you all know its principles and related formulas. So congratulations to you, human civilization. You are indeed qualified to embark on a great voyage with us. When our neutron battle star comes back, we can broadcast the start of a new round of great voyages to the entire Milky Way. Well, it's been 2,000 years, so the neutron battle star should have returned. How come there's no news for so long? How strange. The neutron battle star hasn't returned yet. So the Shinju civilization headquarters in the microcosm naturally doesn't know about it. But a long time has passed. So there's a hint of worry in their words. Thank you for your care. Without your microcosm, we might not have had this opportunity to complete this experiment in such a short time. The human interstellar government replied to the Shinju civilization on behalf of human civilization. It was indeed a sincere thank you. In the past, especially after humans and Dia civilization successfully built dark matter probes, Shinju civilization provided a lot of help in dark matter minerals. In general, if there is something in the small universe, humans and Dia civilization can develop it by themselves. If there is something missing in the small universe, as long as humans and Dia civilization can accurately tell the composition and structure of the dark matter they need, Shinju civilization will also take out the inventory from their warehouse for the 2 civilizations to experiment. Just like the dark antimatter this time, there is no such thing in this microcosmic environment, because it needs to be manufactured by scientific civilization itself. But the Shinju civilization handed it over to humans and Dia civilization after they came up with detailed descriptions of dark antimatter. This allowed humans to master the reaction mathematical formula of the annihilation of dark matter and dark antimatter in such a short time. At the same time, it was also the dark antimatter sample of the Shinju civilization, which allowed humans to quickly master the manufacturing method of dark antimatter through the scientific data obtained by analyzing it in a very short time. The energy source of the warp engine used by the 6th level civilization is the annihilation reaction of dark matter and dark antimatter. However, the annihilation reaction between the 2 does not produce dark energy, but normal energy. But the scale is larger than that of the annihilation reaction of bright matter. This is also the reason why it can drive the warp engine of the 6th level civilization and push larger mass spacecraft to reach a higher warp speed. However, in the process of the warp engine experiment, humans have made unexpected discoveries. Originally, human scientists thought that once the warp level of the 6th level civilization is achieved, it will be fixed at 213.75 times the speed of light. But in fact it is not the case. The first warp engine equipment that allowed humans to successfully break through the limit of the 5th level light warp speed only showed a level of 150 times the speed of light. What's even more amazing is that humans have tried to use the Pioneer's warp enhancement equipment to bless it, and the result is still 150 times the speed of light without any change. This result almost made humans think that this equipment is ineffective for the 6th level civilization warp engine. But fortunately, the pioneers had mentioned their warp speed level at the time. It is definitely effective. But it will only take effect if humans improve the warp engine technology to a higher level. This phenomenon also made many human dynamics experts turn their attention to the warp enhancement equipment of the pioneers. They tried to figure out the working principle of the warp enhancement equipment. Although they knew that this was the characteristic technology of another civilization among the pioneers, they were still unwilling to give up and wanted to try their best to see if they could figure it out. In addition, after stepping onto the 6th level of civilization and mastering its iconic technology tree and principles, the scientific research cooperation between human civilization and Dia civilization came to an end. Other branches of technology are the affairs of the two civilizations themselves. Of course, the possibility of continued communication in the future is not ruled out. After all, the two civilizations have been getting along well for more than 2,000 years. Chapter 1025. The potential generated by protons, and how electrons jump from high energy levels to low energy levels as they emit photons. We introduced the concept of potential a long time ago, and rationally avoided the discussion about how protons and electrons communicate, which also allowed our science to develop beyond those discussions. In the Shinju civilization microcosm, in a virtual venue where human civilization is located, a scientific research team consisting of hundreds of scientists is discussing some microscopic phenomena of particles. Their team is studying the Pioneer rhombus crystal, which is the warp enhancement device on the Lyra. And the topic of discussion is the problem of quantum macro-tunneling. They have tried to make humans understand that phenomenon, but they have been trying for many years without much effect. But they are unwilling to give up. At this moment, they have just used the consciousness-linked device of the Lyra to conduct a microscopic observation of the rhombus crystal, hoping to further understand its composition. This approach is equivalent to using the characteristic technological products of the Awakeners to observe the characteristic technological products of the Pioneers. The Pioneers' unique technological products have been confirmed to be able to complete quantum macro-tunneling. So the diamond-shaped crystal currently standing in the engine room of the Lyra naturally became the object of observation. Yes, at present, because in future planning, according to convention, humans must build a new flagship. Of course, this requires that many technologies at the level of 6th level civilization are mature. For example, some technologies related to space, dark energy technology, more powerful tachyon detection, communication technology, finding more types of functional tachyons, new weapons, more powerful warp technology, etc. The most important thing is to master the special technology. Humans have now clearly defined their special technology direction. As long as they master it, they will inevitably install it on the flagship, no matter how difficult it is. Now we have mastered the principle of the annihilation reaction of dark matter and dark antimatter. But the effect of improving the warp speed does not seem obvious. So many scientific teams of humans have turned their attention to dark energy. And of course they are trying to find ways to improve the manufacturing process and optimize the design of the warp engine. In the process of doing these studies, humans have gradually discovered that, after reaching the 6th level of civilization, the warp speed level of civilization seems to change from step-by-step growth to curve growth. In other words, all the level 6 civilizations that I encountered at the beginning were basically old-fashioned level 6 civilizations. And they were all level 6 civilizations that pushed their warp speed to a very high level. Pioneers, Awakeners, divine civilizations, and even those well-known level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. If it weren't for these civilizations, there might really be a level 6 civilization with a warp speed of 150. It is precisely because of this that humans have believed for a long time that as long as they mastered dark matter technology, they could increase the warp speed to 213 times the speed of light. The level of civilization is something that is artificially defined by advanced civilizations based on the qualitative changes caused by civilizations mastering certain technologies. It is not an objective thing. There must be 1, 2, and 3 levels of civilization in the universe. So it is not abrupt that the warp speed level has become linearly improved. On the contrary, it makes humans realize the pressure of the 6th level civilization, or that the 6th level civilization has really reached the point where basic science cannot be improved. In the past, the Awakeners always told humans, when you reach the 6th level civilization, you will naturally understand why you need to make a great voyage and where you need to go. Now it seems that they were right. After exploring the technology related to dark matter detection and the theory related to dark energy, humans have a deeper understanding of the phrase "you will understand it when the time comes." During this period, human scientists have conducted many experiments related to dark matter and the Casimir effect, and found that in the dark matter environment, there seems to be some unknown factor affecting the Casimir effect. Because the location has not changed, humans have not found out what the factor is. But human civilization knows what it is without having to investigate it clearly. Because the Shinju civilization has told humans and Dia civilization before. That is, when far away from the dark matter environment, the Casimir effect will be more obvious. But the changes perceived by the Shinju civilization are also very small. After all, they are all in the Milky Way. Therefore, they told humans that they plan to verify it again on the way to other galaxies after starting the Great Voyage. If it is correct, then the destination of the Great Voyage must be the Great Void. Because according to this trend, only by reaching the Big Void can the impact of the dark matter-like material wave on the experiment be minimized. This is also the only slim hope seen by all Level 6 civilizations. Although the Great Voyage seems to be high-end, it is actually just a way for Level 6 civilizations to struggle for survival. After humans and Dia civilization mastered the technology related to dark matter, they probably also received the recognition of the Shinju civilization. So later, the two civilizations learned a lot of news about the environment of the universe from the Shinju civilization. As an ancient 6th level civilization, Shinju civilization knows a lot of things. As for the Great Voyage and the cosmic environment, they told humans and Dia civilization that there may be many star fields and even galaxies where the physical rules have been modified on the Great Voyage. This human knows that the Milky Way is actually one of them. The pioneers said that the Milky Way could communicate over long distances with quantum entanglement a long time ago. Other humans don't know. For example, some star fields have macroscopic 4-dimensional fragments, 2-dimensional space areas, etc. According to Shinju civilization, it may be caused by wars between some 6th-level civilizations with special technologies in terms of dimensions. Or it may come from dangerous areas caused by 7th-level civilizations, like the vacuum decay area that Shinju civilization once learned in a certain civilization ruins. It is said that the space after vacuum decay cannot extract vacuum zero-point energy. In general, in the mouth of Shinju civilization, this universe is already riddled with holes, and some disaster may expand to the Milky Way one day. If you want to know the secrets, you need to go to a higher level. Otherwise you will eventually be trapped in the galaxy. Some of these news were learned by Shinju civilization in archaeological excavations in certain civilization ruins. And some were brought by some civilizations from extragalactic galaxies a long time ago. Hearing these, countless insiders of human civilization could not help but think of the Awakeners and the Pioneers who had already embarked on the Great Voyage. Perhaps the Awakeners had encountered the dangers mentioned by the Divine Moment civilization. And the Pioneers, he seemed to play a role similar to the Awakeners in other galaxies. In fact, it was not only the experimental phenomenon that made humans realize the reason for the Great Voyage, but the further improvement of the theory of everything also pointed out this problem. When the theory of everything can be used to explain dark matter and dark energy, some scientists have drawn such a conclusion from it, believing that it is necessary to stay away from the dark matter environment in order to observe the emergence of large-scale vacuum zero-point energy from the experiment. Chapter 1026. The Pioneers' unique technological products are really hard to understand. We have such sophisticated observation methods, but we still don't understand why it is constructed this way. Its performance in our quantum theory is even more unreasonable. It is really strange. Can't we really understand it? The discussion in the virtual meeting is still going on. This time, it is a roundtable discussion mode. Everyone can share their ideas or new discoveries and new results so that the whole team can understand the research progress. Why is it called a special technology? Well, according to our theory, microscopic particles in the quantum world should change at the boundary of the potential and be constant inside and outside the potential well. It has nothing to do with geometric shapes and is more like a pure mathematical problem. We have understood the quantization of the energy of bound particles, but when trying to understand the mechanism behind bound particles, more problems arise. According to our quantum theory, for the movement of particles in a real box, we may imagine an impenetrable box made of atoms. The particles will interact with these atoms, and thus cannot penetrate the box wall. But the Pioneers can make these particles tunnel in a directional direction. It is not even the tunneling effect of bosons such as electrons and photons, but the whole including protons and neutron nuclei. We really don't know how they did it. So far, we only know that the macro tunneling effect definitely occurs in the microscopic world and directly acts on countless microscopic particles. Countless microscopic particles make up the macroscopic world. This is the reason. But our theory of everything cannot explain it. I am now beginning to doubt whether our efforts are meaningful. After this was said, everyone was silent for a long time. After about half a minute, a scientist continued to speak. Don't doubt it. Of course it is meaningful. Even if the exploration is ultimately fruitless, it is still meaningful. You should understand what I mean. Everyone acknowledged this in their hearts. The meeting had been going on for a long time, and now it was considered garbage time. So one of the scientists sighed and led the topic to other aspects. I heard that there has been new progress in the field of spiritual consciousness. I wonder if it is true. As soon as the voice came out, an expert who was well informed took over the conversation. Of course it's true. Just a few days ago, I heard that the guys who study the field of spiritual consciousness have begun to discuss the manufacture of consciousness linking equipment. Oh, really? How could it be false? Yesterday, there was news that those guys reported to the general manager that they wanted to dismantle the dream machine on the Tianjin. And they vowed that as long as it was dismantled, they would definitely be able to build a new one and mass produce it. The chief will definitely disagree. Of course, that's the key to our mastery of third-person dreams. How could he let people dismantle it? But then again, the dream machine is still a little short. But the consciousness-linked device may really be mass-produced this time. Maybe. The feasibility report has come out and has been sent to the engineering department. Once the engineering department approves it, the prototype can be manufactured. Before it is manufactured, everything is possible. Okay. That's right. In these 2,000 years, during these years of struggle, human scientists suddenly realized one day that they could understand the working principles of the devices left by the Awakeners. Human scientists have confirmed that the characteristic technological products of the Awakeners are indeed the result of technological development in the field of spiritual consciousness. However, before this, human cognition of spiritual consciousness was still lacking because it was still related to dark matter. The technology that preceded the technology involved in manufacturing consciousness linking equipment was actually thought imprinting technology. Human scientists have been conducting in-depth research on the road of thought imprinting technology, and found that many of the principles involved in thought imprinting technology are actually related to consciousness linking equipment. This discovery made humans feel like they had found a bright road. From then on, they rushed all the way on the issue of consciousness linking equipment and finally reached the feasibility verification stage. At this point, humans suddenly realized that they actually mastered the special technology of the Awakeners, and finally understood why the Awakeners said you humans have talents. It turns out that the talents seen by the Awakeners are the same talents as them. And the reason why the Awakener 1 gave the consciousness linking equipment to humans is definitely this reason. At this time, many human scientists believe that human talents are actually the same as those of the Awakeners. And the special technology is of course the third-person driving mode like the Awakeners. However, some scientists disagree with this. They believe that human civilization still has room for further exploration, which is the microscopic high-dimensional field that has gradually emerged before. Those who hold this view are basically scientists related to the microscopic high-dimensional field, because they truly know that they can understand those microscopic high-dimensional structures. Time passed by bit, while human civilization was working hard to study dark energy-related technologies. It was also deeply studying microscopic high dimensions, and of course various branch technologies. And the research on void strike was also established under such circumstances. Human civilization is no longer a mediocre person. Although it has never seen void strike, it has a well-informed Dia civilization and a well-informed Shinju civilization next to it. Therefore, human civilization still has a certain understanding of void strike. It is a strike method derived from dark matter technology, which can produce strange rays through the reaction of certain dark matter. But in theory, it is not real dark matter, but a strange ray weapon. It is generally faster than light like tachyon weapons, and has a wider attack range. This ray has a characteristic that it will react with the matter it contacts. The reaction of nothingness is a concept that is generally discovered in experiments by level 6 civilizations. It refers to the reaction in which the product generated after the reaction is space quality. After the matter contacts this kind of strange ray, It will turn into nothingness and become space itself. This reaction process does not release a lot of energy like the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Nor will there be a situation where mass is 100% converted into energy. On the contrary, it did not show any energy reaction, as if it was swallowed by the space itself. Visually, the object was only seen to be transformed into nothingness. This reaction is very magical. Most of the 6th-level civilizations can discover it, but no one knows where the energy contained in the mass of the reaction is gone. The Shinju civilization, which has mastered the special technology of gravity, does not know. Human scientists think it should be related to the Higgs mechanism, but the specific relationship is unknown. Perhaps some civilizations that have mastered the special technology related to the Higgs mechanism know it, and they may also have mastered more powerful technological products related to it. Chapter 1027. Getting more and more is not enough. Originally, it meant to be enterprising and make the right decision, but later it gradually evolved into a satire on people who are not satisfied and always want more. It is almost linked to greed. Nowadays, humans are also like this with the science and technology they want to master. They have determined that they can understand the special technology of the Awakeners. But scientists are still not satisfied and have to focus on the special technology of the Pioneers. However, no matter how hard humans try, they still cannot understand the creations of the Pioneers, and do not understand why the Pioneers can make macroscopic things quantum tunnel, let alone master it. Many scientific teams have worked hard for hundreds of years, but they are still standing still. The human race does not seem to be omnipotent. However, compared with the Daya civilization, it is a foregone conclusion that humans already have their own unique technology. Even if they cannot go further in the field of spiritual consciousness, humans can say that their unique technology is the same as that of the Awakeners. This alone can make humans stand at the top of the pyramid of level 6 civilizations. After learning that humans have the technology to build super-evasive warships, like the Awakeners, the Daya civilization is very envious. Even though humans have previously told them that they cannot use this equipment, they still can't help but repeatedly ask humans to buy the equipment. There is nothing else. Just not giving up. In this regard, the human side did not refuse, but said that they would sell it only after they fully mastered and manufactured the equipment. After all, it was impossible to transfer the equipment given by the Awakener to the Daya civilization. As for the exchange conditions, it was naturally the many technological branch data developed by the Daya civilization in recent years. They are all an overall civilization. Apart from the technology tree, there is really nothing worth looking at in the Daya civilization. After all, even the consciousness uploading technology that the Daya civilization is proud of, humans have already mastered it, and can also create a fake Gaia planet alone. As for labor, it is even more unnecessary. Humans do not need to collect materials by themselves now. They can let the member civilizations of the Star Alliance do it. Most of the combat personnel of the fleet are also handed over to the individual lives of the Red Flame civilization. Humans only need to master the elite fleet. After reaching the 6th level of civilization, the fleet planning of humans is like this. The individual lives of the Red Flame civilization are incorporated into the fleet, and they are allowed to drive warships as regular combat forces to fight for themselves, while humans themselves are all consciousness-linked warships. After mastering the special technology, we will use it on the planned new Tianqin, turning the Tianqin into a superclass civilization-class warship. It is worth mentioning that the technological progress in the field of spiritual consciousness has allowed humans to find a way to strengthen their spiritual consciousness again. This is a great technological advancement. It has successfully made it so that humans no longer need thousands of people to connect consciousness. Although it has not yet reached the point where one Awakener has one ship, the report of the relevant scientific research department has made it clear that the enhanced spiritual consciousness strength is expected to turn the consciousness-linked warship into a 3-pilot mode. Only 3 people are needed to put the warship into the third-person driving mode. 1 main driver and 2 co-drivers. Of course, that is only the third-person driving mode, and humans cannot fully control the entire warship with only 3 people. During the driving process, some of the driver's commands still require the operation assistance of other crew members. But super dodge, precision strikes and various combat predictions are definitely achievable. This will undoubtedly greatly improve the combat effectiveness of humans. In addition, human individuals only serve as combat personnel of elite warships, so it can be foreseen that in future wars, even if the warships of human civilization are destroyed, casualties can be minimized. This made the Daya civilization envious. But they had to admit that the Daya people could not enter the third-person mode until they actually got a set of consciousness link equipment made by humans. For this reason, the Daya civilization was also hit hard. In this small universe, the other two civilizations have special technologies. But they don't. That feeling is like their own race is inferior to others, which is very uncomfortable. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. For this reason, the Daya civilization society has experienced a long period of depression. Many Daya civilizations feel that their race is really not good, and they are born to be inferior to humans and the individual lives of the Shinju civilization. They also complain that the universe is too unfair. Obviously, everyone is born and raised by nature. So why do you have racial talents while we don't? Many Daya people think that Daya civilization has no hope. They think that without special technology, no matter how hard they work, no matter how great their other achievements are, they can't hold their heads up in front of humans. On the other hand, these Daya people envy humans very much in their hearts, and even hope that they can become a member of the human race through technological means. That feeling is very complicated. Of course, there are also many self-confident Daya people who still believe that their race also has talents, but they have not yet discovered them. For this reason, they also brought up the example of the Shinju civilization and told the Daya people that the Shinju civilization did not master special technologies at the beginning. And it was not until many years after reaching the 6th level civilization that they discovered their racial talents. So the Daya people did not need to give up on themselves. This is true. Humans do not care about the internal affairs of the Daya civilization. Now that they have just mastered the symbolic technology of the 6th level civilization, the top priority for humans is still to turn new theories into new technologies, and turn new technologies into new creations, theories, technologies, and applications. Only when technology is applied can humans truly reach the 6th level of civilization. But this is not easy. It takes time to settle. But the universe seems unwilling to give humans too much time. In addition, humans still have many branches of technology to master. For example, primary space technology. Before mastering dark matter-related technology, human civilization scientists thought that space technology would be a derivative technology derived from the main technology tree like the previous 3rd, 4th, and 5th level civilizations. As long as you master the iconic technology, you can master it. But the fact is not so. Space technology itself is a general direction of technology. Dark matter-related technology only provides energy for level 6 civilization to pry space. As for how to pry, each civilization has to find a way to master it. In other words, not all level 6 civilizations can master space technology. Dark matter technology mainly brings progress in energy acquisition to level 6 civilization. Of course, its derivative technology Void Strike means will definitely allow level 6 civilization to crush level 5 civilization. But each level 6 civilization will definitely have differences in combat power and scientific development. Space technology, as well as new shield technology, should also be studied. Void Strike can directly turn matter into nothingness. And although the real shield can block everything, when it is attacked by Void Strike, it will also be turned into space matter. And basically it will be broken by one shot. Chapter 1028 skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 1029. So the new shield is either a multi-layer composite shield, or use magic to defeat magic. Start from the dark matter, and find technology to resist the attack of the void. If there is really no technology, then we can only dodge it. For humans, the problem is not very big. Some warship designers even propose that the new generation of human warships can be without shields. After all, they can dodge, and the lack of shield system can also enhance the maneuverability of warships. This proposal seems a bit ridiculous, but in fact, the Awakeners did so. Their warships have no shields because they are confident that they can avoid any attack from the void. If humans do not have the corresponding shield technology after mastering the special technology, then humans will probably do the same, at least on the consciousness link warship. As for the special technology, human civilization has been working hard, and scientific groups that are deeply engaged in microscopic high dimensions are looking in this direction. Because human civilization has known for a long time that it can understand microscopic high dimensions. At least some structures can be understood. With the help of consciousness link equipment, humans can observe certain spatial structures hidden in the microscopic. In the development of so many years, Human beings have successfully found a type of Kalabaya space. There are infinite types of such spaces in human theory. As for whether this theory is correct, we don't know. At least no errors have been found so far. Human scientists have discovered one type of Kalabaya space, which is a microscopic six-dimensional space. In the process of observing and studying its composition, human scientists have also noticed that some of its structures actually correspond to the string combination in the perfected superstring theory. In other words, the basic structure of those microscopic high-dimensional structures is the different combinations of strings. That is a structure belonging to the extremely microscopic field. Except for the consciousness linking device, humans have no equipment that can observe it. Of course, it can also be expressed through abstract mathematics. When humans have studied to this point, even if they are not scientists, they have a hunch that this is the characteristic technology of humans. Ordinary people can only speak through hunches. But scientists are different. Hunches cannot allow humans to truly grasp the principles. Only by truly grasping its structure and obtaining accurate mathematical expressions can humans truly master it. After years of efforts, human civilization has finally made new discoveries in the microscopic high-dimensional field. A human scientific research team found that the open and closed strings of strings seem to play a role similar to basic codes in a certain Kalabaya trend. The open and closed string structures are like the 1 and 0 of a computer. They are combined alone or in multiples to form a different microscopic high-dimensional structure. Whether it is space or microscopic particles, they can be explained by the arrangement and combination of these two structures. However, it is worth mentioning that this arrangement and combination is not a linear one like a computer code, but is stacked on several microscopic dimensions. Infinite structures are stacked together to form the grand microscopic world. In the framework of the theory of everything, it can even be used to explain many properties of dark matter, such as the reaction between dark matter and dark antimatter, such as the reaction of the void strike. Because of this, it is very complex and extremely difficult to understand. In the process of research, humans can say with certainty that it is impossible for a level 6 civilization individual life with low achievements in the field of spiritual consciousness to understand these things. And even his consciousness will be lost in the complex microscopic high dimension. This sounds like fantasy. But this discovery is not abrupt, but rather logical. It is a qualitative change under the accumulation of quantitative changes in science and technology. Humans did not discover these phenomena all at once, but concluded them after a long period of research and observation. Astronomy, geography, physics, chemistry, every science is like this. After discovering those microscopic structures, humans immediately conducted various studies on them in order to obtain useful application technologies from them. Scientific discoveries must be transformed into theories, and then into technologies and applications before they can become the military force of a civilization. Yes, the human interstellar government wants to turn these researches into some new weapons to improve the combat effectiveness of human civilization. The development of civilization is definitely not only about improving combat effectiveness, but also has many pursuits and many lofty ideals. However, in the current galaxy environment, only high combat effectiveness can guarantee the survival of one's own civilization. The Shinju civilization has long wanted to go on a long voyage, but they cannot go. The reason is not that they don't want to go, but the existence of the Reapers. So even if they have lofty ideals, they have to create a big killer like the neutron battle star as a military guarantee for their civilization to embark on a long voyage. Only when civilization becomes strong can we talk about other things. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. Humans certainly understand this truth. So whenever a new theory appears or a new technology is mastered, the interstellar government will always be the first to understand it and discuss with those scientists whether it can be turned into a weapon. Human scientists are not pedantic, and they did not say that making weapons will only destroy themselves. Everyone knows that human civilization can reach this point, and it is inseparable from the help of those powerful weapons. The living environment of the Milky Way is harsh, and the universe is even more riddled with holes. The day of letting go of the horse is far from coming. Human beings have discovered more in the microscopic high-dimensional field. Scientists have found that some structures in the Kalabaya popularization seem to correspond to the macroscopic world space. It seems that there is no certainty. It is a guess. And such a guess has finally become certain after years of research. Human scientists have discovered that there is indeed such a relationship, and have summarized some of its laws. Some structures in the microscopic high-dimensional field can indeed map the macroscopic three-dimensional space. There is a certain correspondence between them, or a commutation relationship. What is even more exciting is that this correspondence seems to have some strange connection. It seems that when certain changes occur in the microscopic structure, those changes will be fed back to the macroscopic through the quantum world. In other words, if humans can figure out this relationship and master how to change those microscopic structures, then human civilization is likely to master some kind of range attack based on microscopic high dimensions. The human theory of cosmic evolution believes that the connection comes from the period when the remaining dimensions of the universe curled up in the microscopic world. That is, the early stage of the Big Bang, and appeared with the formation of the universe. It is one of the basic laws of the universe. At the same time, some scientists also assert that the thing that operates this relationship is called a string, because the infinite combination of open and closed strings is the basic code of those microscopic high-dimensional structures. Then if humans master a certain method of plucking strings, they may be able to master the kind of range-based strike method that is still in imagination today. As for the effect, it is currently unknown. But if it can be achieved, scientists assert that it is definitely a powerful means of attack. Plucking microscopic strings to carry out range-based strikes on macroscopic space is such a powerful means. If humans really master this means, then the Tianqin will really become the Tianqin. After all, such a means is like plucking a string to produce some kind of large-scale strike, which is so vivid. It is hard to imagine that this is actually a technology that a level 6 civilization can master. Chapter 1030. Seeing the big from the small. A great killer. Although humans don't know what effect will appear, every scientist who studies this topic has a hunch. It is precisely because of this hunch that human scientists are very cautious in choosing relevant experimental sites, even before fully understanding its mechanism. It has been pointed out in the report that in the future, it is necessary to carefully plan the experimental sites, experimental subjects, etc. The interstellar government naturally followed suit and immediately established relevant departments to be responsible for it. While scientists in the microscopic high-dimensional field were working hard, not many years later, another good news appeared. Humans have made a major breakthrough in the study of dark energy, which is a major technical breakthrough. In terms of theory, when they were promoted to the 6th level civilization, they were already included in the theory of everything. Mastering the technology related to dark matter and dark energy is already considered a 6th level civilization. Since mastering this kind of related technology, humans, like the Dia civilization, have been working hard to turn theory into applied technology and update their creations. The small universe of the Shinju civilization is their headquarters for millions of years. It is extremely rich in resources and can be easily supplied to humans and Dia civilization for development. The most important thing is that the Shinju civilization is not stingy with the civilizations it recognizes. It directly tells humans and Dia civilization that if they lack resources, they can go and dig them themselves. As humans had guessed before, the Shinju civilization's small universe does have interlayers. With their own space technology, they divide the small universe into many interlayer spaces. Just like a big house is divided into many rooms. They have many rooms. There are a lot of resources placed in it. There are stars, planets, neutron stars, even black holes, and of course dark matter mines. In their small universe, the gravitational performance of all planets is blocked, which allows them to place the planets very close. At that time, the Dia civilization once proposed to go to the big universe to mine, but the Shinju civilization directly brought them more than a dozen stars. They also said that the big universe is too dangerous now, and you two civilizations have been recognized by us. So you should develop here well, and wait until you reach the 6th level of civilization. The Shinju civilization also specifically reminded humans several times, and it is obvious that they value human civilization more. The Dia civilization certainly knew this, but they did not say anything. The racial talent of humans is obvious to all, and they can only envy them now. From the resources that the Shinju civilization gave to humans, it can be seen that 3 stars were given to the Dia civilization, but more were used by humans. Basically, as long as you make a report, they will send unmanned engineering ships to deliver them. It is simply double standards. After reaching the 6th level of civilization, humans and the Dia civilization gradually understood the magical features of the small universe of the Shinju civilization. They actually used the power of the black hole to lock the small universe space. But they could limit the gravity of the black hole to the small universe. After the stars unlocked the gravitational shielding device, their gravitational performance could not penetrate the barrier of the small universe and appear in the big universe, as if it was completely offset by the gravity of the black hole, which was very magical. This was told to humans and Dia civilization by the Shinju civilization, saying that their Shinju civilization spent countless years interweaving the gravity of the black hole on the inner wall of the small universe, and added many space methods to achieve this. During the communication, they also told humans and Dia civilization how they did it without reservation, and also gave the two civilizations some relevant information to facilitate understanding. However, after reading these materials, humans and Dia civilization not only did not understand, but felt more confused. For humans and Dia people, the information of Shinju civilization does not make sense at all, and even cannot be understood. How can this be the technology mastered by a level 6 civilization? After learning about Shinju's gravity technology, humans and Dia civilization express such feelings. This also shows that neither humans nor Dia civilization have the talent of people in Shinju civilization, and the technology that seems to be able to use gravity as wool to weave a kind of gravitational barrier must also be a manifestation of the special technology of Shinju civilization. In fact, the reason why Shinju civilization showed these things and the special technology information they mastered to humans and Dia civilization was entirely because they saw humans' description of microscopic high dimensions at that time. The time that humans and Dia civilization have been in the microcosm of Shinju civilization is not short. During this period, it is inevitable to have some exchanges, especially after being recognized by Shinju civilization. This kind of communication has become more frequent. It was under such circumstances that the Shinju civilization first expressed to humans that they were very interested in the unique technological direction of humans, and hoped that human civilization could communicate with them about this. It was very polite, but the human interstellar government knew that it could not refuse. And of course, there was no need to refuse. From its appearance to the present, the Shinju civilization has been friendly to humans and Dia civilization, and now it is still developing in their small universe, using their resources. So, at a certain tripartite scientific and technological exchange meeting, humans threw out their research materials in the microscopic high-dimensional field, and also gave a detailed explanation to the scientists from both the Shinju civilization and Dia civilization who attended the meeting. The result was confusion. Not only did the top scientists of the Dia civilization scratch their heads, but the top scientists of the Shinju civilization, who had lived for countless thousands of years, were not much better. They found that they could not understand what humans said. What microscopic high-dimensional structure? What microscopic high-dimensional stacking pattern? What commutation relationship? They even felt that the relevant theoretical basis given by humans was absurd and incomprehensible. It was because of this incident that the scientists of the Shinju civilization seemed to feel embarrassed. So they also threw out their own special technology-related materials. So they also saw the confused faces of the scientists of humans and Dia civilization. During this process, the Shinju civilization also learned about the human means of observing microscopic high dimensions. Like the Dia civilization, they took a set of equipment from humans to try, but found that they could not use it at all. So they could only throw it in the museum as a cultural relic. The creation is of course a third-person consciousness-linked device newly created by humans. As time goes by, humans have fully acquired the ability to manufacture consciousness-linked devices, but they have not yet fully understood the dream machine, and it is a little difficult to understand. Humans have tried many times, but have not been able to create a dream machine. Sometimes everyone thinks that they have perfectly replicated the Awakener's dream machine, but it has no effect when it is run. As a result, humans have created many consciousness-linking devices, but there is still only one dream machine. It is the one that the Awakener sent in illusion. Chapter 1031. As time went by, human scientists even suspected that humans could not create a dream machine at all, and suspected that it was a special technological product developed under the Awakener's racial talent. The racial talent of humans seems to overlap with that of the Awakener, but it seems to be only partially overlapping. But if so, how can humans control third-person dreams? You know, although humans have the ability to dream in the third person, no one can control it without the Awakener's dream machine, let alone the third-person mode. Now humans cannot make it, but they can use it even though they cannot make it. So, if the dream machine is not something humans can make, doesn't that mean it has more functions than this? Awakener. Awakener. So that's it. In the process of studying the dream machine, human scientists probably guessed what the Awakener said to human civilization at the beginning. That is, they need a fallen civilization. They said that their individual lives were awakened from a fallen civilization. Now it seems that they should use this so-called dream machine. The dream machine should not only be a dream machine for the Awakener, but more like a machine to awaken the fallen civilization. Featured technology is the pinnacle of a technology tree. But there are more than one kind of creation under the technology. Just like the Shinju civilization can create neutron battle stars, and this strange little universe. After understanding this, human scientists are relieved. The research on the technology tree of the 6th level civilization has never stopped. Humans are researching. And the Dia civilization is also researching dark matter, dark energy, dark antimatter, space technology, tachyon technology, force field technology, and each major trunk technology tree is subdivided into thousands of branch technologies. Countless scientific teams are constantly developing day and night. And humans still need to invest a lot of scientific research power in the direction of special science and technology. Humans have talents. But talent does not mean that they can master special technologies. It also requires countless human intelligent individuals to work together. However, the special technologies in microscopic high dimensions have not yet entered the experimental stage. But space and force field technologies have made breakthroughs first. The technological breakthroughs in space and force fields are the basis for space weapons and the manufacture of small universes. Many ancient level 6 civilizations have these technologies. The Dia civilization is not completely useless. Almost at the same time as humans broke through the technology of space and force field, they announced that they had mastered the method of further improving the efficiency of the warp engine, and claimed that if their experimental results were correct, then theoretically the warp speed of the warship could be reached. The highest warp speed mentioned by the Dia civilization is the warp speed level shown by many ancient 6th level civilizations. 213 times the speed of light. This is a limit value, which is the maximum curvature value that can theoretically appear in time and space under the dark matter, dark antimatter annihilation reaction, and dark energy technology system. This is certainly not the limit of warp speed. The theory of everything tells all level 6 civilizations that no matter how big they are, they must have higher energy levels. It stands to reason that with dark matter and dark antimatter as the power of energy explosion, even space can be cut. Otherwise level 6 civilizations would not have space-cutting weapons. But when it comes to warp speed, there is a limit. The reason is very simple. That is because weapon-type space technology only focuses on destruction, while warp speed navigation requires the participation of force fields and energy to coordinate the various parameters of the warp bubble. There is no contradiction. After all, the so-called space-cutting weapon is actually just a primary application of space technology. Before reaching the 6th level of civilization, humans thought it was an invincible weapon. After all, space can be cut, and everything is in space. So can't everything be cut? In theory, this is correct. But this thing is like toxicity. It is nonsense to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. The same is true for space-cutting weapons. In theory, it can cut everything that depends on space. But weapons that can launch attacks require energy support. And the energy level is one of the factors that limit the power of this weapon. The reason why the 5th level civilization does not have this technology is because the energy technology mastered by the 5th level civilization cannot reach the minimum force required to cut space. And the reason why many 6th level civilizations space-cutting weapons shoot out a black line is also limited by the energy level. The larger the range, the more energy is required. This has to talk about the second factor that affects the power of space-cutting weapons. That is, this space itself. This large universe composed of 3 macroscopic dimensions is very stable, at least in the eyes of most 6th level civilizations at present. After the space-cutting weapon is fired, the power of the universe itself will heal the space itself, and its reaction time is 1 Planck time unit. So theoretically, once a crack appears in the space, it will be restored immediately the next moment. The reason why the effect of the space-cutting weapon can continue is the wisdom of designing the space weapon. Intelligent life can always find ways to use the laws of physics. Human civilization and Dia civilization have always cooperated, and the mutual trust between the two sides is already very high. So after these research breakthroughs, they will naturally have some scientific and technological exchanges. Now, Not only are both civilizations eager to truly stand at the level of level 6 civilization, so this kind of communication that can promote development is very popular. Even the Shinju civilization has expressed support. And their scientists occasionally participate through the internet, and often give the two civilizations some inspiration at the meeting. I think the Shinju civilization also hopes that humans and Dia civilization will keep up with the pace of the times as soon as possible. The pace of the times in the eyes of the Shinju civilization is of course the Great Voyage. Now that the neutron battlestar has not returned, the people at their small universe headquarters are still very confident. Most of the high-level people in the Shinju civilization are still thinking about starting the Great Voyage after the neutron battlestar defeats the electronic battleship. The communication between humans and Dia civilization is a matter of sharing what they have. While the participation of Shinju civilization is intended to speed up the progress of the two civilizations in mastering conventional level 6 civilization technology, in a way, it is equivalent to a teacher and two students. In such an environment, the progress of humans and Dia civilization is very obvious. The two civilizations seem to have entered a period of technological explosion, and various level 6 civilization-related technological innovations emerge in an endless stream. The dark matter and dark antimatter annihilation engine has been successfully developed. The space-cutting weapon experiment has been perfectly successful. The warp engine has been successfully optimized, and the void strike weapon has been successfully developed. Major technological breakthroughs have been made one after another. Humans and Dia civilizations have taken big steps and steadily lifted themselves to the level of level 6 civilization. Due to the abundance of resources, various construction plans were put on the agenda by the two civilizations. The two civilizations thus showed a thriving scene, and various level 6 technological byproducts began to appear in the hands of their people. Once technology is popularized in society, it means that it is already a mature technology. Just like the technology of consciousness connection and force field, many of its branch technologies have been applied in society and reflected in human individuals. As if everyone has superpowers. Walking on the streets of the spaceship, you can see flying people everywhere. The life of human individuals is no longer a two-dimensional life, but a three-dimensional space in the true sense. The application of force field technology has made elevators a thing of the past. The force field adjustment function of nanotechnology directly turns people's clothes into flying suits, and a thought can take them back to their homes. The progress of space technology has made human scientists turn their attention to storage. Their idea is to use space technology to create the legendary space storage box. Of course, this is not easy. Chapter 1032. Theories are not necessarily correct. People think they are correct only because they can explain the observed phenomena. When they can explain the phenomena without them, they are likely to be wrong. Occam's razor principle says that entities should not be added unless necessary. It also makes sense in physical theory. Based on their own observations, humans estimated that dark matter accounts for 25% of the mass of the universe. Dark energy accounts for 70% of the total mass of the universe. And the remaining 5% is visible matter. That is, the bright stars in the sky. However, with the advancement of science and technology, dark energy, which was previously considered equivalent to mass and estimated to be in the total mass of the universe, seems to account for a smaller proportion. The root cause is that with the advancement of science and technology, human civilization has detected more and more unknown things. And the dark and dark energy actually means unknown and invisible. In other words, dark energy is something that cannot be seen or touched and only exists in theory. The same is true for dark matter. With the advancement of science and technology, many things that were originally defined as dark matter have been given names, such as tachyons, which were once considered by humans to be a kind of hot dark matter. However, after reaching the 6th level of civilization, humans discovered that this view was wrong. Tachyons are not in the dark matter system. As for dark energy, it is even more mysterious. After discovering some dark matter reaction laws, humans realized that the universe does not seem to need so much dark energy. Visible matter accounts for more than 5% of the total mass of the universe, and dark energy does not reach 70% of the total mass of the universe. However, the calculated result of dark matter is still close to 25%. The new theory of cosmic evolution believes that in the vast universe, the material world is composed of dark matter and visible matter, while the mass occupied by dark energy is somewhat empty. It is more like a certain characteristic of space itself. It is not energy in the traditional sense. An intelligent civilization cannot use it as a drive. but it is closely related to the expansion of time and space. Scientific and technological civilization can master it through scientific and technological means, and use it to affect the changes in time and space. The latest research results show that dark energy manifests itself as spatial repulsion in space, which is a tearing repulsion of space itself. However, in the process of tearing space, dark energy will immediately dilute to the same energy density as the environment. At least the dark energy observed by humans so far is evenly distributed. However, the observation result of uniform distribution is in irreconcilable contradiction with the theory of space medium. Because uniform distribution means that the entire universe is filled with uniform dark energy. Isn't this indirectly saying that dark matter is another version of ether? Ether does not exist. This is a proven fact. The Michelson-Morley experiment has told humans that ether does not exist. In this case, it should be wrong to say that dark energy is evenly distributed in the universe. Otherwise it would become another medium in the universe. That is, alternative ether. In this regard, many human scientists believe that dark energy is just a strange energy. A kind of energy with certain spatial characteristics. It is not evenly distributed. It is the cosmic evolution theory of human civilization that is wrong. The culprit of the expansion of the universe is not dark energy, but the aftermath of the Big Bang itself. If this theory is correct, then dark energy can be called a strange energy with spatial characteristics. However, even the research of the Dia civilization shows that they have indeed detected the existence of dark energy. And all the data show that dark energy is the culprit for tearing apart time and space. Contradiction. Humans and the Dia civilization have discovered irreconcilable contradictions in their exploration of dark energy. Dark energy seems to have become an empty talk at the level of 6th level civilization. But the amazing thing is that there are applications based on it. The warp engine speed enhancement technology uses it. In addition, it seems to have various contradictions in other theories. On the contrary, all the characteristics of dark matter have been confirmed by both civilizations. For example, it has mass and only manifests itself in gravitational interactions in long-range forces. Only gravity-related technologies can discover dark matter. Second, dark matter is not a substance. Like matter, it is composed of dark matter with different properties. The mining and separation of dark matter deposits have allowed the two civilizations to understand it more and more deeply. However, the research on dark energy seems to have just begun to make some achievements and then stagnated. For a long time, Shinju civilization often acted as a teacher for humans and Dia civilizations. Therefore, the difficulties encountered by the two civilizations would be raised to this teacher from time to time. Although in many cases, they would not get direct answers, they could get a lot of inspiration from it. This time, the research on dark energy was also the same. At a certain scientific and technological exchange meeting, the two civilizations each explained their own progress in exploring dark energy and the theoretical contradictions they found. The purpose of this was naturally to hope that the scientists of Shinju civilization present could comment on it. However, this time, the scientists from the Shinju civilization who attended the meeting were out of character. They did not show their usual confidence, but told humans and Dia civilization with sighs that they did not have an accurate answer to the dark energy question. They told humans and Dia civilization that they had come to the conclusion from their long-term observations that dark energy was a false energy. But this false energy was very real in some aspects. For example, the improvement of warp technology must be accompanied by the addition of some dark energy theories, so that the correct results can be calculated and the warp technology can be improved. But its application is limited to this. At least the Shinju civilization itself cannot find other ways to apply it. In addition, the Shinju civilization also explained the meaning of false energy. They said that based on their observations of the universe for millions of years, dark energy is likely to be just a projection energy, a false projection of vacuum zero-point energy in the apparent universe. And the phenomenon related to the mass of the universe observed by many low-level civilizations is just a calculation result. A concept added to make their calculation of the mass of the universe correct. But it must be said that those calculations were not wrong. They just didn't understand the truth. After reaching the 6th level of civilization, advanced technology allowed civilization to observe dark energy. But in fact what was observed was not real dark energy, but the projection of the energy potential well formed by the huge vacuum zero-point energy in the universe. That energy potential well was so huge that all civilizations thought that it was the missing part of the universe's mass in the calculations related to the theory of cosmic evolution. At this point, the scientists of the Shinju civilization also told humans and the Dia civilization that the reason why vacuum zero-point energy is considered a symbol of the 7th level of civilization technology is because its energy level is so incredibly large that relying on its power, technological civilization can pry the laws of cosmic physics. In the end, the Shinju civilization also gave their own speculation, saying that the large-scale application of vacuum zero-point energy may cause the universe to experience a vacuum decay catastrophe. Chapter 1033. After throwing out the concept of vacuum decay, the Shinju civilization also told humans and Dia civilization about their speculation on the disappearance of the 7th level civilization and their conjecture that many civilizations are trapped at the level of 6th level civilization. The Shinju civilization believes that the disappearance of the 7th level civilization is related to the vacuum decay of the universe. It is the uncontrolled use of vacuum zero-point energy by a large number of 7th level civilizations in ancient times that led to vacuum decay in the universe. This decay may have occurred in one or more places in the universe, and is spreading to the entire universe. Scientists from the Shinju civilization said that after the decay, the universe will become a true vacuum, where the huge energy of the vacuum zero-point energy will become an energy-absorbing reaction, and the entire universe will fall to a lower energy level. All energy that can be provided to civilization in the existing universe will no longer exist, and intelligent life based on the existing physical rules will perish. The disappearance of those level 7 civilizations, and even those above level 7, is to find a way to solve these problems. They may be in a corner of the universe, trying to extend the life of the universe. Of course, it is also possible to find ways to transform themselves into life forms that adapt to the laws of the universe after decay. In this process, there may be many conflicts and wars are inevitable. It is conceivable that a war between civilizations of that level will inevitably destroy the world. The scientific community of the Shinju civilization speculates that the failure of long-distance communication based on quantum entanglement in the Milky Way is likely to be a product of war in that era, since the uncontrolled use of vacuum zero-point energy will cause vacuum decay in the universe. It means that there is a high possibility that some civilizations advocate such as vacuum zero-point energy non-proliferation treaty, things like that. If there is such a claim, there will naturally be other claims, and conflicts of ideas are most likely to lead to wars. The universe was probably destroyed in the early years. Following this line of thought, the Shinju civilization believes that the reason why it cannot break through to the 7th level civilization in various galaxies may be the result of some cosmic civilizations actually implementing the vacuum zero-point energy non-proliferation treaty. They may have used some powerful regular weapons for convenience, and carried out large-scale regular weapon strikes on the entire galaxy, galaxy group, and even galaxy cluster, where civilizations are most likely to be born. Why is the target of the Great Voyage the Great Void? It is because there are almost no galaxies there, and it is believed that it is difficult for advanced civilizations to be born, so it may be ignored by the cosmic civilization that implements the treaty. Of course, this is just the conclusion drawn by the Shinju civilization from the observation of the universe. Before completing the Great Voyage, they did not know whether these speculations were correct. And in the Shinju civilization, this is just one of the arguments about the Great Voyage, and the other is natural factors. Just like what humans learned from the awakeners and pioneers back then. It is the dark matter environment, and its certain radiation characteristics that make it impossible to get the correct results of the vacuum zero-point energy experiment near the galaxy. Both theories have their own supporters within the Shinju civilization, and have existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Humans and Dia civilizations are glad that they have heard another version of this speculation. Although it is just a guess, it has greatly improved the two civilizations' awareness of the dangers of the Great Voyage. However, human scientists think that the most valuable information is about dark energy. The Shinju civilization's hypothesis that dark energy is a false energy perfectly avoids the contradictions in the previous human theory. And it is indeed a hypothesis that seems to be correct at present. This hypothesis is very popular among human scientists, and there are many supporters, so there must be many people who devote themselves to research in this area. Thus, the vast research direction of human civilization has been expanded. On the other hand, the cooperation between civilizations has also allowed the development speed of the human and Dia civilizations to maintain a very high level of technological development for a long time after they were promoted to the 6th level civilization. Of course, some guidance from the Shinju civilization is also indispensable. Also in the small universe of the Shinju civilization, the two civilizations were able to develop with peace of mind during the period of civilization-level improvement, avoiding many dangers from the big universe. Under such circumstances, the construction plan of the new flagship of mankind has also been put on the agenda. Although the special technology has not been fully determined, the relevant research has now been completed. It is only necessary to reserve the equipment installation position when designing the warship. Moreover, after several meetings and confirmations, the human interstellar government has obtained a more accurate answer. That is, with the current research progress of special technology, when the construction of the new Tianqin frame is completed, the research and development will be almost completed. Such progress can be said to be synchronized. As for shipbuilding technology, humans have accumulated rich experience, and it is no problem to build a civilization-level flagship. For human civilization, the difficulty of civilization-level warships is not in warship manufacturing, but in special technology. Compared with humans, the new flagship of the Dia civilization is not that complicated. In their plan, their flagship will be built at about the same time as the new Tianqin of humans, but it will be completed about 2,000 years earlier than humans. In naming the new flagship, the Dia civilization followed humans, and they also used the previous name, still called it Dia, although it is not equipped with special technological products. As the flagship of the Dia civilization, they still use all their top technology to build it as if it were a wonder. In the words of the Dia civilization, even if the combat power is far inferior to the Tianqin with special technology, our flagship can at least fight a human consciousness-linked warship alone. Speaking of which, the size of the civilization-class warship is not exaggerated, because of the volume of various weapons. It is indeed larger than the Star-class warship, but it is only about twice as large. As for the Star-class battleship, it does not need to be eliminated when it reaches the 6th level of civilization. It is already large enough. It only needs some modifications, such as creation upgrades, to become a regular 6th level civilization battleship. In fact, the new flagship plan of mankind should have started long ago. But because of the visit to the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization, many people also had the idea of our human civilization should also build a battle star. This idea obviously received a lot of support. But when discussing the technology, there were too many problems that could not be solved. The human plan for the new Tianqin will take 5,000 years to complete. The frame is still made of strong materials, and the armor is still made of quark self-repairing materials. There is no change in this. 5,000 years is no different from creating a wonder. But because of the special technology, everything is worth it. The speed of the new Tianqin will reach an astonishing 256 times the speed of light. The existence of the Pioneer Warp Enhancement device allows humans to have a speed that breaks the upper limit. But correspondingly, when the highest warp mode is turned on, its energy consumption level will also increase. This problem has always existed, and it is reasonable. So it is nothing. The conventional speed is fast, but it only has an advantage over conventional fleets. It is still not enough in front of the special movement methods of electronic warships or neutron war stars. Therefore, while exploring the application of special scientific and technological weapons, human scientists also put a lot of energy into the application of short-distance movement methods. They also hope that human civilization can have a more flexible movement method. Humans are very courageous, because this idea is completely benchmarked against electronic warships and neutron war stars. Chapter 1034. The Shinju civilization has a certain understanding of human development and knows that humans are working hard to explore their own unique technologies. They appreciate this and have no intention of being jealous. Nor do they intend to pull human civilization under their own banner, like the Silver Heart Alliance. Their performance is considered by humans to be a civilization worth getting along with. It is for this reason that when the Shinju civilization learned that humans have a consciousness-linked device that can create a third-person observation mode and asked about it, humans also considered it and told them the origin of this device. The Shinju civilization then realized that humans had some relationship with the Awakeners. After further understanding, they learned from humans that the Awakeners planned to team up with humans to sail far away. When they heard the news, they were very surprised. The reason was that when the Awakeners invited humans were still in the low-level civilization stage. The high-level leaders of the Shinju civilization asked themselves. They felt that if they met human civilization at that time, they would definitely not behave like the Awakeners. Most likely, they were dismissive. What humans don't know is that because of this incident, the attitude of the Shinju civilization towards the Awakener from the Triangulum Galaxy has changed. Humans only know that after knowing this information. The Shinju civilization formally sent an invitation letter to human civilization in the form of civilization to civilization, inviting human civilization to be a partner and embark on a long voyage with them in the future. With such a good thing, humans naturally agreed. It is a partnership, not a superior-subordinate relationship, which is very good. However, after humans received the invitation, the Daya civilization was somewhat upset, because they did not receive a formal invitation. The Shinju civilization only invited humans to join the ranks of partners, and mentioned that the Daya civilization could also go on the long voyage together. The Shinju civilization was not playing tricks at all, and almost printed the words, "We believe that only those with special technologies are worthy of being with us," on their foreheads. Although the Daya civilization felt aggrieved about this, they could only endure it because they felt that they had a good relationship with human civilization. If the Shinju civilization is to start the Great Voyage, there will definitely be more than a few civilizations, and there will definitely be many level 6 civilizations without special technologies. By then, relying on their relationship with human civilization, they can also get along well in the Great Voyage group. After this analysis, the high-level officials of the Daya civilization felt that it was acceptable. The Daya civilization has been in the immortal community for a long time, and they are clear about some things about the Great Voyage. The reason why they want to form a group to go on the Great Voyage is because there are too many dangers on the road of the Great Voyage. Then as long as your civilization has a higher status in the team, you don't have to go out to do those dangerous exploration missions. At the same time, conflicts with other civilizations or civilization groups are inevitable on the Great Voyage road. If a fight breaks out, those with higher status will not be used as cannon fodder to charge into battle. The move of the Shinju civilization clearly told the Daya people that not every civilization in the Great Voyage group is fair. If you want fairness, you have to show your ability first, which is to ask whether you have special technology. Very realistic. If you can't stand it, you can choose not to go, or you can form a group and start the long voyage yourself. But the Daya civilization is not stupid. A civilization without special technology will definitely not go far on the long voyage road. Maybe it will fail in the next galaxy. Haven't you seen that such a powerful civilization as the Awakener almost perished in the Milky Way? Ever since knowing that humans have the ability to manufacture consciousness link equipment and have third-person driving technology, the Daya civilization has decided to follow human civilization. Even Jesus can't help. They have seen the battle between 3,000 human warships and millions of level 5 civilization alliance. And they have also seen the battle between the Awakener warships. They will never forget that kind of strength. Not to mention that human civilization seems to be still researching some special technology, and even has a third-person driving mode, and still claims that they have not mastered special technology, which is simply Versailles. The Daya civilization feels that it has found a thigh. The reason why the human civilization is so straightforward to tell the Shinju civilization about the fact that they have the Awakener's creation is, first, because they think the Shinju civilization is more friendly, and second, because humans are now confident. Although the new Tianqin is not completed, many star-class warships have been upgraded, and the speed has reached the level of the 6th level civilization. The Void Strike weapons have been installed, especially those warships equipped with consciousness link equipment, which already have powerful military power. With military power, there is confidence. Even if the Shinju civilization suddenly attacks, humans can now cut through this small universe with the newly installed space weapons. Of course, the process will be tortuous, but it is indeed capable. The maturity of this technology means that humans can turn the new flagship in the blueprint into reality. And this process is very long. The new flagship is huge. It is 2,000 kilometers long, more than twice as long as the original Star-class battleship. It is 763 kilometers high and 1,236 kilometers wide. Its appearance still inherits the streamlined shape of the original Tianqin. In addition, the quark material used as armor reflects the visual sense of flowing water, which looks like a tender space giant. This volume is comparable to a planet. If it is placed on the moon, it is enough to cover most of the moon. The quark material needed to build it requires resources from several stars. If there were not enough resources in the microcosm of the Shinju civilization, humans would not dare to start building this warship here. But only one warship will be built. Other warships still need to be built after mining in the macrocosm, but that is estimated to be 5,000 years later. Humans will use 5,000 years and devote the power of the entire civilization to build this flagship. In the plan, scientific teams from all disciplines will participate in it, from basic physics to applied physics of various branches of science and technology. And even teams of fine arts and art design will participate. This project is more complicated than transforming a wild planet into a life planet from scratch, because it is multi-layered and three-dimensional, and it is very large. And all structural designs must be perfect. After completion, the new Tianqin will be a flagship carrying the expectations of mankind's great voyages. It must be built strong and beautiful, and the pinnacle of all human creation technology will be concentrated on it. Now the only regret is that the new shield technology has not been broken through, and the relevant scientific teams of mankind are worried about it. They have also conducted research on new shields with the Dia civilization. But the Dia civilization is also a bird, and has stopped researching shields. However, when these scientific teams were frowning, good news came from a special scientific research institution. Chapter 1035. Time passes year after year. The neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization has not returned. But human civilization has made remarkable achievements in special technologies. The Special Technology Research Department told the entire human scientific community they found a certain form of string structure, and after plucking that string in a certain way, they found that there was some strange disturbance in the macroscopic world. But it did not seem to be a powerful means of attack. The good news is true, but it is a bit uncomfortable in the eyes of some military humans. Maybe it did not meet their expectations. They thought it was some kind of means of attack, but they never thought it was not. As for what it is, scientists explained it this way. During the experiment, they did find that kind of string combination, which is a combination string popular in the microscopic six-dimensional calibayao. After many experiments, they finally found a way to pluck that string combination. So in the macroscopic world, they observed the corresponding reaction, because the experimental results were observed from a third-person perspective through the way of consciousness connection. They saw the phenomenon very intuitively. It is a manifestation of microscopic dimension superimposed on macroscopic space, just like the originally microscopic structure. But because of human manipulation, it is suddenly elevated at the macroscopic level, and shows a microscopic structure accumulation effect in the macroscopic world. This is very similar to the macroscopicization of microscopic particles. But in fact there is an essential difference, because this phenomenon of microscopic structure accumulation in macroscopic space does not come from material particles, but from the cosmic quantum field itself. It is the originally curled up space that is suddenly released. But this release cannot last long. It only lasts for less than a moment before curling up again. After many experiments, scientists of human civilization calculated the time of less than a moment through experimental data, and the value directly pointed to Planck time. Human scientists don't know whether this is a coincidence or not. The healing speed of this universe is a Planck time unit, and the existence time of this microscopic structure stacked to the macroscopic is only a Planck time. So is Planck time really the smallest unit of time? Science is really endless. When a civilization masters a certain technology and a certain theory, they will find that there are greater doubts in front of them. The same is true for humans now. Scientists have clearly found the operation method of plucking that string combination and have seen the experimental results. But they don't know why, what the correlation mechanism is, and why it can only maintain one Planck time. This feeling is like blowing up a balloon with force, and the balloon bursts instantly after it expands. The person blowing the balloon only knows that he blew the balloon and saw it burst, but he doesn't know why the balloon can be blown up, nor why it bursts in such a short time. I can do it, but I don't know what it means. In the exploration of special science and technology, human scientists often have this feeling. At the beginning, this will make them very confused, and they feel that they are not doing science. But after it happens more often, they get used to it, because they understand that the so-called special technology should not be mastered by the sixth-level civilization. It is just that intelligent life relies on its own racial talent to understand something that originally requires more profound theories to explain. So what is the use of this phenomenon? After countless different types of experiments on the microscopic high-dimensional stacked in the macroscopic space, human scientists found that those stacked microscopic high-dimensional stacks seem to be a channel to the microscopic world. Humans put many things on those structures for experiments and found that the experimental objects put in disappeared with the shrinking of the microscopic high-dimensional structure. Unfortunately, human scientists also don't know where the experimental objects that disappeared as the microscopic high-dimensional structure shrank again went. They tried to observe from a third-person perspective, but found that the structures that shrank back to the microscopic world could not be found. It was as if they jumped out of the microscopic quantum world and swallowed the experimental objects in one gulp, and then merged into the quantum world. This feeling made human scientists think of a possibility. Those experimental objects ran to the microscopic high-dimensional quantum world. It's just a possibility. There is no evidence. Because humans themselves can't find where those experimental objects have gone. Even if they have marked the experimental objects, they still can't observe their whereabouts. They just disappeared out of thin air as if by magic. Exiled from the microscopic quantum world. When seeing the reports of these experimental data and phenomena, such a concept popped into Yuan's mind. Those experimental objects seem to be exiled to the microscopic high-dimensional world. And the reason why human scientists can't detect them is probably because the structures that curled back into the microscopic world have changed and become microscopic structures that humans can't understand. Although humans can observe microscopic high-dimensional structures through the third person of consciousness connection, microscopic high-dimensional structures are almost endless. Because in the curled six spatial dimensions, the types of Calabi-Yau popularization are endless. And infinity and infinitesimal are two major insurances of the universe, let alone the technical capabilities of humans. Even the ancient sixth-level civilization of Shinju civilization cannot penetrate them. The microscopic high-dimensional that humans observe and understand is only a part of it, or even not a part. So it is normal that we cannot observe where the experimental objects have gone, as different types of experimental objects were added to the experiment. Human civilization gradually realized that although this phenomenon was somewhat different from the characteristic technological killer in people's impression, if it was used properly, it could also become a means of attack. Microscopic exile. Even humans don't know where those experimental objects have gone. If they are used on the enemy, wouldn't they also be locked in the microscopic quantum world and never get out? Indeed, locking macroscopic objects in the microscopic world feels a bit like putting the ocean into a ring, which has a sense of absurdity of pretending to be big with small. But sometimes the laws of cosmic physics are just so magical. It's like a mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. Thinking of this, human scientists suddenly felt that the legendary space ring seemed to be realized by scientific means. And the scientific route is the special technology that humans are currently trying to explore. Of course, that requires humans to fully understand a certain type of suitable microscopic high-dimensional structure, and to find the position of the object in that microscopic high-dimensional quantum space, as well as macro-microscopic communication technology, information marking technology, quantum world reverse channel technology, and so on. Each direction contains a lot of complicated branches of science and technology. And there are some things that cannot be mastered by the sixth-level civilization. Some of these technologies may be special technologies that can only be mastered by races like humans, who have the same talents in microscopic high-dimensional directions. Microscopic high-dimensional structures are vast, and humans only master one of the applications. For this reason, scientists who study special technologies do not think that this discovery is the focus of human special technologies. Perhaps they can find other phenomena by further research. Just like after the Shinju civilization mastered the special technology of gravity, they can not only create neutron battle stars, but also create such a magical small universe. Chapter 1036. Humanity has confidence and ambition. But now is not the time to be ambitious. Although it is somewhat different from expectations, everyone still accepts the results of this experiment and strives to solve a series of problems it brings, striving to turn it into a special means of attack for human civilization, especially those scholars who focus on military industry. After learning the details of these technologies, they no longer look down on them as before, because this technology seems to be harmless. But in fact it is a powerful weapon. It depends on how many applications humans can find in future research. For example, can this technology that integrates the macroscopic into the microscopic swallow planets and warships? Where will they be transported to after swallowing them? In the microscopic quantum world, what will the swallowed macroscopic objects become? Will they be directly affected by the microscopic high-dimensional physical rules and disintegrate into part of the microscopic world? Or will they keep their original form, but be forever lost in the grand microscopic quantum world? Or will there be a way to return to the macroscopic world? All these require human beings to explore and understand, and then know how to use this technology correctly. In addition, humans must ensure that the warship that launches this attack will not lock itself in, or that it can find its way back to the macroscopic world after entering. After all, Human scientists have confirmed that this is a range attack method. When a type of string combination is plucked in the microscopic high-dimensional space, its effect will be mapped to the macroscopic three-dimensional space. The relationship between the effect and the range is that the greater the input energy, the wider the range. In the exploration experiment, human scientists calculated based on the data obtained that with the normal energy supply of the 6th level civilization, it is not a problem to destroy a star system with one shot. It's just that human scientists have just discovered this phenomenon, and more experimental data is needed to determine the input energy, the type of string plucked, the strike range, the macroscopic spatial position mapped by the strike, and other information. These all require humans to observe the microscopic high-dimensional structure for many years, and also require a lot of experimental data support. In any case, humans at least have their own unique technological strike means. As for the movement method of electronic warships and neutron war stars, the idea of the Human Characteristic Technology Research Group is to explore along the microscopic high-dimensional route and then find some related short-distance movement method from it. They believe that perhaps they can start with the method of entering and exiting the microscopic high-dimensional world, study and find the method, and then recognize the road in the microscopic high-dimensional structure. The human flagship may be able to achieve a mobile method based on special technology by entering and exiting the microscopic quantum world. Of course, this requires humans to first determine that macroscopic things can remain the same after entering the microscopic world. This is difficult. Human scientists want to keep it the same, but also want it to fall apart. The former means that the special technology mobile method has hope, and the latter means that this special attack method of humans is extremely powerful. If we want to know whether an object remains intact after being swallowed by the quantum world, we need to find out where the swallowed experimental body is gone. If we can find it, it means that humans have mastered the information exchange technology with the quantum world. And the information exchange technology is the basis for returning to the macroscopic world. All these technologies are closely linked. And the special technology is not like other science and technology. It can only be achieved by human efforts. Even if the divine civilization wants to help, it has no way to start. There is no shortcut to scientific research. Humans can only experiment again and again. As the number of experiments increases, human civilization has become more and more experienced in playing with cosmic strings. From the beginning of intermittent effect to each time of playing being able to achieve the experimental expectations, and then to being able to act on a macroscopic space in a directional manner. As a result, more and more data is accumulated. With the support of the resources of the divine moment civilization, human experiments have also grown from small objects at the beginning to larger and larger, to a meteorite and a planet. These experimental bodies have all been swallowed up by the microscopic quantum world without exception. But human scientists have also found that the larger the object, the more difficult it is to shake. And the microscopic structure that needs to appear in the macroscopic space must also be large enough. That is, the attack range must be large enough. But it can't swallow everything, such as extreme celestial bodies like black holes. This does not require specific experiments. Theory and data have already told humans this. After discovering the phenomenon of quantum exile, humans have been working hard in this way. With the help of great scientific and technological power, human civilization as a whole is like a musician, playing a piece of cosmic music alone. Only humans can see the elegant vibration of the strings, and only human civilization can understand the music scores. Other civilizations can only hear the music that vibrates after the strings are plucked. This metaphor is very vivid. Behind string theory is a simple physics description, and its foundation is music. According to string theory, if you have a super microscope, like humans do now, you can use it to spy on the center of a particle. Then what you see will not be a point-like particle, but a vibrating string. This string is very small, only 10 to the negative 33 centimeters, which is a Planck length, equivalent to 1/1000th of a proton. If a civilization can pluck this string, its vibration will change. If this vibration originally represents an electron, then after changing the vibration mode, it may become a neutrino. If it is plucked again, it may become a quark. Theoretically, as long as it is plucked with the right force, it will become any known subatomic particle. This theory allows string theory to effortlessly explain why there are so many subatomic particles. But for humans or all current level 6 civilizations, that is only theoretical. Because to achieve such an effect, the first priority is to have enough energy. And secondly, to understand the string vibration form corresponding to each microscopic particle, and know all its data. Such experiments allow humans to experience the beauty of the universe again. String theory can not only explain the particles in quantum theory as notes of the universe, but also explain relativity, which is the lowest vibration of the string. The zero-mass spin-2 particle can be explained as a graviton. That is, a particle or quantum of gravity. And being able to explain it this way means that it is correct to some extent. Different explanations are equivalent to technological civilization looking at the same cosmic truth from different perspectives. Human scientists have calculated the gravitational interaction and finally found that the string is an expression of Einstein's old theory of gravity in quantum form. At the same time, some mathematical solutions were obtained, which tell humans that as the string moves, disassembles and reassembles, it will exert a huge constraint on space and time. Chapter 1037. Particles are always vibrating, and time is always flowing. Thousands of years have passed since humans discovered microscopic high-dimensional phenomena. During this long time, human civilization has mastered more and more data related to quantum exile. But special technology is worthy of being special technology. Thousands of years are still not enough for humans to fully master it, let alone apply it. Although there are progress almost every year, it is too difficult. Every progress seems to consume the power of the entire human civilization. If the special technology is compared to a boss with an exaggerated health bar, then every progress of mankind is equivalent to biting the boss with all its strength, and then only losing a drop of blood. Over the past 1,000 years, human civilization has completed the application of many technologies, such as space-cutting weapons, new warp engine technology, void strike, new tachyon detection technology, etc. And even the method of building a small universe is close to completion. But the thorough mastery of special technology is still slow. The situation has been like this. So much so that the human interstellar government is doubting whether 5,000 years is enough to complete the construction of the new Tianqin. After all, it is an extremely long process to master the special technology and turn it into a creation. However, thinking about the hundreds of thousands of years that the Shinju civilization survived, the human interstellar government is relieved. In contrast, the progress of human beings in discovering and mastering special technologies is already fast enough. It is so fast that even the Shinju civilization feels a little abnormal. During the time of communication with humans, the Shinju civilization scientists have said more than once that they will have the opportunity to find a low-level civilization to conduct experiments in the future. The Dia civilization was the most uncomfortable. Every time their scientists attended the tripartite exchange meeting, they would be manipulated by the scientists of the Shinju civilization. As a result, they have been trying to dig out their own racial talents for the past 1,000 years. The focus is on the technology of uploading consciousness. The Dia civilization believes that they may have some talent in this area, and say that they want to study the technology of uploading consciousness in depth. For this reason, they also found Adley, who has been sleeping for who knows how many years, and asked him to assist them in their research. Adley didn't care. Anyway, he was idle anyway. Similarly, he also wanted to improve himself, at least to keep up with the pace of humans. It just so happened that Dia civilization came to him and promised to share the research results with him. Adley didn't care whether he understood it or not. He felt that this was an opportunity. After all, Adley also realized that his growth seemed to be related to consciousness. So after communicating with humans, he agreed immediately. In terms of cooperation and communication with other civilizations, Adley would discuss with humans, because when the Shinju civilization learned of his existence, they wanted to bring him over for research. But in the end, it was humans who said, "This is a partner of our human civilization." This made the Shinju civilization give up the idea. Shinju civilization is certainly not afraid of humans. They just recognize human civilization. For the civilization they recognize, Shinju civilization is very friendly to the civilization they recognize. But such a happy atmosphere changed on this day, and the three civilizations suddenly felt the urgency of time. Because on this day, the neutron battle star returned. The neutron battle star that returned to the small universe was different from the scenery and arrogance when it went out to the big universe. It looked so dilapidated. If it hadn't seen the construction process of the neutron battle star that year, humans would hardly recognize that it was the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization. It has become countless times larger than it was back then, and its size is completely like a white dwarf, and it seems to be a little unstable. After returning to the small universe, Humans observed that its surface occasionally had abnormal gravitational fluctuations. You must know that with the gravitational technology of the Divine Hour civilization, as long as they turned on the shield, this situation would not occur. But now it has appeared on the neutron battle star. Humans know what this means. The neutron battle star has lost. It has lost a lot of mass. And there may be something wrong with its internal system. Otherwise, there would be no abnormal gravitational fluctuations. The reaction of the Shinju civilization later confirmed this. After the neutron battle star returned, the Shinju civilization told humans and Dia civilization in a very serious tone, "This small universe is not safe anymore." After saying this, humans discovered that the Shinju civilization had sent a small fleet to the large universe, and told humans and Dia civilization to hurry up and complete the 6th level creation upgrade, and the resources of the small universe could be used at will. After some understanding, it was learned that this fleet went out to erase the warp track of the neutron battle star, and would never come back after going out. The human interstellar government immediately knew the reason why the Shinju civilization did this. Returning would be more likely to expose the location of the microcosm. The Shinju civilization showed its responsibility at this moment. They could have asked humans or Dia civilization to do it. After all, the two civilizations already have that technology. Perhaps it was because they were worried. What about the electronic warship? Was it also severely damaged? Watching the neutron war star enter a certain space area of the microcosm, humans took the opportunity to ask. The neutron war star of the Shinju civilization must have been repaired. But I don't know what happened to the electronic warship. Many people in the human interstellar government had a bad feeling in their hearts. Sure enough, the Shinju civilization did not refute the statement that the neutron battle star was severely damaged, but generously admitted it. We failed. The electronic warship has many ways of attacking that we have never had. We thought that the Galactic Heart Alliance had been in a stalemate with them for millions of years, and at least had forced the electronic warships to attack, so that we thought that the electronic warships only had one way of attacking. The Shinju civilization admitted the failure of the neutron battle star without hesitation, and told humans about the battle process between the neutron battle star and the electronic warship, which naturally included the identical spin attack of the electronic warship. Of course, although the Shinju civilization knew the effect of that attack, they didn't know the principle. They didn't even know that the electronic warship needed a long time to charge before launching an attack. And of course they didn't know that the attack method was called the all-spin attack. After all, the Reaper didn't shout out the name of the big move before launching the attack. After hearing the story of the Shinju civilization, the high-level officials of the human interstellar government and the Dia civilization fell into silence. Especially the Dia civilization. They thought they could follow the Shinju civilization on a long voyage. But they didn't expect to fail. The fear of the electronic warships once again loomed in my heart. Shinju civilization continued. You should hurry up. The neutron battle star will not be able to shield its gravitational performance for a long time. So we don't know how long this small universe can be hidden. If the Reaper really finds this place one day, then, well, I hope we can still make it in time. And I hope you can still make it in time. Especially you human civilization. Hurry up. Our experts have evaluated the damaged neutron battle star. It is not very serious, but it is estimated that it will take at least 4,000 years to repair it. We must clear the matter of the neutron battle star and repair its system again. However, judging from the previous battles, our neutron battle star has no chance of winning. We must now either find a way to upgrade the neutron battle star, at least to deal with the electronic warship's attack methods, or maybe your human special technology will be of some use. So hurry up. We really don't have much time. The Milky Way is now in a mess. This may be good news, because the Reapers seem to be busy harvesting those ancient 6th-level civilizations. And our neutron battle star has received news that the Reapers seem to want to destroy the Silver Heart Alliance as well. I hope the Silver Heart Alliance can hold out longer as before. Chapter 1038. We know. What is the current situation of the Awakeners? The human interstellar government listened to the story of the Shinju civilization and thought that they might know something about the Awakeners. The Shinju civilization did not hide anything and told them what they had discovered over the years. In fact, their source of information was mainly the blind 6th-level civilization at that time. After all, the Shinju civilization had not been active in the universe for a long time, and the last time it went out was to the neutron battle star, the Awakener civilization from the Triangulum Galaxy. After being defeated by the Reapers, The individuals who survived by chance have been in a scattered state. When the neutron battle star was fighting with the electronic battleship, several Awakener battleships were found near the battlefield. If you want to ask if they have perished, then they definitely have not. But they are probably not doing well now. The Reapers seem to have lost their patience. They have dispatched a large number of fleets to search the Milky Way. Any level 6 civilization that they have found traces of will inevitably be visited by the electronic battleship. It is said that their focus is on searching for individual Awakeners. We know that individual Awakeners are powerful, and we have to admit that our conventional combat power cannot match them. But because of this, the Reapers will never let them go. Whenever they find traces of Awakeners, their conventional fleets must delay until the electronic battleship arrives, and then hunt down the individual Awakener to death. We don't know how many Awakeners are left, but there are definitely not many. In fact, if we have the ability, we are willing to help them. But the power of the Harvesters is beyond imagination. Now we have to protect ourselves first. It's a pity that you didn't return to the universe. The Shinju civilization already knew the relationship between humans and Awakeners. So emotionally, they also stood on the side of the Awakeners. They continued to tell humans about the Awakeners, letting humans know that the Awakener 1 was still alive, which was good news. Then the Shinju civilization sent a communication message to humans again. Compared to caring about the Awakeners, we care more about you at this moment. Well, our scientific team has analyzed the effects of your special technology and believes that if your special technology is really installed one day, plus our neutron battle star, our two civilizations will join forces. We trapped the electronic warship, and then you came to give it a precise attack. We think this is our only hope to defeat the electronic warship. Alas, the situation is not optimistic now. Those ancient level 6 civilizations are like lambs, being defeated one by the Reapers. Even if they unite, it seems useless. Without special technology, it is useless at all. Moreover, we have received a very bad news before, saying that a group of warships with full transformation capabilities appeared in the Reapers' fleet. Fully transformable warships? Hearing this news, the senior officials of the human interstellar government were also stunned. Then Yu Yuan said on behalf of everyone into the communicator, "The Silicon-based Federation has been harvested?" Humans did not know about the special technology of the Silicon-based Federation at first. But after getting along with the Dia civilization, they learned about the special technology of the Silicon-based Federation from them. Their warships can be transformed into any object at will. When sailing, they become huge warp engines, entering warp speed in seconds, becoming weapons when attacking, and shield generators when defending. Since the objects formed by the transformation are larger than the normal 6th level civilization warships, they can fully crush the conventional 6th level civilization warships in terms of attack strength, defense strength, and reaction speed. The most important thing is that their number is very large, and almost all the warships of the main civilization of the entire Silicon-based consortium are of this technology. Although it is as difficult to create special technological objects as to build wonders, their technology has the ability to assemble on a large scale, just like the Awakeners. This is what humans learned from the Dia civilization. But the Shinju civilization told humans today that the number of warships of the Silicon-based consortium is not too large. Only about tens of thousands. And in fact, they are not real warships, but Silicon-based life individuals. It was that Silicon-based civilization that used their special technology to transform themselves into metal-transformed life forms. Those transformable warships were actually creatures of the main civilization of the Silicon-based Federation. At the headquarters of the Silicon-based Federation, there was a special technological product. They used that special technological product to integrate themselves, who were originally silicon-based mechanical life forms, into the bodies of new transformable warships. They call this process the evolution of life. The Shinju civilization also told humans that the life forms of the Silicon-based Federation could be transformed into any object pre-programmed by their special technological equipment. They could exist in the form of warships or giant robots, as long as they wanted. They could do it as long as the conversion equipment loaded the corresponding data for them. As expected, only civilizations in the same circle can understand each other better. The Dia civilization was just a 5th-level civilization under the Persian community, so naturally it did not know as much information as the ancient 6th-level civilization of the Shinju civilization. After the Shinju civilization introduced the special technology of the Silicon-based Federation, the human interstellar government knew what they were worried about. If the Silicon-based Federation was really harvested, The combat effectiveness of the Harvester's conventional fleet would have a qualitative leap. Because the special technology of the Silicon-based Federation is not weak. The reason why it seems weak is that they are mechanical life forms, and are completely suppressed by electronic warships. If the Reapers obtain their special technology, then in the future, the Reapers can destroy a regular level 6 civilization with the power of a fleet alone. The more powerful the Reapers are, the more difficult it will be for the civilizations in the galaxy to make long voyages, unless they are willing to be harvested by the Reapers. But that also means the disappearance of civilization. And no civilization is willing to do that. Otherwise, they would not have fought against the Reapers for so long. What about the special technology of the Galactic Heart Alliance? What kind of existence are the remnants? I heard there are level 6 Gaia life. So what are microscopic demons? Since they have already asked, humans are not polite and directly ask a series of questions. The Shinju civilization on the other side is like a teacher, telling humans everything they know, and telling them about some major events in the past of the Milky Way. Humans are lucky. Just after being promoted to level 6 civilization, there is such a teacher who tells the characteristics of the major level 6 civilizations or forces in the Milky Way. Gaia civilization also benefited from it, and gained knowledge with humans, avoiding many detours. This is of course also because of the need of the Shinju civilization. After they finished talking about these things, they also proposed to establish a united front against the Reapers in the galaxy together with humans. Once the neutron battle star is repaired and human characteristic technology is implemented, they will take action to unite all the 6th level civilizations in the galaxy and establish an anti-Reaper military alliance. Chapter 1039. Although by that time, those level 6 civilizations would have been almost destroyed by the Harvesters, the human civilization still agreed. Agree first, and then act according to circumstances. The Shinju civilization then told the humans about the recent events in the universe. Their neutron battle star was also sent to the microcosmic void and stopped, and 22 more stars were taken out from the material storage warehouse. Seeing this situation, the humans could not help but feel a little puzzled. It is not necessary to replenish the mass with so many stars. But the Shinju civilization took out 22 stars again, just like the fiery alchemy pill at that time. Humans were very confused about this, but the Shinju civilization did not explain it. Perhaps they felt that humans would not understand it even if they explained it. But they did not stop humans from observing from the side. As the saying goes, courtesy is reciprocity. When humans were experimenting with their own special technologies, they did not stop the exploration spacecraft of the Shinju civilization from coming to observe. The two sides established a strategic relationship of mutual trust step by step, and humans were greatly praised by the Shinju civilization in this process. The Gaia civilization nearby was extremely jealous. Although the Shinju civilization did not explain the specific principle, after seeing their actions, human experts and scholars could guess roughly. The 22 stars should be used by the Shinju civilization to weave the gravitational structure. They circled around the neutron battle star as before, but not as rough as before, and not in a beaded shape, but each had its own orbit to surround the neutron battle star. The 22 stars were like satellites of the neutron battle star, orbiting there in full orbit, looking very gentle, and a strange gravitational field gradually appeared. During this process, the surface material of the neutron war star began to escape, and then countless engineering ships entered the surface of the neutron war star like bees and began to work. They stretched out their tools and used force fields to perform various welding on the neutron war star. Through the third-person perspective observation method of consciousness connection, humans finally saw what the neutron war star looked like after removing the shell. As the material on its surface gradually decreased, the neutron war star of the Shinju civilization finally revealed a hint of its core. Of course, the real core cannot be seen at this time. Humans only see a sharp convex point on the surface of the planet. There is a convex point every certain distance, which looks like a sphere covered with barbs. Humans don't know what material it is made of, but they know that they are definitely not barbs, but some kind of equipment of the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization. The various capabilities of the neutron battle star should be realized through them, and the objects of those engineering ships are also them. The Shinju civilization is doing its best to repair the neutron battle star. The Gaia civilization on the other side was also not idle. With the cooperation of Adley, they also made various improvements to the consciousness uploading technology. Perhaps they knew that time was running out, and that they had already boarded the ship of human and Shinju civilization. It was impossible to get off the ship. If human civilization and Shinju civilization failed completely, then the harvesters would definitely not let them go. After Shinju civilization proposed the plan of the first front of the galaxy system, the leadership of Dia civilization also felt that they had an additional mission. Under such circumstances, the Dia civilization finally made up its mind and started their human-machine integration plan. They felt that uploading consciousness to the core of the warship, as they did in the past, would always result in individual consciousness development defects. So this time, they took a different approach and planned to connect their core thinking organs to the warship, and then use the advanced consciousness uploading related derivative technology to allow the thinking organs of the intelligent life individuals of their civilization to obtain the perspectives of various warship detectors. And of course, to connect the various action control signals of the individuals to the various operation instructions of the warship. Doing so would save many previous operations. If the core of individual life is equipped with an auxiliary supercomputer, the combat effectiveness of the fleet will certainly be greatly improved. After the core thinking organ is connected to the warship, the individual life can also participate in the development of civilization through the network world in his spare time. Although the Dia civilization has not fully mastered all the technologies involved in this plan, humans have not fully mastered its special technologies now. There is still some time, and the Dia civilization is also very confident about this. They think that even after completing the plan, the combat effectiveness of the Dia civilization warship is still not as good as the third-person driving mode of humans, but it is equivalent to first-person driving. If they really succeed in setting off on a long voyage, the fleet combat power formed by this technology will be their voice in the long voyage team. I don't know if it was stimulated by the human and divine civilization, but the Dia civilization was very persistent in improving its combat power. After learning about Adley's past, they even planned to cultivate the planet's biosphere and then upload their own individual life consciousness to the biosphere, which is an improved version of Gaia's life counterfeiting technology, but without erasing the memory of individual life. They want to use this method to create a batch of fake Gaia consciousness bodies for their own civilization. This method has been proven feasible in the technological system of the Dia civilization. And soon after the plan was proposed, many Dia people signed up to serve as experimental subjects and contribute to the Dia civilization in another form of life. The Dia civilization certainly would not use individual lives of its own civilization at the beginning, but people from the civilizations of the members of the Persis Trade Federation. For this reason, Adley went crazy countless times, probably because he remembered the bad experience of his previous life. However, after many experiments, the Dia civilization found that the fake Gaia consciousness created by this method of consciousness uploading seemed to have an upper limit on the strength of consciousness, and many consciousness bodies produced in the experiment did not reach the level of Adley. If they can't even reach the height of Adley, then they certainly can't pose a threat to the 6th level civilization. After all, Adley itself is only at the 5th level civilization level. Despite this, the Dia civilization did not give up. They felt that this was just like the first computer being bigger than a house. If they continue to study, there would definitely be room for improvement. In this way, the first 100 years after the plan began passed, and then the first 1,000 years, the second 1,000 years, and the third 1,000 years gave civilizations years. The passing time was changing the 3 civilizations. At the beginning of the second millennium, humans successfully completed experiments related to special technologies, and then created special technological creations, and installed them on the new Tianqin. The range attack and exile of the microscopic quantum world officially became the special technological products of humans. It's a pity that humans have never found a way to get out of the microscopic quantum world. The imagination of the movement of their own special technologies cannot be realized for the time being. But what humans don't know is that one day in the future, that is, after the completion of the new Tianqin, when humans move the warp enhancement device of the pioneers to the new Tianqin, an unexpected surprise will appear. Chapter 1040. However, human civilization does not know about this yet. Whether it is the top leaders of the interstellar government or scientists, their work focus is still on the implementation of special technologies. Although humans have mastered this technology, the process of turning the known technology into technological creation still faces many difficulties. The most difficult problem to solve is the problem of extra Fermi dimensions. Humanity's special technology is derived from the research on microscopic high dimensions. So first of all, it must complete the deconstruction of extra dimensions. Regarding this, humans have already done it. Otherwise it would be impossible to find the string combination located in the microscopic high-dimensional structure, let alone pluck it in the laboratory. The so-called extra dimension refers to the curled-up dimension other than the macroscopic dimension. Humans have already achieved quantum exile strikes in the laboratory. But this strike method requires a large range. And large-scale strikes are also the goal pursued by humans. Because if humans want to sail far, they must kill electronic warships. And every civilization that understands electronic warships knows that electronic warships can be replaced and displaced in a short period of time. In other words, it is very flexible, and ordinary precision strikes cannot hit it at all. At the beginning, the neutron war star was forced to use an unprecedented attack method because of the large-scale strangulation of gravity-specific technology. Of course, large-scale attacks are not enough. And they must also be directional and accurate, which is the biggest problem faced by humans in the stage of technology application. This is related to whether it will accidentally hit its own fleet when it is actually used. To solve this problem, it is necessary to obtain the mathematical solution corresponding to the extra dimension and the macroscopic dimension. In this regard, only mathematics is accurate and reliable. What human mathematicians didn't expect was that the calculation results gave a seemingly meaningless solution. At first, they didn't know what this solution meant. It was not until hundreds of years later that physicists tried to figure out the relationship between strings and extra dimensions, and found out that the so-called meaningless solution actually pointed to the Higgs boson. This discovery finally allowed human civilization to indirectly prove the existence of the Higgs boson. And this proof of existence allowed humans to finally connect the physical phenomena of extra dimensions with mathematics. Supersymmetry theory tells us that electrons have the smallest spin, while Higgs bosons have no spin. A Higgs boson cannot move in the Fermi dimension. Electrons move with 1. Photons move with 2. And the value of gravity depends on how many Fermi dimensions are involved. Humans operate in the microscopic 6-dimensional space. So through mathematical techniques, we can get the movement of gravity. Gravity tells us how to bend space-time. So humans can accurately calculate the angle, strength, and method of plucking the strings and the corresponding macroscopic space in this way, thereby achieving directional range strikes. Human scientists have used the mathematical structure of superstrings and some other properties described by the world surface to find a preferred way to make dimensions curl up. They found that some curled dimensions are only a few times larger than the typical size of vibrating strings. As for the transmitter of macroscopic and microscopic information transmission or mapping information, it is undoubtedly gravity, because gravity is the only long-range force that can penetrate all dimensions. However, human scientists have been studying for more than 1,000 years and still cannot find the manifestation of gravity in extra dimensions. To this end, humans had many exchanges with the Shinju civilization, and the latter's scientists told humans that gravity comes from a state of massless strings. This sentence is correct, but it is erased by quantum mechanics in the extra 6 dimensions. This sentence awakened human scientists, and they finally understood why they could not find the gravitational manifestation that runs through the dimensions. As a result, humans have mastered the direction of fixed-point range strikes in the next few hundred years. The last range size problem was also solved in less than 300 years. It requires humans to know all the sizes and shapes related to the microscopic 6 dimensions that they understand, and to explain why the extra dimensions have the shapes they have, and finally to master the method of fixing these extra dimensions. The first 2 points have been solved in theory, and the solution for the last point is membrane and magnetic field. Because the extra dimension is soft, it is easy for the external force to change its size and shape. Once its size and shape are changed, other corresponding macroscopic parameters, including the combination string keys found by humans, will change. If they are ignored, humans will not be able to pluck the strings. This is just like playing the guitar. You must fix the guitar first. Humans use magnetic fields to bind them, and the fixed surface is the membrane. Of course, human civilization cannot see the membrane. It is just that after bringing the membrane theory into the fixed microscopic high-dimensional equations, the microscopic high-dimensional observed by itself is mathematically fixed. So humans believe that their method is to fix the target extra 6-dimensional space on the membrane. The interaction principle of the magnetic field is the interaction between the magnetic flux lines and the microscopic magnetic moment. The figurative expression is that humans use superb magnetic field technology to let the magnetic flux lines pass through the magnetic moments of microscopic high-dimensional space, and bundle them together, and then embed the north and south poles of the magnetic field on the membrane. Humans can bind and fix the corresponding extra dimensions, which indirectly proves the correctness of the theory of cosmic expansion. In the world constructed by string theory, when the extra dimensions are bound and cannot move, the remaining macroscopic dimensions will have a slight tendency to expand, and the expansion is accelerated. This is consistent with observations. Humans have successfully opened a corner of the microscopic world and mastered some of the principles. From the entangled membrane structure to the microscopic quantum effect, to the microscopic magnetic moment and macroscopic magnetic field, and then to the macroscopic space dimension. This series of serial research, the creation of the world, took humans a total of 3,000 years. The answer is as predicted by scientists' theories before. Humans can destroy a star system with one strike. Or rather, banish a star system into the microscopic quantum world. The energy consumed is also extremely huge, given the size and energy storage system of the new Tianqin. If it launches a maximum power strike, it will probably not exceed 10 strikes. Very little, but it is enough considering its power. In fact, there is another way to improve the endurance of the strike, which is to extract energy from the microscopic quantum world. But this operation cannot be achieved for humans at present, or for all level 6 civilizations, because it may have another name, vacuum zero-point energy. As for where the objects that were struck into the microscopic world went, humans don't know either. They only know that the planets that were struck into the microscopic world are like a stone thrown into the sea, without any ripples. Chapter 1041. Perhaps the Shinju civilization was lucky. They successfully erased the warp track left by the neutron battlestar, and were not discovered by the Reapers. Perhaps the Reapers were busy harvesting other level 6 civilizations after the battle with the neutron battlestar. Or perhaps the Shinju civilization's microcosm is extremely hidden. It bought precious development time for the 3 civilizations in the microcosm. In this way, time came to the 5,343rd year when the new ship construction plan began, more than 300 years later than expected. Humans felt that this was a long construction process. Humans had never spent so much time to build a warship in history. But if we look at the construction time of humans from the perspective of Shinju civilization, they are willing to call it a miracle. No one knows the difficulty of realizing special technologies better than them. From discovering that individuals in their civilization have racial talents to discovering their own special technologies, and finally completing the special technological products, they spent 100 times more time than human civilization. Of course, Shinju civilization does not think that their race is inferior to humans, because humans cannot understand their own special technologies. At this time, the neutron battlestar had been repaired. After the neutron battlestar was repaired, the Shinju civilization was fully committed to meeting the various materials needed by humans to build a new flagship. This is one of the reasons why humans were able to complete the new Tianqin so quickly. Looking at the Tianqin that had been fully formed, the people of the Shinju civilization were also full of longing. They saw the hope of defeating the electronic warship again. However, what the Shinju civilization did not know was that at this moment, the humans on the new Tianqin were stunned by a sudden message. After being stunned, he was overjoyed, and then ecstatic. At that time, the engineer was following the operating procedures to install the Pioneer creation on the engine of the new Tianqin. Everything went smoothly, but after it was connected to the new ship system, the huge diamond crystal representing the Pioneer creation changed. The originally crystal clear diamond crystal suddenly showed a ripple, and then it showed pixel-like dense spots like when it first came to Tianqin. As the spots spread, the diamond crystal disappeared. But without precision instruments, it would not be possible to see its disappearance, because it only disappeared for a moment and reappeared again. Then it disappeared and reappeared again, repeating this process several times, and finally turned into a normal rhombus crystal again. It was at this time that a line of recognizable information appeared on its void display screen. The target warship is identified as a level 6 civilization creation. The system determines that the target civilization is already a level 6 civilization, which meets the activation standard set by the program. Do you allow the system to retrieve the warship structure? Why did this Pioneer creation suddenly react again? What's going on? Retrieve the warship structure? What does it mean? The engineer on the scene was shocked and hurriedly contacted the person in charge. The person in charge who learned about the situation knew the seriousness of the matter. So Yu Yuan quickly learned about the situation and came to the scene with a group of Interstellar government officials and scientists. What does it mean? Why do you want to search the warship? As soon as he arrived at the engine room, Yu Yuan stood at the front and looked at the screen and spoke. Of course, Yu Yuan was not asking questions about the Pioneer creation, because humans have long known that although the Pioneer creation has an internal system, it is not an intelligent system, but just a normal system that maintains the operation and function of its creation. We read the system description, and it says it is another special technology for activating the Pioneers. An engineer answered, and he had obviously done some homework before Yu Yuan and his party arrived. He then called up the complete information displayed by the system for everyone present to see. Yu Yuan also looked over and saw lines of information written on the holographic projection screen suspended in the air. The target warship is identified as a 6th-level civilization creation. The system determines that the target civilization is already a 6th-level civilization, which meets the activation standards set by the program. Is it allowed for this system to retrieve the warship structure? The activation function is quantum macro tunneling. The activation program can only be entered with the consent of the civilization holding the creation. This activation is divided into 4 steps. First, retrieve the structure and construction of the warship and all life forms on the warship. 2. Analyze the information of the retrieved object and enter it into the system. 3. Get synchronization data and synchronize tunneling data with the main ship supercomputer system. 4. Complete the marking of quantum information of all related objects. Activation time, unknown. Note, related to the retrieval progress, analysis progress, data synchronization progress, and information marking progress. Activate, yes or no, it is quantum macro tunneling. Seeing this information, everyone was excited. When they first learned about the Pioneer's special technology and obtained its creations, they were very eager for the Pioneer's quantum macro tunneling special technology, especially when they saw the creations they left behind showing quantum macro tunneling in front of them. That is simply another kind of teleportation through walls without going through 4-dimensional space. When we got the Pioneer creation and it only had the warp enhancement function, we were a little disappointed. We didn't expect that this technology would be activated only after reaching the 6th level of civilization. Moreover, its activation cannot be used directly. It still requires a lot of steps such as various searches, analysis, synchronization, and marking. Yu Yuan was also in a good mood. He really didn't expect that the Pioneer's special technology would appear at this time. Now he understood why there was such a test in the Pioneer microcosm. It turned out that the Pioneers did not do it on purpose, but there was a minimum threshold for the creations that used them. This was the case with the warp enhancement function and the quantum macro tunneling. Although this situation should also consider whether this system has a conspiracy. Yu Yuan and a group of humans chose to believe it. Connected to the battleship system. Acquiring the battleship force field data. Entering the quantum scanning program. Completed. The microscopic quantum world probe has been opened and is searching. The quantum analytical equation has been confirmed. The function construction has been completed. And the quantum analytical field has been constructed, and the field data has been obtained. The battleship structure is being retrieved. The progress is 0.001%. And the information of the unlocking of the analysis is being followed up synchronously. The progress is 0.001%. And the information synchronization with the battleship supercomputer is being established. The number of personnel on the battleship is being confirmed. Please confirm the number. Special material is detected. Special quark material. Unknown device is detected. Number N1267. Note, the scanning data of this device is abnormal. Error number S956L65. Error category. Error in expression of mental consciousness equation. Please manually input device parameters. Unknown device found. Category. Abnormal microscopic high-dimensional data. Abnormal function expression. Self-use function has been enabled. Macro tunneling database has been opened. Please manually input unknown device parameters in the adaptation system. Function good guy. It's so slow. Looking at the progress bar. The people who were excited and shining just now calmed down a lot. At the same time, everyone also found that the so-called unknown device information reminder. The first one should be the Awakener consciousness device. And the second one is the characteristic technological product of mankind. It seems that quantum macro tunneling cannot be used by simply installing and connecting. It requires the quantum information of the object driving the tunneling to be analyzed and entered into the system before the quantum macro tunneling of the entire warship, including everything on the warship, can be realized. Everyone has seen the additional operations in the system display, which are the new object scanning options, as well as the progress of whether the detection and quantum marking are completed under the options. In other words, in the future, whether it is people or materials, as long as they are added to the Tianqin, they must be searched and scanned again, and the quantum information must be analyzed and marked. Otherwise it will be impossible to perform quantum macro tunneling with the Tianqin. Science has traces to follow, and everyone thinks this is very reasonable. Chapter 1042. The neutron battle star had already completed the repairs before the Tianqin. But when the Xinju civilization learned that humans had completed the Tianqin, they also breathed a sigh of relief. And the tense atmosphere was a little less. After all, they were lucky, and were not discovered by the Reapers. The Xinju civilization, who already understood the power of the electronic warship, was not in a hurry this time. They planned to stay for a while, as long as the Reapers did not find them. Of course, they did not stay for the sake of staying. They wanted to buy more time for themselves and human civilization to develop. The human flagship was built, and the neutron battle star was repaired. But the Xinju civilization still felt it was not enough. The reason is that humans have just stepped into the 6th level of civilization, and the entire civilization has focused on the construction of flagships during this period of time. Which means that the only combat power that humans can show off now is the Tianqin. In the case of having special technology, the decision of the outcome of the battle is definitely the special technology creation. But conventional combat power is not useless. It is the basis for logistical support and protecting the fire of civilization. Moreover, the so-called conventional combat power of human beings is no different from the special technology for other ordinary 6th-level civilizations. After all, which 6th-level civilization's conventional combat power has super evasion ability? Of course, this is actually a misunderstanding of the consciousness linking equipment of human beings by the divine moment civilization. It is true that human beings have been able to create consciousness linking equipment to realize the third-person driving mode. But it is not as easy to produce as an assembly line. The difficulty of equipment manufacturing is also very great, although it cannot be called a spectacle. To a certain extent, it also requires a lot of resources and time. In the past 5,000 years, humans have only created less than 30,000 sets. On average, only 6 new sets of equipment are produced each year. You have to know that this is the productivity of an entire civilization, which is very low. As for the dream machine, humans have never been able to create it. The control of the third-person dream depends entirely on the dream machine left by the Awakener. It seems that it is indeed the unique technology of the Awakener. In this way, if humans had not met the Awakener and received the dream machine they gave them, the road to discovering their own talents might be more tortuous. It's not that it can't be discovered, because in the past 5,000 years, humans have learned to control third-person dreams without dream machines. Technology plays an auxiliary role in human spiritual consciousness. But the process depends entirely on self-exploration. The process is actually similar to that achieved by using a dream machine, both of which are to try to achieve lucid dreams first, and then go deeper step by step. Facts have proved that when the technology in the field of spiritual consciousness has advanced to a certain level, probably when the research results of the 6th level civilization level come out, humans can awaken the third-person driving mode through their own efforts. But the efficiency is relatively low. According to data estimates, if there is no dream machine, the chance of humans awakening to control their own dreams and third-person dreamers is about 1 in 10,000. Of course, this is just the result of probability calculation. In fact, every human has that talent. But no matter what, this is 1 in 10,000. In addition, during these 5,000 years, because the Xinju civilization invested resources at all costs, the conventional warships of mankind have also been upgraded. The original Star-class warships have all been replaced, and the construction of 30,000 sub-civilization-class warships equipped with consciousness-linking equipment is also nearing completion. The size of the sub-civilization-class warships is not much different from the civilization-class warships, but the configuration is not as good as the civilization-class warships. The Dia civilization calls warships of this size superstellar-class warships, but their flagships also call themselves civilization-class warships. Most of the construction of these warships by humans is the credit of the affiliated civilizations of the Star Alliance. Because while human civilization is fully committed to building the Tianqin, it packages the manufacturing of new ships for them to complete. Humans are only responsible for providing the production of some equipment that they cannot understand, such as consciousness link equipment. Among them, the Tianquan civilization played the greatest role. They could not compare with the Nair civilization in scientific research, but they performed well in the operation of specific creations. Many creations that humans did not have the time and energy to complete basically had the shadow of the Tianquan civilization. Of course, the design of the creation must have come from humans. It is precisely because of this that the aesthetics of the Tianquan civilization are very close to humans, and their own creation style is very close to human aesthetics. Another 100 years passed. During this period, humans completed all the debugging of the sub-civilization level battleship Tianqin, and the 30,000 battleships equipped with consciousness link equipment were also completed. 30,000 ships are certainly not enough, but the resources in the Xinju civilization microcosm are not endless. It is already very remarkable that it can support humans and Dia civilization to complete the 6th level civilization creation upgrade. After all, the civilization level and sub-civilization level warships are too big, and the Xinju civilization has also invested a lot of money. However, perhaps because of the attack by the electronic warships, the Xinju civilization still does not want humans and Dia civilization to go to the big universe, and they want to wait a little longer. However, the harvesters did not give them that much time. This small universe was finally discovered, but it was not discovered by the Reapers themselves, but by chance. A Reaper exploration fleet came to this star field, and then they repaired the space-cutting weapon because of a malfunction. After that, they accidentally discovered the abnormality of this space while testing the repaired space-cutting weapon. So after several tests, they finally confirmed that there is a hidden small universe here. It should be said that the small universe is not independent of the big universe. The big universe is everything. The small universe created by the 6th level civilization is more like a large space embedded in the big universe, just like a pocket universe, which is very similar to pockets and boxes in daily life, and is in the big universe. It's just that those pockets are usually transparent and invisible. The actions of the Harvester exploration team were naturally discovered by the Xinju civilization, but the exploration fleet was used to doing this kind of thing, and they were experienced. After noticing something was wrong, they had already separated some of the spacecraft and left with the news. The remaining spacecraft that continued to stay for exploration were killed by the Xinju civilization fleet without any suspense. But they were too late to catch up with the exploration spacecraft that left earlier. The information of the small universe has been exposed, and it is only a matter of time before the Harvester fleet and the electronic warship arrive. Fortunately, the small universe has also bought enough time for the 3 civilizations. Now that it is abandoned, the Xinju civilization does not feel much regret. Once they made up their minds, the Xinju civilization did not hesitate and directly notified the humans and Dia civilizations to pack up and leave the small universe. All the deployed equipment was retrieved immediately. It didn't take long for the humans and Dia civilization to catch up with the Xinju civilization fleet, leaving the small universe that had sheltered the 2 civilizations for more than 5,000 years and stepping into the vast sea of stars again. Chapter 1043. As an ancient 6th level civilization, the Xinju civilization also has a huge fleet like other old 6th level civilizations, and there are many life planets in their fleet. What surprised humans was that the ordinary individual life of the Xinju civilization did not live on life planets, but lived on spaceships like humans. And their life planets are basically biospheres. And there are about 30 biosphere planets. Under the constraints of the gravity technology of the Xinju civilization, they did not show gravity to the outside world. However, humans know that the mass of the planet is still there, and the gravity is there when the mass is there, but it is blocked by the Xinju civilization. More than 30 biosphere planets are mixed in the huge fleet and are inconspicuous. But the fleets of the 3 civilizations are very close at this moment, all within a light year, so humans can easily observe their existence and watch them openly through the third-person driving perspective. The entire 3-party joint fleet is in full view. The largest civilization is the Xinju civilization, which has nearly 80 billion ships, which is the sum of all types of ships, including residential ships, engineering ships, exploration ships, and warships. The 6th level civilization has a huge scale of ships, basically at the level of tens of billions, and some even reach hundreds of billions. But there are not so many warships. The reason is that the warships of the 6th level civilization are too large. It takes more resources to build a sub-civilization level warship. If every sixth-level civilization can build warships infinitely, the Milky Way would have been hollowed out long ago. The scale of the main battleships of the sixth-level civilization is also affected by various factors, such as the scale of civilization, maintenance costs, etc. Similarly, the fleet of the sixth-level civilization is not monotonous, nor is it all sub-civilization level huge battleships. There are also various mountain level, lake level, sea level, planet level, and star level spacecraft. The scale of 80 billion battleships of the Shinju civilization is the sum of all these ships, and their main battleships are actually around 10 billion. This number is less than many civilizations, but it is already the limit of the Shinju civilization, because they have more important battleships to take care of. That is, the neutron battle star. And it would be enough to have a neutron battle star. In comparison, the scale of human civilization ships is very small. After all, when they came to the Shinju civilization microcosm, the human fleet was almost wiped out. After so many years of construction, there are only 30,000 sub-civilization level warships now, and the star level warships have recovered to 3 million. The Dia civilization is similar, but their total number of ships is much larger than that of humans. After all, they are an old 5th level civilization. Therefore, the joint fleet of the three civilizations looks like there is only one civilization, the Shinju civilization. Of course, the Shinju civilization did not look down on the human and Dia civilizations because of the difference in fleet numbers, especially the human civilization, because they knew very well the power of the human Tianqin. Humans had long learned from the Dia civilization that some level 6 civilizations would easily dispatch fleets of tens of billions. And in fact the fleets were also mixed with various types of spacecraft. And the superstellar warships, as the main combat force, were almost tens of billions. But that was already a lot, as the number of stars in the Milky Way was only 400 billion. If every level 6 civilization had hundreds of billions of warships as big as stars, the Milky Way would have been hollowed out long ago. Of course, the way level 6 civilizations obtain matter is not limited to the star system, but from dark matter, which is more abundant. That is the main source of matter for them to build warships. However, they do not directly use dark matter to build warships. After all, dark matter only interacts with gravity, which level 6 civilizations cannot change. However, they can use scientific and technological means to turn some dark matter into bright matter through some physical processes. This is an important technology in the technology tree of the 6th level civilization. The Shinju civilization calls it dark matter conversion technology. Whether or not a 6th level civilization can master it is the key to whether it can have a fleet of hundreds of billions of ships. Without this technology, it can only go to those poor star systems in the universe to mine, or even pack stars. Obviously, this is a huge project that is thankless. Most 6th level civilizations do not rely on it to complete the construction of ships on a scale of hundreds of billions. And there are basically no 6th level civilizations in this galaxy who want to mine directly in the universe. No, there were some before, but they made too much noise and were destroyed by the harvesters long ago. Since then, no civilization in the Milky Way dares to capture stars in the universe without restraint. Correspondingly, there is no mechanical civilization that only knows how to expand itself infinitely. At the beginning, humans also consulted the Shinju civilization on this issue. Shinju civilization said that the Milky Way actually had such a civilization, which was said to be from a rebellious strong artificial intelligence. Later, after destroying its main civilization, the strong artificial intelligence built itself into a huge mechanical life empire. After that, the mechanical life empire began to expand infinitely. After mining all the resources and stars of a galaxy, they would move to the next galaxy and continue to replicate and expand infinitely. But when they seemed to be sweeping across the galaxy with an unstoppable trend, oh no, just sweeping across 1/3 of the spiral arm of the galaxy, they were destroyed. It was the Reapers who destroyed them. The Reapers only sent out electronic warships to completely destroy the mechanical life empire that was so huge and arrogant that it did not take any technological civilization seriously. It was about 7 million years ago. And since then, there has been no mechanical life in the Milky Way. The silicon-based consortium that appeared later actually has the ability to expand infinitely. But they don't dare to do that at all. From this perspective, the existence of the Reapers has provided a very comfortable living environment for many low-level carbon-based life in the Milky Way. In addition, the Reapers themselves do not bother to touch those low-level civilizations. So it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the umbrella of protection for low-level civilizations. However, this is limited to low-level civilizations. Once they grow up to become level 6 civilizations, they will naturally become the targets of the harvesters. Everything has two sides. Level 6 civilizations look at the extremely evil harvesters who hinder their great voyages. But in some ways, they protect low-level civilizations. Of course, this may be because they deliberately let low-level civilizations grow up. But no matter what, it is better for low-level civilizations than being directly abducted by the Silver Heart Alliance. Every civilization defines good and evil from its own standpoint. But nature does not distinguish between good and evil. Everyone is just trying to survive. The 3 civilization fleet sank into the void of the universe and moved in a certain direction at a normal cruising speed. At the same time, a large number of detection spacecraft were also sent out to monitor all movements in the surrounding starry sky. At the same time, they were also searching for all traces of advanced civilizations in the nearby starry sky. The 3 civilizations that have been living in the small universe for 5,000 years now have the greatest need for information. The latest dynamic information of the Milky Way. They need to know the situation of the major 6th-level civilizations in the Milky Way and those ancient 6th-level civilizations. According to the plan of the Divine Element Civilization, the 3 civilizations formed a joint fleet. And after exploring the current situation in the Milky Way, they began to promote the plan of a united front against the Reapers. Admittedly, human civilization still has a lot of things to do, such as revenge, and exploring some magical phenomena encountered in the past. But since it has already stood on this front, it is harmless to postpone those things a little. Maybe in the process, we can find the Tianqing civilization. Chapter 1044. In fact, at the 6th level of civilization, since the communication and information processing capabilities have been greatly improved, it is not too difficult to find other civilizations at the same level. You only need to broadcast like the Shinju civilization. But you also need the other party to respond. It's a pity that the Shinju civilization doesn't dare to do this now, because doing so will attract the attention of the harvesters. So the 3 civilizations can only sail through the starry sky, and then observe the starry sky in a passive way of receiving information, hoping to find clues of other civilizations. At the same time, humans and Dia civilizations are also working hard to expand their conventional forces in this process. Needless to say, the manufacture of new warships is what the 2 civilizations must do after returning to the universe, in order to provide concealment for the 3-party joint fleet. The Shinju civilization also specifically asked the 2 civilizations not to overexploit conspicuous star systems. However, humans and Dia civilizations have just entered the 6th level of civilization. Although civilizations like humans have mastered special technologies, the breadth of the technology tree is not enough, such as dark matter conversion technology. Today is different from the past. The Shinju civilization is no longer confined to one corner. They directly transferred this technology, which was originally mastered by the ancient 6th-level civilization, to humans and Dia civilization in order to buy more time for the 3 civilizations. The small universe has been discovered, and the warp tracks of the 3 civilizations' fleets are also handled by special ships. But those ships that handle the warp tracks also have warp tracks themselves. But the mass is smaller, and the tracks are shallower. As long as the harvesters search carefully, they will definitely find traces of the fleet's voyage. And then, the first battle will be a decisive battle. But the Shinju civilization had no other good solution. Now they could only pray that the Galactic Heart Alliance was still alive. The situation was much worse than expected. The 3 civilizations had been sailing for decades, and traveled nearly 10,000 light-years. But they still did not detect any signal traces from other level 6 civilizations. They did encounter a level 1 civilization, but it was a civilization that had just stepped out of its home planet. The 3 civilizations had no interest in it, and did not even think about communicating with it. They just took a look from a distance through the detector, and did not care about it anymore. The entire Milky Way seemed to have fallen into a kind of silence, and the level 6 civilization seemed to have disappeared. No level 6 civilization broadcast in the universe like 5,000 years ago. At least the Shinju civilization has not detected any broadcasts during this period of time. Even the Silver Heart Alliance, which has always liked to broadcast everywhere, has lost its voice. Could they really be wiped out by the Reapers? The leaders of the 3 civilizations were somewhat speechless when they realized that something was wrong with the Milky Way. This situation undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of the United Front plan, and it might even become a lonely battle. Finally, when the three-party joint fleet was about to cross from the end of the Orion Arm to the Carina Arm, the outer exploration spacecraft discovered a battlefield relic. Because human civilization was not ready, the Shinju civilization did not dare to broadcast on a large scale. But after returning to the universe, they did not run around like headless flies, but sailed with a purpose. Their plan was to cross from the Orion Arm to the Carina Arm, and then from the end of the Carina Arm to the outer arm. The so-called outer arm is the extension of the end of the Perseus Arm, which is the outermost material belt of the Milky Way. The Carina Arm is actually the end of the Centaurus Arm. The entire spiral arm is called the Centaurus-Carina Arm, and the Orion Arm is located in the middle of this large spiral arm. The purpose of going to the outer arm of the Milky Way is to find the Galactic Center Alliance. The Shinju civilization knows that there is an ancient microcosm in the Galactic Center Alliance. If that microcosm has not been discovered, then the Galactic Center Alliance can be contacted there. As long as the Galactic Center Alliance is found, the general situation of the Milky Way in the past 5,000 years can be known. According to the Shinju civilization, the ancient alliance may not be good in other aspects, but its detection and information processing technology must be first class. They are the most well-informed sixth-level civilization organization in the Milky Way. As for going from the end of the Orion spiral arm, it is not because it is convenient to cross the spiral arm, but because there was once an ancient sixth-level civilization microcosm here. The Shinju civilization knew them. When the neutron battle star and the electronic battleship were in a stalemate, they actively helped the neutron battle star to add mass. Therefore, one of the reasons for leaving here is to contact them and include them in the United Front team. However, the situation is very bad. According to the information sent back by the exploration spacecraft team, the small universe of the ancient sixth-level civilization has been destroyed, and now there are only ruins of warships. The exploration spacecraft of the Shinju civilization explored there carefully and confirmed that the destroyed small universe is that of the ancient sixth-level civilization. There are a large number of fleets suspended in the ruins that look intact on the surface, but they have all been destroyed inside, and none of the various systems of the warships are intact, and they have become cosmic scrap metal. This appearance, at first glance, is obviously the masterpiece of electronic warships. As expected, they were liquidated by the Reapers, or the Reapers are indeed speeding up the harvesting progress, and perhaps they don't want to wait any longer. Are we still moving forward? Yu Yuan asked on behalf of the Interstellar government, and the information was also synchronized to the Tianqin. After seeing this situation, the Shinju civilization seemed to have other plans. However, the answer of the Shinju civilization was not like this. Of course, we will continue to move forward. There are indeed some disagreements within us. After discovering the fact that the Reapers have accelerated their progress, some people want to continue to wait for the Reapers to leave the Milky Way first and start a long voyage. They think this is safer. But we convinced them that the Reapers will not let us go. Our neutron battle star is the only creation that can force out the electronic battleship's attack methods. Even if the Reapers want to make a long voyage alone, they will not let us develop. After all, having a neutron battle star is also very helpful to them. We have no other choice. Yu Yuan replied on behalf of the Interstellar government, yes. We have no other choice. He was making a statement. The Shinju civilization said this, and it was obviously telling humans that we have no choice. But you human civilization do, because your special technology has not been discovered by the Reapers. So you can just wait for the Reapers to complete the harvest of other level 6 civilizations and leave. And then you can come out to move. Of course, humans must make their position clear, and they must be firm. In fact, humans have no choice. Not to mention the favor of the divine principle civilization. Even if it is the relationship between the awakeners, humans must confront the harvesters. Needless to say, the Dia civilization can only follow. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. After exploring the ruins of the war, the three civilizations bid farewell to the Orion Arm and sail across the arm. Chapter 1045. When we were at the 5th level of civilization, humans had wanted to explore the magical hydrogen molecular cloud when we returned to the Orion spiral arm. But now it seems that we have to wait until later. After boarding this ship, there is no time to explore the hydrogen molecular cloud for the time being, although the three civilizations have reached a united front of equal status. In fact, the Shinju civilization has the most say. First, they know the most about other civilizations in the Milky Way. And second, this call was indeed initiated by them, and they are the strongest. This is understandable, and humans have no objection to it. The second is of course human civilization. As long as the Tianqin is there, the Shinju civilization will discuss with humans whenever they make a major decision. The same is true for this voyage. Cross the spiral arm, and go to the outer arm of the Milky Way to secretly search for the Galactic Center Alliance. Then, with the help of the Galactic Center Alliance's network system, find more possible sixth-level civilizations, and then gather them together to fight the Reapers. During this period, the form of galactic broadcasting is no longer suitable. Shinju civilization, human civilization, and Dia civilization all have this understanding. Those level 6 civilizations that have experienced the turmoil of the Milky Way for 5,000 years must also understand this truth. Therefore, for a newly promoted level 6 civilization, it is still quite difficult to find other level 6 civilizations as before. Only the ancient level 6 civilization, such as Shinju civilization, still has some ways. Fate. Wonderful. Sometimes you can't find what you want to find no matter how hard you try. But you can see what you don't want to find when you turn around. The fleets of 3 level 6 civilizations, led by the Shinju civilization, left the Orion spiral arm at 213 times the speed of light. But within a few years of sailing, the peripheral detectors detected something again. They found a shallow warp speed track. This discovery made the leaders of the 3 civilizations gather again on the public network channel after several years. Yu Yuan also brought a group of high-ranking interstellar government officials to the bridge of the Tianqin, facing the holographic screen in front of them. The leadership team of the Shinju civilization and the Dia civilization soon appeared on the holographic screen. The fleets of the 3 civilizations have sailed together, and strategic mutual trust has long been established. Naturally, the language translation of the 3 parties has long been solved. In this network of mutual communication, Yu Yuan's words will be immediately translated into the language of the Shinju civilization and the Dia civilization, and appear on their respective flagships in a voice they can understand, and vice versa. Similarly, after so many years of getting along, the 3 parties have already known the individual life forms of each other's civilizations. So on this big screen, they all appear as real people. Yu Yuan was wearing the captain's uniform of the Tianqin, which was red, white and blue, and looked very neat. This was a formal occasion for communication between civilizations, so naturally they had to dress appropriately and reflect the spiritual outlook of human civilization. The same was true for the Dia civilization and the Shinju civilization in the picture. The former was a kind of soft life, so its body looked soft, but it was also covered with a plastic garment that was obviously a technological creation. The Shinju civilization looked much more sci-fi, and their individual lives were like ghosts floating in the air. And from time to time, individuals who looked like them would separate from their main body, just like clones. Humans have seen this kind of scene, and know that it is the hand of individual life forms of the Shinju civilization. But they don't know what kind of transformation they have undergone. In short, it doesn't look like carbon-based life. Our professional analysts believe there are 2 possibilities. First, it is the warp track of the remaining fleet of the Kyu civilization. After all, they are an old-fashioned level 6 civilization. They must have some special means. After the microcosm was discovered by the harvester, they paid a huge price to exchange for the continuation of the civilization. Judging from the time period of the battlefield ruins, this shallow trace is consistent with this speculation. In the 3-party video network dialogue, the Shinju civilization took the lead in expressing its views on the warp traces detected. Second, it is the warp traces left by a level 5 civilization when it sailed across the spiral arm. But the number of traces does not seem to match the scale of a level 5 civilization. Of course, it is also possible that it has been too long and some deeper warp traces have been smoothed out by time. We think the first possibility is more likely. That is, the Reaper's electronic warship is likely near the Orion spiral arm. Well, I hope it has left. The words of the Shinju civilization made the atmosphere a little tense. Humans and the Dia civilization also received the information about the warp trace, and they also thought that the view of the Shinju civilization made sense. After all, they just detected the destroyed small universe some time ago. That is the Kyu civilization mentioned by the Shinju civilization. The scale of the warp trace is not very large, which is consistent with the speculation of the escaped fleet. 2 of the 3 civilizations have unique technologies, so they are naturally unlikely to be scared by the warp trace. So after a brief meeting, they decided to send a detection spacecraft to follow the warp trace to detect it. The result was unexpected. Originally, looking at the shallow traces of warp speed, they thought that the unknown civilization ahead had traveled a long distance. But they did not expect that the three civilizations received a reply in just over a year, saying that they had caught up with the unknown civilization and sent back the detection results. It turned out to be a level 4 civilization. Yu Yuan obviously did not expect this result. The moment they saw the result, the three level 6 civilizations expressed their own different feelings. The leader of the Dia civilization echoed, "It seems that they have not sailed far. Is this level 4 civilization crazy? How dare they conduct cross-spiral arm navigation here? Isn't this courting death? Oh, there is a dim brown dwarf between these spiral arms. But it is thousands of light years away from the farthest end of the Orion spiral arm. What inspired this level 4 civilization to dare to take such a gamble? Their detection technology is really good. They can actually discover such a distant brown dwarf." The leaders of the Shinju civilization also spoke up. "This is comparable to your human civilization back then. It is said that you also conducted cross-spiral arm navigation at the level 4 civilization level back then. It was about the crossing of humans from the Orion arm to the Perseus arm. The Shinju civilization already knew about this. And it was not a black history, but a great feat." Yu Yuan remained silent. He looked at the images sent back by the exploration spacecraft. He always felt that the shipbuilding style of the 4th level civilization fleet was familiar. But he couldn't remember why he felt that way. The human brain has evolved, and memory has really improved. But Yu Yuan himself doesn't use his brain in this area, so he didn't think of it at the first time. The first mate next to him frowned and muttered, "The construction style of this ship looks familiar. It seems to be a bit similar to the style of the ships of the Nair civilization." After the first mate said this, everyone instantly matched the ship of the unknown 4th level civilization to the creation of the Nair civilization in their impression. "It really looks like it. The style is extremely similar. Could it really be the Nair civilization?" Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. The Nair civilization he was talking about was of course not the Nair civilization developed by the Nair civilization research team in the Star Alliance, but the Nair civilization that got along well with humans at the beginning. As soon as this thought came up, the exploration spacecraft updated the latest exploration news. Human civilization compared this information with the information of the Nair civilization in the database, and found that it was highly overlapped. And the further exploration results of the exploration spacecraft also told humans that the so-called unknown 4th level civilization was indeed the Nair civilization. In this situation, they actually encountered the original Nair civilization, and they had only reached the 4th level civilization level. Reunited again? Humans were very curious about this. Why did the Nair civilization take such a risky cross-spiral arm voyage? Chapter 1046. Do you know this level 4 civilization? Seeing the human statement on the three-way communication channel, the Shinju civilization confirmed it in surprise. "Yes. We fought side by side with them. We were comrades many years ago. I never thought I would meet them again here. I just don't know that after so many years. They have only developed to the level of level 4 civilization. Time is really sad." Yu Yuan sat upright in the captain's chair, looking at the screen of the three-way call and answered on behalf of the human interstellar government. Hearing this, the Shinju civilization exclaimed, "Wow!" Then they asked when humans met the Nair civilization, and what the technological level of both sides was at that time. There was nothing to hide about this matter. Yu Yuan roughly described the encounter with the Nair civilization when they were level 2 civilizations, and then fought side by side. After listening to the general content, Yu Yuan felt that the look of the Shinju civilization looking at him, or at the human civilization as a whole, had changed again. Although he could not see the look of the individual Shinju civilization, he had that feeling. The same is true for the leadership of Dia civilization. "We met when we were at level 2 civilization. Now you are all at level 6 civilization, while your comrades back then are only at level 4 civilization. This development speed seems a bit fast. Shinju civilization, in this case, you will handle it. But are you sure you want to contact them?" Yu Yuan nodded and said, "It won't take much time. We will continue sailing." After completing internal communication with Shinju civilization and Dia civilization, Yu Yuan connected to the fleet's detection spacecraft located at Nair civilization. Of course, it is the exploration spacecraft of human civilization, although the fleet is still more than 10 light years away from the exploration spacecraft. The communication technology of the 6th level civilization is not comparable to that of the 5th level civilization. It can communicate in real time without a transfer communication station. Although humans are a newly promoted 6th-level civilization, they have mastered this basic technology very quickly. At the same time, we also learned from the Shinju civilization that the communication distance of the 6th-level civilization is not fixed. Some civilizations can achieve real-time communication of more than 20 light-years, or even farther, such as the Silver Heart Alliance, while some can only achieve more than 10 light-years, or even less than 10 light-years. Human civilization knows that this is related to the depth of research on communication technology. At present, humans are still at the stage below 20 light-years, which is also the situation of most level 6 civilizations. However, human civilization has just sent an identification signal to the Nair civilization, and the other party quickly recognized it and replied hurriedly, "Are you human civilization? How did you appear here? Did you also discover the war at the end of the Orion spiral arm? It must be. We noticed that it might be a war between two advanced civilizations. We don't want to be affected, and we dare not go to the center of the Milky Way. We can only resort to this last resort. Now it seems that our two civilizations really think alike. Oh, our two civilizations are destined to meet. By the way, we found a small universe in the middle of the Orion spiral arm before, and there are your creations in it. It's amazing that you have stepped into the 4th-level civilization before us. This time, we have to thank you, human civilization. Otherwise our Dia civilization would not know how long it would be trapped in the 3rd-level civilization. Ah, we are both 4th-level civilizations. How did you catch up with us? Don't worry about it for now. We found a brown dwarf in front of us. It's just right for our two civilizations to replenish supplies there, and we will definitely be able to cross this spiral arm. Hey, human civilization. Is this your new planetary flagship? It's amazing. Your military capabilities are still so strong. There is only one exploration spacecraft that humans have entered the detection range of the Dia civilization. It is a star-class spacecraft with a length of only about 300 kilometers and a width and height of only about 100 kilometers. Such a spacecraft is almost the limit of conventional 4th-level civilization material technology. So the Nair civilization subconsciously thinks it is a 4th-level civilization flagship. And their last impression of humans also stays on the astronomical particle accelerator of the Awakener microcosm. So they think that humans are also a 4th-level civilization. But as soon as this message was sent out through the established tachyon information, the Nair civilization found something wrong, because the ship, which they thought was the flagship of human civilization, suddenly stuck to their fleet, and the speed given by their detector was 213 times the speed of light. Are you really human civilization? After so many years of interstellar civilization, the Nair civilization is no longer a novice. They still have some understanding of advanced civilizations. Otherwise, they would not have taken the initiative to sail across the spiral arm after learning that the advanced civilization war broke out at the end of the Orion spiral arm. Of course it's us. This is our exploration ship. Exploration ship. A planetary ship is just an exploration ship. Are you not fleeing? Have you reached the level of 6th-level civilization? Did you cause the war at the end of the Orion arm? The high-level officials of the Nair civilization were discussing there, and quickly asked several questions they were concerned about. Yu Yuan answered readily, yes. Our human civilization has become a level 6 civilization. But the Orion arm war you mentioned has nothing to do with us. We just discovered traces of war there not long ago. Well, that war was not a war in the strict sense, but a unilateral harvest of an ancient level 6 civilization by a Reaper. Reapers? It's the Reapers. What happened to this galaxy? We feel so dangerous. 5,000 years ago, we encountered an unknown level 4 civilization. After we met, they attacked us without saying a word. Finally, we were able to get rid of their pursuit after paying a huge price. Then we wandered to the end of the Orion spiral arm. But we didn't expect that there would be another advanced civilization war here. The war level of the Nair civilization seems to have always been not very good. Their leader finally hesitated to speak, as if he knew that humans had become a level 6 civilization, and acted a little unnatural. Then why are you here? This feeling is like a childhood friend who played with cow dung suddenly became the richest man in the world. The leader of the Nair civilization was a little overwhelmed. Although the relationship with human civilization was good before, he was still a little nervous when he knew that humans had become a level 6 civilization. Yu Yuan couldn't understand the facial expressions of the Nair people. But there were also Nair people in the Star Alliance. Their various body movements and some micro-expression management would be recorded by the supercomputer. So the Nair civilization leader's performance was quickly translated into text by the translation system. Don't be nervous. We also found you by chance by taking this route. If necessary, you can tell us your destination, and we will give you a ride. That's all. Chapter 1047. The encounter with the Nair civilization was just an episode, and it would not affect the plan of the Shinju civilization, and humans would naturally not be delayed. As Yu Yuan said, the only thing humans can do now is to take the Nair civilization to the opposite spiral arm. The Nair civilization is only a 4th level civilization. The knowledge they have is not as much as those Nair people in the Star Alliance. Moreover, humans and the Shinju civilization are going to do big things next. Taking them with them will harm them instead. Seeing Yu Yuan say this, the leader of the Nair civilization was in a good mood, and the high level of the Nair civilization finally put their minds at ease about the human civilization, which was once at the same level, and determined in their hearts that the human civilization is a friendly civilization. Of course, the Nair civilization needs it. They were already taking great risks on this trip. Now that they have the help of their former friend, human civilization, it is naturally the best. It is very simple to give them a ride. Humans only need to dispatch a batch of civilization-level warships, and then link the warp engines of the warships to form large warp bubbles, so that they can pack them up and take them away. However, giving them a ride only means taking them to the opposite spiral arm, because the routes of large fleets, such as humans and Shinju civilization in the universe, have deep traces of warp speed, and the activities of harvesters are frequent. For safety reasons, humans still decided to send the Nair civilization to a star field far away from their own routes. During this period, the Nair civilization also asked about the situation of the Nair scientific research team. Yu Yuan did not hide it, and directly told them about the existence of the Nair people in the Star Alliance. The Nair people in the Star Alliance also knew that they had encountered the Nair civilization. Originally, Yu Yuan thought that there would be very friendly exchanges between them. After all, the two are the same race and the same roots. However, after their contact and communication, the situation was unexpected. In the process of communicating with the member civilizations of the Star Alliance, the leadership of the Nair civilization played the emotional card with the Nair people in the Star Alliance. The purpose is naturally self-evident. This is to make these Nair people return to their Nair civilization. From the perspective of humans, this matter doesn't really matter. If the Nairs are willing to go back, they can go back, and humans won't stop them. However, the Nairs of the Star Alliance didn't show any good looks to the Nair civilization. Some even looked down on the 4th level Nair civilization, as if they were superior to others in the Star Alliance. Moreover, in their words, some Nairs of the Star Alliance deliberately showed how superior their lives were, and how safe they were in the universe under the protection of humans. A 6th level civilization. This made the top leaders of the Nair civilization feel upset. They forgot their poor relatives when they became rich. However, the Nair civilization seems to have been lucky. When humans took them to the outer arm of the Milky Way, they really relied on the emotional card to impress some Nair people in the Star Alliance, and persuaded them to go back to build the Nair civilization. There are not many people. Probably only 2,000 or 3,000. And there are no top scientists. But there are hundreds of researchers. Although there are not many, the Nair civilization cherishes them very much and regards these Nair people, who are willing to return to the Nair civilization as treasures. Yu Yuan witnessed all this, but he did not intervene. The affairs of the Nell civilization and the Nell people are decided by themselves. Not to mention that he doesn't know whether it is good for the Nell civilization to do so. Indeed, those Nell people who return to the Nell civilization can definitely help the Nell civilization. After all, they have lived in a level 5 civilization for a long time. And some researchers have participated in the research and development of level 5 civilization technology of the Star Alliance. And they have even been involved in some level 6 civilization research projects. These Nell people are placed in the current Nell civilization, just like those humans who claim to have been abducted by aliens and learned advanced alien civilizations and returned to Earth. The knowledge they possess is definitely beyond the times, and will definitely be valued by the top leaders of the Nell civilization. But this approach seems to be not much different from directly giving a low-level civilization technology. So Yu Yuan doesn't know whether it is good or bad for the Nair civilization. But no matter what, these Nair people who return to the Nair civilization are definitely a group of Nair people with lofty ideals. In their hearts, It is estimated that the fourth-level Nair civilization is their true mother civilization. After all, encountering the Nair civilization is just an episode during the voyage. Humans quickly sent them to a more remote star field. And at the same time, they considerately erased the warp track for them. Then, the fleets of the three civilizations continued to head towards the ancient microcosm of the Ancient Alliance in the database of the Shinju civilization. Human civilization thus returned to normal sailing life. During this period, what human scientists have to do is to digest the dark matter conversion technology provided by the Shinju civilization. This technology is a necessary technology for the sixth-level civilization to build fleets on a large scale without using stellar resources on a large scale. The Dia civilization is also digesting this technology. Speaking of which, the name of dark matter conversion technology sounds very grand. As if it can directly turn dark matter, a substance that only interacts with gravity, into bright matter. As if it has the ability to change the rules of physics. In fact, it is not. It is understandable and easy to understand. In fact, it is the process of mass energy conversion and energy mass conversion. The sixth-level civilization uses the huge energy obtained from the reaction of dark matter and dark antimatter, and inputs it into the creation of energy mass conversion, thus producing bright matter. The whole process can be summarized in a short sentence. In theory, as long as the energy mass conversion technology is mastered and the sixth-level civilization level technology is possessed, it can be realized. However, there are still many sixth-level civilizations that cannot master it, or have mastered it, but the efficiency is not high. Take human civilization for example. Energy matter conversion technology was already mastered at the fifth level of civilization. Humans who have the ability to manufacture quark matter materials have already mastered the technology to produce matter using the principle of quark confinement. But at that time, they only had the technology, and could not achieve large-scale or ultra-large-scale production. At the sixth level of civilization, there is no such problem. You only need to spend time to study the creation of quark matter materials, dark matter mining technology, energy conversion efficiency, and other issues. There will always be a day to master them. The Shinju civilization just accelerated this process. The difficulty that humans and Dia civilization are facing now is the acquisition of heavy metal elements. Regarding this, the Shinju civilization has no good solution. And humans and Dia civilization need to study it themselves. Because the Shinju civilization's own method relies on its unique technology. Humans and Dia civilization cannot do it. The two civilizations have learned about the method of the Shinju civilization. Their method is small universe plus supernova. In short, it is to first make a very small universe or a space barrier in this small universe, and then stabilize this small universe or space barrier with gravity characteristic technology, and then produce a large number of basic bright matter hydrogen molecular clouds through the principle of quark confinement, and then use gravity characteristic technology to rapidly condense these hydrogen molecular clouds together, so that they quickly become stars, and then rapidly compress them, and finally let them explode into artificial supernovas. The material that explodes in this way will contain a large amount of heavy metal light matter, which is spread all over the small universe, and can be collected by the Shinju civilization. Obviously, humans and Dia civilization do not have the special technology of Shinju civilization, so they naturally cannot master such an explosive manufacturing method. After learning about the method of Shinju civilization, humans and Dia civilization also sighed. This Shinju civilization is still as explosive as ever. The movement of the neutron battle star is full of violent breath. And even the light matter production is so explosive. Chapter 1048. Even with the technical support of the Divine Hour civilization, humans and Dia civilization can only produce hydrogen on a large scale, because the substance created by the quark confinement principle is hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe. The two civilizations must find a way to produce elements after iron in the periodic table. The production of iron has long been realized, and using heavy nuclear fusion technology, all elements before iron can be obtained. This has long been feasible in theory. And the reason why human civilization continued to study stars and nuclear fusion after having the ability to produce antimatter on a large scale was to be able to control the reactants produced by the reactor on a large scale and accurately. The four words energy mass conversion contain a complex technology tree, which has countless branches of technology that need to be studied. It is in such continuous research that humans have mastered the technology of adjusting the proportion of products at any time, through the superb heavy nuclear fusion technology. Human civilization has created energy mass conversion equipment when it was at the 5th level of civilization. Now, the energy mass conversion equipment is connected with the heavy nuclear fusion furnace to form a set of assembly lines. Input energy to produce hydrogen molecules, and then compress a large number of hydrogen molecules into a container to make it react with heavy nuclear energy under high temperature and pressure. In the heavy nuclear reactor, humans use force field manipulation to continuously separate the reactants before iron in the periodic table. After that, they will be sent to various factories that need them, processed and refined, and turned into technological creations. After reaching the 6th level of civilization, the energy generation device of this equipment was replaced with dark matter and dark antimatter, which is a very outstanding and impactful technological progress. Because if such a reaction is viewed from a normal perspective, it is like seeing energy generated out of thin air, because dark matter and dark antimatter are invisible. If humans of the Earth era saw this, they might think it was a magic. The energy reaction was born in the void of the reactor, but the fuel was not visible. This scene is like the ancients watching the gas stove burning and the induction cooker heating. Humans pin their hopes on the field of force field control to obtain the elements after iron in the periodic table, because there was no way to obtain them by using the principle of supernova explosions as simply and crudely as the divine civilization. So they had to find other ways. But this is easier said than done, and in fact it involves thousands of branch technologies. Otherwise, the complete set of technologies for large-scale dark matter conversion would not be so difficult. In this regard, the Shinju civilization seems to be more anxious than humans. But they are powerless because they don't know what other methods can be used to achieve it except using special gravity technology to imitate the supernova explosion of nature. So even though they provided humans with many technical references, they still failed to let humans master it in a short period of time. It is impossible to mass-produce elements after iron, but it is necessary to produce large-scale fleets. Generally speaking, the only way left is to go to the star system to open mines. However, the Shinju civilization did not want to do so, because now was not the time to be exposed. So they decided to help humans and Dia civilization through this period, at least to allow the two civilizations to develop a certain scale of conventional fleets. Not to mention the scale of tens of billions, at least hundreds of millions of ships. It would be best to complete the construction before arriving at the Milky Way Alliance microcosm. After all, that would be more convincing, indicating that the united front organized by the Shinju civilization already has a team, rather than just one civilization. So, after more than 100 years of continuing the route, seeing that the heavy metals in their stock were almost squandered by humans and Dia civilization, Shinju civilization decided to stop and collect some materials. Now, humans and Dia civilization finally saw the heavy metal mining method of Shinju civilization. They directly stopped the large fleet in a dark void, and then saw them dispatch a large number of engineering ships to fly there. If it were in the past, humans and Dia civilization would definitely not know what they were doing. But now it is different. The detectors of the two civilizations easily detected the abnormality of the void. The Shinju civilization is creating a very small universe. From the appearance of the engineering ships, it is known that they are very skilled in this kind of engineering. Sure enough, within a year, the Shinju civilization told humans and Dia civilization, "It is done." Then, under the expectant gaze of the two civilization leaders, the neutron battle star of the Shinju civilization, bang, jumped into the void, and the next moment the neutron battle star flashed and disappeared into the universe, without the explanation of the Shinju civilization. Humans and Dia civilization knew that the neutron battle star had entered that temporary special small universe. As for what they were going to do, they were definitely going to make heavy metal substances. Before the neutron battle star, the Shinju civilization needed to use conventional equipment to condense substances there. But with the neutron battle star, their production method became even more explosive. In the small universe, the hydrogen molecular clouds produced on a large scale were directly absorbed by the neutron battle star with its super strong gravity, and then compressed to the extreme under the characteristic gravity technology of the Shinju civilization, and finally suddenly ejected in the form of a supernova. In this way, the production of heavy metal substances was completed. Under normal circumstances, the matter formed by supernova explosions is not entirely elements after iron. But the Shinju civilization is worthy of being an ancient 6th-level civilization that has mastered special gravitational technology. Their supernova is more powerful than normal supernovas, and the material compression is greater. If it were not for their gravitational technology, it would have been compressed into a black hole long ago. In this case, among the matter created by their one-time explosion, the elements after iron actually exceeded 90%, which is a shocking data. Of course, it is precisely because of the violent imitation of nature that the Shinju civilization cannot achieve the proportion of elements after iron. But this is not a big deal, because the amount is large enough. These erupted substances are guided by the microcosmic structure constructed by the Shinju civilization with special technology. And finally, the substances are allowed to erupt outward in a single direction. And through the change of spatial direction, they become a mass of substances rotating in the microcosm. After that, the Shinju civilization allowed the material collection ships and transport ships of humans and Dia civilization to enter the microcosm to collect heavy metal elements. After this heavy metal material collection, the wild impression of Shinju civilization is lingering in humans and Dia civilization. As for the elements before iron, they are not the production focus of Shinju civilization. After all, humans and Dia civilization already have their own large-scale production capabilities. The three civilizations stayed in the void for more than 10 years. During this period, Shinju civilization was like a hand-cranked popcorn vendor. The small universe was their boiler. They continuously input energy into the boiler, and then condense them with neutron battle stars, where they bang bang bang, pop popcorn, and then let humans and Dia civilization eat and enjoy. Shinju civilization also told humans and Dia civilization that this is why only level 6 civilizations are qualified for long-distance voyages. Chapter 1049. After replenishing the heavy metals, the three civilizations continued to speed through the outer arm of the Milky Way. It was still a long way to go to the Milky Way Alliance microcosm in the records of the Shinju civilization. About 70 to 80 years away. It was only about 15,000 light-years away. The plan of the human and Dia civilizations was to use this time to complete the basic conventional fleet construction goal. That is, 100 million ships. Since part of it had been completed before, this goal was not difficult to achieve. Of course, mainly because the manufacture of conventional ships and conventional warships was not as troublesome as that of flagships. Take human civilization for example. Those warships are not necessarily all sub-civilization level warships, but also a large number of constant level warships, which constitute the conventional combat power of the Star Alliance. As for the personnel driving them, they are naturally individual lives of the Red Flame civilization. Some of them will also be made into unmanned warships driven by strong artificial intelligence. But the cost is much higher than that of the Red Flame civilization. Now time is relatively tight. So the Star Alliance fleet represented by humans still mostly uses individual lives of the Red Flame civilization as warriors. As for the elite fleet, it will naturally be driven by humans themselves. And they will all be warships equipped with consciousness-linking devices. During this period, humans plan to increase the number of elite fleets from 30,000 to 100,000. If there is enough time, there will be more. Anyway, humans do not lack third-person perspective drivers. It is best to build more than 100 million ships before confronting the Reapers head-on. However, some things are often difficult to achieve. The Reapers have harvested in the galaxy for so many years, and finally found the traces of the Shinju civilization. Naturally, they cannot give up. In fact, there is not that much time to give to the three civilizations. Just a few years after the three civilizations completed the replenishment of heavy metal substances, they received a report from the outer exploration spacecraft of the fleet, saying that they encountered an unknown exploration spacecraft. This unknown was quickly confirmed by the Shinju civilization as the exploration spacecraft of the Reapers. The location of the encounter was not behind the fleet, but in front of the route. Not good. We are really discovered this time. After receiving the information, the person in charge of the Shinju civilization immediately said on the three-party communication channel, "We encountered them before when we came out of the small universe. It should be the exploration spacecraft that escaped at that time that spread the news." It was right. The Reaper should have a fleet following our route. And the exploration spacecraft we encountered now should belong to another fleet. The leader of the Dia civilization thought for a moment and interrupted, "That is to say, we are now surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, and are blocked by the Reapers on both sides. The universe is a three-dimensional space, and there is no such thing as being blocked on both sides." The words of the leader of the Dia civilization are actually a metaphor, and it is translated into Chinese like this, so Yuan can naturally see it clearly. But what he said is not wrong. The Reapers are speeding up the harvesting speed. They have obviously attacked from all directions. So their fleet cannot be just one. Perhaps there are Reaper fleets in many spiral arms of the Milky Way now. The one that appeared in front of the three civilizations' routes was one of them. I hope the electronic warships don't come. The first mate next to Yuan muttered something, which was translated into the three-party communication by the translation system in real time. And then the man from the Shinju civilization said, "There is no hope or hope. Just wait for the situation to be detected." As soon as the voice fell, the leader next to the Shinju man said, "Dia civilization. Your combat power is not good, so the detection is left to you. No matter what method you use, you must suppress the harvesters in the detection field." The Shinju civilization spoke to the leadership of the Dia civilization in the posture of the leader of the United Front. They were frank and said directly that the Dia civilization's combat effectiveness was not good. In fact, the Dia civilization's combat effectiveness was still good. If humans were to evaluate it, they would definitely be stronger than ordinary level 6 civilizations. In the years when humans built the Tianqin, the Dia civilization did not stagnate. Their consciousness uploading experiment project has been a complete success, and they have mastered the brain-computer combination. Now the elite fleets of the Dia civilization are all warships of that type. That is, the Dia brain is used as the warship sensory center, and the information of the warship detection system is connected to that brain. However, the Dia people, like humans, cannot drive a warship by themselves. For this reason, they also developed a consciousness sensory sharing technology, connecting the consciousness of multiple Dia people to form a common load, which is similar to the multi-person shared vision of human consciousness linking equipment. But even with such technology, the Shinju civilization still said that its combat effectiveness was not good enough. And the Dia civilization had to admit it because it was said by the Shinju civilization. A neutron battle star could make the Dia civilization shut up. The Shinju civilization style of doing things is so simple. Sure enough, the next moment, the Dia civilization leadership heard the Shinju civilization say something completely different to humans. "Well, human civilization. Now our exploration spacecraft is already fighting with the harvesters at the front. I believe that the latest news will be sent back soon. Although the Dia civilization's combat effectiveness is not good, their detection capability should be no problem. And now it is obvious that the enemy's exploration spacecraft has appeared behind us. Apparently, they also have a fleet following our warp speed trace. It is very uncomfortable for us to have a tail following us all the time. So now there are two directions. Let's each choose one. When the battlefield information is clearer. Do you choose the front or the back?" Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and responded, "The front." "Okay. Then the back will be left to our neutron battle star," Shinju civilization said straightforwardly. The Shinju civilization could have arranged it directly, but it still sought the opinions of humans and let humans choose for themselves, which made the human leadership feel more comfortable. It was a feeling of being respected, and such respect was based on the strong strength of humans. As the Dia civilization exerted its strength, the number of exploration spacecraft on the side of the three civilizations that formed the United Front increased exponentially, and the battles between the exploration spacecraft on the periphery became more intense. They were equivalent to the scout battles between the two armies. They started fighting before the regular army entered the battle state. Finally, after the Dia civilization paid the price of more than 100,000 exploration spacecraft, the latest information was finally transmitted back to the command center of the three civilizations. It was almost the same as expected. There was indeed a Reaper fleet in front, with about 120 million warships of various types. The specific number of each type was still unknown. There was also a fleet in the back, with a smaller number of about 8 million warships of various types. This number was not much for the large fleet composed of three civilizations, but everyone knew that the strength of the Reapers did not lie in their conventional fleets, but in electronic warships. At the same time, some Reaper detection ships successfully approached the large fleet. Although those ships were quickly destroyed, they actually spread the news. The Reaper fleet also knew the location and approximate size of the fleets of the Shinju civilization, human civilization, and Dia civilization. By the way, the electronic warships don't seem to be here, or they haven't arrived yet. The leader of the Shinju civilization seemed a little worried, and then said to the human civilization to deal with them. You'd better not use special technology to attack them first, so that the electronic warships won't be prepared at that time. Don't worry. We know. Yu Yuan replied on behalf of the human interstellar government, with this little power, we won't use special technology to attack. But we are a little worried that they won't confront us head-on. The power disparity is huge. And the commander of the Reaper's fleet must be no fool. They may be responsible for keeping an eye on the Shinju civilization. And now they jump out. Maybe they want to harass the Shinju civilization and wait for the support of the electronic warship. If this is the case, it will be very bad. It is not the best time to face the Reaper directly before finding the Silver Heart Alliance to understand the situation and gathering other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way. Chapter 1050. Before, because the main body of civilization was hidden in the microcosm. Shinju civilization was not afraid of exposing its fleet. But now the entire civilization is here. If the electronic warships really come to kill, it will be the end. So when humans set out, they also specifically instructed, if possible, please do not let any spacecraft go. Shinju civilization also knows that it is very difficult without using special technology. So they have no rigid requirements. The specific way to fight is still up to humans themselves. But things often don't go as planned. Whether it was the Reaper fleet in front or behind, their purpose didn't seem to be to chase and intercept. When the Shinju civilization sent out hundreds of millions of warships and neutron war stars to rush over, they found that the Reaper fleet turned around and ran away, not giving them a chance to fight. Because there were various detection spacecraft teams distributed all over the starry sky, the Shinju civilization was detected by the Reaper fleet before it got within range. Seeing this, the Shinju civilization even specially sent several space broadcasts from the exploration spacecraft distributed in the starry sky, saying that the Reapers had the guts to fight and other mocking words. But the Reaper fleet didn't care about them at all. At first, the Shinju civilization thought that they were afraid of their neutron battle star. But soon they figured out that this Reaper fleet was here to follow them. This is very troublesome. Because for an ancient 6th level civilization like the Reapers, their warships must be able to reach the warp speed limit of the 6th level civilization. At the same speed, it is difficult to catch up unless the jumping ability of the neutron battlestar is used. Of course, it doesn't mean that if the speed is similar, you will never catch up. After all, a fleet cannot sail forever. They must stop to replenish resources and energy. In this way, the pursuing fleet will predict the route in batches to chase and intercept. Although it cannot bring the escapers into the quagmire of war all at once, it can wear them down until they are extinct. The reason why the Reapers can destroy other ancient level 6 civilizations is that the short-range movement bonus of electronic warships is one aspect, and the other aspect is the use of their conventional forces. Now, the Shinju civilization found that their fleet was also targeted by the Reapers. And if they were right, the situation on the human side was the same. Sure enough, not long after, the human side sent them a message. The Reaper fleet in front also scattered and ran away, but did not leave, but wandered in the distant starry sky. But as long as the human fleet approached, they would continue to retreat, and sometimes they would divide the fleet into several groups and disperse. You have to know that humans only dispatched 30,000 warships, while the number of Reaper warships reached 100 million. Logically, there was no need to retreat. But they just avoided it. The purpose of doing this is too obvious. That is, to keep an eye on the large fleet of the Shinju civilization, and then pass the message back and wait for the electronic warships to arrive. If we really wait until then, we will really have to start a war. This is not what the Shinju civilization wants to see. At least not now. So, their neutron battle star directly abandoned the large force and launched a short-distance jump to kill the Reaper fleet. By combining short-distance jumps and warp-speed sailing, the neutron battlestar quickly killed the Reaper fleet without any chance of fighting back. But after all, the number of tens of millions of warships is still huge. The neutron battlestar can easily crush them. But it can't kill all the warships around it in an instant like the electronic warship. In the end, facing the Reaper fleet that was broken up and split into hundreds of small fleets and fled, the neutron battlestar had no choice but to return. Danger is often hidden in the darkness. Although the Dia civilization has expanded the detection radius to 100 light-years away, the Shinju civilization does not dare to take risks. Who knows from which direction the electronic warship will come in the next moment? If it is too late to rescue the main body of civilization, it will be a disaster. As for the Reaper fleet ahead of the route, it did not give humans a chance to contact it at all. The Lyra could use quantum tunneling to move over short distances and launch a large-scale attack. But now is obviously not the time to use the killer weapon. This is also agreed by humans and the Shinju civilization. The Lyra did not even activate the warp enhancement device, just to give the Reapers a big surprise in the decisive battle. But they are just here for outpost exploration. The only solution now is to either use the trump card to destroy the two conventional fleets of the Reapers, or to have the Shinju civilization dispatch more conventional fleets to expel them. After all, the Shinju civilization has the largest number of warships here. Faced with such a situation, the Shinju civilization did not act pretentiously, and directly asked the humans to drive the Tianqin back to the headquarters, and then dispatch 200 million warships to form several fleets to start expelling the Reaper fleet in front. However, it was not all the work of the Shinju civilization. The 30,000 consciousness-linked warships of the human race also followed, and they were mixed in with the fleet of the Shinju civilization. This was not done to confuse the audience, because the shipbuilding style of human civilization was quite different from that of the Shinju civilization, and the harvesters could easily distinguish the difference between the two. Therefore, the purpose was actually very simple. First, it showed that human civilization was also contributing, and second, it increased the combat effectiveness of the Shinju civilization's conventional warship fleet. Each of those warships is equivalent to an awakener, and the Shinju civilization is well aware of its powerful combat power. If it weren't for the different shipbuilding style, it would definitely be mistaken for an awakener at first glance. Let's ignore them. The fleet continues to move forward. We can't wait any longer. The longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. We must reach the small universe of the Silver Heart Alliance as soon as possible. As soon as the neutron battle star returned to the fleet, the leader of the Shinju civilization said in the three-party communication channel, "We and the human civilization will be responsible for expelling those regular fleets of the harvesters and the Dia civilization. All your fleets should go out to detect intelligence and broaden our horizons as much as possible. With the addition of your warships, I believe the detection will be smoother. As for our neutron battle star and the Tianqin of human civilization, they must stay here in the big fleet before arriving at the Milky Way Alliance microcosm. This is the foundation of our three civilizations. We must guard against the Reapers." Understood. The leader of the Dia civilization responded and turned to arrange the fleet's dispatch. Although the Reapers are trying their best to avoid large-scale battles with regular fleets, the surrounding exploration spacecraft are fighting all the time. Both sides are trying their best to take the initiative in information intelligence. After discovering that the Dia civilization used warships to join the sporadic battles in the periphery, the Reapers also deployed many warships, because they were all for detection. They had small-scale battles with the Dia civilization warships in the outer void, often with small groups of several or dozens of warships exchanging fire. And the same was true for the detection spacecraft. The two fleets of the Reapers belonged to their regular fleets, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. After a small-scale battle in the periphery, they fought the Dia civilization warships to a 50-50 draw. As the peripheral skirmishes progressed, the Dia civilization also contributed a piece of information to the headquarters of the Grand Fleet. This Reaper fleet is an ordinary conventional fleet of the Reaper civilization. At this moment, the Dia civilization realized the power of the Awakener even more. By analogy, it also had a newer understanding of the power of human warships and the neutron battle stars of the Shinju civilization.